Jinghai High School. Yin Xiaoyu. Who gave you the right to post my photo? Under the tree, Chen, dressed in a schoolgirl JK uniform, yelled at him angrily. Yun Xiaoyu was abruptly woken up as a flood of memories surged into his mind. He had transmigrated. This was a world where supernatural powers awakened in everyone, ranked from SSS to E. Most people had only C or D level abilities. Anyone above B level was considered a genius. As for him, his test results showed a solid 0. The only person in the whole school without a single ability. I'm here to break up with you today, Chen said coldly. If you don't delete that post on your friend circle, just wait for young Master Lin to come beat you up. Yun Xiaoyu looked at her and finally remembered. She was the original host's girlfriend. Break up if you want. What's the rush? More and more students began to crowd around as onlookers. Isn't that the no-power loser? Getting dumped by the school beauty? Classic. The ridicule came like waves. But Yun Xiaoyu only responded with a calm sentence. What if I don't delete it? Chen froze in her place. Since when did this loser suddenly grow a backbone? The crowd parted, and a tall student in a suit walked toward them. Lin Xian, vice president of the student council. A-level wind affinity, 49 points, the second strongest in the senior year. Undoubtedly a powerhouse. Lin Xian looked down at Yun Xiaoyu with an air of superiority. Breaking up is good for you. Only with me can Chen have a future. The tension in the air thickened immediately. A zero capability nobody standing up against an A-level genius. Talk about a hell-level difficulty start. Seeing Yun Xiaoyu unmoved, Lin Xian took a menacing step forward, voice cold. Be smart. Delete the post and clarify things. Otherwise, don't blame me if I get rough. As soon as he finished speaking, a palpable pressure rolled out. Dust rose from the ground. The wind swirled violently. Yun Xiaoyu could barely catch his breath. Ding. SSS-level random ability awakened. Acquired SSS-level spatial ability. Effective until dusk. Dusk? More than enough time. Yun Xiaoyu slowly stood up. He could clearly feel it. Everything around him, the whipping wind and swirling sand, had slowed down. Impossible. Lin Xian's expression twisted with surprise. How is a person with no abilities able to stand so unaffected in his wind-sand domain? Not even the wind element division leader could handle it this easily. What's going on? Chen frowned, confused. It's just a coincidence. Definitely a coincidence. Lin Xian forced calm into his voice. No way this loser had what it took to break his domain. I don't care what kind of weird drug you took. Today, you're kneeling and agreeing to the breakup. His gaze grew colder. Yun Xiaoyu's tone remained composed. A-level wind affinity? And you think you're hot stuff. Wind blade. Lin Xian raised his hand, summoning slicing gusts of air. The wind and sand gathered, forming a sharp cutting blade. Gasps sounded from the onlookers. Lin Xian's actually using his powers seriously this time. Wind-sand domain plus wind blade? No way anyone can tank that. Rare elements like wind, thunder, light, and darkness are god tier. Common ones are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If only someone awakened a mythical element. That'd be insane. Yeah right, dream on. Time and space users are basically unicorns across the country. The wind blade tore through the air with a fierce white streak. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened on Yun Xiaoyu, expecting him to crumble. But Yun Xiaoyu didn't so much as flinch or take a step back. Was he too scared to move? At the last second as wind blade was about to touch him, it stopped midair. Yun Xiaoyu raised his hand. The power of space froze everything. The audience could only gape as the wind blade hung, still and suspended. A breath later, poof, the wind blade shattered into grains of sand, scattering into nothingness. Spatial power innately trumped ordinary elements. Silence enveloped the entire area. He stopped Vice President's attack. Did he just, awaken an ability on the spot? And it's super rare too? A student with glasses adjusted his frames and declared confidently. If I'm not mistaken, Yun Xiaoyu's newly awakened power is a space element ability, the rarest of them all. The statement triggered an uproar through the crowd. How can trash like him deserve this? The last space user got an instant acceptance into the Jinghai Ability Academy. Lin Xian's expression twisted further, suffused with hostility. Your mouth's running faster than your brain. Let's see if you can keep up when I beat you up so badly even your mom won't recognize you. Kneel right now, Agree to the breakup, and I'll let this go. Lin Xian's cold glare landed heavily on Yun Xiaoyu. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out during combat trials at the Three Life Stone Arena the day after tomorrow. Don't get eaten by the beasts before then. The crowd buzzed with whispered conversations. Without another word, Yun Xiaoyu focused inward. The raw energy of his spatial powers began to condense in his palm. Let's see just how big of a wave you can stir, Yun Xiaoyu said dismissively. Enraged, Lin Xian roared, raging wind, blazing flames. A fiery tornado shot upward into the sky. Flames roared and twisted into a dragon within the cyclone, rushing at Yun Xiaoyu with overwhelming force. The spectators couldn't help but back away hurriedly, muttering, "The loser's about to turn into grilled fish." The sky was clear, no clouds in sight. Lin Xian sneered coldly. "Even if I gave you 20,000 years, you still wouldn't beat me." The next second, the flames dissipated. Yun Xiaoyu stood unharmed. He channeled all his fury into the palm of his hand, warping the surrounding air with the sheer force of his spatial energy. Lin Xian's face darkened instantly, his instincts screaming that he couldn't withstand it. "Wait!" Chuning suddenly stepped in front of him. Yun Xiaoyu's voice was icy. "Move. Let me explain. You're not worthy." Lin Xian gritted his teeth. "We'll take him down together." Chuning nodded. Lin Xian summoned 2 sand blades in an instant. Chuning snatched one and charged at Yun Xiaoyu. "Yun Xiaoyu, I'll personally sever your lingering delusions." She activated her water element, ice spikes forming on the blade. To Yun Xiaoyu, wielding an SSS-grade spatial ability, her movements were laughably slow and riddled with weaknesses. Spatial energy flickered. Before Chun Ying could reach him, invisible walls sealed the surroundings like a cage. Her entire body froze in place, and even trying to move felt like being pierced by 1,000 needles. "What is this?" Lin Xian was stunned. This wasn't time manipulation, it was spatial restriction. Within moments, he too was immobilized. Both of them stood like statues in front of Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, his gaze as cold as ice. "Chuning, I couldn't even bring myself to touch you, yet you went behind my back for him." Chuning gritted her teeth. "That's because you're useless. After all these years together, you didn't even dare to hold my hand." Lin Xian chimed in with mockery. "So what if you're strong now?" Yun Xiaoyu's expression darkened ominously. "In that case, shouldn't I settle what you owe me before we break up?" "You wouldn't dare," Chuning glared at him. "And how exactly are you going to stop me?" The crowd whispered among themselves, some in shock, others egging them on. The tension in the air was palpable. Yun Xiaoyu took slow, deliberate steps toward them. Lin Xian thrashed wildly, but to no avail. "I'll kill you," Lin Xian howled, losing all composure. Chun Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. "Even in death, I won't forgive you." Yun Xiaoyu stood before them, radiating an icy disdain. Complete control of the situation was firmly in his grasp. Chun Ying sobbed uncontrollably, her gaze filled with nothing but hatred. "Scared? You think I'd stoop to that level? Someone like him is better suited for you." Yun Xiaoyu patted Lin Xian's face condescendingly, his tone dripping with contempt. As the words left his mouth, spatial energy formed around his fist. Lin Xian screamed as invisible blades tore into him, blood spilling everywhere as he was hurled backward. "Today, you will pay the price." Yun Xiaoyu raised his hand, a black vortex materializing midair. It expanded rapidly, darkening the sky. Lin Xian, as if stuck in quicksand, couldn't even steady himself. "Spare me. The student council won't let you get away with this." Yun Xiaoyu chuckled coldly. "You steal someone's girlfriend and still dare to threaten me? Who do you think you are?" The black hole advanced, sucking the air out of the vicinity. Lin Xian struggled to breathe, frantically begging for his life. Yun Xiaoyu watched his desperate struggle without emotion. Just as Lin Xian's consciousness began to fade, the black hole suddenly vanished. "Killing you would be too merciful. I want you alive to suffer." A powerful kick sent Lin Xian rolling and screaming in agony on the ground. "Leaving you with your life is my greatest act of mercy. Now scram." Chun Ying was also thrown to the ground amidst the shock waves. Through gritted teeth, she spat, "Tomorrow's combat assessment. You better be ready. The student council will deal with you." Yun Xiaoyu sneered. "I'll be waiting. The real question is whether your young Master Lin will be able to accompany you tonight. Supporting a wailing Lin Xian clutching his groin, Qining stumbled away in disarray. The moment they left, all eyes fell on Yun Xiaoyu. No power-level Yun took down two prodigies without them even being able to fight back. Is this for real? He must have bought some insane weapon at the ability shop. A chubby guy approached enthusiastically. Bro, what kind of treasure did you buy? Can I see? Yun Xiaoyu shot him a glare. Want to end up like Lin Xian? SSS-grade pressure crushed down instantly. The chubby guy paled, nearly collapsing on the spot to beg for mercy. When the aura finally dissipated, Yun Xiaoyu felt the weakness creeping up, his vision spinning faintly. If I keep fighting like this, I'll collapse. Better find a place to rest. SSS-grade Random Awakening System activated. You have obtained an SSS-grade Time Manipulation ability, active until dusk. Today's mission, rank first on the Combat Assessment Leaderboard. Reward, Supreme Celestial Art, Technique. The combat assessment at Jinghai High School was about to begin. The Three Lives Stone Plaza was packed with people. A spot in the top 10 means direct admission to Jinghai Academy of Abilities. Yi Lingyun's already broken through to S-Class. First place is basically his. Yun Xiaoyu overheard the chatter and mentally marked Yi Lingyun as his only rival. Even a nobody dares to show up. Adding more tests, huh? Chun Ying approached with members of the student council. Where's your eunuch boyfriend? Yun Xiaoyu calmly countered. The hospital does free ultrasounds. Since when did you become free too? Chun Ying's face turned an ugly shade of green. During the trials, using abilities is strictly prohibited. You've got 3 days. We'll take our time dealing with you. Just don't get eliminated on the first day. Chun Ying sneered. Don't worry. It's you I'm concerned about lasting that long. Yun Xiaoyu shot back, eyes scanning the crowd. The strongest among them seemed to only be an A-rank light user, not worth mentioning. Suddenly, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Heavenly Criminal Investigation Bureau is here. All eyes shot up to the sky. A woman clad in a sleek black uniform hovered in midair, her presence cold and authoritative, like a judge sentencing criminals from above. She's the heiress of the Juyue family. Wasn't she once the #1 campus beauty here? I never thought I'd see her on an occasion like this. The students erupted in excitement, shouting and craning their necks to get a better look. Even among the revered 4 great families, her arrival signified that this trial would be anything but simple. Yun Xiaoyu frowned inwardly, on high alert. Silence. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it carried the weight of command, and the chaos instantly died down. The principal, Lu Hai, took to the stage. I hereby announce that the hands-on assessment for Jinghai High School officially begins. With a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, a streak of light shot into the giant Trisol stone behind him. The stone shuddered, ascended into the air, and transformed into a massive, ancient stone gate. The Trisol Gate. This combat test will take place in a virtual world, Principal Lu Hai declared. Bringing in external items from ability shops is strictly forbidden. Violators will be disqualified immediately. Upon entry, each participant will receive 3 vials of Trisol water. Gather 20 vials to pass the test. The realm is infested with beasts. If the burden becomes too much, drink the Trisol water. Someone will rescue you. It sounded noble, even protective, but Yun Xiaoyu scoffed to himself. That so-called protection? Likely reserved only for members of the 4 great families. Now, enter the gate. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd surged forward eagerly, vanishing into the stone portal by the dozens. You acting all high and mighty. Why aren't you going in? Qining taunted, blocking Yun Xiaoyu's way. Afraid they'll catch you sneaking in banned abilities? Or maybe you should just drop out. Save yourself the embarrassment. Yun Xiaoyu glanced at her. Hope you can still talk this big once you're inside. With a light leap, he stepped through the gate. The scenery swirled and shifted. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on a colossal platform surrounded by howling winds and deep, unending chasms. The virtual realm was absolute chaos. Participants fought each other as if mad, desperate to secure resources. In the distance, a figure hovered midair, coldly observing the carnage. Yun Xiaoyu recognized the student council emblem on his chest. Yun Xiaoyu. The person's voice was calm, but carried a chilling edge. Yi Lingyun. President, Yun Xiaoyu acknowledged, recognizing him instantly. Yi Lingyun approached deliberately, his gaze fixed like a predator locking onto prey. The tension grew suffocating. "I've heard the rumors," Yi Lingyun remarked flatly, though his tone held subtle menace. "You awakened a divine mythical-type spatial ability. Then you had the audacity to lay hands on student council members. If you can't keep your people in line, don't expect me to help," Yin Xiaoyu retorted, unmoving. "Let's see if you have more than just tough talk." The moment those words fell, Yi Lingyun dove into the fray, launching himself straight into battle. Yin Xiaoyu stayed where he was, quietly observing without taking immediate action. "What? Trying to swoop in and pick up scraps?" A voice sneered from behind. A loud explosion followed as an attack hurtled toward his back. Yun Xiaoyu activated his temporal powers in an instant. Countless clock hands materialized and froze the surrounding space in a moment of eerie stillness. Time manipulation lashed out. His assailant had no opportunity to react before being blasted away by a storm of clock hands. "Staying under the radar doesn't mean I'm powerless," Yun Xiaoyu muttered, taking 2 Trisol water vials from the injured participant without delivering a finisher. "Is that all you've gotten so far? 2 vials? How disappointing," he smirked. Clapping broke his thoughts. Chening was back, flanked by several members of the student council. One A-class user, the rest B-class. Yin Xiaoyu felt nothing but disdain. "Be smart. Hand over your Trisol water," one of them demanded, forming an energy orb in his palm as a threat. "You want them? Come and take them yourself." Cold light coalesced in Yun Xiaoyu's own hand as he prepared a counterattack. "You're just a divine type." "So what?" the leader shouted, teleporting in front of Yun Xiaoyu and swinging his attack down. Light energy manifested into shackles, binding Yun Xiaoyu where he stood. "Is that all you've got?" Yun Xiaoyu smirked. The light orb in his hand morphed into a gleaming sword, slicing through the restraints effortlessly. Pressure surged outward from him, an overwhelming SS-tier force. The leader stumbled backward in fright, his confidence crumbling. "Please, don't kill me," the man begged, trembling, his arrogance instantly replaced with desperate fear. "Hand over your Trisol water," Yun Xiaoyu commanded, leaving no room for negotiation. The aura around Yun Xiaoyu surged violently, filled with killing intent. The man stared blankly, unable to speak. "We can't give it to him," said Chuning coldly as her people dragged the man away. "If you won't give it, will you?" Yun Xiaoyu sneered. "People like you don't deserve to advance." Chun Ying unsheathed an energy sword glowing with power. "You think wielding an A-rank energy sword is enough to beat me? It's more than enough to kill you." Chun Ying charged forward, unleashing her full power. Sword energy erupted, rushing ferociously at Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu stepped forward, releasing a burst of time force. In an instant, the space around them shifted, and countless rotating clock hands appeared, encasing them in an unfamiliar realm. A domain? Impossible. Chun Ying's face turned pale as fear seized her. A domain was believed to be the exclusive ability of S rank and above. Surprised that someone useless like me can open a domain? Yun Xiaoyu hovered midair with an air of absolute dominance. "Who are you really?" Chun Ying's voice trembled. "Didn't learn your lesson last time, huh?" Yun Xiaoyu smirked. The spinning clock hands converged, transforming into a sword of time. The surrounding air thickened as if frozen, the blade's sharpness pressing down upon Chun Ying like an immovable force. Under such overwhelming suppression, Chun Ying couldn't even muster the will to resist. "Hand over the Sansheng water," Yun Xiaoyu commanded coldly. Crushed by the oppressive gaze akin to the Grim Reaper, Chun Ying trembled as she handed over 5 vials of glowing Sansheng water. Smart choice. The oppressing aura dissipated as Yun Xiaoyu put the vials away, then directed her unyielding gaze towards the others. "You all, hand yours over too. And also, I'm confiscating that energy sword." No one dared to speak out. One by one, they threw down their own Sansheng water before fleeing, dragging the defeated Chening with them. Yun Xiaoyu now had 15 vials in his possession, still 10 shy of first place, he muttered to himself, glancing at the leaderboard. The student council president, Yi Lingyun, was at the top. "We've got to pick up the pace." Before he could move, a new group approached, blocking his path. "Boss, looks like we've found someone wandering alone," one of them jeered. Hand over everything you've got, growled their leader, brandishing a massive blade and reeking of hostility. Yun Xiaoyu surveyed them calmly. All were A-rank ability users, not bad, but not good enough. Here to die, are we? The air crackled suddenly, wrath of thunder. A roaring thunderbolt erupted from behind their leader, tearing into the ground as it charged directly at Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu's face remained impassive. Time Force engulfed the sword in his hand. In a flash, sword light surged, intertwining with rippling Time Force, meeting the thunderous assault head-on. Boom! The collision sent shock waves through the air, distorting the fabric of space itself. The Time Force consumed the thunder, spreading through the area and ensnaring their leader. The shadows of countless clock hands manifested around him, spinning wildly. Slowly, painfully, his vitality drained away, his golden hair turning gray, then white, as he aged decades in an instant. Panic overtook the others. Is this mythical-level time abilities? Zhang Yi, another among the group, gasped incredulously. Who could have imagined that the student once deemed a zero-ability failure would so utterly annihilate even the vice-captain of the propaganda department with a single move? You're a cheat, one blurted in disbelief. This is what real power looks like, Yun Xiaoyu retorted coldly. He activated his time domain further, encasing everyone in its crushing, unrelenting pressure. Hand over the Sanxing water, or I take it myself, he demanded, every syllable coated in menace. Zhang Yi sneered. Let's see how strong you really are. Raising his hand, dark energy began to churn, forming a shadowy chaos beast that loomed above him. The oppressive force was suffocating. Yun Xiaoyu, unimpressed, replied flatly, in my time domain, your power is but a fraction of its full strength. As he spoke, multiple fully formed chaos beasts emerged, birthed directly by the time domain itself, and began encircling Zhang Yi's summoned creature. Zhang Yi's expression faltered, turning deathly pale. In the next moment, a deafening crash thundered through the space. The chaos beast Zhang he had labored to summon was torn apart, dissolving instantly into fragments that scattered into nothingness. Zhang Yi coughed violently, spitting blood as time force bound him in place, rendering him utterly immobile. Wretch, he rasped, seething. What shortcut did you find to become this strong so quickly? Are you handing it over or not? Yin Xiaoyu's tone left no room for negotiation. Zhang Yi's eyes burned with hatred, but the harder he struggled, the tighter his binds became, suffocating him under the weight of time force. Left with no other choice, he finally relented. I'll give it up, he snarled, reluctantly tossing over several vials of Sanxing water. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, surrendering theirs as well. Smart kids, Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Now scram. With their loot collected, they fled, hauling Zhang Yi, who glared back with venomous intent in his eyes. After counting his new spoils, now 11 more vials among them, Yun Xiaoyu's score surged, overtaking Yi Lingyun and placing him squarely at the top of the leaderboard. But the triumph was short-lived. As Yun Xiaoyu contemplated snatching a few more easy wins before the exam ended, someone suddenly descended in front of him. Yi Lingyun. The student council president's presence radiated power, his S-rank ability suffusing the air with a suffocating pressure. 3 years in this school, and no one has ever outdone me. You're the first, Yi Lingyun said, his tone as sharp as his gaze. His killing intent was thinly veiled, if at all. Yun Xiaoyu shrugged casually. Then I guess there's only one thing left to do. Let's fight. As his aura skyrocketed, the space around him twisted violently under the weight of time force. But before he could launch an attack, his expression shifted dramatically. You've actually neutralized my time ability? Yi Lingyun advanced, each step unbearably heavy, as if walking directly over Yun Xiaoyu's willpower. You've got talent, I'll give you that, Yi Lingyun said, his voice steady, every word dripping with confidence. But your understanding of ability usage is shallow. Yun Xiaoyu steadied himself, eyes narrowing as he coldly retorted. Even with profound understanding, if you lack absolute power, you still can't defeat me. As Yun Xiaoyu's words fell, he lifted his leg in a fierce kick. A muffled boom echoed as their forces clashed head-on, sending shockwaves ripping through the surroundings. The trees were instantly reduced to dust. A lightning sphere shot out violently, tearing through the air with an aggressive momentum. As the electric glow dimmed, Yi Lingyun's expression grew grim. Time-based abilities are indeed troublesome. To think you actually blocked my attack. Yun Xiaoyu smirked coldly, vanishing in an instant. The very next second, he reappeared behind Yi Lingyun. Time blade. As the blade's intent descended, Yi Lingyun was already braced for the counter. He retaliated with a punch. Their forces collided once again, causing the virtual space to quake violently. Yin Xiaoyu sensed something off. Lightning masked another hidden attribute. Faint violet lightning patterns emerged around Yi Lingyun, binding him like chains. Lightning? Darkness. Yun Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Yi Lingyun spoke coldly. Not just that. Several streams of violet lightning surged forth, dazzlingly brilliant. Yun Xiaoyu dodged swiftly. Light-dark lightning technique. Blue electric currents burst forth from the ground, wrapping tightly around his legs. Yi Lingyun leapt into the air and slammed down with both palms. Immense force rained down, lightning patterns shattered, and dust billowed. Thunder God slash, Thunder God destruction. Thunder roared through the heavens, splitting the sky as bolts of lightning shot downward like a storm. Amid the explosions, the battle reignited. Yun Xiaoyu stood firm in midair, unscathed, a slight smirk on his lips. No wonder you're so confident. Your ability rank is indeed higher than mine. Yi Lingyun stared at him, a trace of admiration in his gaze. Save it. Today, you are destined to lose to me. Yun Xiaoyu's voice faded as his figure flashed in front of Yi Lingyun. A sword materialized from his ability, aiming straight at him. Dark lightning fist. Yi Lingyun swung both fists, their violent energies converging into a beam of lightning that clashed head-on with the sword strike. Booming explosions erupted continuously. Yi Lingyun staggered back several steps, while Yun Xiaoyu remained stationary, utterly unshaken. Impressive, Yi Lingyun remarked with a somber expression. It looks like I won't defeat an upstart like you without going all out. Light-dark thunder god art, divine judgment thunder. His aura surged as he slashed towards the sky. Hundreds of golden lightning bolts descended, crashing toward Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu's face turned serious. He unleashed a flurry of time swords to meet the descending thunder head-on. The deafening explosions rang out again. Golden lightning shattered entirely, but Yun Xiaoyu groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. You managed to hurt me. He wiped the blood away, his gaze turning icy. You don't think I've shown all my cards, do you? Yi Lingyun's expression was equally livid. That strike was one of his most lethal moves, yet it only inflicted light damage. The virtual world is about to shut down, and we still haven't settled this, Yi Lingyun reminded him. Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank. By dusk, his SSS rank ability would disappear, reverting him to a powerless, ordinary target. No more stalling. Yi Lingyun, you can't beat me. Stand down, Yun Xiaoyu said coldly. We finish this today. Yi Lingyun charged forward once more. Without hesitation, Yun Xiaoyu expanded his time domain, completely sealing Yi Lingyun's space. What? An S-rank domain. Yi Lingyun's expression changed drastically. Only then did he realize everything previously had been a mere test. Despite both being S-rank, his mastery over the domain was far inferior to Yun Xiaoyu's. Once the domain unfolded, the outcome was clear. This battle was over from the moment the time domain descended. Yun Xiaoyu, stop. There's no point in continuing. The practical test for today is over. Further fighting is meaningless. A cold female voice echoed from the virtual world skies. Yun Xiaoyu looked up and recognized the figure. The arbiter of heaven's judgment. Immediately, he retracted his domain's power. As the judge of the examination, her authority was absolute. Day 1 of the practical assessment. First place, Yun Xiaoyu. Second place, Yi Lingyun. As her words settled, both of them ceased fighting. My apologies, President Yi, but I'll be taking first place today, Yun Xiaoyu remarked with an infuriating grin. Yi Lingyun's face turned stormy. This is just day 1. Tomorrow and the day after, just watch. I'll make you regret it. Having held the title for years, he was unwilling to accept being dethroned by an unknown underdog with zero ability. Let's see if you can back that tough talk tomorrow. Yun Xiaoyu swiftly departed the virtual world. Wait, Yun Xiaoyu. Congratulations, Player Yun Xiaoyu, on securing first place in day 1 of the practical assessment. Reward, Supreme Celestial Technique. Delivered. The moonlight was cool, casting shifting shadows as Yun Xiaoyu leaned against a tree and opened the scripture. Only a single page contained words in the entire book. He frowned. System glitch? Yun Xiaoyu not going home? What are you? Suddenly interrupted. What are you doing? A voice came from behind. Yun Xiaoyu wasn't surprised. Ever since he left the virtual space, he had sensed someone following him. Unfortunately, his time-related ability had already ceased to work. Good evening, Lunar Judgmenter. He turned around, his eyes meeting Juya Lilac under the moonlight. The power you just used, it's a mythical level time ability, isn't it? Her gaze was sharp and piercing. Never thought you could awaken such an advanced power. I didn't awaken any ability. Yin Xiaoyu shrugged nonchalantly. You think I'd believe that? Juya Lilac sneered coldly. If you're so powerful, why hide? Why act like a useless nobody and let others humiliate you? Because I genuinely have no abilities. He sighed, unfazed. Is there anything else? At that moment, there truly wasn't even the slightest trace of any abilities aura on him. Still playing tough, huh? Juya Lilac's aura suddenly intensified. An SS-level pressure crashed down on him instantly, way stronger than anything Yun Xiaoyu had experienced from Yi Lingyun. Even the air seemed to grow heavier. Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank. He wanted to play the fool and bide his time. But now he really seemed like the fool. If you're going to make a move, just do it already. He closed his eyes, awaiting her attack. Why aren't you fighting back? Juya Lilac didn't strike. Instead, she stared at him, her voice laced with curiosity. Why aren't you resisting? I don't have any abilities. Fighting back would be pointless. You're gambling, aren't you? Yun Xiaoyu stayed silent. How about joining the Celestial Bureau of Investigation? It was only after these words did Yun Xiaoyu understand. She had been tailing him all along for this. The Celestial Bureau of Investigation was backed by the 4 great families of Jinghai. He had offended plenty of their offspring during the recent rounds of evaluations. There was no way he could fend them off alone. If he wanted to climb higher, he'd need to find powerful allies. So what's the catch for me to join the Celestial Bureau of Investigation? Yun Xiaoyu let out a dry chuckle. A place like that? Regular folks wouldn't even dream of getting in. So how could it be free of strings attached? Do our work. Complete our missions. Juya Lilac kept it brief. You don't have the aura of an ability user, no matter what trick you're using to hide it. The trial is simple. Use this sword and take first place in the upcoming field combat. She tossed a long sword to the ground by his feet. And that's it. Yun Xiaoyu picked up the rusty blade, his expression full of disdain. This is your ticket to joining the Juya squad. She turned to leave. This sword, it's your destined blade, isn't it? Yun Xiaoyu suddenly said. The contract on it. It's waiting for someone to break it before you can sign it, right? Her steps faltered, her expression flickering for just a moment. Do what I've asked you to. Leaving those words behind, she walked off without looking back. Yun Xiaoyu stared at the worn sword in his hands, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. The next second, the heavenly immortal art within him suddenly surged to life. A faint glow emitted from his wrist, as if something was coursing through his flesh and blood. The light quickly faded, but in that instant, Yun Xiaoyu clearly felt an unusual energy stir within him. SSS tier cultivation technique, no doubt about it. Even the slightest trace of its aura can awaken an ability. He furrowed his brows. This technique was far more extraordinary than he anticipated. The first page of its manual seemed to be just scratching the surface. Never mind. Let's focus on fully mastering this page first. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to immerse himself fully in the heavenly immortal art. Time ticked by. Slowly, his consciousness was drawn in deeper until something yanked his spirit into another realm. Suddenly, boom, his spiritual world violently trembled. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes snapped open, his gaze as sharp as a blade, locking onto a far-off disturbance. In the distance, turbulent air swirled as a white figure fled in panic. What is that? Frowning, Yun Xiaoyu immediately gave chase. It didn't take long to catch up. The figure was thin, disheveled, and dressed in tattered clothes, as though they'd just escaped from a battlefield. Who are you? Yun Xiaoyu's voice was icy, his killing intent unrestrained. The figure halted and slowly turned around. Yun Xiaoyu's pupils contracted sharply. The face staring back at him was identical to his own, down to the last detail. Even their aura was indistinguishable. Who the hell are you? Every muscle in his body tensed, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The man smiled faintly. I'm you. Don't forget, this is your spiritual world. Yun Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't even fully mastered the heavenly immortal art, yet his spiritual world could already manifest another version of himself. The current you struggles with an S-rank ability user. What will you do when faced with someone even stronger? Huh? How do you plan to survive? The man's tone dripped with mockery. Before Yun Xiaoyu could react, the man's figure flickered, transforming into a flame of soul fire, floating midair. This is my soul fire. Yun Xiaoyu barely had time to process before the flame surged into his body. His soul trembled violently. It felt as though two forces were merging completely. Deep inside, something tore apart, and a surge of energy exploded outward. At this moment, he felt as if he controlled everything. Ah! He roared out loud. The mental world collapsed with a deafening crash. When his eyes opened again, he was back in the small forest under the cover of night. Morning already? So fast. SSS class daily random awakening system activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS class dual light and darkness abilities. Validity until today's dusk. Today's mission: secure first place in combat assessment to unlock page 2 of the Heavenly Immortal Sutra. The system alert echoed in his ears. Dual SSS class traits. Yun Xiaoyu's heart raced, but the next moment, he frowned. The power of time in his left hand and the force of space in his right. In theory, it was overwhelmingly strong, but something felt off. Forget it. He exhaled deeply. No matter what, he was now a dual ability user. First, to the combat assessment. The Lifestone Plaza was packed with people, all waiting for today's combat test. Boom. Thunder slammed the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down violently across the plaza. Yun Xiaoyu's head snapped upward. The clouds roiled, and streaks of lightning crisscrossed in the roaring heavens. It was as if something terrifying was brewing. Students, the first day of combat assessments has concluded. On the plaza, Principal Lu Hai walked up to the elevated platform. Zhu Dingxiang stood to one side on the platform. Yun Xiaoyu fixed his eyes on her and muttered under his breath, "Do you really want me to join the Celestial Forensic Bureau?" First place, Senior Class 3, Yun Xiaoyu. Lu Hai forcefully pulled out a smile, but his voice trembled. A student not from the four great families, beating everyone else. The results sent the crowd into uproar. Yun Xiaoyu? Isn't he that zero ability values loser? First place? That has to be a joke. Must have cheated. He's a VIP at the ability shop, after all. Chatter filled the air. Yun Xiaoyu merely stretched, not bothering to explain. Others might refuse to believe in his comeback, but with the system on his side, growing stronger was too easy. Now announcing the rules for Day 2's test. Event: weather the heavenly lightning. The clouds above you, those are your testing grounds. The number of lightning strikes you withstand represents your talent level. Rankings range from S to D and will be recorded by the dean. The assessment begins now. The crowd quickly formed a line, tension palpable. I heard they're cracking down on cheating this year. Outside help means immediate disqualification. Not worried, I didn't cheat. The speaker kept stealing glances at Yun Xiaoyu, making their implication all too clear. Yun Xiaoyu paid no attention. Well, if it isn't Prince Cheater himself. Why are you so quiet now? Chun Ying swaggered over, voice dripping with sarcasm. All those steps you took yesterday, busy with some shady dealings, huh? Yun Xiaoyu glanced at her, then swept his gaze over the group of boys at her side. Watch your mouth. Chun Ying's face darkened. Last time, you survived because you got lucky with the timer. This time won't be so easy. Yun Xiaoyu said flatly. We'll see about that. He never feared threats. Let the heavenly lightning test begin. The dean's command echoed. The clouds churned violently, lightning shooting down into the crowd. Everyone waited, nerves stretched taut. First up, Chun Ying. Let's see the cheater crash and burn. Chun Ying sauntered up to the Lifestone platform confidently. Watch closely, losers. This is real strength. She raised her head toward the sky, eyes cold and unyielding. Lightning descended. Boom, boom, boom. 9 consecutive strikes came crashing down. Her body cracked open, blood splattering, nearly falling apart, but she stayed standing. She can really take a hit, Yin Xiaoyu murmured. I swear, next time I'm reborn, the first person I'll kill is you. Chen Ying hissed through clenched teeth. Reborn? You? Laughable. Yin Xiaoyu sneered. Chen Ying, 9 strikes, grade A, announced the dean. She finally exhaled in relief. Next up, Yin Xiaoyu. Looks like it's the cheater's turn. He's just there to put on a show. I bet he won't withstand even one strike. Amidst the taunts, Yun Xiaoyu stepped onto the platform. One thought only filled his mind. Make them shut up. The first bolt of lightning tore through the heavens and fell directly on him. The entire mountain range trembled. His bones screamed, threatening to shatter. He bit down hard, enduring it. The lightning exploded, sending smoke rolling everywhere. Got toasted, didn't he? Serves him right. Finally rid of him. Laughter erupted. Chen Ying smirked smugly. But before the smoke could clear, a second strike descended. The ordeal lasted over 10 minutes. Yet no body appeared. Where is he? Did he get reduced to dust? In the thick haze, a figure slowly stood upright. He's still alive? This has to be a joke. Even Chen Ying stared in disbelief. Turned pale. 10 minutes, at least 20 strikes of lightning. How is that possible? How could a useless person withstand over 20 lightning tribulations? Yun Xiaoyu, confirmed signs of life, withstood a total of 25 lightning tribulations, but evidence of cheating was found. The results are invalid. The moment the director of education finished speaking, the crowd erupted. A supposed loser with no ability value. How could he survive 20 lightning tribulations? Haha, I told you he cheated. This kind of trash dares to take the test? Ridiculous. Yun Xiaoyu, do you realize the consequences of cheating? The director's voice was icy. Due to your cheating, the school will revoke all your subsidies and you're no longer qualified to attend classes. Yun Xiaoyu said nothing. Be smart and leave on your own, or the school won't hold back, Chen Ying sneered. She was certain that, just having survived the tribulations, Yun Xiaoyu was already beyond his limit and wouldn't make it out alive. Still here? You think you can walk out alive? Yun Xiaoyu raised his eyes to look at her, then suddenly smiled. It was a smile so cold it sent shivers down her spine. Chen Ying felt a twist of unease inside. How could someone who had endured so much lightning still have such a gaze? Could it be he was truly of the lightning element? But before, he had clearly been time type. Time had nothing to do with lightning. Even for a top-tier element, this level of power was absurd. The proctor overseeing the situation, Zhuyu Dingxiang, frowned as well. Yun Xiaoyu didn't seem like someone gravely injured. Yun Xiaoyu, what are you planning? Curious why I could withstand those lightning tribulations. His tone was calm. Stop bluffing, your tricks can't fool anyone. Chen Ying sneered again. Chen Ying, he said suddenly, voice chilling, you deserve to die. The moment those words dropped, his eyes darkened deeply, like two bottomless abyss. His sleeves shredded, scattering into ash. He's up to some witchcraft again. Step back. What's with his eyes? Why did their color change? Everyone was fixated on him. Chen Ying's unease amplified rapidly. Could it be he really had awakened? No, this wasn't right. None of this made any sense. Yun Xiaoyu, don't be reckless. I'm the eldest daughter of the Chen family. But he paid no attention. On his skin, black trail-like marks emerged, gathering in an instant into a dark, raging lightning. He struck with his fist. Lightning blasted forward, heading straight for Chen Ying. Boom. A crushing aura swept through. Chen Ying froze on the spot, too terrified even to move until she tightly shut her eyes, thinking it was over for her. With a deafening sound, someone stepped in to take the hit for her. President Yi? Gasps and murmurs swept the crowd. Some praised him as a gallant hero, while others boasted they'd have done the same, only to be immediately called out as liars. Yi Lingyun spoke nonchalantly, his tone haughty. Yun Xiaoyu, isn't attacking your classmates a bit much? Yun Xiaoyu chuckled coldly. You think I need powers to deal with the likes of you? The entire place fell silent. No one dared display such arrogance directly in the face of the education director. The director condemned him furiously. Yun Xiaoyu, how dare you? Yun Xiaoyu shot back with a question. You're accusing me? You tamper with my results and compromise the fairness of the assessment. That's not going too far. Others accused him of using trickery. Yun Xiaoyu retorted, if you've got evidence, show it. If not, shut your mouth. He turned his attention to the education director. Do you have proof? The director couldn't respond, but those in the crowd were still unconvinced. Impossible for a loser to survive a lightning trial. Chuning gritted her teeth, refusing to believe. Zhu Dingxiang intervened, trying to diffuse the tension. She suggested they retest him once he recovered. But objections were raised. If we wait for him to recover, what if he cheats again? If you're going to test him now. She looked at the exhausted Yun Xiaoyu, utterly certain in her mind that he couldn't hold on. Then Yi Lingyun spoke. I'll test first, then let him take the stage. The crowd hesitated but eventually relented, giving him face. After all, the Yi family was a force to be reckoned with. Since the president himself has spoken, let's give the guy one more shot. The uproar died down gradually. Yi Lingyun glanced at Zhu Dingxiang, smirking. Though she was unwilling, she swallowed it down. The Yi family wasn't just any family. They were one of the 4 great houses, the strongest of them all. Even the school principal would tread lightly around Yi Lingyun, treating him with courtesy. After you, Yun Xiaoyu, Yi Lingyun said with an air of superiority. Likewise, Yun Xiaoyu replied lightly, watching as Yi Lingyun climbed onto the stage. Then, he simply closed his eyes to meditate. Standing before the trial platform, Yi Lingyun began forming intricate seals with his hands. Symbols glowed in his palms, and 3 layers of abilities surged within him, forming mystic patterns over his skin. With a rumble, tribulation clouds gathered overhead. Above him, purple lightning converged, forming into an enormous sphere positioned to challenge the trial from above. He's planning to take on the tribulation head-on. That courage is wild. Whispers and exclamations rippled through the audience. An average A-rank ability user could handle, at most, 5 strikes of tribulation. Anything more would result in a backlash from the natural laws, utterly obliterating the person. Survivability beyond that? Impossible. It's all about raw strength. Thunder Flash. Yi Lingyun shouted lowly. The entire lightning tribulation platform was swallowed by a purple-gold thunderlight, rolling like a sea of thunder, intimidating all who dared look. Yun Xiaoyu opened his eyes, his expression grave. Yi Lingyun's level was lower than his, but Yi possessed a deep foundation and handled the tribulation with enviable ease. In the next moment, Yi Lingyun flashed toward the thunderball, raised his hand to summon lightning, and pushed forward with both palms. Boom! The thunder tribulation exploded, and the burst of purple light swept across the air. Crack! A silver thunder snake, as thick as a massive pillar, shot out from the purple light, exuding a terrifying aura. Behind Yi Lingyun, 9 thunder shadows emerged, matching the form of the silver snake, amplifying his might. He broke through. Yun Xiaoyu immediately sensed the aura, an increase of 90 points into his S-rank capacity. Yi Lingyun had forcibly elevated his level using the power of the tribulation. Yi family's methods were as terrifying as ever. Lightning tribulation concluded. The overseer announced the results. Yi Lingyun survived 90 strikes of the lightning tribulation. Level SS rank. The entire venue filled with the sound of astonished gasps. 90 strikes? That's beyond absurd. Even seeing it with my own eyes feels unreal. And what about that cheating loser? How many strikes do you think he can handle? Probably not even a single one. Yun Xiaoyu had almost recovered. He stood silently in place, his thoughts heavy. Yi Lingyun's performance greatly exceeded his expectations. So, Yi Lingyun truly is Yi family's prized successor. Even I only managed to withstand 70 strikes back in my day, murmured Zhu Dingxiang, her expression tense. Yun Xiaoyu clenched his fists. He was determined to surpass Yi Lingyun. Use the sword I gave you. It can help you. Zhu Dingxiang placed all her hope on him. The Yi family, however, had tampered with the system, branding him a cheater. It was clear now that Yi Lingyun's tribulation had been intentionally weakened. The Yi family's ruthless tactics included stealing abilities from others and forcibly grafting them onto their own descendants. With such treachery, it was no wonder they wielded unchecked power within the Heavenly Law Investigation Bureau. Yun Xiaoyu, it's your turn. Yi Lingyun sneered. Yun Xiaoyu stepped onto the lightning tribulation platform, and the moment his foot touched it, his body froze in numbing pain. It didn't take long for him to figure it out. Yi Lingyun had sabotaged the platform. Use the sword. This isn't going to be an easy fight, Zhu Dingxiang warned. Yun Xiaoyu steadied his breath. Taking his blood blade, he slashed aggressively toward the thunderball. The thunderball exploded, scattering streaks of lightning everywhere. But his hand trembled from the sheer force of it. Yi Lingyun, you want to play dirty? Fine, I'll play till the very end. Within Yun Xiaoyu surged a peculiar, ineffable power. The second page of the heavenly immortal cultivation technique had been activated. The humming of his blade echoed throughout the plaza. A massive lotus-shaped sword aura bloomed behind him. He charged toward the thunderclouds. Thunder Dragon Break. A blue dragon roared and descended from above. The scarlet sheen of Yun's blade met it head-on. With a deafening crash, the dragon shattered into countless fragments, transforming into falling thunderballs. Yun Xiaoyu, undeterred, launched quick strikes to break the remaining thunderballs, redirecting the damage and preventing harm to the spectators. You still won't give up? Sneered Yi Lingyun as his spear's shadow pointed straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Give up? In your dreams. A fiery, chaotic surge erupted from Yun Xiaoyu's body. Black flames ignited across his frame, his energy climbing to an uncontrollable fever pitch. Fine scales crawled up his arms, and bloody light flickered in his eyes. In the next second, Yun Xiaoyu charged forward, almost like a dragon in human form, crashing head-on into the spear. Foolish move. Yi Lingyun twisted into a smirk, sweeping his spear in retaliation. The thunder dragon grew gigantic, roaring as it lunged at Yun Xiaoyu. Boom. The two clashed directly. The dragon opened its mouth, releasing a lightning beam thick as a barrel, which hurtled down menacingly. This all you've got? Yi Lingyun, you're done for. Yun Xiaoyu shouted, his low voice resonating. Grand Void Sword Will. Gripping his sword tightly with both hands, he slashed with unrelenting force. The sword aura solidified into an overwhelming cascade of sword intent, surging forward like a tide that engulfed and dismantled the thunder dragon. Bang! 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 The thunder dragon shattered under the relentless sword blasts, scattering into remnants of electric light. How is this possible? The color drained from Yi Lingyun's face. His S-rank lightning technique, demolished by a single sword strike. Even trash dares to show off. Yun Xiaoyu taunted coldly. Yi Lingyun stood there, speechless with fury. The lightning tribulation faded. Tribulation's over. You lost, Yun Xiaoyu stated calmly. Without hesitation, Zhu Dingxiang declared. Yun Xiaoyu persevered through 100 strikes of the lightning tribulation. Rating, SSS rank. Results inspected and valid. The crowd erupted in disbelief. No way. 100 strikes. This is too insane. At the edges of the venue, Yi Lingyun's face turned as dark as stormy skies. Not only had his efforts failed to sabotage, but now the backlash of Yun Xiaoyu's counterattack had left him with internal injuries as well. Grinding his teeth, the overseer declared, Yun Xiaoyu, you've passed. Thank you, replied Yun Xiaoyu, bowing respectfully to the audience below. Chun Ying's expression soured as jealousy boiled within. She thought she'd see him humiliated, only to witness him claim the spotlight and redefine dominance. Guess luck's on your side, she spat. Yun Xiaoyu's response was understated. If you're not convinced, try again. I'll make you realize the difference between us, she bit back, sticking to her pride. Looking forward to it, Yun Xiaoyu replied, a sly grin playing on his lips. With the climax concluded, the remaining trials barely held any excitement or interest. Without wasting another moment, Yun Xiaoyu left the persistent stone plaza. The first-place ranking was already in his grasp. Rather than lingering around for mere theatrics, his priorities were clear, keep growing stronger. He stepped out of the square. He arrived at an extremely remote mountain range and decided to seclude himself here. In the valley, supernatural beasts roamed wildly. He casually caught one as food. After filling his stomach, Yun Xiaoyu sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Clear and sharp sword energy surged from his body, with a fierce aura. Once he entered meditation, all living beings around retreated, not daring to approach. The mighty void sword energy swept through his consciousness, plunging him into a spiritual space. Before his eyes appeared a magnificent palace, dazzling with golden light, jade covering the floors, exquisitely luxurious to the extreme. You've finally come. In the center of the palace, the ghostly figure of a woman in a white dress stood silently. Her form was fleeting, her face blurred, impossible to discern clearly. Who are you? Yin Xiaoyu asked cautiously. The woman smiled faintly, offering no answer, only coldly asked, "Here to fulfill your promise?" "What promise? For tens of thousands of years, you've still been this rogue." That voice shook him deeply, familiar, yet he couldn't recall where it came from. "Have you forgotten the contract from back then?" Her tone was authoritative. Yun Xiaoyu frowned, her mind completely blank. "Don't play dumb." The woman sneered coldly. "Do we know each other?" She sighed softly. "This is the inside of the Sword of Contract, the place where you and I swore our oath. It seems you really have forgotten everything." Her anger spilled out uncontrollably. "We not only know each other." She trembled with rage. "You foolish bird." Heartbreaker. Yun Xiaoyu felt a sinking sensation in her heart, vaguely guessing that old debts had come knocking. "Could it be that you've mistaken someone else?" He said with a bitter smile. "Yun Xiaoyu, even if you turn to dust, I will still recognize you. Back then, we were together, but you completely forgot me." She gritted her teeth, filled with overwhelming hatred. "Since you don't remember, I'll return the Tai Su sword intent to you, and you can recall it yourself." As the words fell, a surge of power suddenly poured in. The intense pain exploded in an instant. His mind roared, consciousness churning, as if being torn into pieces. It felt as if his soul was violently split apart, the pain unbearable. Yun Xiaoyu could barely stand. Am I going to die? Only one thought remained in Yun Xiaoyu's mind. No, I just reincarnated. How can I die now? The sharp pain tore at his consciousness. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay alive. He struggled to open his eyes, and a white light appeared. A cyan crystal hovered in front of him. He grabbed it, but couldn't summon any strength at all. The next moment, a silver light exploded on his forehead, and golden runes descended from the sky, enveloping him. Strange fluctuations poured into his body, reviving both life and power simultaneously. This is the complete version of the Taishu sword intent. Being able to sense the Taishu sword intent, and you still dare to deny it? Heartless traitor. The voice of the woman in white was icy and piercing. Yun Xiaoyu hurriedly spoke. Wait, I really don't remember you. Pretending to be ignorant? Go to the Jinghai Psychic Academy, beneath Daming Lake, and see the oath you swore to me. As her words fell, she transformed into ribbons that wrapped around his wrist. If you dare to have any treacherous thoughts, I'll tear you to pieces. Yin Xiaoyu gave a bitter smile and agreed. In the next moment, the valley scene reappeared. He suppressed his emotions. To enter Jinghai Ability Academy, he had to pass the assessment as soon as possible. Inside this broken sword, there was actually a monster from thousands of years ago. Looking at the broken sword again, the patterns had become orderly, and a hidden power surged. Blue ethereal light flowed, and the tentacles were icy cold, as if they had come alive. Ring ring. The crisp sound of a bell suddenly rang in his ears. Yun Xiaoyu's vision blurred, and an ancient palace appeared in his mind. In the center of the hall stood a ferocious statue of a mythical beast, its black fur bristling, its copper bell-like eyes staring fixedly at him. A chill surged up his spine, but Yun Xiaoyu forcibly suppressed it. Who are you? An imposing, deep male voice exploded directly in his mind. You ran into my mind, and you still ask who I am? Yun Xiaoyu spoke calmly, showing no sign of backing down. The response was a burst of mocking laughter. Bold of you, daring to speak to me like that. This is my divine consciousness space. Why wouldn't I dare? Yun Xiaoyu countered. Arrogant. You're just relying on your SSS-level supernatural power. I am the supreme king of the ancient demon realm. The voice was extremely arrogant, also carrying a scrutinizing tone. The four words, ancient demon realm, made Yun Xiaoyu's heart tremble, but he still sneered coldly. Afraid of you? If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't be called Yun Xiaoyu. The man was stunned, then suddenly understood. So, you are me from another universe. Yun Xiaoyu instantly became excited. Didn't expect you to be doing so well. You really make me proud. I, the king, hold the lives of billions in my hands. Life and death are decided by a single thought. The man spoke with disdain. Unlike you, still trapped by love. Yun Xiaoyu almost spat blood on the spot. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. He said coldly, since you're lodged in my mind, you have to help when I'm in trouble. Depends on my mood. As soon as the words fell, the consciousness space instantly returned to silence. Hey, do you think this is your home? You come and go as you please. The man ignored him. He came back to his senses and looked up at the sky. The red sun was rising. Yun Xiaoyu smiled. The day has finally broken. At this moment, the system voice sounded. SSS-level random superpower system activated. Congratulations on obtaining the dual abilities of time and space. Valid until dusk. Today's task. Secure first place on the third day assessment to unlock the third page of Tai Pin Tian Xianju. Half an hour later, he appeared at Jinghai High School. There were fewer than 100 people left in the square. The Thunder Tribulation test yesterday eliminated half the people. Juyue Dingxiang appeared to remind. If you want to know the secret of that sword, then seize the title of new king. The four great families will all compete, and the slots are probably already decided. Yun Xiaoyu smiled faintly. The things I set my eyes on, no one can snatch away. She vanished like green smoke. Yun Xiaoyu, why have you come again? Chening walked over with Lin Xian. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Miss Chun is also here to join the fun. Lin Xian said coldly. Trash, still dare to compete. You weren't convinced last time, don't hide this time. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze was cold. Beat me, and I'll drop out. Lin Xian's face darkened. Dropping out is too easy. I want you to admit publicly that you have no abilities and only won because you cheated, then kneel and wipe my shoes. The air froze instantly. Yun Xiaoyu squinted, murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Lin Xian stared hard at Yun Xiaoyu, his eyes full of cruelty. But Yun Xiaoyu smiled calmly, as if nothing mattered. I still can't handle you, this useless trash. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and spoke harshly. Yun Xiaoyu shrugged. The only result will be your defeat. Quite a bold claim. Lin Xian sneered coldly. Yun Xiaoyu was too lazy to bother with him anymore and walked straight to the center of the square. On the Sanxing stone platform, Principal Lu Hai, Vice Principal Chen Xiai, and School Committee Director Yi Qingyun sat solemnly, flanked by members of the Tiandao Criminal Investigation Bureau, among whom was Juyue Lilac. The school announced that the first-place newcomer king could directly enter Jinghai Academy of Abilities. The matchups are decided by drawing lots, with the same numbers facing each other. The Criminal Investigation Bureau attaches great importance to it and will personally watch and guide. Yun Xiaoyu felt a sinking feeling in his heart, sensing that something was not simple. A voice came into his mind. That girl from the Juyue family has been staring at you all along. He did not respond. The competition began, with 150 people divided into 6 groups, each selecting one person to advance to the finals. Yun Xiaoyu drew number 1 in the 3rd group, facing number 1 in the 4th group. Number 1 of group 3 versus number 1 of group 4. Yun Xiaoyu went on stage without hesitation. The boy opposite shouted his name as soon as he came up. Yun Xiaoyu. You know me? The most famous zero-ability loser in the whole school. Who doesn't know? My sister even mentioned you. Got you into the Criminal Investigation Bureau. From the Juyue family? Juyue Xinghai. Let me see what you're capable of. Before the words were out, he transformed into a blazing flame and rushed forward. The flames surged, distorting the air wherever they passed. These flames could melt steel and stone. Touching them meant destruction. Yun Xiaoyu slowly raised both hands. The power of time and space gathered in his palms. He gave a gentle push. The flames turned into a massive meteorite, fiercely crashing into Juyue Star Sea. With a loud bang, he was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. He got up, his face full of shock. His own supernatural ability, actually suppressed? That useless person he looked down on, actually able to counter him? Juyue Xinghai forced himself to steady his emotions and struck again. A punch headed straight for Yun Xiaoyu. I want to see just how capable you are. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, meeting the attack with both palms. With a loud bang, the two collided head-on. Juyue Xinghai was once again pushed back. His face turned ashen. He was an A-level psychic, yet he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Yun Xiaoyu spoke calmly. Your ability is good, but it can't break through my dual restraints of time and space. Give up. Don't make things difficult for me in front of your sister. Saying this, he looked toward Jiyue Dingxiang. Being distracted in battle is a taboo. Jing Xinghai drew the sword from the Heavenly Dao Criminal Investigation Bureau, flames entwining the blade, and struck straight down. Yun Xiaoyu dodged swiftly, his expression turning cold. He realized that the other party was serious this time. All right, then I'll go along with you. The contract sword was unsheathed. Jiyue Xinghai was stunned. This is my sister's sword? How do you have it? If you win me, then I'll tell you. Yun Xiaoyu spoke calmly. Jiyue Xinghai's anger grew even fiercer. The next moment, white light burst from the sword. Taishu's sword intent. A sword strike pierced out, and the world changed color. Sword energy spread everywhere, shaking the entire scene. The crowd erupted in noise. He had actually comprehended the Taishu sword intent. Jiyue Xinghai squinted. Looks like I have to show my true skills. A purple sword light soared into the sky. Thunder Dragon Slash. The sound of thunder exploded, the sword momentum like a dragon. Two sword intents collided head-on, the shockwave sweeping the surroundings. As the light faded, Jiyue Xinghai's robe was disheveled. He stared intently at Yun Xiaoyu. I underestimated you. But today, don't think you can walk out alive. As the words fell, he charged out fiercely. His arm muscles bulged, pressing down like an iron tower. He leapt up, raising his right leg high, smashing down fiercely with the force of a gale. Oh my god, the speed of Jiyue Xinghai is actually this fast. The audience erupted in a commotion. Yun Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smile. Thunder Dragon Slash. Jiyue Xinghai roared angrily, his right leg fiercely chopping down, shaking the ring. Yun Xiaoyu crossed his arms, motionless. This kick landed without even touching the corner of his clothing. He just sneered coldly. The next second, he raised both hands. Jiyue Xinghai was lifted off the ground by an invisible force. His expression changed drastically, desperately grabbing the railing to avoid being thrown away. But Yun Xiaoyu struck again, exerting the forces of time and space simultaneously. Jiyue Xinghai was blasted away. The whole audience erupted. What's going on? Jiyue Xinghai is being suppressed. How did he do it? Jiyue Xinghai gritted his teeth and attacked again. Yun Xiaoyu casually blocked it. After two moves, Jiyue Xinghai retreated several steps, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Jiyue Xinghai lost. The people of the Jiyue family turned pale. The entire battle was absurdly fast. Can't see clearly at all. Someone shook their head. He's a genius of the Jiyue sect, and yet he lost. How strong is Yun Xiaoyu really? Jiyue Xinghai's face flushed bright red, unable to accept it. You lost. Yun Xiaoyu spoke in a calm tone. If you're weak, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, then don't take the stage. Jiyue Xinghai could no longer stand up. Yun Xiaoyu waved his hand, signaling Jiyue Dingxiang to take him away. First match, Yun Xiaoyu wins. In the following matches, he won while observing. The disciples of the four great clans were all quite ordinary. Only Yi Lingyun was slow to appear. What was he hiding? Yun Xiaoyu used the power of space-time, yet couldn't detect his aura. First group number 15 versus second group number 15. The referee announced loudly. Yun Xiaoyu nearly fell asleep. This announcement woke him up. The next moment, a powerful aura approached. Yi Lingyun. He looked up. The black-clad youth slowly ascended the stage. The girls in the audience instantly burst into excitement. Senior Yi is so handsome. My ideal type. Yun Xiaoyu stared at him, her gaze serious. His aura is even stronger than before. This kid is not simple. The voice of the Supreme King echoed in the mind. Can you tell how much he's hiding? Yun Xiaoyu asked. He carries women's blood essence, along with a stench of decay. He's been tainted by dark sorcery. Dark sorcery? What is that? It's a corrupted form of supernatural ability from your world. Dark sorcerers sustain witch parasites inside them by absorbing women's essence, gaining strength this way. Yun Xiaoyu's expression darkened. He came at me. Once tainted by demonic witchcraft, the evil spirit inside can never be shaken off. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. It sounds fierce, just the chance to see for myself. On the arena, Yi Lingyun raised his hand and cupped his fist. Yi Lingyun, please guide me. Lu Feng, greetings Chairman Yi. Just as the words fell, Yi Lingyun moved, moving so fast that only afterimages remain. The crowd below couldn't see clearly at all. A strong gust of wind suddenly pressed down. Lu Feng's expression changed, and he blocked with both arms. The next moment, intense pain exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood directly. Yun Xiaoyu's heart jolted. Without using time and space abilities to lock the trajectory, it was impossible to keep up. The demonic sorcery made him soar to this level, at least SS rank. On stage, Lu Feng gritted his teeth. Then I won't hold back either. He waved his hand, condensing his supernatural power into a giant sword. The sword's might caused the air to tremble. Yi Lingyun sneered. Just a show. A strand of black lightning appeared in his palm. Yun Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Using demonic witchcraft right from the start, he wants to assert his authority. Lightning roared out. The explosion shook the sky. Black thunder detonated. The psychic sword shook violently, almost shattering. In the next moment, Yi Lingyun disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Lu Feng. In his hand appeared a thunder spear, its light dazzling. The gun barrel pointed straight at his chest. Lu Feng's pupils constricted sharply, and he retreated hastily. But as soon as he moved, the dark aura had him locked in place. The black energy surged, completely engulfing him. Lu Feng's face turned pale, his breathing labored. Yi Lingyun demanded coldly, "Is this your trump card?" Lu Feng gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely. Yi Lingyun nodded coldly, letting him try all he wanted. Before the words fell, the black power transformed into lightning, instantly breaking through the defense and fiercely striking Lu Feng's chest. Lu Feng was racked with unbearable pain, blood spurting wildly. Red energy exploded from within him, desperately protecting his entire body, but it was soon devoured by the dark force. He seemed to be falling into an abyss, his internal powers leaking out wildly, completely out of control. Yi Lingyun warned coldly, telling him not to bring trouble upon himself. Under the terrifying pressure, Lu Feng could barely stand. At the critical moment, Juyue Dingxiang intervened, forcing Yi Lingyun back with a sword and saving Lu Feng. She bluntly said this was a duel, not murder. A flash of killing intent appeared in Yi Lingyun's eyes, but he still turned and left. Lu Feng was still shaken and repeatedly expressed his thanks. Juyue Dingxiang responded calmly, saying it was her duty. Yun Xiaoyu clearly saw that Yi Lingyun had just used demonic witchcraft to absorb Lu Feng's supernatural power, feeding the evil spirit inside him. He secretly asked for a way to break the spell. The other party reminded him that the evil spirit belongs to darkness and can only be fought with pure power. Yun Xiaoyu decided to try using the Taishu sword intent, although he was uncertain inside. The other party even solemnly asked him to change his address to King Wang, which left him speechless with anger. The final referee announced Yi Lingyun as the winner. The first round ended, leaving 75 people remaining. With an odd number of participants, one person must have a bye. If that person comes from one of the 4 great families, it would make sense for them to go directly to the finals. And that person could only be Yi Lingyun. Yun Xiaoyu looked at him. Yi Lingyun also stared at Yun Xiaoyu, his gaze greedy, as if looking at prey. As expected, the rules were announced. Because Yi Lingyun had no opponent, he directly advanced to the finals. No one in the audience objected. Everything proceeded smoothly. Yi Lingyun came from one of the 4 great families and was the student council president at school, widely recognized for his strength. The first match of the qualifiers, Yun Xiaoyu versus Lin Xian. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Lin Xian leapt onto the stage, his expression arrogant. "See you again, little trash." His face was full of contempt. Yun Xiaoyu smiled faintly, but his gaze was chillingly cold. "It is quite a coincidence. If you know you're useless, then admit defeat early. If it weren't for Jinghai High School, you would have died long ago. Is that so?" Yun Xiaoyu's lips curled slightly, his tone calm. Lin Xian's heart sank as he saw a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. "The match begins." Yun Xiaoyu stepped forward, rushing out like the wind. Seeking death, Lin Xian swung his fist to meet him. Bang! The punch exploded, the force rolling like a wave. Yun Xiaoyu did not retreat but advanced instead, condensing her supernatural power into a protective barrier in her palm. She twisted her body and delivered a fierce sweeping kick to Lin Xian's chest. Smack! Lin Xian screamed in pain, being forced back several steps, and finally fell directly onto the ring. The entire scene fell silent instantly. No one expected Yin Xiaoyu to suppress Lin Xian with a single move. He can actually go head-to-head with Lin Xian? Is this still the person who was laughed at before? Voices erupted in discussion. Lin Xian clutched his chest, but his eyes were colder than ever. He was injured, but he did not fall. Instead, he became even more excited. The first person who could make him suffer a loss was Yin Xiaoyu. What's even more terrifying was that the other party hadn't even used their full strength just now. If 50% strength could suppress him, what about 60 or 70%? Lin Xian stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Not bad. You're not bad either. The two stared at each other, the tension thickening like gunpowder. One more time. Good. Lin Xian finally got serious. Wild wind whirls the fierce flames. The wild wind howled. Flames soared skyward, and cracks tore open the arena floor. The wind wrapped the fire, sweeping toward Yin Xiaoyu like countless blades. He charged straight at Yin Xiaoyu, exuding a murderous aura. Faced with this fierce strike, Yin Xiaoyu leisurely raised his hand and traced a series of complex sigils in midair. With a loud explosion, the shockwave surged. Lin Xian was blasted flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, mouth spewing blood, barely holding on. Take another of my attacks. Lin Xian growled, flames igniting on both arms, his whole body rushing forward like a fiery meteor once again. He was as fast as lightning. Yin Xiaoyu remained calm, two golden fireballs forming in his palms, yet he did not rush to strike. As Lin Xian closed in, he suddenly pushed forward. Two forces collided head-on, exploding with a thunderous roar. Lin Xian was once again flung back, crashing onto the arena floor, blood uncontrollably gushing out. The entire crowd was in an uproar. You lost. Yin Xiaoyu looked down at him, her tone cold. I refuse to accept this. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and got up. Fight again. Fight what? Yin Xiaoyu smiled slyly. Fight to see who dies first. Yin Xiaoyu shook her head. I won't kill you. Just admit defeat. Again. Lin Xian shouted angrily. Before the words had fallen, he had already disappeared, reappearing behind Yin Xiaoyu. The short sword flickered coldly, slashing straight at the waist. A trifling skill. Yin Xiaoyu's figure swayed, his clothes torn, and his long sword was drawn, the shadow of the sword descending overwhelmingly. Clang clang went the sound, sparks flying everywhere. The glow of the short sword quickly dimmed, and in the next moment, it broke directly. Lin Xian's face turned deathly pale. Want more? Yin Xiaoyu swung his sword again. This time, his momentum surged violently, silver-white thunder coiling around the sword. Sword chi. The entire audience instantly erupted. Sword cultivators are already rare, let alone those who can comprehend sword chi. Yet Yin Xiaoyu had actually achieved it. Those who can comprehend sword chi are exceedingly few, let alone such pure and fierce sword chi. But Lin Xian was not surprised. Yin Xiaoyu's performance had long exceeded his expectations. The next second, Lin Xian suddenly trembled. A sharp pain in his chest. A fist-sized black hole appeared clearly. How is this possible? He couldn't believe he had been hit squarely. Come again. Yin Xiaoyu swung her sword. A huge shadow of the sword fell from the sky. With a bang, Lin Xian was once again sent flying. Stop struggling. Yin Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Lin Xian covered his chest and stood up. He couldn't accept it. Yin Xiaoyu not only had comprehended sword energy, but was also strong to this extent. His eyes were bloodshot. You lost. The referee announces. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and asked why. Because you're too weak. Yin Xiaoyu's tone was icy. Don't come to your death again. I'm not someone you can provoke. Lin Xian silently turned around. He staggered down the stage. His breath quickly weakened. He was seriously injured, but his eyes were filled with hatred. Yin Xiaoyu, one day I will have my revenge. He dragged his wounded body and fled into the forest. Yin Xiaoyu watched his back, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, stubbornly refusing to see reason. On the chairman's platform, Lu Hai frowned. He had never heard this name before. Yi Qingyan explained. Yun Xiaoyu was originally an ordinary student with zero abilities. She had just awakened recently. Lu Hai pondered. This was definitely not what the four great families wanted to see. He turned to the people from the Tiandao Criminal Investigation Bureau and said, "Take him to the training chamber. If you're sensible, join the Tiandao Criminal Investigation Bureau of the Yi family. If not, you'll be eliminated immediately." Soon, the people from the Tiandao Criminal Investigation Bureau came looking for Yun Xiaoyu. "The principal wants to see you." Yun Xiaoyu didn't ask any questions and followed them to the highest detention chamber. Seeing the people inside, he already understood in his heart. "Yun Xiaoyu, I am Director Yi Qingfeng." Yi Qingfeng stared at him. "Joining the Yi family's Heavenly Dao Criminal Investigation Bureau can only benefit you." Yun Xiaoyu spoke with a cold tone. "I'm just an ordinary person. I won't join any faction." Yi Qingfeng sneered. "Ordinary people don't have that kind of supernatural ability. Do you take me for a fool? Your power far exceeds normal people. What exactly are you hiding?" Yun Xiaoyu grew impatient. "I'm not interested in explaining." This sentence completely infuriated Yi Qingfeng, the leader of one of the four great families. When has he ever been talked back to like this by a student? "I gave you a chance and you refused it, then don't blame me." A murderous intent immediately descended. Yun Xiaoyu stood upright. "You want to kill me just because you are the director and think you can decide life and death at will. Even if I die today, I will never join you." Yi Qingfeng sneered coldly. In the next second, a red shadow flashed. The flames directly hit Yun Xiaoyu's chest. Blood splattered instantly. SSS-level fire element ability. Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank, but he didn't retreat. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. The two collided violently. Yi Qingfeng struck down with a palm. Yun Xiaoyu's sternum shattered, and her whole body was thrown backwards, crashing hard onto the ground. Fresh blood surged from her mouth. Inside the detention cell, only cold killing intent remained. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, and he knew clearly that this time, the odds were against him. But he never accepted fate. "Even if I die, I won't bow my head. Yi Qingfeng, if you have the guts, kill me." A low voice echoed in his mind. "Don't be impulsive. Things can still be negotiated. Stop talking nonsense. Save me." Demanding so fiercely when asking for help. In a critical moment, he roared, "Want to die together? Hurry up and find a way to kill him." The voice sighed. "For the sake of being part of the same body, I'll help you this once." The next second, his vision went black and his body lost control. Consciousness rapidly sank. The Supreme King took over his body, finally able to move my limbs. His wounds healed at a visible speed. Such great talent, beaten like this, truly disgraceful. He clenched the contract sword and faced Yi Qingfeng directly. Yi Qingfeng stared at him, his heart sinking. His aura surged, far surpassing SSS level. But at the thought of that supernatural ability, greed reappeared in his eyes. As long as he seized the power, he could stand at the pinnacle of Jiuzhou. "Today you will die." The oppressive aura pressed down like a mountain. "You are not worthy yet." Yi Qingfeng flew into a rage and punched, the airflow exploding. The sword light was blood red, slashing forward. A tremendous explosion. The wall collapsed, cracks spreading. Both were shaken back simultaneously. Yi Qingfeng took a deep breath. "Looks like it's time to get serious." In the realm of abilities, the strong call the shots. "Killing you is a piece of cake for me." His murderous intent was intense, and his momentum soared again. He never took ability users seriously. In his view, unless it was someone beyond the SSS level, anyone who dared to stand in his way would only meet death. Yun Xiaoyu sneered. "Yi Qingfeng in your dreams?" Yi Qingfeng's gaze was ruthless. "Killing you is just a matter of raising my hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged out with full force. The air exploded, fists intertwined, and afterimages merged into a continuous blur. Poof! Yi Qingfeng bore several more bloody wounds, blood flowing down his collar. Yun Xiaoyu laughed loudly. "Trash, is that all you've got?" The intense pain almost made Yi Qingfeng unable to stand, but madness was all that remained in his eyes. As long as he swallowed Yun Xiaoyu's supernatural power, he could advance further. He had to win this battle, even if it meant risking his life. Blood continuously poured from his body, staining his clothes dark red. But he fought more fiercely with each strike. each move targeting vital points. Stop pretending. Yi Qingfeng roared. The elemental power within you is your trump card. Today, you will only become my nourishment. He advanced step by step, his mind on the verge of collapse. Yun Xiaoyu blocked the attack, coldness shining in her eyes. Ancient demon god, appear. He howled to the sky, the sword of soul contract erupting with dazzling golden light. The light soared into the sky, transforming into a golden-armored demon god wielding a giant axe, exuding an oppressive aura like a mountain. The demon god roared furiously, swinging its axe down. The axe shadow tore through the air, as if it could cleave through mountains. Yi Qingfeng's heart tightened, finally sensing the danger. Flames and ice erupted simultaneously within him, the two forces condensing into an ice ball in the air, fiercely charging toward the axe shadow. The ice ball was crushed the moment it neared by the axe's golden light. In the next moment, the golden giant axe fell heavily. Boom! Yi Qingfeng's clothes burst apart, blood splattering. Yet Yi Qingfeng stood his ground, immediately sitting cross-legged, as if utterly indifferent to life or death. The golden axe shadow chopped down from above. Crack! His flesh was instantly split, blood and flesh flying everywhere, blood gushing wildly. His whole body trembled violently, yet he stared fixedly at Yin Xiaoyu. Yin Xiaoyu. He widened his eyes, his face full of shock. What kind of supernatural power was this? Its force terrifying to such an extent. He suddenly thought of someone. That guy once called the devil also used similar abilities. Could there be a connection between the two? Yin Xiaoyu slowly turned around. Any last words? Yi Qingfeng was about to speak when sharp pain suddenly swept through his body. His vision went black, and he fell straight down, fainting. Yun Xiaoyu did not deliver the killing blow. The Yi family members cannot be harmed lightly, or there will be endless troubles later. I've taken care of your problem. After saying this, he awakened Yun Xiaoyu, who had been sleeping in the abyss. Where is this? Yun Xiaoyu opened her eyes, looking dazed. Such a great power, and you don't even know how to use it. What a waste. In the palace, the Supreme King sighed lightly while holding his tea. The rest I'll handle myself. Before the words were finished, he had already disappeared. Yun Xiaoyu wanted to ask a few more questions, but lost the chance. Forget it. Let's go to the match first. She broke through the window, and in a flash landed in the Sanqing Stone Plaza. Next match, Yun Xiaoyu versus Chun Hai. They called out names as soon as she arrived, just in time. Yun Xiaoyu, please show me your skills. She saluted politely. Useless, I want to see how you've managed to get this far. Yun Xiaoyu squinted. Chun Ying's brother? That's right. Today I'm going to beat you into a pig's head. Chun Hai pulled out a baseball bat and strode closer. From the audience, Chun Ying screamed, beat her up hard for me. A-level ability, not bad, a bit stronger than your sister. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. But you're the same, just street vendor goods. Her gaze suddenly turned cold, and the powers of time and space quietly gathered. Seeking death, Chun Hai roared angrily, swinging his staff down. Yun Xiaoyu advanced instead of retreating. The power of space instantly sealed the surroundings, trapping him in place. She slapped out with one palm. The power of time layered and exploded. Boom! A loud bang shook the entire venue. Everyone in the audience saw it clearly. On stage, Yun Xiaoyu stood steadily. Chun Hai, however, was blasted away, falling heavily to the ground, his face covered in blood. Spatial powers can control everything. You surely know that much. Yun Xiaoyu stepped on his chest with one foot. Chun Hai's eyes were filled with terror. He never expected to lose to the school's universally recognized loser. Still not giving up? Yun Xiaoyu looked down at him. If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Chun Hai was pressed down to the point of barely being able to breathe. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Yun Xiaoyu released his foot and stepped back. Since the Supreme King had taken control of this body, he could clearly feel his strength soaring. Chun Hai got up, no longer daring to underestimate him. The lightning ability ran wildly inside his body, electric sparks jumping around him. He suddenly swung his hand, a blue lightning bolt striking straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu stood still, not moving at all. The lightning hit him head-on. Chun Hai was ecstatic inside. This strike was deadly enough. But the next second, his face froze. The lightning actually passed through Yun Xiaoyu's body and struck the stone pillar of the arena. The stone pillar shattered on the spot. How is this possible? Chen Hai felt a chill in his heart. Yun Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Do you really think I deliberately let you hit it? Could it be that you just used thunder attribute to protect yourself? No. Then why exactly? Because your thunder is too weak in front of me. Chen Hai's face turned pale. The only elements that can suppress my attribute are the two legendary ones. You can't possibly have them. Believe it or not, your thunder is useless to me. Then try again. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Xiaoyu rushed to him. A sword appeared in his hand, the contract sword. Taishu's sword intent. Breaking through the heavens. The sword light flashed explosively, a chill soaring into the sky. One sword strike descended, causing the arena to shake. Sword intent collided head-on with thunder. Lightning and sword brilliance tore at each other wildly, canceling each other out. Chen Hai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Yin Xiaoyu only frowned slightly. The next second, he was already standing in front of Chen Hai. It's over. Now get lost. He couldn't believe it. He actually lost. A loser like you dares to tell me to get lost? Chen Hai roared in anger, gritting his teeth and forming hand seals. Lightning surged from his palm, rapidly gathering into a gigantic thunderball that exploded violently in midair. The destructive shockwave swept across the arena, forcing the audience to retreat. That's all you've got. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly and slashed with his sword. The sword intent was several times stronger than before. Boom. The lightning ball shattered on the spot. Yin Xiaoyu stood unharmed in the same place. Chen Hai's face was shocked. What technique did you use? How come my thunder ability has no effect on you? He had always been confident in his unparalleled talent, but when the lightning struck the other party, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and he was injured instead. Yun Xiaoyu said faintly, Your thunder is good, but not enough. Before he finished speaking, he advanced again. Chen Hai didn't dare to be careless and desperately dodged. A few minutes later, as he was catching his breath, an even fiercer thunderbolt struck down. This time, it was Yun Xiaoyu's thunder ability. Chen Hai's face turned pale, and he hurriedly activated his powers to defend. Thunder Fury, he shouted angrily, unleashing 3 consecutive strikes of lightning. But it had no effect at all. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes were cold as she struck him in the chest with a palm. Bang! Chen Hai flew backward off the stage, blood spurting wildly, his body scorched black, his powers completely suppressed. He finally understood that he was no match. Just you wait. Throwing down a harsh warning, he retreated in disgrace. The audience erupted in uproar. He actually escaped? That's the genius from one of the 4 great families. Chen Hai and Yun Xiaoyu fought fiercely. Who knows? These two are always unpredictable. Chen Hai is strong, but Yun Xiaoyu is even more ruthless. Chen Hai still wants to challenge Chairman Yi? Now it looks like a dream. If he can't even beat Yun Xiaoyu, how can he talk about Chairman Yi? The audience below was continuously discussing. Chen Ying's face turned extremely ugly. Yun Xiaoyu wins. The referee's voice was cold and flat. He announced this sentence in almost every match. Yun Xiaoyu had never lost. Now only 12 people remained, plus Yi Lingyun. But the referee delayed announcing the rules, waiting for the principal's nod. Lu Hai saw Yun Xiaoyu step onto the stage again and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He guessed that something had happened to Yi Qingfeng's side. He looked serious and quickly calculated a countermeasure. Yi Qingyun leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. Lu Hai's eyes lit up, revealing a smile. Good. Yi Qingyun handed several notes to the referee. The referee understood and distributed the notes to the 12 contestants. Yun Xiaoyu also received one. There are only 4 characters above. 12 into 1. The meaning is very clear. Out of the 12, only 1 can advance to the finals. Yun Xiaoyu instantly understood. It was aimed at him. The principal and the 4 great families have joined forces to block him completely. The other 11 have mostly already positioned themselves against him. As long as he loses this round, he will be completely eliminated. He took a deep breath, and his eyes grew cold. Want to play? I'm game. He tossed the note into the trash bin. He stepped onto the stage. The principal sat in the audience, expression calm. He was just waiting for Yun Xiaoyu to lose, to announce the result. As soon as Yun Xiaoyu took the stage, the atmosphere suddenly tense. Everyone stared at him, full of vigilance. Even the referee instinctively took a half step back, just signing up first, so no one can disappear later. Yun Xiaoyu scanned the entire room. Yun Xiaoyu. The tone was arrogant and sharp. The people on stage sneered. Their gazes were contemptuous. Yun Xiaoyu was already used to such looks. He still smiled. Please take care of me. As soon as the words fell, he took the initiative to strike. The target was a boy nearly 1.85 meters tall. The boy's tiger-like eyes were wide open, staring intently at him. Yun Xiaoyu's anger hadn't subsided. He slowly drew out the contract sword. With a horizontal slash, the sword aimed straight at the opponent's chest. The boy quickly retreated to dodge and immediately counterattacked. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, used the momentum to leap up, and fiercely stabbed with the sword in both hands. The other party was caught off guard and dodged hastily. Yun Xiaoyu's side kicked him in the abdomen. The boy swung his fist, but was easily avoided. The sword light flashed again, tearing his clothes, and blood seeped out. He was left with only one arm, unable to block the attack at all. With a dull thud, the man was knocked flying, hitting the wall, coughing up blood, and collapsing to the ground. Yun Xiaoyu sheathed the sword. Next, the referee announced his victory. Everyone fell into a deathly silence. No one expected the match to end so quickly. Some were dissatisfied, mocking him for being lucky. Yun Xiaoyu's cold gaze swept across the entire arena. I only want to win. This attitude completely ignited the flames of anger. Zhao Tianqing stepped forward to challenge him. An A-level dark attribute, he had considerable fame in the academy. Yun Xiaoyu calmly refused. Zhao Tianqing was infuriated and flew into a rage, swinging his fist. A flash of a sword shadow, and a blood streak appeared on his face. Zhao Tianqing covered his nose in shock, not even seeing the opponents move clearly. Yun Xiaoyu's expression was indifferent. I told you, I don't want to fight you. Then just wait to get beaten. Zhao Tianqing slammed a fist onto Yun Xiaoyu's shoulder. Yun Xiaoyu stepped back 2 paces, steadied his stance, but a smile played at the corner of his mouth. Looking for death, Zhao Tianqing approached again. Are you sure? Yun Xiaoyu raised his eyes and asked in return. Zhao Tianqing felt a heavy sinking in his heart. He knew that if he truly fought desperately, he might not be able to hold on. But he was unwilling to give in. We still have 9 people here. If we attack together, you will surely die. Then let's do it together. Yun Xiaoyu said calmly. Zhao Tianqing hesitated instead. What's wrong? Afraid to make a move? We are definitely going to win this match. Just because of you. Zhao Tianqing sneered, saying he was more than capable of handling him. Yun Xiaoyu stopped wasting words, drawing his sword and striking. A silver light exploded, with the sword's edge seeming to coil a golden dragon. The sword's energy slashed straight at Zhao Tianqing. He dodged awkwardly, but his sleeve was slashed open, blood splattering. Zhao Tianqing's face turned pale. This strike was too fierce. He turned to flee. Yun Xiaoyu was even faster, his sword shadows pressing down continuously. In just a few moves, Zhao Tianqing completely fell into the disadvantage. His spear was pierced through by a sword, and he fell heavily to the ground. Everyone exclaimed in shock. The strongest Zhao Tianqing was actually being pressed down and beaten. Dare not use weapons, he bit his teeth and shouted angrily. So much nonsense. Yun Xiaoyu advanced again. Do you dare to kill me? What do you think? Yun Xiaoyu's sword was already pressed against Zhao Tianqing's throat. You lost. Don't agree? Let them all come at once. She sheathed her sword and stood still, a smile at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were cold enough to scare. Everyone was thoroughly enraged by her attitude. Are you crazy? Do you really think we're afraid of you? Getting arrogant just after one win? We'll all come at once. Let's see how long you can hold out. You can't keep winning forever. Zhao Tianqing gritted his teeth and shouted. Yun Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. So confident? Of course. If 10 people still can't beat you, what are we even doing here? She let out a light laugh. Then today, we'll make sure you lose face completely. The air instantly grew tense. You're asking for death. Zhao Tianqing roared angrily. Before Yun Xiaoyu finished speaking, she had already rushed in front of him, her long sword striking down. One sword strike was faster than the last, one strike more ruthless than the previous. Zhao Tianqing's clothes were torn open, flesh ripped and blood flowing, screams coming one after another. Yet she did not stop. Stop! A handsome young man rushed out. Yun Xiaoyu looked at him. I said, let's go together. The young man snorted coldly and swung his sleeve to attack. The sword light flashed, aiming straight at his chest. He retreated quickly. Yun Xiaoyu pressed forward step by step, the sword tip sweeping across. The young man had no time to dodge and could only raise his arm to block forcefully. Amidst the muffled sounds, both arms were slashed open, blood splattering. The blood fell on Yun Xiaoyu's face. She frowned and wiped it off, the sword blade piercing again. Radiant slash. The young man roared, a light-based supernatural power condensed into a giant sword, slashing down from above. The two forces collided, exploding with a roar. Amid the screams, the light sword rebounded, heavily flinging him aside, crashing to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Yun Xiaoyu didn't even look back, turning to face the remaining people. Join forces. Kill her. Several people charged at the same time. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly, looking for death. Sword energy exploded, and a wave of force swept across. Before the others could get close, they were blasted away. She raised her sword and advanced, pressing forward step by step. Yun Xiaoyu, have you lost your mind? Zhao Tianqing scrambled up in a mess and shouted angrily for Yun Xiaoyu to shut up. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, saying, weren't you acting very arrogant just now? 10 people couldn't beat him alone. Zhao Tianqing trembled with anger. They were clearly elite warriors, yet they were swept away by one person. The referee announced Yun Xiaoyu as the winner, causing an uproar throughout the arena. The principal's face darkened. He instructed someone to inform Yi Lingyun that Yun Xiaoyu must be eliminated. He would bear the wrath of the 4 great families. The order was issued immediately. The newcomer king final was about to begin, giving Yun Xiaoyu no time to catch his breath. The audience was abuzz with speculation. Some were waiting to see him fall. Xiaoning sneered from the sidelines, saying he was exhausted and certain to die in this battle. The earlier chaotic fight had already drained Yun Xiaoyu's supernatural power, and now he had to face the SS-level Yi Lingyun. Yun Xiaoyu did not leave the stage, but forced himself to recover on the ring. Xiaoning sneered and told him to get off if he couldn't make it. At that moment, Yi Lingyun entered the stage. The entire room fell silent instantly. Dressed in black with strong attire, Yi Lingyun exuded an overwhelming aura, his murderous intent suffocating. The students revered him like a god. Yi Lingyun locked his cold gaze on Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and stared back. The air was filled only with killing intent. Their grudge was never something a single final could settle. Madman, how dare you provoke President Yi? You're asking for death. Today he will make you understand just how big a mess you've gotten yourself into. You'll never recover in this lifetime. Xiaoning shouted from the audience. Yun Xiaoyu didn't care about her at all. The sun was about to set, and his ability time was running out. It's time for us to have a conclusion. Yi Lingyun said slowly. Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank, feeling genuine pressure for the first time. How much longer can your ability last? Yi Lingyun asked coldly. To defeat you, it's enough. SS level? Still a long way to go. Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Yi Lingyun's gaze grew cold, his imposing aura spreading instantly, silencing the entire hall. He raised a finger to his lips, a flash of golden light, and an ancient rune appeared in the air, sacred and oppressive. Yun Xiaoyu's expression changed abruptly, his legs slightly bent, arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed. Is he going to give up? Murmurs from the audience. The next moment, the golden light exploded. Brilliant golden flames ignited around Yun Xiaoyu's body, swirling like solid matter, ready to burst at any moment. Your ability is strong, Yi Lingyun said calmly. But what? Yun Xiaoyu suddenly opened his eyes. Behind him, a golden blazing sun slowly rotated, pouring down radiant light. A golden dragon burst through the air and coiled behind him. The whole venue was shocked. Yun Xiaoyu clenched his fists tightly, power surging wildly within his body. The golden dragon opened its mouth, dragon breath spewing out, causing the air to explode and space to be torn apart wherever it passed. Do you really think you've already won? Yi Lingyun's expression remained calm. Voodoo heavenly god technique, he shouted loudly. The runes blazed brilliantly, and a black vortex tore open above. Go! The black vortex thunderously pressed down toward Yin Xiaoyu. The golden dragon roared angrily, colliding head-on with the vortex, golden light and darkness tearing wildly at each other, the arena trembling under the impact. The two forces drew closer and closer, then suddenly crashed into each other. With a loud crash, the golden dragon shattered on the spot. "Oh!" Yun Xiaoyu screamed in pain as he rolled on the ground, his wound splitting open, blood flowing freely, his face contorted with agony. He looked up at the dark sky, filled with regret. "Damn, Taoyang is set." Yi Lingyun approached him, towering over him. "Fight me? Crossing me will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Heaven is about to entrust a great mission." "Shut up," Yi Lingyun sneered. "I'm not in a hurry to kill you. First, let you fully taste despair." Black sorceress energy surged out from behind him, enveloping Yun Xiaoyu layer by layer. The sensation was like falling into a bottomless abyss. "Face yourself properly." Sorcery space. As the words fell, the black mist swallowed everything. Yi Lingyun disappeared, leaving only a chilling voice echoing in the mind. "This is your retribution. I will make you utterly hopeless." Yun Xiaoyu struggled desperately, but the wounds were torn open even wider, the pain nearly causing him to pass out. He kept falling, the sound of the wind roaring past his ears. "Yun Xiaoyu, are you still not awake?" A familiar female voice stopped him. He opened his eyes, feeling dizzy and all over in severe pain. "Where is this?" "The canal riverside, isn't it? The place of our first date. Have you forgotten?" "The canal riverside?" He forced himself to stay awake, but blood was still flowing, and his face was ashen. The woman in front of him remained blurry. "Who are you?" "I'm Ying. Why are you acting so strange today?" "Chening." He suddenly took a step back. "I see. Yi Lingyun dragged me into a memory from 3 years ago. Before my eyes was the riverside evening of that year." Chening bit her lip and said softly, "I didn't purposely go with them that day. I ran into some thugs downstairs at your place, and they threatened me. If I didn't drink with them, they would send someone after you. I was afraid something would happen to you, so I went with them." Chening looked worried. "You're still the same, haven't changed at all after all these years." Yin Xiaoyu looked at her, one of the top 10 beauties on campus, yet she lies without a hint of embarrassment. "Don't overthink it. I've always been yours," Chening said as she hugged him. Yin Xiaoyu pushed her away roughly. He stared at the canal and shouted, "Yi Lingyun, what exactly do you want me to do?" "Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you talking about? There's no Yi Lingyun. If you keep this up, I'll really be angry." Chuning crossed her arms and looked at him angrily. Yin Xiaoyu ignored her and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Chuning caught up and grabbed him. "Let go." His voice was icy cold. "I won't. I insist on holding on to you." She held on tightly without letting go. "If you don't let go, don't blame me for losing my temper." His eyes suddenly turned cold. His supernatural power was already depleted. He couldn't hold on much longer. "I just won't let go. Let's see what you can do." Chening was still smiling. A cold gleam flashed in Yun Xiaoyu's eyes, and he suddenly charged forward. The remaining power in his body exploded instantly. The momentum surged wildly. Chun Ying's expression changed, and he quickly released his grip. Before he could stabilize, he lunged again. His fist smashed onto the stone slab, which shattered on the spot. "You can still use sword intent?" Chuning fell to the ground, her face pale. "Don't worry about me, just go," he said softly. "No, I'm taking you with me. We're not on the same side." His tone was cold. "You despise me? Do you know how long I've liked you? Do you have to hurt me like this?" She couldn't stop the tears from falling. Yun Xiaoyu remained silent. "All right, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. No matter what, I'll stand by your side." She wiped her tears and got up to leave. He just stood there, watching her figure fade into the distance. His heart felt heavy. There were some words he couldn't bring himself to say. They were destined never to be together. "Maybe we are fated but not meant to be. I hope she can be happy," he whispered to himself and closed his eyes. At that moment, Yi Lingyun's voice echoed in his mind. "If you had to do it again, you would still choose her." Yun Xiaoyu felt a shock in his heart. "I never thought about choosing anyone. I just want to be free." Yi Lingyun sneered coldly. "Stop pretending. You know exactly what you're thinking." As the words fell, Yun Xiaoyu fainted again. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on the dormitory bed. It was as if nothing had happened. He pressed his forehead, desperately trying to recall. Xiaoyu, wake up and come eat. A familiar voice came. It was Li Shiner. He was stunned. How did you get back by yourself? Just as I was about to get out of bed, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed my head. Xiaoyu, are you okay? He turned his head and saw Li Shiner and Chening. Xiaoyu, the doctor said you only have temporary amnesia, Chening said softly. Memories surged suddenly. During the summer vacation of 9th grade, he injured his head after losing footing while delivering a flower to Chening. Thank you for the flower, I really like it. Chening smiled warmly. Xiaoyu, how are you feeling now? Li Shiner also leaned in. Yun Xiaoyu shook his head. Chening suddenly stared at him. Xiaoyu, you really don't want to be with me? We grew up together. You even kissed me when we were kids, and now you want to pretend you don't remember? Yun Xiaoyu was stunned on the spot. When did he ever kiss her? Don't pretend, it was you. Chening linked her arm with his and acted coquettishly. No. He suddenly shook her off. Chening staggered. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Chening, I'll say it again, it wasn't me. It's useless if you don't admit it. You're the one who did it. Yun Xiaoyu's anger surged. Don't slander me. When have I ever kissed you? You kissed me more than once. Xiaoyu, how can you be so shameless? He trembled with anger. Looking at her, I only felt disgust. A trace of pride flashed at the corner of Chen Ying's mouth. I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense. Yun Xiaoyu turned and ran. Chen Ying caught up and blocked him. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Looking at the boy in front of him, Yun Xiaoyu's heart raced, but he forced himself to stay calm. I'm leaving. Chen Ying bit her lip and looked at him. You were just crying for me a moment ago. Who I cry for is none of your business. Yun Xiaoyu walked around her and left. Chen Ying stared at his back, her heart churning. Don't forget, I am still your girlfriend in name only. Yun Xiaoyu felt annoyed and quickened his pace. Just as he walked out the door, Li Shiner blocked his way. Let's talk. There's nothing to talk about. He walked past her with a cold face. Li Shiner caught up, her voice trembling. We grew up together, and you won't even say a word to me. I hate you. Those words stabbed like a knife. Li Shiner's eyes reddened. I've liked you for so long, and you don't feel anything at all. No, we're not close. Yun Xiaoyu dropped the words and turned to leave. Li Shiner clenched her fists tightly. This is not up to you. In the corridor, Chening blocked him again. We're impossible. Xiaoyu, why are you so heartless? How am I any worse than her? We are the real couple. But you promised to marry me. Yun Xiaoyu completely lost control. Stop it, we're not meant to be. Chening refused to back down. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes turned cold. Since you won't let go, don't blame me. Void sword intent. A silver sword light slashed out. Xiaoyu, don't. Chening was shaken away and fell heavily to the ground, blood staining her clothes red. The corridor was deathly silent. Yun Xiaoyu looked at her lying on the ground, but felt no relief. Li Shiner rushed to Chen Ying's side and helped her up. Are you okay? Chen Ying's face was full of tears, her voice trembling. Xiaoyu, why are you doing this to me? Yun Xiaoyu looked at her, her heart softening. I don't know how you ended up like this, but you have to pull yourself together, don't sink any further. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword. With a loud boom, the illusion collapsed. In the ruins, Yi Lingyun appeared. Finally out. The wounds on Yun Xiaoyu's body healed quickly. He stood up straight, staring at the other. Yi Lingyun, your little tricks won't fool me. After practicing demonic witchcraft, Yi Lingyun became as cold and sinister as a venomous snake. He sneered. I thought you would be lost in the land of tenderness and unable to get out. The two once again stood on the arena at Sanxing Stone Plaza. Yi Lingyun's face was gloomy, but his eyes were filled with excitement. No one in the entire high school has defeated me. You won't either. I will turn you into my nourishment. In your dreams. Yun Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the sword. Taishu's sword intent. The sword aura stretched like a rainbow, and a fierce wind suddenly rose. Yi Lingyun's figure flashed, instantly closing in, and grabbed with one hand. Yun Xiaoyu dodged to the side and slashed backhanded. Don't delude yourself. Great Witch Wu Chang. Yi Lingyun threw a punch, black energy surging. The forces collided head-on, producing muffled sounds repeatedly. Yun Xiaoyu retreated 3 steps before steadying his stance. Yi Lingyun retreated even further, blood at the corner of his mouth, yet still smiling. Bring it on. Yun Xiaoyu charged again. The power of the moon. Yi Lingyun stubbornly blocked it. No matter how Yun Xiaoyu attacked, he could always defend. I will definitely clear the witch bugs off you today. Yun Xiaoyu wielded twin swords, the sword light surging violently. Yi Lingyun sneered coldly. My witch curse, do you think you can move it? Even if you kill me, you can't escape the fate of being controlled. Is that so? Yun Xiaoyu swung his sword to attack again. The Taishu sword intent was pure and sharp, pushing Yi Lingyun back step by step. But Yi Lingyun gritted his teeth and held firm, refusing to retreat even if it meant death. Yi Lingyun, you will die today. Yun Xiaoyu's sword momentum surged violently. He absolutely refused to believe he would lose to a bug. Dream on. Yi Lingyun sneered coldly. Yi Lingfeng. Black light surged out from underground. Taishu's sword intent slash. The sword light chopped down, but the black light rebounded. Yun Xiaoyu hurriedly retreated, and the black light actually passed through the wall. The sword chi couldn't stop it at all. What's going on? Taishu's sword intent had no effect on it, and Yun Xiaoyu felt a tightness in his heart. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter rang out. A dark light emerged from Yi Lingyun's body, transforming into a man identical to him. The aura and appearance were exactly the same. They were originally one. Accept your fate, the man said coldly. You are destined to be my nourishment. You can't escape. Yi Lingyun's expression twisted fiercely. Nourishment. Yun Xiaoyu laughed loudly. You think you deserve that? Lowly worm, and you want to be my master? Your strength is not enough. The man's face darkened. You're asking for death. He slammed out a palm, black energy rolling and pressing down. Heavenly thunder 9 turns. The thunderous sword light exploded, colliding head-on with the black mist. Boom. Both flew backward simultaneously, crashing heavily to the ground. Yun Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, but immediately flipped over and stood up. Taishu's sword technique. The sword momentum grew fiercer, the murderous intent more intense. Yi Lingfeng, go to hell. The sword light flashed like lightning, forcing Yi Lingfeng to retreat repeatedly, barely dodging the vital spots. But his arm was cut open, fresh blood flowing down. Ah! Yun Xiaoyu roared in anger, his long sword stabbing straight at his chest. Just as the sword's edge was about to strike, a layer of pale blue mist suddenly rose beside Yi Lingfeng. Bang! The sword energy collided with the mist, and the force instantly exploded. Ah! Yun Xiaoyu cried out in alarm. Why are you still not dead? His face was pale. This strike was all his strength, yet he still couldn't kill Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun suddenly smiled, a cold and sinister smile. Because I am Yi Lingyun, the strongest descendant of the Yi family. Yi Lingfeng, today you will surely die. No one can save you. Yi Lingfeng laughed wildly. No one can save me. I will drain your soul dry, use your Taishu sword technique, and burn you to ashes bit by bit. No matter how strong your sword is, it can't stop me. The flesh on his arm writhed wildly, and a blood-red skull appeared from the wound. His body swelled, instantly transforming into a hulking giant. Is this your limit? The Tai Su sword technique can't even perform 80% of its potential. How pitiful. Yun Xiaoyu remained silent, just staring at him intently. Yun Xiaoyu, your talent is extraordinary, and your cultivation is profound. If I use you as nourishment, the Yi family will surely thrive. His eyes were filled with greed. You deserve that. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Refuse a toast, and end up drinking a penalty shot. You want to take me as your disciple? In your dreams. My sword is only for killing enemies. Say another word, and I'll cut you down. Good, very good. Yi Lingfeng snorted coldly, flipping his palm, and a long spear appeared. The spear tip pointed straight at Yun Xiaoyu. The sword aura and spear light collided in midair, roaring and shaking the hall. A destructive force swept through the surroundings. The Taishu sword intent was firmly suppressed. Yi Lingfeng's eyes grew even more excited. The stronger, the better. I will cramp, peel your bones, swallow your soul, and make you a slave forever. With you? Yun Xiaoyu looked full of disdain. Death before surrender. Yi Lingfeng was completely furious. Then I'll send you on your way. The long spear thrust out violently, as fast as lightning. The figure of Yun Xiaoyu flashed and vanished in an instant. The next moment, he was already behind him. The essence of the Tai Su sword condensed once again. A sword slash comes down. A deafening roar. Two forces collided head-on. The air currents roared, and the walls cracked. Both were simultaneously knocked back. Yi Lingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes instantly turned blood red, filled with hatred. He never expected that Yun Xiaoyu could actually block this strike. How is this possible? Yun Xiaoyu was equally shocked. He couldn't see through Yi Lingfeng's realm, but he was sure the other party couldn't be much stronger than himself. Die! Yi Lingfeng roared angrily, blue runes on his body surging wildly, all converging onto his fist, spinning like a vortex. The blue light surged violently, a thick pillar of light shooting straight up. The explosion was deafening, and Yun Xiaoyu was engulfed by the blue light. The smoke and dust settled. Yun Xiaoyu's clothes were torn, flesh on his chest ripped open, blood flowing freely. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Lingfeng. He forced himself to use the Taishu sword technique, the sword light intertwining into a net, viciously slashing at those runes. The air trembled, roaring continuously. But Yi Lingfeng laughed loudly. You're far from it. Today is your death day. Another strike fell. Yun Xiaoyu was once again blown away, heavily crashing into the wall. Spitting blood wildly, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He was unwilling, clearly giving his all, yet still unable to overpower the other. Yi Lingfeng walked up to him, looking down coldly. Have you accepted your fate now? Dream on. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. He knew Yi Lingfeng was ruthless. Greed surged in Yi Lingfeng's eyes. I will devour you and completely assimilate you. Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank. He would never willingly become the other's nourishment. Yi Lingfeng stepped on him and kicked down hard. Blood splattered, the wound torn open. He smiled menacingly. The next moment, Yi Lingfeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yun Xiaoyu. A faint blue flame ignited in his palm. The flame was flung out, rushing straight at Yun Xiaoyu. No! Yun Xiaoyu roared and struggled. Blood kept flowing continuously. He was unwilling to die here. He frantically unleashed the energy within him, golden light exploding all around his body. Yun Xiaoyu's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Lingfeng's face darkened. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Congratulations to player Yun Xiaoyu for obtaining the Super SSS-level supernatural ability. Divine Time and Space attribute activated. Injuries healed, aura surged wildly. Yun Xiaoyu slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said coldly, Yi Lingfeng, your time to die has come. Yi Lingfeng laughed loudly. You? Don't make me laugh. Thunder exploded, countless blue bolts of lightning swirling around him. Lightning struck wildly toward Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu raised her hand and waved. The lightning shattered completely. Yi Lingfeng's pupils suddenly contracted. You actually blocked my thunder tribulation. His breath surged again, a ball of energy forming in his palm, the power so ferocious it was suffocating. Die! The energy ball slammed out with a roar. Yun Xiaoyu's momentum soared, and he reached out to crush it directly. Yi Lingfeng's face turned pale, and he formed another one. Yun Xiaoyu drew his sword and slashed, a brilliant light cutting across the sky, shattering the energy ball. Die! Yi Lingfeng roared, the sword's light swelling violently, striking hard on Yun Xiaoyu's shoulder. Bang! The blade came to a halt. Not even the skin was broken. A faint golden glow appeared on Yun Xiaoyu's body, her aura godlike. Such strong defense, damn it. Yi Lingfeng roared angrily. He had never encountered such a tough opponent. He pulled out an even larger sphere again, flicked his wrist, and violently smashed it toward Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze turned cold, and her momentum surged. Die for me. The long sword flashed, stabbing straight into Yi Lingfeng's chest. The sword tip pierced through his heart. Yun Xiaoyu threw him to the ground. He knew clearly that Yi Lingyun had a witch bug inside him. That heart was just a substitute. The real heart was on the right side. He didn't really want to kill anyone, nor did he want to get entangled with the Yi family. The audience exploded instantly. Chairman Yi lost. This is impossible. Chen Ying's face turned pale. She simply couldn't believe it. Could it be a fixed match? Yun Xiaoyu cheated. Get lost. Shouts of scolding arose. Yun Xiaoyu looked coldly at Yi Lingyun. who was kneeling on the ground, convulsing. You lost. You destroyed my witch worm. Yi Lingyun gritted his teeth. That thing should never have existed in the first place. Without the witch worm, Yi Lingyun's realm plummeted. It's a curse to you, but a lifeline to me, he sneered. The witch worm is an ancient forbidden object that can devour the mind and supernatural abilities. You no longer have the qualification to fight. I didn't kill you. I've already shown mercy. Yi Lingyun, however, sneered coldly. Did you hear? They all say you threw the match. No one will believe you even if you win. On the other side, what should I do? Perfect timing. Revoke his Rookie of the Year title and just say he threw the match. The principal smiled coldly. Principal, you're wise. Let's do it that way. Yi Lingyun sneered. Yun Xiaoyu, everyone suspects you threw the match. You should withdraw yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. Juyue Dingxiang arrived. What exactly happened? Why are they saying you cheated? I didn't. Yun Xiaoyu's tone was calm. The referee received the instruction and announced on the spot. Yun Xiaoyu cheated and is disqualified from the competition. The audience below was in an uproar. So embarrassing. How did our school produce someone like this? Get off the stage. Yi Lingyun looked proud. Juyue Dingxiang stepped forward. If you accuse him of cheating, show the evidence. Without evidence, it's slander. There must be something wrong here. The students immediately objected. He used to be a zero-ability loser. How did he suddenly get stronger? If it's not tampering, then what is it? The referee already said so. Isn't that enough? Principal Lu Hai stepped onto the stage. Yun Xiaoyu used forbidden techniques, violating school rules, and will not be tolerated. Juyue Lilac was furious. You are framing me. Yun Xiaoyu stared directly at the principal. If you say I used witchcraft, then why did the forbidden technique appear inside Yi Lingyun's body? Even when framing someone, there must be logic. After speaking, he turned to leave. Lu Hai coldly shouted to stop him. Who told you to leave? Students, stop him. The students were incited and rushed to surround him, strictly following the principal's orders. The students immediately surrounded Yun Xiaoyu. Lu Hai sneered coldly. Tonight, you won't be able to escape. These people are all mine. The principal waved his hand, and his subordinates covered Juyue Dingxiang's mouth with a cloth. She fainted on the spot. This has nothing to do with the Juyue family. Deal with this troublemaker first, then slowly enjoy the beauty. Lu Hai revealed a lewd smile. Take her to my room. Yun Xiaoyu scanned everyone, her tone calm. So you set up this scheme to get rid of me. If you had said so earlier, I would have dealt with all of you together. Attack, Lu Hai ordered disdainfully. Several big men lunged forward. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flashed, instantly closing in on a man, her hand chopping straight at his throat. The man didn't even have time to react and fell to the ground clutching his throat. She moved like a ghost, her figure and afterimage intertwining, and in the blink of an eye, she took down 2 more men. The others were frightened. The principal grit his teeth and shouted, "Whoever kills her, I guarantee wealth and honor." Before his words had faded, another big man fell with blood spurting from his neck. What are you doing? Kill this monster, the principal yelled in frustration. Yun Xiaoyu stood in place, her expression calm. I'm here for the competition, not to get beaten. Principal isn't fighting against the rules. The principal choked. The chief instructor whispered persuasion. Doing this is against the law. Against the law? The principal roared. What I say is the law. Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Your people are nothing more than this. When the road is blocked, use fists to break through. She raised her hand, and the contract sword flew out, pointing straight at Lu Hai. Principal, be careful, Yi Qingyun shouted. Looking for death. Lu Hai stared at the flying sword and, gritting his teeth, struck out with a palm. The 2 forces exploded in midair. He was shaken back several steps, his throat tasting sweet. How is this possible? This so-called zero-ability waste in front of him was actually this powerful. Yun Xiaoyu didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. With the blessing of god-level abilities, the void sword intent surged dramatically. He flipped his wrist, and a massive sword aura chopped down. The ground was split into a deep trench, roaring loudly. Lu Hai and Yi Qingyun were forced to retreat, sweat coldly covering their foreheads. The principal held a short sword, staring at the crack in silence for a long time. I admit defeat. He didn't expect Yun Xiaoyu to be this powerful. Lu Hai gritted his teeth, but could only lower his head. In a world where the strong dominate, he lost. Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Be sensible, and everyone will fare better. The voice was cold and piercing. The principal argued that he was also forced into it. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze grew even colder. So should I just accept being wronged? Lu Hai asked him in a deep voice what he wanted to do. Yun Xiaoyu spoke up. Announce tonight that I am the new champion. I did not cheat, and I am guaranteed admission to Jinghai Academy of Abilities. The sword's intent pressed down on everyone, almost suffocating them. Lu Hai finally nodded, but Yi Qingyun grew anxious. I can't agree to that. Him entering Jinghai will only bring disaster. Yun Xiaoyu glanced at him. What do you think you are, to be qualified to instruct me? Yi Qingyun sneered coldly. Stop pretending, you monster. Your tricks of manipulating people's minds won't fool me. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes darkened, looking for death. The sword's cold light surged violently. Lu Hai hurriedly stood in front. He can't be killed. He's a member of the Yi family. The atmosphere instantly tensed to the extreme. Yun Xiaoyu paused for a few seconds, the blade in his hand drawing a cold glint in the air. His eyes were icy cold, murderous intent directly aimed at Lu Hai. What do you want? Lu Hai asked in a deep voice. What do you think? Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. The contract sword was already pressed against Yi Qingyun's throat. With just a push, his head would fall. Yi Qingyun glared at him, without a trace of fear. If you have the guts, then kill me. Wanna die? I'll make it happen for you. A flash of sword light, and flames exploded. Boom! Yi Qingyun turned to ashes on the spot. The entire venue fell silent. No one expected Yun Xiaoyu to be so powerful. The Yi family won't let you off. Lu Hai's face darkened. The principal's face was grim. You've caused a huge mess. With Yi family members dead at the academy, he simply couldn't suppress it. Threatening me. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes were icy cold. If the Yi family wants to come, let them find me. Release the people from the Absolute Moon family too. The principal gritted his teeth. Once the Yi family arrives, you are doomed to die unless the Yi family is no more. Yun Xiaoyu laughed loudly. Whether you release me or not makes no difference. They will come looking for me sooner or later. Do you really think I fear the Yi family? The principal's heart sank. Don't forget what I instructed. Yun Xiaoyu turned and left. The vice principal whispered, the Yi family is a top noble family. They won't let this go easily. The principal said coldly, if they come, I will see them myself. After speaking, he left the square. Chen Xiai stared at the retreating figure, his eyes dark and fierce. Yun Xiaoyu. He will deal with him sooner or later. He headed straight for the Yi family villa. The Yi family had already come knocking. They had to make a decision immediately. The other party was fiercely aggressive, and he was just a deputy principal, completely unable to withstand it. Yi Qingyun was burned to death. The Yi family suffered heavy losses, and Yun Xiaoyu humiliated them publicly. They would never swallow this grievance. Yun Xiaoyu quickly left Jinghai High School. He won the Rookie of the Year and publicly took down members of the Yi family. The Yi family is definitely gathering strength to fight back. Although he possesses an ability beyond SSS level, it is still not enough. To survive, he must become stronger. The system rewards have already been credited. Instead of passively waiting for others to come to him, he might as well break through proactively. He ventured alone deep into the forest, sat cross-legged, and opened to the third page of the Supreme Celestial Immortal Technique. A vast power instantly surged into his body. He closed his eyes and guided the circulation of that power. A golden halo appeared around him, and the primal energy of heaven and earth frenziedly converged. Blood-red runes flickered on his skin, then transformed into liquid and seeped into his body. The moment they made contact, he felt as if his entire being was emptied out. The next second, the surrounding primal energy was drawn in like a tether into his body. Power exploded within, surging through his limbs and all his meridians. Tendons and bones tore and then reformed, his clothes shredded to pieces, white mist rising. After the peak of pain came an unprecedented fullness. After an hour, he opened his eyes. A golden mark appeared on the palm, fierce and domineering. He gently pointed with a finger. The mark shot out, suddenly transforming into a golden dragon illusion 2 meters away, swallowing the energy of heaven and earth in one gulp. A golden lotus bloomed beneath his feet, slowly spinning, its momentum surging violently. At this moment, he seemed able to overlook heaven and earth. Yun Xiaoyu squinted, watching the billowing clouds and mist, a slight smile on his lips. The Tai Pin Tian Xian Ju suddenly trembled violently. On the third page were written 5 large characters. The Supreme Celestial Seal. Its shape resembles the Taiji diagram, glowing with golden light throughout. Yun Xiaoyu's mind moved slightly, and the golden Taiji diagram appeared beside him, his spirit power instantly flowing into it. Smash it for me. He threw a punch. The force of the punch was like falling stars, tearing open a rift in the mist. Silver light exploded in midair, the very space trembling. So powerful. This celestial seal could actually tear through the void, but it consumed immense energy. Once unleashed, it either killed instantly or dealt a heavy blow. Yun Xiaoyu. A group of men dressed in black blocked his path, their hoods shading their faces, revealing only coldness. At the forefront was a woman, her gaze icy. Did you kill Yi Qingyan? Yes. Anyone who dares to mess with the Yi family is looking for death, killing just a useless person. The woman's voice grew colder. Do you know what the Yi family stands for? Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Yi Lingyun, Yi Qingyun, aren't they both key protégés? Nothing special. Arrogant. Her eyes surged with murderous intent. And you think you have the right to mention the Yi family? In my eyes, they're all useless. Very well. Yun Xiaoyu, since you don't want to live, come back with me to meet the family head. She was none other than Yi Linger, the eldest princess of the Yi family, an SS-level powerhouse, almost invincible at her level. Yun Xiaoyu's disdain had completely ignited her fury. Attack! The men in black all pounced together. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes darkened, his palms turning over as scorching flames surged forth. These were no ordinary flames, but the power of sacred fire, far exceeding SSS level, so hot that the air itself twisted. He struck down with one palm, and the golden phoenix shadow descended from the sky. The sword light from the men in black emerged simultaneously, yet was swallowed whole by the phoenix. Boom! Several turned to ashes on the spot, while the rest fell to the ground severely wounded. Yun Xiaoyu coldly watched it all. These people were not simple. Be sensible and scram quickly. Yun Xiaoyu snapped coldly. As soon as the words fell, an elder stepped out, his expression arrogant. Yun Xiaoyu, surrender now, or you will be left neither alive nor dead. I said get lost, don't you understand? Yun Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly went cold. The elder's face darkened. Reckless fool, kill him. Before the words finished, Yun Xiaoyu had already vanished. With a flash of golden light, he closed the distance instantly, striking out a palm that shattered the mountaintop on the spot. The palm strike landed on the elder's chest. Boom! The elder was thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting wildly. The men in black all froze. They couldn't see Yun Xiaoyu's moves clearly, nor could they block his attacks. This strength far exceeded what they had imagined. Yun Xiaoyu took a step forward and was already standing in front of the seriously injured elder. He pressed his foot down on the man's head. Who sent you? We were just following orders. The elder gritted his teeth. You still have the right to negotiate terms. Crack. The leg bone was crushed to pieces. Tell me who's behind this. Struggle flashed in the elder's eyes. I'd rather die than talk. Crack. The other leg was broken too. Looking for death. Yun Xiaoyu threw a punch down. Bang. Bones shattered completely, flesh burst open, dead on the spot. Enough. A sharp feminine shout rang out. The girl in white stepped through the air, exuding a cold and proud aura, her appearance stunningly beautiful. Yun Xiaoyu, how dare you kill my people? So what if I did? Yun Xiaoyu said indifferently. Audacious. The girl's face turned icy cold. Who are you? I don't care. Yun Xiaoyu stepped forward again, causing the space to tremble. I am Yi Lingyue, the eldest miss of the Yi family. Her gaze was sharp and fierce. Yun Xiaoyu showed no sign of disturbance. So what if it's Yi Lingyue? Does the Yi family think they can act arbitrarily? Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. A ruthless glint flashed in Yi Lingyue's eyes. If we don't take you back to the Yi family today, not even the Absolute Moon Alliance leader can protect you. Just you. Yun Xiaoyu scoffed. Before the words had fallen, Her figure flashed, launching the first attack. The two instantly entangled in a fierce struggle. Yun Xiaoyu's attack was fierce, launching strikes while secretly looking for flaws. Her moves appeared ordinary but actually hid deadly intent. Each hidden weapon carried astonishing power. Trying to fool me with such tricks? Yi Lingyue snorted coldly, her fiery red power surging and transforming into a sky full of rockets rushing straight ahead. You dare use fire too? Yun Xiaoyu mocked. The air suddenly distorts. Black runes suddenly appeared in midair, layered one on top of another, pressing down like a huge net. Once it fell, she would be trapped to death. That was the spiritual consciousness transformed by Yi Lingyue, specifically locking onto the target and relentlessly pursuing with each step. Trying to escape? In your dreams. Yun Xiaoyu leapt up to dodge, flicking her fingertip, and a golden light streaked through the air. Boom. The golden light collided with the spiritual consciousness, exploding with a deafening roar, and shockwaves rippled outward. Yi Lingyue's expression changed. She hadn't expected Yun Xiaoyu's spiritual essence to be so strong. She had clearly underestimated her. The battle quickly intensified. Yun Xiaoyu darted like lightning, weaving through the chase. Can your agility escape my 5 fingers, divine soldiers? Yi Lingyue shouted fiercely, her 5 fingers turning into soldiers, sharp as swords, stabbing straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Let's see how much longer you can hold on. Her divine consciousness gathered again, shadowing her target, tightly entangling her. Divine consciousness clashed head-on with mental power. Two completely opposite forces collided fiercely. A continuous roar exploded. Furious energy swept outward in all directions. The scenery around the two shattered instantly under the impact. Everything turned to nothingness. Yun Xiaoyu, you bitch! Yi Lingyue roared angrily, her figure flashing as she charged straight ahead. Yun Xiaoyu turned sideways to meet her, striking out with a palm. Bang! The two palms collided, sparks flying, the air itself cracking from the force. Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Let's see how long you can hold on. Her mental strength far surpassed Yi Lingyue's, nearly double hers. If they fought head-on, Yi Lingyue would surely lose. Is that so? Then let's try. Yi Lingyue did not back down at all. She knew the opponent was strong, but she was never someone to be manipulated. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes turned cold. Then let me show you real power. A sweeping wave of divine consciousness pressed down, crashing onto Yi Lingyue like a torrential storm. Yi Lingyue narrowed her eyes, her figure swelling, and her aura soaring sharply. Countless divine consciousness blades pierced into her sea of consciousness. She grunted softly but did not step back even one step. Want to suppress me? It's not that easy. Her breath surged again, flames exploding before her. Heaven and earth boundless, chaos incinerated. The sea of fire rolled, layer upon layer, directly engulfing the opponent's spirit. Yun Xiaoyu's attack was burned away completely. Yi Lingyue's momentum was like a mountain, pressing back, her spirit sweeping like a tsunami. Still won't admit defeat? A divine beast apparition formed beside her, roaring as it lunged toward Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly. She quickly retreated, turning into a streak of light to dodge. In the next moment, she had already pressed up against Yi Lingyue. The wind from a fist brushed past her ear. A trifling skill. She sneered coldly, her hand seals changing rapidly. Taipin Tian Xianju. Light exploded. The sea of fire shattered instantly, and Yi Lingyue's divine consciousness was forcibly torn apart. Yi Lingyue was utterly shocked. She hadn't expected that Yun Xiaoyu was still hiding a trump card. Yi Lingyue, you really are not weak. Unfortunately for you, your luck has run out when you met me. Take this. Yun Xiaoyu waved her hand, and an invisible force instantly pressed down, trapping Yi Lingyue tightly. Not good, it's spatial imprisonment. A heavy feeling settled in Yi Lingyue's heart. Anyone unprepared for spatial power would be controlled instantly. Once locked down, she would be completely caught in Yun Xiaoyu's trap. In the next moment, her spirit was dragged into a narrow space. All around was swirling magma, like blazing hot iron, wildly burning her body and soul. Her consciousness began to blur. She could clearly feel her strength being devoured bit by bit. No, she couldn't just wait to die. Yi Linghua forced herself to stay awake. She was unwilling to accept defeat just like this. If she couldn't break through this magma, even she would be slowly melted alive. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes to concentrate, and repeatedly mobilized her divine sense to look for a weakness. But no matter how she tried, there was no progress at all. She gave a bitter smile. Even her own divine sense couldn't break through this restraint. Yun Xiaoyu was indeed troublesome. Just as she kept probing, a strong dizziness overwhelmed her. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. How could this happen? Even my divine sense is about to faint. A chill ran through her heart. If she completely lost consciousness, there would be no chance to turn things around. She gritted her teeth and held on, only to find her divine mind being drawn by an unknown force, slowly moving toward a certain direction. She couldn't explain the source of that power, but instinctively felt danger. Danger so intense it made her heart race. She struggled desperately, but grew weaker and weaker. At the moment her consciousness was about to collapse, a deep and gentle male voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Yi Linghua. That voice was both familiar and strange. A warm current flowed into her body, dispelling the burning pain and wrapping around her spirit. Her brow furrowed slightly as she gradually sank into darkness. I don't know how much time has passed. Yun Xiaoyu tugged at her waistband, looked at the sleeping Yi Linghua, and said faintly, "Young Miss Yi, have a good rest." Yun Xiaoyu, finally found you. While running at full speed, Yun Xiaoyu suddenly felt someone grab his shoulder. He instinctively performed a shoulder throw, slamming the person hard onto the ground. Looking up, it was actually Jueyue Dingxiang. She awkwardly got up and said she found him using her identity from the Heavenly Dao Criminal Investigation Bureau. Cut the nonsense. The Yi family has already sent people to hunt you down. She handed him a fierce beast pursuit order, telling him to take refuge at Yulong Mountain. The fierce beasts there are dangerous. It's a place to train and will also keep the Yi family temporarily at bay. Yun Xiaoyu frowned. He didn't want to hide forever. Jueyue Dingxiang said coldly, "The Yi family won't dare to move against the Jueyue family for now." Before she finished speaking, a group of men in black had already closed in. "Go," she urged. "I'm not leaving." Yun Xiaoyu drew the contract sword. He wanted to solve the problem with his own hands. Jueyue Dingxiang was anxious but couldn't stop him. She would rather suffer herself than see him lose his life. Yun Xiaoyu felt a warmth in her heart, but became even more determined. "You leave, I'll handle this." The men in black had already surrounded them. Yun Xiaoyu raised her sword and charged into the crowd. The sword light flashed like lightning, each move drawing blood. The Yi family members couldn't get close at all. Jua Lilac gritted her teeth and retreated. "Remember my words." Rest assured. Yun Xiaoyu's murderous intent surged as she tore a bloody path through the pursuing enemies. Yun Xiaoyu had already killed 7 or 8 people in succession, yet remained unharmed. Suddenly, a fierce shout rang out behind her. Yun Xiaoyu, prepare to die. She snapped her head around and saw a woman dressed in black descending from the sky, aiming straight for her vital spot. Yun Xiaoyu retreated quickly but was still cut on the arm by the sword's edge. Blood instantly stained her white shirt red. She wiped away the blood, gritted her teeth, and braced for battle. The woman in black moved with astonishing speed, each move ruthless and fierce. Yun Xiaoyu moved swiftly, sword light striking back. The two fought fiercely mid-air. One attack was like thunder, the other as fast as lightning, resulting in a stalemate. Yun Xiaoyu felt a sinking fear. This woman's strength was at least SSS level. Yun Xiaoyu, come back to the Yi family and face your death. The Yi family. The Yi family again. She didn't want to fight head-on and turned to leave. But as soon as she moved, the woman in black caught up. The two raced ahead, one leading and the other following rapidly. Yulong Mountain lies northeast of Jinghai High School, where vicious beasts run rampant. Perhaps it can be used to kill someone by proxy. You can't escape. The voice whispered behind the ear. The speed was too fast. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly stopped and swung back, the sword's edge instantly pressing against the opponent's throat. "If you force me to fight to the death, then we'll die together. You dare." Before the words fell, the cold sword edge had already pressed tightly against the skin. The black-clad woman's face changed drastically. "Are you crazy? The Yi family won't let you go." She suddenly pushed the long sword away, but her wrist was cut and blood seeped out. That strike just now almost severed her throat. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly, showing no desire to continue fighting, and once again flew away swiftly. Only by entering Yulong Mountain could she shake off the Yi family. The woman in black stood still, her gaze venomous. Yulong Mountain? Truly seeking death. In the end, she didn't dare to pursue. Yulong Mountain. Yun Xiaoyu forcibly pressed on using the power of space, her energy already depleted. As soon as she stepped into the mountainous area, a deafening roar exploded. Roar! It was a griffin. Her heart tightened. This ferocious beast was extremely brutal. Surrounded by steep cliffs, beneath her feet was an abyss thousands of meters deep. The next moment, a griffin dived down from the sky, its sharp claws aiming straight at her chest. Yin Xiaoyu swung her sword to block firmly. The immense force left her arm numb. A ferocious beast in front, the Yi family behind. No way to retreat. The griffin's sharp claws swept over Yun Xiaoyu's longsword, cracking the blade. Blood dripped onto the rock. A griffin flapped its wings and lunged. He flipped just in time to dodge. Two more blocked the path ahead. Gritting his teeth, he stepped on the stone to leverage, launching himself like an arrow out of the encirclement. Roars blazed behind him. He dared not linger, only wanting to escape. Suddenly, a griffin opened its mouth, spewing fire. He rolled sideways to avoid it, and immediately, a rain of fireballs pounded down. No room to retreat. Yun Xiaoyu poured her last strength into the contract sword, gritting her teeth as she thrust straight ahead. With a thundering sound, the blade pierced through the griffin's head. Its corpse fell, and he seized the opportunity to leap into the air. In the next moment, a tremendous force slammed into him from behind, flinging him into the air and crashing heavily against the rocks. His back ached with a pain so intense it felt like it was about to break. He gritted his teeth and got up, only to see two snow-white griffins approaching, one large, one small, exuding an overwhelming presence. Their claws struck down simultaneously, a white light shield flickering to life around him, barely blocking the deadly blow. He knew very well that if he was touched even once, death was certain. At that moment, a giant tiger stepped out from behind a tree, its gaze icy cold. The tiger's roar shook the mountains, radiating murderous intent. Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank completely. He was surrounded and trapped on three sides. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from Yun Xiaoyu's right hand. The golden light transformed into a sharp blade and shot straight at the two griffins. The blade pierced through their chests, and after two pained screams, they collapsed heavily to the ground. At the other end, a griffin roared angrily and lunged forward. Yun Xiaoyu raised his sword and swept it horizontally, a single slash to the throat. The griffin struggled a few times, then completely lost its breath. They can't stay here long. Griffins come in packs. If they surround him, he is doomed. Just as he turned to leave, a roar came from behind. Two griffins dived and chased after him. He ran desperately, but was still caught up too. Claws slammed into the abdomen, blood instantly gushing out. The severe pain almost made him faint, but he didn't dare to stop. One step slower, and it would be death. Just as he was about to collapse, he suddenly collided with someone. The other party remained motionless, like a wall. The young man frowned as he looked at him. "Who are you?" Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and lifted his head. "Guardian of Yulong Mountain. This is forbidden ground." Yun Xiaoyu had no time to explain. His injuries were too severe. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and still wanted to keep escaping. But his shoulder was firmly held down. A faint green light appeared in his eyes as his spiritual power erupted. Yet he realized the other was stronger. "Who exactly are you?" He barely suppressed his horror. "You shouldn't have barged in." The young man raised his hand and pressed it against his brow. Green light surged into the body. After a moment, the injury surprisingly stabilized. The young man loosened his grip. Yin Xiaoyu took a deep breath. "Where is the swallowing heaven blood python?" The young man's expression turned cold. "That's not a place you should go." As the words fell, he had already vanished. Yin Xiaoyu stood still, his gaze complicated. Footsteps suddenly came from afar. Yin Xiaoyu immediately restrained his breath and hid in the shadows. His wounds had just healed, and if he encountered a griffin again, death was inevitable. He glanced through the gap and saw a figure slowly approaching, followed by a group of griffins. Yun Xiaoyu's face darkened, his heart sinking halfway. It seemed that this time, the odds were slim. A trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Long Yuan, come out. I know you've been here. The speaker was a girl in a red dress. She had a fiery figure, snow-white skin, and her brows and eyes revealed pride and sharpness. At this moment, the young man who had previously saved Yun Xiaoyu appeared. Feng Liyue, we are not from the same path. Don't entangle yourself any further. Only then did Yun Xiaoyu realize that the young man was Long Yuan. Long Yuan, the Long and Feng families have intermarried for generations. This is the rule of the Mountain Guardians. Do you want to defy your ancestors? Feng Liyue's voice suddenly turned cold. That is an ancestral injunction, not my fate. I am merely a mountain guardian, only guarding this mountain. The rest has nothing to do with me. Long Yuan spoke lightly, his gaze unintentionally sweeping toward Yun Xiaoyu's hiding place. You. Feng Liyue's anger surged. I still have matters to attend to, goodbye. Long Yuan turned to leave. Stop. He stopped moving. Is there anything else? You know very well that I like you. So why do you have to be like this? Feng Liyue's voice carried a tone of unwillingness. Sorry, I'm not interested. Long Yuan's tone was icy to the extreme. Long Yuan, you are insulting the Feng clan. I've said it, I don't care. Coldness surged in his eyes, a hidden murderous intent appearing. Feng Liyue shuddered all over, instinctively stepping back half a pace. What she didn't realize was that she had completely enraged him. You, don't follow me anymore. Long Yuan took a step and left. Feng Liyue stared at his back, clenching her teeth. Long Yuan, you are merciless. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, I will make sure you die. Killing intent raged in her eyes. She had waited long enough. She was going to destroy him with her own hands. Feng Liyue transformed into a streak of light, rushing straight at Long Yuan. Long Yuan stopped midair, his expression cold. He neither looked back nor dodged. Feng Liyue was already within 10 meters. The long sword pointed straight at the back of his heart, a ruthless smile appearing on her face. Even if he was from the Dragon Clan, even if he was stronger, she was willing to risk her life for this fight. Are you really going to kill me? Long Yuan suddenly spoke, his voice calm. But in that moment, he also felt the approaching murderous intent. Yun Xiaoyu, hidden in the shadows, watched with a pounding heart, too afraid to breathe, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Either marry me and go back, or die. Feng Liyue sneered coldly, the sword's tip moving a step closer. He thrust his sword straight at Long Yuan. Just as the sword tip was about to touch his chest, it seemed to hit an iron wall, unable to advance an inch. An invisible force firmly blocked her. What a strong spiritual power. Yun Xiaoyu hid to the side, watching in alarm. Feng Liyue was already SSS-level, and Long Yuan had probably long since reached the divine level. Liyue, you cannot hurt me. Go back. Long Yuan's expression was cold. Impossible. What you're doing now is like hitting a rock with an egg. The Phoenix tribe sought the Dragon tribe's help back then, which led to this marriage alliance. The Dragon tribe can back out at any time. You should give up. His words were not loud, but cut deep. Feng Liyue's face turned pale. Long Yuan, don't force me. She flipped her hand and sent out silver needles, aiming straight for the vital spots. Long Yuan snorted coldly and waved his hand. A strong wind swept up, shattering the silver needles in midair. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Coldness surged in his eyes. His patience was exhausted. Kill me then. I will never let you marry into the Long family. Feng Liyue gritted her teeth, her gaze resolute. Since you seek death, I'll grant it to you. Long Yuan advanced step by step, the air pressing down so heavily it was hard to breathe. Don't kill her. Yun Xiaoyu rushed out to block the way. Let me through. She is the holy maiden of the Phoenix clan. If anything happens to her, the Phoenix clan will be thrown into chaos, and you won't escape either. Long Yuan's gaze darkened. Holy maiden? He looked towards Feng Liyue. So what if she is? Feng Liyue sneered coldly. Either fulfill the marriage contract, or I'll make your life worse than death. You're threatening me? Long Yuan sneered. Then let's try. Feng Liyue was filled with killing intent. Today, either you die, or I perish. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying soul pressure suddenly erupted from within Feng Liyue. Why does the more I persuade, the worse it gets? Yun Xiaoyu felt overwhelmed. Long Yuan's face darkened. You. Before he could finish, Feng Liyue had already made her move. Black flames burst from her mouth, her figure slithering like a snake, aiming straight for Long Yuan's throat. With a loud bang, she was blasted several meters away, coughing up blood in midair, her expression cold and grim. She hadn't expected Long Yuan to be this powerful. Damn it! White mist billowed as she directly cast an illusion. Yun Xiaoyu had wanted to mediate, but with the two already filled with murderous intent, she could only forcefully suppress the situation. Tai Pin Heavenly Immortal Seal. He unleashed his strongest killing move. Long Yuan's face changed abruptly. Dragon Clan's secret technique? Where did you learn that? Yun Xiaoyu did not reply, sneered coldly, and formed the seal. The Azure Dragon's phantom appeared behind him, its roar shaking the sky. Dragon aura surged wildly. Golden light enveloped his body, turning the world into a sea of gold. The beam of light tore through the sky, crashing down with a roar, the ground trembling violently, dust rising high. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure soared into the air. Long Yuan stared at him, eyes shocked. How do you know the Dragon Clan's forbidden technique? And what was that power just now? None of your business. Yun Xiaoyu formed the seals again. Break! A golden beam explosively shot out again, directly aimed at Long Yuan. Explosions rang out continuously. The ground was blasted into deep craters, and Long Yuan was forced to retreat. Yun Xiaoyu shouted angrily. The dragon and phoenix were originally one family. Why must a marriage contract lead to mortal enmity between you? Yun Xiaoyu coldly stared at Long Yuan. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan have already canceled the engagement. You have no right to interfere. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly activated his spiritual power, his entire body transforming into a streak of golden light, rushing straight toward Long Yuan. Feng Liyue was startled. Stop fighting, stop it now. Yun Xiaoyu ignored it completely, spinning several times in midair, fists clenched tightly, golden spiritual power wildly converging, bursting explosively, his arms instantly turning crimson. With a loud bang, Long Yuan was shaken back several steps. Uft! He spat blood again. This strike was even more brutal than before. Stop! He cultivates the Tai Pin Tianxian technique. Long Yuan, you're no match. Feng Liyue urgently reminded. The two people's movements faltered slightly. Long Yuan stared fixedly at Yun Xiaoyu, his face full of shock. The Tai Pin Tianxian Ju is a secret technique of the Dragon Clan. How do you know it? Yun Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Long Yuan sneered coldly, and with a flash of his figure, he closed in. You're all here for the Dragon Clan key, right? Don't forget, I am the young master of the Dragon Clan. As long as I'm alive, no one can snatch it. He looked determinedly at Feng Liyue. Wait. Feng Liyue suddenly thought of something and stared at Yun Xiaoyu. Is your surname Yun? How do you know? Are you from the Yun clan? She instantly realized. If he really was a descendant of the Yun clan, everything would make sense. But Long Yuan shook his head. The Yun clan disappeared over 1,000 years ago. You cannot conclude anything based on just a surname. Then how come he mastered the Tai Pin Tianxian Ju? Feng Liyue asked, word by word, in a rhetorical manner. Long Yuan's expression changed abruptly. Are you really from the Yun clan? None of your business. Yun Xiaoyu also wasn't sure, but the skill was real. Feng Liyue took a deep breath. If you are a descendant of the Yun clan, please come back with us to the clan for a discussion. Why should I agree? When the Yun clan was destroyed back then, the clan leader left behind inheritance and secrets. The Yun clan ancestral hall is in Longjia town, where the answers are hidden, and the chosen heir can only be of Yun clan blood. Her tone was heavy. Yun Xiaoyu's face changed drastically, staring at her intently. How do you know these things? Feng Liyue spoke slowly. Because the Yun clan leader at that time was also a person from Longjia town. The last Yun clan leader was very close to my father before he passed away. He once told me that the Yun clan left behind a legacy and a huge secret. I followed this thread and only then learned about these matters. Feng Liyue's tone was calm, yet it stirred turmoil in Yun Xiaoyu's heart. Now we have found the descendants of the Yun clan. Yun Xiaoyu, we hope you will come back with us. She spoke again. This was the instruction from the previous clan leader before his death. We are also unclear about your origins, but rest assured, we will not harm you. Long Yuan stared at Yun Xiaoyu, feeling that he simply did not believe him. You carry the bloodline of the Yun clan, so we have no reason to harm you. But the descendants of the Yun clan must return to the tribe. All right, I'll go with you. Yun Xiaoyu nodded. He was on guard in his heart, but could not refuse. If he could truly inherit the legacy, his strength would definitely reach a new level. Old man, do you know the Cloud Clan? He asked the Supreme King in his heart. Only now do you remember me when you need something? The Supreme King snorted coldly. Cut the crap, get to the point. So many years have passed, I didn't expect anyone to still mention this matter. Then I'll tell you. The Cloud Clan has a long history. It is a branch of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan branch. Yun Xiaoyu's pupils contracted. The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan were originally ancient divine beasts. During the ancient Great War, the Dragon Clan leader unexpectedly perished. The core inheritance of the Dragon Clan fell into the hands of the Yun Clan. The Supreme King spoke in a calm tone. Yun Xiaoyu frowned. So, that means I really have a connection with the Dragon and Phoenix clans? Yes, but I'm not clear on the details. Forget it, I won't pursue it. He waved his hand. They came to me because of the inheritance, right? Of course. Only those with Yun clan blood can unlock the Yun clan inheritance. If the Dragon Clan wants to take the ruins, they absolutely need you. Now that you've appeared in their territory, they naturally won't miss this opportunity. The Supreme King's tone was filled with helplessness. Yun Xiaoyu silently followed behind the two. The road wasn't long, and soon they saw rows of houses. He hadn't expected that within Yulong Mountain, known as Forbidden Territory, there would actually be a village hidden inside. Up ahead is the Dragon Tribe's village. Long Yuan pointed forward. Yun Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, scanning over the houses, his vigilance deepening. There was not the slightest sign of supernatural energy here. This is where you mountain guards live. The guardians of the mountain are divided into two groups, the Long family and the Feng family. Yun Xiaoyu nodded, but continued to vigilantly observe the surroundings. Long Yuan saw this clearly. Stop looking, go to the Yun clan ancestral hall. That is the Long family's forbidden area. Only the legitimate eldest grandson can enter. He stared at Yun Xiaoyu. Once inside the ancestral hall, their identity would be immediately revealed. Yun Xiaoyu felt heavy-hearted. Once exposed, they would surely be hunted by both families. Now was not the time to fall out. If you are not a descendant of the Yun clan, the outcome will be dire, Long Yuan warned coldly. I have learned the secret techniques of the Long clan. Naturally, I have Yun clan blood, Yun Xiaoyu said firmly. Otherwise, I will kill you with my own hands. Feng Liue turned around to lead the way, and the four of them headed straight for the ancestral hall. As they stepped into the courtyard, a strong fragrance hit them. You go inside, we'll wait outside. The courtyard was empty and deserted. After Yun Xiaoyu entered, she immediately restrained her aura but felt an even stronger pressure, more terrifying than the experts outside. The voice of the Supreme King sounded. There is a force in the center. It's not a test of bloodline, but a test of will. If you can't hold on, retreat immediately, or you will alert the entire Dragon Clan. Yun Xiaoyu's heart tightened. She could only grit her teeth and move forward. Ancient characters of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing were carved on the wall. When the wind blew, the shadows of the characters swayed, eerie and sinister. He stood at the door, his gaze firm. Is the ancestor of the Yun clan right here? That's right. This is the ancestral land of the Yun clan. The ancestor once secluded himself here. As long as you pass the test, you can enter the ancestral hall and undergo the baptism. At that time, your strength will surge tremendously. Yun Xiaoyu nodded. Understood. After speaking, he walked straight in. 3 stone statues stood inside the ancestral hall. On each side sat an elder, dressed just like Yun Xiaoyu. But the two exuded a fierce aura, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Yun Xiaoyu felt a sudden tightening in his chest. There were actually 2 powerful figures stationed here. All the elders in the ancestral hall are the direct descendants of the Yun clan. Even if fallen, the remaining strength still surpasses yours. Don't act recklessly. The voice of the Supreme King echoed in his mind. Yun Xiaoyu trembled. I know my limits. He walked to one of the stone statues. A warm breath instantly enveloped his entire body, like being soaked in warm water. Comfortable, yet concealed power. Younger generation Yun Xiaoyu, here to pay respects. After speaking, he knelt and kowtowed. As his third forehead touched the ground, the stone statue suddenly heated up. A warm current surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Yun Xiaoyu immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. A vast scene appeared in his mind. An ancient aura enveloped him, as if he was being pulled into another world. At that moment, boom, the ancestral hall suddenly exploded. Yun Xiaoyu opened his eyes, his heart pounding wildly. The protective formation has been broken. This is the last chance given to you by the ancestors. How far you can go depends on yourself. Now leave here. The Supreme King spoke in a low tone. Yun Xiaoyu squinted his eyes. Since this is an opportunity, it must not be missed. Good. He turned and left the ancestral hall. Just as he stepped out the door, the voice of the Phoenix God sounded. Kid, your luck is pretty good. Yun Xiaoyu couldn't contain his excitement. I feel my soul has grown stronger. Both your body and soul resonate with this power. You can absorb the elements of heaven and earth, and also swallow the legacy of your ancestors. If you can fully integrate it, your strength will multiply. Yun Xiaoyu nodded and closed her eyes again. The power of heaven and earth surged wildly all around. The oppressive aura inside her body was breaking apart. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The true transformation was only just beginning. This trip to the Yun clan ancestral hall was indeed not in vain. You really are a descendant of the Yun clan. Long Yuan stared at Yun Xiaoyu as she walked out, his voice trembling with excitement. He always believed his bloodline was pure, yet he had never gained the recognition of the ancestors. Now that the ancestral hall is reacting, it means the true descendant has appeared. And that person is Yun Xiaoyu. This kind of bloodline is definitely not something an ordinary disciple possesses. There must be a greater secret hidden within her. Long Yuan suppressed his overwhelming joy. I will report back to the elder immediately that a Yun clan descendant has been found. Go ahead, Li Yue, and I will just take a casual walk, Yun Xiaoyu said, then turned and left. Long Yuan responded respectfully. The trial was over, and it was now the Long family's turn to act. Ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. Long Yuan knelt and reported before the ancestors' tomb, standing alongside Long Yuan and Long Quan. Great Patriarch, the descendants of the Yun family have appeared. The task is complete, and the secret stash can now be activated. As the words fell, the ancestral land's aura surged, and the ancestors responded. The Dragon Clan had been suppressed for too long, and now they finally had the chance to turn the tide. Set off immediately, bring the person back, and do not harm him, Long Yuan ordered in a deep voice. Yes, sir. The two received their orders and departed. In the dense valley behind the mountain, more than 30 elite members of the Long family gathered together, the lowest being SS-level, and there were even SSS-level experts. The descendants of the Yun clan have appeared. The revival of our Long family is in sight. After being suppressed for so many years, we can finally hold our heads high. Everyone looked excited. Soon, Long Yuan arrived at the valley with Yun Xiaoyu and Feng Liyue. Everyone, the Yun clan descendants have arrived. What should we do next? An elder slowly spoke. His bloodline is the key to unlocking the Long clan's secret treasures. Only he can help us take the first step toward revival. As soon as the old man finished speaking, everyone's expressions grew excited. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. Long Yuan stepped forward and said, Please believe me, the Yun clan is sincerely helping the Long clan take the first step toward revival. Everyone nodded in agreement, and it seemed the overall situation was settled. The old man said no more and led the group toward the exit of the valley. Yun Xiaoyu followed, but Feng Liyue stayed where she was. The elder called Yun Xiaoyu aside and told him to follow. The two remained silent all the way. After walking quite far, Yun Xiaoyu suddenly stopped. Are we heading deep into the ancestral land? The elder was momentarily stunned. This direction does indeed lead to the Dragon Clan's sacred place. He did not hide it, and said that treasures and the ancestral hall were hidden there. Yun Xiaoyu felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Since this is a forbidden area for the Dragon Clan, why bring an outsider like me here? Is it trust or a trap? The elder saw his doubts and frankly said that the Dragon Clan would not harm him. Yun Xiaoyu didn't ask any further, only continuing onward. The sanctuary was a huge cave residence. The vitality was astonishingly dense, several times stronger than the outside world. Even more terrifying was the outer array. Without a Dragon Clan guide, no one could break through. The power of the formation is enough to suppress top-tier warriors. Yun Xiaoyu was secretly shocked. The foundation of the Dragon Clan is deeper than he imagined. Just as he was pondering, the elder stopped. We've arrived at the ancestral hall. Please come in. Yun Xiaoyu took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior layout resembles that of the Yun clan's ancestral shrine, only more grand. Beneath the familiar layout, unknown secrets are concealed. The ancestral hall was filled with antique jade artifacts, all treasured collections from generations of the Dragon Clan, each item precious. But Yun Xiaoyu didn't even glance at them. Descendant of the Yun clan, please sit. You must restore the glory of our Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan elder said solemnly. Yun Xiaoyu nodded. Rest assured, senior, I will do my utmost to fulfill the mission. After speaking, he picked up the tea on the table and sipped it slowly. The elder's expression changed slightly, but he did not react. Soon, everyone else left, and the hall emptied, leaving only the cleaners behind. Yun Xiaoyu sat alone in the center of the ancestral hall, his eyes scanning around until he quickly noticed an old table in the corner on which stood a stone tablet. The stone stele was engraved with 4 large characters, Dragon Clan Ancestral Hall. The strokes were sharp and imposing. He walked over, picked up the stone stele, and examined it carefully. The calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, as if alive, making one want to reach out and touch it. Suddenly, a thought stirred in his mind. This stone stele seemed to resonate with the bloodline within him. Yun Xiaoyu squinted and released his spiritual awareness to investigate. Soon, he detected a faint trace of Dragon Clan bloodline within himself. Though faint, it truly existed. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. So, it turns out that I also have the blood of the Dragon Clan flowing within me. Just as he was about to leave, a portrait suddenly appeared on the wall of the ancestral hall. Yun Xiaoyu was stunned and instinctively closed his eyes, his consciousness being violently drawn in. In the painting was a flood dragon, its scales cold and menacing, its aura wild, roaring up to the sky. The roar was like thunder, shaking his head with a splitting pain, almost unbearable. At that moment, he saw 2 characters carved on the dragon's back, Yun Clan. Those 2 words stabbed sharply into his heart like a blade, sending waves of pain throughout his body. The bloodline of the Yun family will awaken, and our Dragon Clan will rise again. Long Yuan and Long Quan suddenly appeared in the ancestral hall. Seeing this scene, their faces lit up with wild joy. Long Yuan shouted loudly at Yun Xiaoyu. His voice could not contain his excitement. At the next moment, heavy array runes lit up beneath Yun Xiaoyu's feet, and a sharp pain suddenly surged into his body. The formation was frantically drawing out his vital energy. You want to use me as a sacrifice? He finally understood. Long Quan laughed even more triumphantly. When the Dragon Clan is revived, I will avenge the Yun family for you. Yun Xiaoyu felt a chill in his heart. It turned out that this ancestral hall was itself a sacrificial formation, using his life to exchange for the Dragon Clan's secret stash, and taking the opportunity to escape. With his current strength, he simply couldn't break it. Yun Xiaoyu, the Dragon Clan will remember you, Long Yuan said coldly. As the words fell, the 2 disappeared instantly. The formation spun faster and faster, and vital energy was being drained wildly. Yun Xiaoyu was anxious and furious, but had no way to respond. Supreme King, save me. There was silence within the sea of consciousness. Uncle, don't play dead. Still no response. He gritted his teeth and forcefully called out. The Supreme King finally appeared, his tone indifferent. A mere S-rank formation is not hard to break. Yun Xiaoyu relaxed slightly. Then hurry up and start. The Supreme King smiled, transforming into a beam of light and merging into his body. The surrounding runes began to spin, quickly condensing into a massive stone tablet. With a thought, Yun Xiaoyu sent the stone tablet soaring into the sky. Boom! Golden light exploded, and the oppressive force pressed down like a mountain, causing the entire space to tremble. Yun Xiaoyu's face turned pale, his legs trembling, cold sweat pouring down. This pressure was definitely not just S-level. It was even stronger than an SSS-level ability user, far surpassing that ancient flood dragon. Danger was looming right before him. He had to destroy the ancestral hall. "Uncle, lend me your strength." As soon as the words fell, the golden light suddenly dispersed. A white shadow shot out from his brow, straight into the steel. The ancient patterns rapidly spread, wrapping around the steel, the aura growing increasingly violent. The next moment, a roar exploded, shattering the clouds and mist, filled with anger and hatred. Rumble. The entire mountain trembled violently. Countless cracks split the summit, spreading frantically in all directions. In the next moment, the figure in white turned into a shadow, directly piercing through Yun Xiaoyu's chest. Blood sprayed out. He felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint. But he gritted his teeth and refused to fall. He knew very well that once he collapsed, he would never be able to get up again. "Ah!" He roared out loud, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth, his face pale as paper. Ultimately unable to hold on, he knelt down on one knee, his whole body feeling like it was crushed by immense force, his bones crying out in agony. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. At this moment, the shadow of the Supreme King appeared before him, gently pressing down on his shoulder. "Hold on." After saying this, he raised his head to look at the towering ancestral hall and sneered coldly. "The Dragon Clan will not perish." As his words fell, his figure gradually faded away. Yun Xiaoyu spat out another mouthful of blood, his body staggering and on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to fall, a burst of blazing fire erupted from his dantian, enveloping his entire body. That was the primordial fire left by the Supreme King, blazing yet gentle, quickly healing his wounds. But at the same time, he felt his internal primal power draining wildly. If this dragged on any longer, he would surely die. He had to leave. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze turned cold as he forced himself toward the ancestral hall's entrance. Within a few steps, he was already near the door. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure swept out from inside the hall. A giant claw tore through the air, distorting the atmosphere around it. Yun Xiaoyu was struck hard, thrown several meters away, and slammed heavily onto the ground. Blood sprayed again, and the power within his body was almost completely drained. How is this possible? I clearly broke the sacrificial formation, yet I still can't get past the ancestral hall. His face was full of unwillingness. Just as he was about to escape again, his body was tightly locked by an invisible force. Laughter echoed wildly throughout the hall. "People from the Long family. I had already anticipated you would come." In front of Yin Xiaoyu stood a hunched middle-aged man. Ordinary looking, but with a pair of eyes deep as the abyss, like two black wells, weighing on people's breath. "Who are you? What exactly is going on here? Why can't I pass the altar?" Yin Xiaoyu asked in a deep voice. The man suddenly laughed loudly, facing the sky. "After over 1,000 years, I finally see the light of day again. Ancestor of the Dragon Clan, you didn't expect this, did you? It was your descendants who released me, the sky-swallowing blood python." Anger surged in his eyes, murderous intent overflowing. Sky-swallowing blood python? Yin Xiaoyu's heart jolted. Isn't this the fierce beast that Juyu Lilac ordered him to hunt? Yet it was sealed here by the Long family, and its aura far exceeds the SSS level. "You have long bloodline? Just perfect. I'll use you as an appetizer." As soon as the words fell, the blood python opened its mouth and spat out a blood-colored dragon pearl, instantly transforming into a sea of blood, overwhelming and storming down. Yun Xiaoyu immediately activated the supreme heavenly immortal technique, a dragon shadow swirling around his body, and the contract sword suddenly slashed out. Crack! The sword light cut into the sea of blood, but shattered instantly. He was blasted away, blood spurting wildly. "I told you, you're not worthy to be my opponent." The blood python laughed madly. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and stood up. "I can't beat you, but I won't just wait to die." He turned and ran. But the ancestral hall suddenly erupted with a terrifying suction force, holding him tightly. His body kept falling. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. The next moment, he heard his heart pounding violently. PSH. His heart actually exploded inside his chest. The intense pain tore through his nerves, and he was swept toward the center of the altar by that force. With a bang, it fell heavily. The blood python slowly approached, its gaze greedy. My sea of blood can engulf all things. What do you have to win? It lunged fiercely, its crimson tongue pressed against his neck, ready to swallow him whole. Get lost. Anger blazed in Yun Xiaoyu's eyes. Golden runes flashed wildly on his body surface. He stomped down heavily with his left foot. Boom. The ancestral hall shook violently, stone walls cracked. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, the contract sword had already been fiercely slashed onto the back of the devouring heaven blood python. The devouring heaven blood python let out a miserable scream, its scales shattered, and blood splattered. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Think you can succeed? Dream on. He raised the contract sword and stabbed straight. Howl! A huge tail swept across. Yun Xiaoyu was brutally slammed into the ground, dizzy and disoriented, his bones feeling as if they were shattered. The devouring heaven blood python sneered darkly. I will cut your flesh piece by piece and eat it slowly. I'm not that easy to kneel. Yun Xiaoyu pushed against the ground to stand up. Talking tough? Let's see how long you can hold out. The giant python lunged again. The ancestral hall shook, and a huge hole burst out of the wall. Yun Xiaoyu, how many breaths do you have left? You are a devil. So what if I'm a devil? The pain I suffered, you'll pay back 100 times over. The devouring sky blood python roared furiously. Cloud Little Fish's eyes were icy cold. I'll teach you what real pain is. A silver-white sword light suddenly burst forth, the sword energy fierce like thunder. A giant tail whipped toward him. With a dull thud, Cloud Little Fish was knocked back several meters, his chest tight, blood spraying out. Today, you only deserve to be my nourishment. The sky-swallowing blood python laughed wildly. Cloud Little Fish's legs trembled, but he gritted his teeth and growled low. The debt owed to the Long family. Let the Long family repay. He leapt into the sky. Trying to escape? Black mist spewed from the huge mouth, rushing forward. A cyan-green flame suddenly appeared, burning the black mist into nothingness. The devouring blood python was startled. What kind of fire is this? Yun Xiaoyu broke through the ancestral land and surged into the sky. Long Yuan looked up, his face full of shock. He's still alive? The Long family disciples were all in an uproar. You must bear the consequences of the disaster you have sown yourselves. After he finished speaking, his figure vanished. In the next moment, the devouring heaven blood python descended upon the ancestral land. Devouring heaven blood python. Seeing the devouring heaven blood python appear, Long Yuan's heart jolted. Wasn't this vicious beast sealed by the dragon clan's ancestors thousands of years ago? How could it reappear in the mortal world? Bastards of the dragon clan, the debts of the past will be settled today. The devouring heaven blood python's voice was cold and chilling. Long Yuan's expression grew grave, and he didn't dare be careless. The other's aura was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. With a boom, the ancestral land's great formation was shattered by a single strike, mountains and rivers collapsing. Long Yuan and the others were thrown by the aftershock, each coughing up blood. Monster, I will fight you to the death. Long Yuan drew the ancient sword and charged straight ahead. The sword light streaked across, but was swallowed whole by the sky-swallowing blood python without even causing a ripple. Long Yuan, sacrifice your life to honor the souls of my clan. The blood python suddenly lunged down. Long Yuan desperately dodged, but was a step too slow, ripped apart by the giant maw, dying instantly. The ancestral land then completely collapsed. Dragon clan strongholds fell one after another, screams echoing continuously. The sky-swallowing blood python set its greedy eyes on Long Yuan. This body suits my taste very well. It opened its bloodthirsty jaws and lunged forward. At that moment, the sky exploded, the clouds parted, and a golden light descended, enveloping Long Yuan. The golden barrier blocked the sharp fangs, and the shockwave sent the blood python flying back dozens of yards. The devouring blood python steadied itself, staring fixedly at Long Yuan, the desire in its eyes intensifying. That bloodline power was a great boost to it. Roar! It lunged again. Long Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his face pale. Still alive? That's enough. Dragon family brat, die. The blood python spat out a violent blast of energy. Long Yuan forced himself to stand up. Dragon family, listen to the order, prepare to fight. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer, but he had to endure. Even if they fought until the last person, the Dragon clan could not be wiped out today. As the order was given, the remaining members of the Dragon family all struck together. A life-or-death battle erupted at that moment. The heaven-swallowing blood python completely lost its mind, roaring as it charged toward Long Yuan. Long Yuan's momentum surged violently, forcibly stopping it in its tracks. Boom! The two forces collided head-on, causing an explosion that swept the surroundings. But the blood python was not even scratched. Damn it, this kid's body is even harder than mine. I have to get serious. As the words fell, a pressure far exceeding SSS-level burst forth from its body. Behind the blood python, a crimson giant tail condensed, its power savage, crashing toward Long Yuan like a meteor. Long Yuan's face instantly turned pale. This momentum was too strong. He simply couldn't withstand it. But he knew clearly that if he retreated, the Long family would be finished. He closed his eyes and whispered, "All things under heaven possess spirit." In the next moment, countless ghostly images of herbs appeared, surrounding him. The medicinal power surged wildly into his body, and his breath quickly recovered. In the blink of an eye, he was restored to his original state. The blood python's pupils constricted. Can he really still heal? Long Yuan said coldly, "Blood python, prepare to die." In the eyes of the blood python, he should have been an ant that could be easily crushed. But unexpectedly, this kid repeatedly defused deadly moves. The blood python snorted angrily and attacked again. Suddenly, several whirlpools appeared around Long Yuan, and from each whirlpool emerged a Long Yuan, all pouncing toward the blood python simultaneously. The blood python sneered, "Trivial tricks." With a swipe of its giant tail, the whirlpools were shattered one after another. After the whirlpools dispersed, golden pills hovered in the void. Damaru was formed from condensed energy, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance that made people feel dazed when smelled. The blood python's expression grew even darker. It felt fear for the first time. If Long Yuan continued to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. A moment of crisis surged in the heart of the sky-devouring blood python. It roared angrily, its massive body charging forward, directly crashing into Long Yuan. Long Yuan dodged quickly in midair, but without a weapon, it couldn't shake off the pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the blood python closed in, opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction force swallowed Long Yuan into its stomach. Long Yuan was slammed heavily into its body, trapped into a bulging mass of flesh, rising continuously as the abdominal cavity rotated. I can't just wait to die. He suddenly exerted all his strength, forcibly breaking free from the restraint, bleeding profusely as he escaped. In the next moment, the giant tail of the blood python coiled around his legs, claws piercing through his chest. Long Yuan screamed in agony, blood spurting wildly. "You will ultimately be my food." The blood python laughed wildly, its demonic energy transforming into blazing flames, opening its mouth to spit a fireball that burned Long Yuan into ashes. But the real Long Yuan had already appeared thousands of feet away, surrounded by a protective glow. "Clone." The blood python snorted coldly, spewing flames again. Long Yuan dodged desperately but was still hit, several deep wounds visible to the bone appearing on his body. At this rate, he would sooner or later be burned alive. In this desperate situation, Long Yuan suddenly thought of a way. It was the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. It could block the blazing flames filling the sky. Long Yuan immediately activated his cultivation technique. In an instant, dazzling light burst from his body, and he seemed to transform into 9 divine beings, frantically devouring the surrounding energy. The power of the flames was absorbed by the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, instantly refined into pure true essence, continuously flowing into his body. The devouring sky blood python was stunned. By the time it regained its senses, Long Yuan's injuries had already healed. Roar! The blood python, enraged, lunged again, spewing a blazing fireball from its mouth. With a boom, Long Yuan was engulfed by the flames. The blood python sneered coldly, intending to completely devour him. But within the flames, Long Yuan was frantically absorbing its power instead. In a few breaths, his wounds fully healed, and his breath grew stronger. Long Yuan looked up and let out a long howl, his imposing pressure suddenly surging. Fear finally appeared in the blood python's eyes as it turned to escape underground. Trying to run, Long Yuan snorted coldly and opened his mouth to spew out a strange flame. The flame touched the blood python, which instantly caught fire, screaming in agony. Its massive body cracked and crumbled in the fire, turning to ashes. But Long Yuan's expression was grave. This technique is too overwhelming. Even he himself is shocked. Suddenly, a blood shadow flashed. The blood python was not completely dead and lunged like an afterimage. Long Yuan spat out a fireball to block it. The blood python quickly dodged, but was still burned. It went completely crazy and lunged again. Just as Long Yuan was about to strike, the blood python had already closed in and bit his shoulder. Click! The sound of bone cracking was sharp and piercing. The fangs fiercely pierced into flesh and blood. Long Yuan let out a miserable scream. Long Yuan's shoulder was almost torn apart, and he groaned in pain. That beast bit down hard, as if it wanted to tear him apart completely. But he held on stubbornly, nearly breaking a tooth in the process. The next moment, a burst of golden light exploded inside his body, so dazzling it made one unable to open their eyes. The entire valley was illuminated. The swallowing heaven blood python froze, feeling a chill in its heart. Get lost! Long Yuan roared angrily and slammed his palm down hard. The fist smashed onto the snake's head, and the massive body was directly blasted away, crashing heavily into the valley. Before it could get up, black flames surged out from its body, instantly engulfing it. The blood python roared wildly, rolling and struggling in the flames. But the fire burned stronger and stronger, and its breath grew weaker and weaker. After a moment, the black flames withdrew, leaving only a pile of charred remains. Long Yuan stood still, his eyes burning with heat. He survived. Moreover, he could clearly feel the power within him surging wildly. The bottleneck is cleared. Boom! A muffled boom erupted inside him, and his aura suddenly soared. On a distant small hill, Yun Xiaoyu finally stood up straight. Recovered enough, time to go collect the results. She looked toward the movement in the valley, a smile on her lips. The harder they fought, the better her chance to strike. The Feng clan remained inactive, clearly waiting and watching. If I don't go now, the credit will be taken by the Phoenix clan. The voice of the Supreme King echoed in her mind. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flickered and disappeared behind a hill. In the valley, Long Yuan's aura erupted again, even stronger than the sky-devouring blood python. A terrified beast's roar echoed through the air. Long Yuan opened his eyes, golden light swirling around his body, his form rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a golden giant beast. This was an ability only beyond an SSS-level superpowered being. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. The power he had suppressed for years finally unleashed. Not bad, this is true power. He raised his hand and waved it, a beam of golden light once again shooting toward the remaining devouring sky blood python. The blood python let out a desperate roar, suddenly whipping its tail fiercely in a counterattack. The golden light was struck hard. Bang! With a muffled sound, the golden light shattered, dissolving into sparkling points of starlight. Fear flashed in the devouring sky blood python's eyes. That strike was comparable to an SSS rank. It did not dare to endure it head-on and could only turn and flee for its life. The massive snake body rampaged wildly through the forest. Trees fell one after another, and the ground was plowed into deep furrows. A loud explosion was heard in the distance. Long Yuan looked up and saw a towering ancient tree collapsing with a crash, caused by the golden flames he had just unleashed. Damn it! He flashed forward, giving chase. The devouring sky blood python roared angrily but didn't dare to stay. Its figure quickly darted away. Trying to run? Dream on. Long Yuan pursued coldly. The next moment, his body suddenly changed. A mighty roar shook the forest as he transformed into a colossal shadow, with 3 horns on his head and an explosive surge of energy. The surrounding beasts were frightened and scattered in all directions. They knew clearly that this was already in existence beyond SSS level. Long Yuan suddenly crashed to the ground. Boom! The earth cracked and dust shot into the sky. He stood up and roared furiously. "Today, don't think you'll leave alive." Before the words had fallen, he sprang up, turning into a streak of golden light chasing the blood python. The devouring sky blood python sensed the approaching speed. Its black flames surged wildly, and it fled again frantically. A faint golden glow radiated around Long Yuan. His speed surged explosively, catching up in an instant. "Die for me." A golden fireball shot out from his mouth. The black flames were instantly vaporized. The blood python roared, panicked, and turned to flee once more. Long Yuan snorted coldly. Golden light flashed brilliantly as he transformed into a streak of light, relentlessly pursuing. Bang! 2 figures collided fiercely, then quickly bounced apart. The sky-swallowing blood python roared angrily and lunged at Long Yuan again. Long Yuan slammed out a palm. The air exploded, sparks flying, and a continuous roar surrounded them. In the next moment, he was viciously struck by the snake's claw, thrown heavily to the ground, with several blood streaks appearing on his body. The blood python took advantage of the momentum to pounce and kill. Long Yuan gritted his teeth and got up, his figure flickering as he narrowly dodged. At that moment, the golden flame he had previously released shot out swiftly from behind, aimed straight at the blood python's throat. Bang! The golden flame struck the serpent's neck, black smoke billowing as the venom sizzled from the scorching. The blood python screamed miserably, its massive body actually starting to shrink. The next moment, it transformed into a streak of white light and fled. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Long Yuan sneered coldly, leaping forward in pursuit. In the forest, a man and a snake raced through the undergrowth. The blood python had already darted several hundred meters, with the golden flames relentlessly in pursuit behind. It was fast, but Long Yuan was faster. "Brother Long, I'm here to help you." Yun Xiaoyu suddenly appeared. "No need." Long Yuan too didn't even look back. "I insist on helping." Yun Xiaoyu, angered, closely pursued without letting go. "Stay put, or don't blame me for being rude." Long Yuan said coldly. The blood python roared angrily, the black flames burning more fiercely, suddenly transforming into black light and recoiling back. Killing intent surged in Long Yuan's eyes, his right fist clenched tightly, golden flames bursting from his arm, fiercely striking toward the snake's head. Bang! With a collision of immense force, both man and snake were pushed back simultaneously, shockwaves rolling through the air. Both retreated at the same time, the outcome clear. Long Yuan clearly held the upper hand over the snake. But the devouring blood python did not retreat at all, opening its blood-stained mouth wide to bite viciously. Long Yuan snorted coldly, his right fist ignited with blazing flames, smashing hard against the giant maw. Fist met fangs in a hardened clash, the 2 forces exploding outward, each side stepping back several paces. At that moment, the devouring blood python's body suddenly burst open, and a pitch-black strange worm darted out, speeding off into the distance. The blood python roared angrily, its tail striking the ground, turning into a streak of black light as it fled. Long Yuan pursued relentlessly, darting through the forest, his figure flashing as he closed in instantly. The giant sword fell, cleaving the blood python into 2 segments. But Long Yuan's expression darkened. This slash hadn't managed to kill it completely. "If you're useless, step aside," Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Long Yuan's anger surged, his momentum growing wildly, fist imprint condensing as he slammed it down on the blood python's head. The blood python roared wildly towards the sky, its head swelling, body expanding to 3 zhong, its scales bristling fiercely. Yun Xiaoyu no longer hesitated, purple light erupting, her whole body crashing forward like a meteor. 2 forces clashed head-on, producing a thunderous roar. The blood python was blasted away, crashing into the ground, scattering rocks, and creating deep ravines. "Isn't that quite arrogant?" Yun Xiaoyu grabbed it, and threw it down again with force, smashing it directly into the earth. The devouring sky blood python rolled frantically, trying to break free from Yun Xiaoyu, but could not escape. With a roar, Long Yuan descended from the sky, fixating on its head. As long as the head was destroyed, this beast would undoubtedly die. A golden spear pierced through the air, thrusting fiercely forward. A loud bang exploded, but the spear only pierced into the body of the blood python. The blood python let out a miserable scream, blood oozing from its eyes. Thanks. Yun Xiaoyu took the opportunity to pull out the beast core, and the blood python instantly withered into a corpse. Hand over the beast core, Long Yuan said coldly. Why should I? Yun Xiaoyu sneered. We're on the same side. The spoils should be shared equally. Whoever gets it keeps it. You just landed the finishing blow. Long Yuan sneered coldly. He had never taken Yun Xiaoyu seriously. Hand over the beast core. Feng Liyue also spoke. Long Yuan's face grew colder, and the atmosphere instantly tightened. If you have the guts, come and take it. Yun Xiaoyu's momentum surged wildly, pressing back Long Yuan. How did you get stronger? Long Yuan was shocked. You wanted to kill me just now, but now you have no chance. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. I just don't believe it. Long Yuan roared and charged forward. Just in time for you to witness true power. The two erupted simultaneously, colliding fiercely in midair. Bang! Two forces collided fiercely, the air exploded, and shockwaves rolled. Each clash was like thunder striking the ground. Bang! Another strike, and both retreated simultaneously. Long Yuan's face changed suddenly. He actually couldn't overpower Yun Xiaoyu. At that moment just now, he clearly felt an invisible pressure firmly suppressing him. Could it be? He had already been surpassed? What's wrong? Can't handle it. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, her expression arrogant. Your strength isn't even half of mine, and you dare to fight me? Long Yuan's anger surged in his heart. Brother Long Yuan, don't waste words on him. Feng Liyue snorted coldly. He's only borrowing the power of the beast core. I'll kill him. Then I'll leave it to Miss Feng. Long Yuan stepped aside. Feng Liyue's momentum surged wildly, and the phantom image of a phoenix soared into the sky behind her. She stomped the ground, her figure turning into a streak of residual light, directly attacking Yun Xiaoyu. Just right, I'll kill you together. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze was cold and fierce as she charged head-on. The two figures collided instantly. Each punch landed solidly. The sound of bones cracking exploded. After a few moves, both were blasted backward. Feng Liyue clutched her chest, her face full of disbelief. That sense of oppression was even stronger than before. She actually couldn't block it. You are too weak. Yun Xiaoyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her tone calm. You. Feng Liyue's face turned ashen. If this drags on any longer, by the time your Feng family's strong fighters arrive, none of us will be able to leave. Yun Xiaoyu smiled meaningfully. When the Feng family arrives, all of you will die. Feng Liyue responded coldly. What if I fight the two of you alone? Yun Xiaoyu did not back down at all. Then let you witness the true power of the Feng clan. Feng Liyue roared angrily, swinging the Feng Ming sword in a slash. The sword light was like fire, its edge tearing through the sky. This sword was the Feng clan's treasured heirloom, able to cut through mountains. Yun Xiaoyu stared at the approaching sword light, eyes narrowing slightly. Feng Ming's sword indeed lives up to its reputation. The power of the Feng Ming sword is beyond what you can imagine. Feng Liyue sneered coldly. Don't get cocky. This time, I will kill you with my own hands. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes were icy cold. The Feng Ming sword struck down again. With a thunderous roar, two forces clashed fiercely in midair. The sword's edge was sharp, its defense solid, and its speed equally astonishing. After several exchanges, both were knocked back at the same time, landing and spitting blood. Feng Liyue, you lost. Yun Xiaoyu struggled to stand up. The Feng clan never admits defeat. Feng Liyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze stubborn. Your talent is good, but unfortunately, you met me. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Who dies is still uncertain. Feng Liyue counterattacked. Killing intent flared up again, and the two charged at each other once more, the battle becoming even fiercer. Long Yuan suddenly roared, his body swelling explosively. A gigantic dragon rose behind him, opening its mouth to unleash a raging inferno. Flame dragon technique. The sea of fire covered the sky. Not bad, but today you will die. Yin Xiaoyu formed hand seals with both hands. Supreme Celestial Seal. A fiery red dragon appeared, stirring up scorching waves of heat. Two giant dragons fiercely collided in the air, flames shooting into the sky. Long Yuan was swallowed into a sea of fire. After a moment, he burst out of the flames, wounded all over, his breath chaotic. You really think you can beat me with just this move? Long Yuan stared intently at Yun Xiaoyu, full of resentment. Is that all you've got? Yun Xiaoyu stared at Long Yuan, eyes filled with contempt. You will find out who the real weakling is. Long Yuan roared, his dragon claw suddenly striking out. Covered in golden scales, the claw exploded with golden light, tearing through the air straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Phoenix Clan Divine Skill, Phoenix crying in the ninth heaven. Feng Liu swung her sword upward, a clear ringing shaking the sky. The sword stance was like a phoenix soaring into the sky, imposing and pressuring, even causing the strong to be shocked. The sword's ring fell. Yun Xiaoyu retreated violently, his robe shredded, and several blood streaks appeared on his chest. He looked up and sneered coldly. Just with you all, you want to suppress me? Phoenix soars across the world. Feng Liu struck again, the lights surging wildly, countless sword shadows overwhelming the sky and pressing down. Yun Xiaoyu gripped the contract sword tightly, his white clothes fluttering. Sword Qi counterattacked like rain. The two collided wildly in midair, aftershocks swirling, the Tindi Jundong. In the blink of an eye, several hundred moves had passed. Taishu's sword intent. A sharp sword light stabbed straight at Feng Liu's throat, moving so fast that only an afterimage remained. Boom! Two forces collided head-on. Both retreated simultaneously, each injured. Yun Xiaoyu's face was pale, yet she still held the upper hand. Feng Liu gritted her teeth and unleashed Phoenix crying nine heavens again. Two phoenixes taking shape, shrieking as they lunged at Yun Xiaoyu. Tying profound fire. Yun Xiaoyu raised her sword, flames surging wildly forth, the scalding heat wave sweeping through the void, clashing head-on with the phoenixes. On the tip of Feng Ming's sword, 9 giant stars appeared. The stars were scorched by the solar mysterious fire, emitting a piercing, sizzling sound. The roar shook the sky, and the shock waves rolled. Both were simultaneously forced backward. Feng Ming soars to the ninth heaven, truly domineering. Yin Xiaoyu, you really do have some skill. Feng Liu said coldly. She only sustained minor injuries, which did not affect her ability to strike. Before her words fell, she thrust the sword again. 3 streaks of phoenix sword light tore through the air, heading straight for Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu snorted coldly. The solar mysterious fire surged violently once more, its brilliance blinding. A terrifying power exploded within his body. A layer of light screen suddenly spread out, with a furious aura sweeping the surroundings. Feng Liu spat blood on the spot, retreating several steps. She looked utterly shocked. The phoenix crying in the 9 heavens, capable of slaying even Saint SSS levels, was actually blocked head-on by him. What other cards do you have? Bring them all out. Otherwise, none of you will leave today. Yun Xiaoyu spoke calmly, but her killing intent was fierce. Arrogant. Long Yuan shouted angrily, his figure swelling. Dragon Clan's secret technique, Dragon Elephant Fist. 1,000-foot giant dragon's phantom soared into the air, lunging forward with its mouth open. This punch alone was enough to destroy a city. The roaring continued relentlessly. Yin Xiaoyu was forced to retreat repeatedly, cracks appearing on her body. His chest was pierced again by sword energy, blood splattering. Tying mysterious fire. He growled lowly, black flames surging in his palm. The long sword, filled with rage, stabbed straight at Long Yuan. The sword energy collided head-on with the Dragon Elephant Fist. With a loud crash, the Dragon Elephant Fist shattered. Long Yuan was blasted flying. Yin Xiaoyu was also forced back several steps by the counter-shock. Yin-Yang twin flames. He formed hand seals with both hands, and flames instantly enveloped his entire body. The temperature around soared dramatically. A long cry tore through the sky. A 10,000-foot fire dragon soared into the sky, swirling around him. Feng Liyue's face turned pale. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Feng Liyue's pupils contracted sharply, a sudden shock gripping her heart. A peak SSS-level weakling could actually refine such a terrifying flame. What kind of fate is this? Yun Xiaoyu's fire can not only burn everything to ashes, but also dissolve attacks. Boom! The flame swept out, instantly engulfing Long Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Long Yuan was burned to ashes. This is impossible. Feng Liyue's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Isn't she a waste? How could she be this strong? The Feng clan does have some skill, but that's about it. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly, her figure flashing, and the next moment she was already in front of her. The dark moon mystic flame struck straight at her throat. Feng Liyue's expression was fierce. Feng Song Nine Heavens. The sword light broke through the air, aimed directly at Yun Xiaoyu's head. Boom! Black and red flames burst out again, fiercely clashing with the sword's radiance. The two were blasted away. Puff! Yun Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood. I said, I'll tear you to pieces. Feng Liyue gritted her teeth and roared angrily. The premise is that you have to be alive. Before the words fell, a golden sword light sliced through the air. Feng Liyue retreated quickly, but was still grazed. The sword chi fell like rain, sweeping past her side. Each strike left bloodstains on her body. Blood soaked through her clothes. Damn it! She cursed angrily and summoned a huge five-colored phoenix. The phoenix opened its mouth, and the five-colored divine fire poured down. Phoenix divine technique. She struck down with one palm, intensifying the flames. Yun Xiaoyu dared not be careless and fought back with all her strength. The massive fireballs collided head-on. In midair, the two battled fiercely. Waves of energy rolled, shaking heaven and earth. Feng Liyue's phoenix fire was extremely domineering. Blood holes were burned all over Yun Xiaoyu's body. Why is this fire so fierce? His heart sank. The injury was more severe than he had imagined. Phoenix divine technique, 4th level, burning heaven. He gritted his teeth and erupted, flames soaring into the sky. In the next moment, a massive fiery bird took shape behind him. The firebird howled toward the sky. The firebird howled toward the sky, charging straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens. Yun Xiaoyu waved the tiny mysterious fire, ice blue flames soaring into the sky, meeting it head-on. Boom! The two forces collided, exploding with a thunderous roar. Yun Xiaoyu coughed up blood and retreated, more than half of his clothes burned, his whole body wounded and battered. Feng Liyue's gaze was fierce. You really think you've won? Today, I will make sure you die. She didn't expect Yun Xiaoyu to be hiding so deeply. If this dragged on any longer, even the Dragon Clan would be implicated. Phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens. Her entire body surged with radiant light, and in the next moment, she crashed into Yun Xiaoyu like a meteor. Yun Xiaoyu spat out another mouthful of blood, his skin splitting with fine cracks. Holy Maiden of the Feng clan, you really do have some skill. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his wounds healing rapidly, his gaze icy cold. If you want to kill me, you're not qualified yet. Feng Liyue's killing intent surged. You are no longer my match. Then come and try. Wild fiery elements exploded from within him, his entire being radiating sharpness. Flames swept through, transforming into a massive tornado, rushing straight toward Feng Liyue. She was caught in it, violently thrown, her soul shaking as if about to be torn apart. Blood dripped from the corner of her lips as she crashed heavily to the ground. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. The 6th stage of the Phoenix divine art is no more than this. Today, I will kill you. With those words, he flashed forward, grabbing her throat tightly. Crack. The sound of bones cracking was clear and grating. Feng Liyue's face turned pale from the pain, finally realizing the gap in strength. No matter how she tried to activate the divine art, she couldn't break free from his grip. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, You are the young lord of the Yun clan, yet you dare to do such a thing. Yun Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Young master? Conscience? In this world, there are only strong and weak, no mercy. What a huge joke. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly, murderous intent surging in his eyes. When you took me for sacrifice, did you ever think about the word conscience? His momentum surged violently, a fierce wave of energy pressing down on Feng Liyue. For the sake of the family's overall situation, what does it matter if I sacrifice you? What a so-called bigger picture. Then go die for the Dragon Clan yourself. Golden light condensed in his palm into a huge halo, his oppressive force covering the sky. Long Yuan, for the sake of your family, go to hell. With a boom, the halo exploded. Long Yuan was thrown back, a bloody hole blown in his chest. He kept coughing up blood, his face full of shock. You actually managed to hurt me. Do you really think I would beg the Dragon Clan elders? In the face of absolute strength, everyone has to retreat. I'm not afraid of death, but I will never be a pawn of the Dragon Clan. I would rather die than be a running dog. Suddenly, an old voice sounded behind. On the mountaintop sat an old man in a green robe, enveloped in purple light, his eyes shimmering with golden rays. You leave with the beast core, the task is done. The rest is up to me. Long Yuan and Feng Liyue forced themselves to salute. The old man waved his hand, and Yun Xiaoyu was forcibly sent away. When he appeared again, he was already in Jinghai City. Finally returned. But why did that old man let me go? Logically speaking, I have destroyed the foundations of both the Dragon and Phoenix clans. They should have killed me to silence me. That old man was not human, but a space arbiter. In my mind, the Supreme King suddenly spoke. Space arbiters oversee the spatial order of all places. Once someone breaks the rules, they will be expelled. Yun Xiaoyu was stunned. No wonder Long Yuan and Feng Liyue knelt to that old man. But why am I fine despite being so powerful? The Supreme King sneered. The school will report students' rankings. Your previous ability value was 0, so even if you caused a huge commotion, they wouldn't bother with you. Yun Xiaoyu immediately understood. With the beast core in hand, it's time to settle the score. He moved his mind, instantly appearing above Jinghai City. The Heavenly Dao Criminal Investigation Bureau of the Juyue family was nearby. Yun Xiaoyu quickly landed at the entrance. Stop! What are you doing? The sentinel blocked him. I'm looking for someone. Do you have identification? No. No identification, no entry. Yun Xiaoyu suppressed her anger. I really have an urgent matter. Please cooperate. He stopped talking and stepped inside, but was blocked by a sword sheath. Don't force me to act. No identification, no one is allowed in. Yun Xiaoyu's face darkened. Okay, I'll go in myself. The contract sword unsheathed, slashing out with a single strike. Activate alert. 2 sentinels raised their shields to block, but were cleaved apart by the sword. Is that all you've got? Their faces turned pale as they immediately called for backup. 2 uniformed men rushed over. What's going on? He forced his way in. Who told you to activate defense mode? The sentinel reported urgently. Sir, he's very strong. We can't stop him. The man snorted coldly and looked at Yun Xiaoyu. What are you here for? Looking for someone. The Tiandao Criminal Investigation Bureau isn't a place you can just walk into. Then don't blame me for being rude. He turned to leave. Stop. State your name. Yun Xiaoyu turned back. If I said I'm also from the Tiandao Criminal Investigation Bureau, would you believe me? The 2 were stunned. What's your name, and who are you looking for? Let your top leader come out. If you want to see the officer, show some skill first. As soon as the words fell, a sword intent swept across, and the person was directly blasted away. Too strong. Quickly call the captain. Yun Xiaoyu crouched at the door holding a sword. Call out someone who can fight. Soon, a woman came over. Who dares to cause trouble at my bureau's door? Captain, it's him. And he even injured someone. Zhuiyue Dingxiang said nothing and slashed out with her sword. The sword energy rushed forward but shattered 3 inches before him. Her expression changed slightly. Who exactly are you? Yun Xiaoyu had his back to her. Zhuiyue Dingxiang, after all this time, you haven't improved at all. He turned around, and his momentum suddenly exploded. Yun Xiaoyu slammed Zhuiyue Dingxiang down with one palm. She stumbled back several steps before steadying herself. She looked up, her expression changing abruptly. Yun Xiaoyu. Surprised? Yun Xiaoyu flashed forward and was already in front of her. You got out of Yulong Mountain so quickly? Did you deal with the heaven-swallowing blood python? Good luck. Not only did I kill it, but I also got the beast core. His tone was icy cold. Next, It's the Yi family's turn. Jueyue Lilac sighed. The Yi family is no longer what it used to be. Yi Lingyun has already reached SS level and is pushing for SSS. Jinghai High School has also been taken over by the Yi family, and they are preparing to expand their influence. SSS, not worth mentioning. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. He now had only one thought. Destroy the Yi family. You're too arrogant. An SSS level could kill you multiple times over. Jueyue Lilac frowned. She had already sensed the change in his aura. Then give it a try. His gaze was resolute. Jueyue Dingxiang led him into the office, speaking seriously. If you want to move against the Yi family, you need to consider the consequences. Behind the Yi family are the Lin family, the Chun family, and the Jueyue family. Even if we don't intervene, can you really take on the other two families at the same time? Yun Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. I have no way out. It can only be one of us, me or the Yi family. Our conflict with the Yi family has lasted a long time, but it's not something that will be decided in a day. After listening, Yun Xiaoyu asked directly, help or not help? Help. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good. Tonight, we raid the Yi family. The Jinghai night market was brightly lit. In a hotel suite, a young woman in red sat on the sofa. Have you found Yun Xiaoyu? Reporting to Miss. He has already appeared in Jinghai. The man reported in a low voice. The young woman sneered. Finally out. Since he's eager to die, let's grant him his wish. Orders, full city lockdown. All SS level and above from Yi Family Heavenly Path Criminal Investigation Bureau. Mobilized to encircle and kill Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu, I thought you'd hide for a lifetime. The young woman sneered coldly. I knew it. You and the Yi family were bound to fight to the death sooner or later. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Only one of you, the Yi family or you, can survive. Yun Xiaoyu, accompanied by Jueyue Lilac, headed straight for the Yi family mansion. The entrance was heavily guarded, and the atmosphere was tense. I'll draw them away, you sneak in. Jueyue Dingxiang said quietly. No, you'll die. Yun Xiaoyu refused. Kill Yi Lingyun first. He's not someone anyone at the Yi family can see. Do you know where he lives? How would I know? Jueyue Lilac's face flushed red. Then we'll search room by room. Yun Xiaoyu grabbed her hand, sword intent surging, and instantly slipped into the Yi family. The two made their way to the second floor. Patrols were frequent, every step dangerous. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flickered, and a guard who had just opened his mouth was knocked unconscious. He headed straight for Yi Lingyun's room. The door was pushed open. Who goes there? The bodyguard suddenly stood up. The one who's come to take your life. Yun Xiaoyu grabbed his neck and stomped down. The sternum shattered, and the man died on the spot. Blood stained the floor. You are Yun Xiaoyu. The other two retreated in fear. One person pressed the alarm. The next moment, the sound of an explosion thundered. A shadow broke through the window, flames shooting into the sky. The people from the shadow hall. Jueyue Lilac's face turned pale. The other side was at the SSS level peak. If this dragged on any longer, reinforcements from the Yi family would definitely arrive. Yun Xiaoyu decisively turned around and retreated. Trying to run, a shadow suddenly flashed behind Yun Xiaoyu, and iron clamp-like arms locked him tightly. The man was nearly 1.9 meters tall, bulky all over, with arms as hard as steel bars. Taishu's sword intent. Yun Xiaoyu shouted angrily. A cyan sword light burst from within him, shooting straight into the sky and striking the opponent fiercely. You still dare to resist? Seeking death, a member of the Shadow Hall flew into a rage, throwing a punch. Yun Xiaoyu unleashed the sword intent again. With a loud bang, the opponent was blasted away, spitting blood, his face full of killing intent. He didn't expect Yun Xiaoyu to be so powerful. Die! Yun Xiaoyu growled softly, rushing forward. The two fought head-on, fists and feet like thunder, waves of energy surging. With a cracking sound, the opponent's bones broke. He was hit flying into the wall, blood splattering all over it. Since stepping into the SSS level, this was the first time he had been injured. He gritted his teeth and stood up, his gaze icy cold. You are no match for him. A deep male voice sounded. Yi Lingyun, it's you. Yun Xiaoyu stared coldly at the man in white. Meeting again, Yi Lingyun said with a faint smile. Today you must die. The members of the Shadow Hall roared, their aura surging to its peak. He swung his iron rod. his figure flashing as he slammed it down on Yun Xiaoyu's head. Looking for death, Yun Xiaoyu waved her hand, the sword intent solidifying and chopping toward the iron rod. The metallic clash rang harshly. The opponent's wrist went numb, and the iron rod slipped from his hand, smashing the ground and creating a deep pit. Your opponent is me. Yi Lingyun stepped forward, killing intent fierce. Die! He thrust both palms forward, the fierce wind cutting like blades. The two forces collided head-on, the air shattering. Both took a step back, the atmosphere instantly tense. The members of the Shadow Hall were shaken back 7 or 8 steps before regaining their footing. Yun Xiaoyu stared at Yi Lingyun, frowning slightly. This guy's aura is even stronger than before. Yi Lingyun, you've indeed improved, but it's still not enough. Yun Xiaoyu spoke with contempt. Is that so? Yi Lingyun sneered coldly, suddenly stomping the ground, his whole body rushing out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was already closing in on Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu swung the sword, a flash of blue light appearing. Yi Lingyun hurriedly dodged, but still lagged by a moment, his arm being cut open. Ah! Blood splattered, his face instantly turning pale. Die! Yun Xiaoyu shouted angrily, the sword momentum surging wildly. Sword shadows rolling like a fierce dragon emerging from the sea, sword intent pressing down on Yi Lingyun overwhelmingly. This strike had far surpassed the SSS-level peak. A chill ran through Yi Lingyun's heart. Only after the real fight did he understand that Yun Xiaoyu was even more terrifying than the rumors. This kind of offensive, even with all his strength, was not necessarily something he could withstand. Boom! Another sword struck his shoulder, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Yun Xiaoyu pursued relentlessly, her agility astonishingly fast. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive sword stabs, each one deadly. Yi Lingyun activated his ability to forcibly block, still shaken as his blood surged wildly. Impossible! How can you be this strong? He widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Why is it impossible? Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Tonight, you will die. Arrogance. Yi Lingyun gritted his teeth and suddenly swung his hand, a black bead falling into his palm. Explosive grenade. The black light burst open, the heat wave sweeping around, engulfing Yun Xiaoyu. The air itself was scorched and warped. Yi Lingyun's face changed abruptly. He knew best the power of the explosive grenade, enough to destroy everything. Even Yun Xiaoyu, no matter how strong, might not be able to withstand it. At that moment, Yi Lingyun threw out a black orb, aiming straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu was about to dodge when the black orb had already arrived. 2 loud explosions burst out, the black light engulfing him. When the light dispersed, he staggered out, suddenly coughing up blood. He didn't expect Yi Lingyun to be hiding such a trump card. The sound of slicing through the air rose again, a sharp blade gliding past his neck. He turned sideways to avoid it, but was forced to roll dozens of meters. Another blade came from behind, which he narrowly dodged, blood still drying at the corner of his mouth. All of you, attack together. He spoke coldly. Yi Lingyun exchanged glances with his companions, and they all lunged forward simultaneously. The 3 clashed head-on, sending shockwaves exploding. 2 were knocked back, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. The other's chest collapsed, and he fainted on the spot. Yi Lingyun's face turned sullen. Yun Xiaoyu stood still, eyes cold. You are indeed stronger than I thought, but still not enough. Yi Lingyun wiped away the blood and sneered. It's too early to decide who will win. The 2 clashed again, fists colliding, the air trembling. With a loud bang, both retreated simultaneously. Yun Xiaoyu stared at him. This time you will die. Yi Lingyun was silent, his expression dark. He knew very clearly that he had fallen behind. The first one to die from the Yi family will be you. Yun Xiaoyu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yi Lingyun suddenly laughed. You don't dare to kill me. Yi Lingyun's expression was calm. Haha, afraid to kill you? Dream on. Yi Lingyun, you're dead today. Yun Xiaoyu laughed wildly, his murderous intent completely revealed. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Yi Lingyun's mouth. Since stepping into martial arts, he had never feared any enemy. But at this moment, he was truly afraid. Don't worry, I'll personally send you on your way. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes were cold, like staring at prey. Just as he was about to move, a shadow suddenly dropped between the two. Who? Yin Xiaoyu suddenly turned around. The newcomer wore all white, with half of his face covered by a mask, his gaze deep like the night. His aura was calm and steady, not weak in the slightest. Want to lay a hand on the Yi family? You're not qualified yet. The man's tone was indifferent, but full of contempt. Who are you? Yun Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. The other party didn't respond. His figure flashed, and he struck directly. The punch's wind exploded. Yun Xiaoyu retreated quickly, but found that he couldn't grasp the other party's moves at all. Why are you helping the Yi family? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I can make you disappear without a sound. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. At this moment, a voice came from the stairway. Yun Xiaoyu, the Yi family's high priest has arrived. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Are you the Yi family's high priest? The man glanced at the stairway. Is that your woman? Too bad. Your taste is poor. What exactly do you want? Two choices. Leave now, or I'll send you off. Yun Xiaoyu, as long as the green hills remain. Juyue Dingxiang whispered softly. Cold light surged in Yun Xiaoyu's eyes. The Yi family, I will destroy you sooner or later. If you want to leave, go on your own. Before the words had even fallen, he suddenly turned around and delivered 9 consecutive kicks. Each kick landed hard on Yi Lingyun's body. Yi Lingyun spat out blood, his breathing nearly broken, his entire body pressed down, unable to move. Beating someone in front of me, you are too reckless. The high priest's voice was cold and chilling. I'll give you 3 seconds. As Yun Xiaoyu finished speaking, her figure rushed out, directly attacking the high priest. All right, I want to see just how capable you are. The high priest shouted angrily and prepared to fight. With a wave of his hand, a fierce wind suddenly rose. The sound of the wind howled sharply, and Yun Xiaoyu seemed to be dragged by an invisible hand, his whole body being swept toward the high priest. Boom! 2 forces collided head-on. Yun Xiaoyu was pushed back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The gap in strength was too great. It was impossible to make up with just a burst of spirit. He crashed heavily onto the ground. The high priest looked down at him, coldly saying, You are no match for me. Kneel and surrender, and you might be spared. Dream on. Yun Xiaoyu spat. If it weren't for his restricted abilities, he would have already crushed this old man to death. Killing intent surged wildly in the high priest's eyes. At that moment, thunder roared. A bolt of purple lightning tore through the sky, striking directly above his head. The high priest panicked and staggered back, but was still a step too slow. The lightning struck, instantly blasting off one of his arms. Screams pierced the night sky. The white robe tore apart, blood mist spreading. So you have a special ability too. He was both shocked and angry. Only then did Yun Xiaoyu realize that the void sword intent could manifest the power of thunder. Cut the nonsense. The high priest charged forward in a furious rage. The two clashed once again. In the next moment, the high priest was blasted away, crashing hard onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of shock. He didn't expect Yun Xiaoyu's combat power to be this formidable. Don't be arrogant. You're still not qualified to kill me, he threatened coldly. Do you think I would believe that? Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Before the words fell, the high priest's figure vanished. In the next second, he rushed forward, slamming down a furious palm. Yun Xiaoyu's expression changed abruptly, quickly stepping with the wind and thunder step, narrowly avoiding the strike. The high priest's gaze darkened. He actually dodged this move. You actually know the wind and thunder step, which truly surprises me. Since you refused to bow, don't blame me for showing no mercy. As the high priest finished speaking, he suddenly struck. Black lightning rolled, instantly condensing into a thunder sword that stabbed straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu felt a sinking heart and shouted loudly, Void Thunder Dragon Slash. A thunder dragon phantom rose behind him, roaring as it lunged at the thunder sword. With a loud bang, lightning exploded. Yun Xiaoyu was blasted away, blood spurting out, chest aching fiercely, face pale. You have some skill, but still not enough. The high priest sneered, pressing down with another palm strike. Yun Xiaoyu crashed heavily down, his injuries worsening. Now you're scared? Kneel and beg me. Maybe you'll live. Dream on. Yun Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and roared, a jade talisman appearing in her palm. The high priest's expression tightened. You want to die together? You think you deserve it? Before the words finished, the wind and thunder wings spread behind him, and his figure disappeared instantly. Trying to run, the high priest gave chase but was left grasping at air, feeling a chill for the first time. The next moment, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. Yin Xiaoyu turned back midair, suddenly appearing before him and stepping hard on his chest. No! With a crash, the high priest was slammed into the ground, spitting blood, struggling to rise in embarrassment. He stared at Yin Xiaoyu, knowing in his heart that if this young man was not eliminated, he would become a great menace. Yet at this moment, he found himself unable to suppress him. What exactly do you want? Yin Xiaoyu's murderous aura surged, his eyes wild. I want your Yi family to accompany me in death. The high priest's face instantly darkened. The Yi family was his root, his life. Yin Xiaoyu was actually declaring his intention to destroy the Yi family. This was a blatant declaration of war. How could the high priest tolerate this? Yin Xiaoyu, if you want to die, I won't stop you. But the hundreds of thousands in my Yi family are not yours to touch. If you want to destroy my Yi family, you'll have to step over my corpse first. He roared angrily, his momentum surging. Yin Xiaoyu sneered coldly. The one looking for death is you. I warned you. As he finished speaking, golden thunder exploded above his head. The enormous golden tornado instantly engulfed the high priest. The lightning was completely sucked into the vortex. What kind of technique is this? The high priest panicked. He was already half a step into the divine realm, yet he had no strength to fight back. The vortex spun faster and faster. The two were almost face to face. In the next moment, the high priest's head throbbed painfully as he struggled desperately. But the vortex held him tightly. His body was torn apart, flesh and blood scattered. Yun Xiaoyu, I am the high priest of the Yi family. If you dare kill me, you will surely be cursed by heaven. Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Divine punishment? I want to see it for myself. She threw a punch. Bang! The high priest exploded on the spot, leaving no bones behind. Yun Xiaoyu stared at the blood mist, his expression cold and fierce. Divine punishment? I'm not afraid. The anger in his heart grew even stronger. The high priest is dead. Now it's your turn. He looked at Yi Lingyun, his killing intent freezing cold. I want you to live a fate worse than death. A figure flashed, rushing straight forward. Yi Lingyun's face turned pale, and he immediately crushed the token in his hand. The figure vanished in an instant. Trying to run, Yin Xiaoyu snorted coldly, stopping midair. The long sword was in hand. Silver lightning struck down. Boom! The ground was split open with a deep pit, the space trembling. Yin Xiaoyu furrowed his brows tightly. Looks like I have to use my final move. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes turned cold, his body flickered, and suddenly a gigantic wing unfurled behind him, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. A terrifying pressure pressed down in all directions. He stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble and sending sand and stones flying. His wings flapped fiercely, and he transformed into a streak of light, diving straight down. A violent wind swirled around him, and no one could come within 3 meters. Boom! The wing crashed heavily onto the ground. Phut! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. He looked down. His abdomen was pierced through, a palm-sized blood hole shockingly visible. The wound wasn't large, but was enough to kill any SSS-level powerhouse. Damn it! Rage surged within Yun Xiaoyu. He hadn't expected Yi Lingyun to use such a secret technique. This method consumed an extreme amount of spiritual energy, and even peak strongholds might hesitate to use it. Yet Yi Lingyun had managed to endure it. I want to see how much longer you can hold on. He could see that Yi Lingyun was more grievously injured, his power having fallen to SS level, and this injury would last him a lifetime. Yi Lingyun, I will never spare you. Yin Xiaoyu once again activated his true qi and charged forward. The earth rolled like waves beneath him, and he closed in instantly, thrusting his sword straight ahead. Bang! The sword light collided hard with the blade's radiance, their forces clashing, and he was knocked back dozens of yards. How is this possible? A shock ran through him. He had actually been blocked. At that moment, the voice of the Supreme King echoed in his mind. Go quickly. Yin Xiaoyu was stunned. Why? You have violated a taboo. If you don't leave now, It will bring down heavenly calamity. Leave immediately. The voice abruptly stopped. Yun Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically. The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, chilling his heart. Damn it! She could only obey the Supreme King's words and prepare to leave here. Yun Xiaoyu, you've broken the space taboo and still want to leave? Yi Lingyun's voice came from behind. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. So what if I disobey? Today, either you die or I do. As soon as the words fell, the long sword in his hand burst with dazzling light, and his momentum soared instantly. That power even surpassed Yi Lingyun. He knew this was his last trump card. The long sword sliced through the void, striking directly at Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun met it with both palms. With a crisp sound, the long sword broke. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and threw the broken sword like a dagger. The cold glint aimed straight for Yi Lingyun's throat. Yi Lingyun raised his foot and stomped hard. The broken sword shattered under his foot. Now is the moment. Yun Xiaoyu seized the momentum to charge and attack, hoping to finish him in one strike. But Yi Lingyun sneered coldly. You can't get away. His figure flickered as he counterattacked. The shadow of the sword and the force of the fist collided wildly in midair. With continuous roaring, the two separated once again. Yun Xiaoyu felt a heavy weight in his heart. No matter how he wielded the sword, Yi Lingyun easily countered it. What exactly did you do? You don't need to know. Yi Lingyun's expression was cold and dark. Today you will die. In the moment of despair, a woman's voice rang out. Yun Xiaoyu, hurry and leave. It was Jueyue Lilac. Yun Xiaoyu no longer lingered in battle, put down harsh words, and turned to retreat. As the two had just left, hundreds of streaks of light descended into the valley. Cultivators and beast demons arrived together, killing intent surging everywhere. The most conspicuous were two figures. They wore purple-gold battle robes, exuding a powerful aura, especially those two young men, whose pressure was approaching the peak of divine SSS. Senior brother, they ran. One of them said in a deep voice. Another young man stared coldly at the retreating figures of Yun Xiaoyu and Jue Dingxiang, his eyes as cold as ice. I told you, they can't escape. This is a rift in the immortal realm. How far can they run? Chase them. We must catch them alive. The senior brother snorted coldly. Just as he finished speaking, the young man had already vanished like a shadow in pursuit, with the others close behind. At this moment, Yun Xiaoyu's face was full of anxiety. What he worried about was not himself, but Jue Dingxiang. But the space's suppression was too strong. Even though he possessed divine SSS-level power, he was firmly locked down and utterly unable to break through the boundary. Jue Dingxiang, you have to hold on. Wait for me to get you out. He murmured softly. The two of them ran desperately, but the space was boundless, like a prison, trapping them in place. What should we do? Yun Xiaoyu's forehead was sweating. His powers had not recovered for a long time. He couldn't use a single skill and could only rely on his sword intent to hang on. Once their energy is exhausted, they are lambs waiting to be slaughtered. You leave, I'll stop them. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Don't even think about it. Jueyue Lilac's gaze was firm. I am from the Celestial Justice Investigation Bureau. With me here, no one can lay a finger on you. Yun Xiaoyu felt a jolt in his heart. But before he could speak, boom, a huge explosion erupted ahead. 100-meter meteorite fell from the sky, crashing straight toward them. The two desperately dodged. Boom. The ground collapsed, leveling everything within several miles. Dust waves soaring into the sky, and a deep crater was smashed into the earth. The breath of death swept over them. How could this happen? Yun Xiaoyu's face went pale. Don't be afraid. Jue Dingxiang gripped her long sword tightly, gritting her teeth as she stood in front of him to protect him. I will definitely break through with you. Yun Xiaoyu took a deep breath, her eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Yes, we haven't lost yet. He suddenly turned around. Go. Before the words had fallen. Boom. Boom. Two meteors descended from the sky. Terrifying energy exploded instantly, engulfing Yun Xiaoyu and Jueyue Lilac. No. Yun Xiaoyu howled. The meteors hit the ground, the aftermath sweeping across. The two didn't even have time to react before being blasted away. Not dead yet. A cold voice sounded in Yun Xiaoyu's ear. His pupils contracted sharply. His body was tightly pinned down, unable to move at all. Who is it? Bang! A figure flashed in front of him and kicked him in the chest. Yun Xiaoyu felt his organs churn as he was sent flying backwards. They fell heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The opponent's strength was ridiculously powerful. What did he just do? Why was he completely powerless to resist? Yun Xiaoyu tried to get up, but found her body completely out of control. Still want to run? The burly man sneered, his eyes full of mockery. He had long since mastered the rules of this space. At that moment, explosions erupted all around simultaneously. Yun Xiaoyu looked up, for men in black had already surrounded him and Juyu Lilac. The four men's auras were like mountains, all at the peak of God SSS level. Who are you? Yun Xiaoyu's voice was tight. He had never encountered such a sense of oppression before. Wanna know? The leading man spoke calmly. We are the guardians of this space, specifically tasked with eliminating those who violate the taboo. Today, we will take your lives. Taboo violators? Yun Xiaoyu and Zhuyu Dingxiang exchanged a glance. For men in black clothes with covered faces, their identities unrecognizable. So what if you were the god-level SSS peak? Zhuyu Lilac spoke calmly, but her gaze was sharp. Have some courage. The man laughed. But in front of us immortals, you are nothing. Before the words had even fallen, Zhuyu Lilac had already charged forward. The sword light flashed, directly stabbing at the opponent's chest. All show, no substance. The man in black easily turned sideways. The next second, he pulled his arms in and directly grabbed her waist. A shoulder throw. Zhuyu Dingxiang was slammed hard onto the ground. He stepped on Zhuyu Dingxiang's neck with one foot. Girl, you're still too green. You. Zhuyu Dingxiang was so angry her face turned red. I won't pity you. I'll crush your bones inch by inch. The man in black sneered coldly. You dare. You'll know once you try. With a bang, a punch was thrown. The man in black grunted, holding his stomach as he stepped back a few paces. Zhuyu Dingxiang gritted her teeth and stood up, flames surging within her body. The flames transformed into a fiery phoenix, soaring into the sky. With a phoenix's cry, the blazing flames swept through, instantly turning the ground to ashes. She stood amidst the firelight, her momentum soaring. Not bad, you've got some skill. The man in black wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with battle intent. Then I'll take this seriously. He drew out a long spear, its cold light piercing, exuding a deadly aura. The spear tip trembled, and a gigantic lotus shadow bloomed, trapping Zhuyu Dingxiang inside. A cold current swept down with the spear's momentum. Break! She shouted angrily, swinging her long sword horizontally, the sword energy tearing apart the spear's shadow. But the opponent was too strong. She only held on for a few seconds before being forced back several meters. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. This won't do. I need to find a way to escape. She felt a tightness in her heart. One last time, will you submit or not? The man in black looked down from above. Come with me, and you will no longer be forbidden people, but dwellers of the immortal realm. Dream on. Then don't blame me. Before he finished speaking, he had already appeared in front of her. The long spear swept horizontally. With a sharp sound, her arm was slashed open, blood splattering instantly. Ah! She gritted her teeth and pressed on the wound, her eyes filled with hatred. Still not bowing your head? The man in black asked coldly. Her gaze darkened. What if I don't? Then you die. Killing intent erupted. No! Yun Xiaoyu shouted sharply. The sword in her hand trembled, its blade flashing brightly as it surged straight toward the man in black. Yun Xiaoyu swung her sword directly at the black-clothed man's throat. You're asking for death. The black-clothed man sneered coldly. The clash of metal rang out as the long sword was shaken free. Yun Xiaoyu's right arm ached painfully, almost losing all sensation. How can you be this strong? Zhuyu Dingxiang exclaimed in shock. In front of me, you are insignificant. The black-clothed man approached. Obey me, and I guarantee you food and clothing without worry, and I'll teach you the art of refining weapons. Zhuyu Dingxiang sneered. In your dreams. The black-clothed man's expression darkened as he kicked her, knocking her to the ground. No. He kicked her in the dantian again, sending a surge of energy inside. Zhuyu Lilac spat out fresh blood, trembling all over from the pain. Kill me then. I will never submit, even in death, she shouted wildly. The more defiant she was, the more excited the man in black became. Why bother, he sneered coldly. Juyu Lilac cried out, begging for death. The man in black waved his sleeve, and the cold air condensed into an ice blade aimed straight at her chest. Her clothes tore, fresh blood flowing down her chest. Either submit or die. His gaze was cruel. I would rather die than submit. She stared fixedly at the ice blade. Spirited, the man in black raised his blade to strike. Let her go. Yun Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out. The man in black turned around sharply. Yun Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the long sword, her eyes full of hatred. Aren't you dead? The man in black stared at her, his expression cold. Suddenly, lightning exploded around her. She leapt into the air and charged forward, begging for death. The man sneered coldly, flipping out a dagger and stabbing straight at her heart. A dull thud. The dagger was knocked away. The man's expression changed abruptly. There is no trace of supernatural energy on you at all. The wild wind lifted her long hair, fully revealing her young yet cold and fierce face. Ruining my plans. Are you sick of living? The man roared angrily. Yun Xiaoyu stopped wasting words, leapt up again, and swung her sword down. Blades clashed, sparks flying. The two fought in close quarters, fists, feet, and blades continuously colliding, the air trembling under the impact. Jue Dingxiang stood to the side, full of worry but unable to intervene. She was fully aware that the opponent was a god-level SSS peak powerhouse. The strength gap was immense. Energy aftershocks swept through, and the stout ancient tree was cut in half at the waist. All three were injured, blood dripping continuously. You can't win. The man in black said coldly, you all must die. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding white light burst from Yun Xiaoyu's body, thunder entwining around her, her momentum skyrocketing wildly. Boom! The thunder light exploded, completely engulfing the man. Type in Celestial Technique, page 4. 10,000 Phenomena, Six-Pointed Star. A huge six-pointed star array materialized in midair, its pressure as heavy as a mountain. The man's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. The star formation spun, lightning and fire intertwined, blood splattered. The man in black fell to the ground with a crash, dying, unwilling. He couldn't believe, even at death, that Yun Xiaoyu could wield the fourth page. Yun Xiaoyu sheathed his sword and turned to look at Juyu Dingxiang. Are you okay? Yun Xiaoyu rushed to Juyu Dingxiang's side, anxiously asking if she was all right. Juyu Dingxiang shook her head, but her face was pale, with glaring red marks on her face. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes reddened as he said those people had already been driven away by him. Juyu Dingxiang's voice was weak. She just wanted to go home. Yun Xiaoyu nodded, supporting her, and with his last strength, activated the sword intent to tear open the space-time rift. The two staggered into it. He had almost exhausted all his strength, his consciousness gradually fading. When he opened his eyes again, they were outside the Yi family mansion, the sky slightly brightening. The system notified him that he had awakened the god-level light, thunder, and dark abilities, but only until dusk. He couldn't care about these, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, only focusing on Juyu Lilac in his arms. Her breath was even weaker. Yun Xiaoyu helped her lean against the wall and fed her a pill. She finally showed some color on her face, but was still barely holding on. Yun Xiaoyu was going to find a room, but she tightly held his hand, saying she was scared. He had no choice but to stay. He quickly found a clean guest room and settled her in. Jue Dingxiang, with red eyes, said that if it weren't for him, she would have died long ago in the parallel space. Yun Xiaoyu told her not to talk nonsense, and to speak up if she felt uncomfortable. She nodded but still refused to let go of the edge of his clothes. Yun Xiaoyu intended to go fetch water, but she quietly begged him not to leave. He sighed, stayed to accompany her, and only poured a cup of hot water at the table and handed it to her. The room quieted down, but both knew the danger was far from over. Xiaoyu, thank you for your hard work. Jue Dingxiang took the hot tea, sipped it, and felt warmth spread through her body. Sister Dingxiang, don't say that. This is what I should do. She looked at Yun Xiaoyu, guilt in her eyes. During this time, I'm grateful you took care of me. Yun Xiaoyu's heart tightened. I'm the one who should apologize. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been dragged into this. If it weren't for her, he would have died long ago. There would be no way he could stand here now. Jueyue Dingxiang lowered her voice. If you want to get stronger, if you want to deal with the Yi family, refine that beast core as soon as possible. The power inside the beast core is very strong. Once absorbed, your cultivation will surge dramatically. She paused for a moment. But it's very dangerous. In ancient times, some injected true essence into the beast core to forcibly awaken its power, becoming strong, while others were counterattacked and died on the spot. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes darkened. How much can the sky-swallowing blood python's beast core raise me? At least one major realm. The air instantly grew quiet. Good. His voice was cold. Once I succeed in refining it, the Yi family must pay their blood debt with blood. Jueyue Dingxiang frowned. The Yi family will not let this go easily. Yun Xiaoyu clenched his fists. Then we'll see who survives until the end. He no longer hesitated, sat cross-legged, and took out the inner core. Golden lines flowed over the beast core, its aura wild and fierce. The moment the mental force probed in, the terrifying energy exploded instantly. Boom! His sea of consciousness trembled, and his face turned pale in an instant. Xiaoyu. Jueyue Dingxiang suddenly stood up. I'm fine. He gritted his teeth and held on, cold sweat streaming down. You rest first. She hesitated for a moment, then closed her eyes. Yun Xiaoyu forcibly steadied her mind, letting the intense pain tear through her body. The power surged through the meridians like a flood. Any slight mistake would cause the body to explode and die. He has no way out. Meditation begins, supernatural powers fully activated. The inner core of the sky-swallowing blood python rages wildly inside the body, its power growing stronger and stronger. This level, either break through or die. The meridians inside Yun Xiaoyu's body can't withstand the violent power, bursting one by one. She grits her teeth and endures stubbornly. Poof. In the end, she still can't hold on and spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ah! She lets out a roar, her eyes full of killing intent. Yi family, I will never let you off. I will make you pay blood for blood. Jueyue Dingxiang's eyelids twitched slightly. Bang! Yun Xiaoyu lost control, smashing the bed with a palm. Her supernatural power ran rampant, waves of energy surging, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth again. The power grew increasingly chaotic, as if it wanted to tear her apart. This is bad. A sinking feeling engulfed her heart, knowing her chances were slim. Her body rolled and slammed heavily into the bed. Boom! Wood chips flew, and she vomited another mouthful of blood. I can't fall. She forced herself to keep the cultivation technique running, trying to suppress the chaotic power. But the energy was too strong to be controlled. Poof! Blood spurted out again. Tai Pin Tian Xianju, subdue it for me. She activated it again and again, but it barely had any effect. Agonizing pain tore through her entire body. Yi family, I swear, one day I will make you kneel at my feet. Hatred grew wildly in her heart, almost overpowering her reason. Jueyue Dingxiang opened her eyes and saw her pale face and fierce expression, feeling a chill in her heart. She rushed over and hugged Yun Xiaoyu, her eyes reddening. Xiaoyu, hold on. The Yi family won't let you go, but I won't let anything happen to you either. Sister Dingxiang, I won't give up. I, Yun Xiaoyu, will never bow to anyone. She suppressed her violent abilities and continued to absorb the beast core's power, using the strength of the sky-swallowing blood python to push for a breakthrough. As long as she succeeded, she would have the right to take revenge. Time passed bit by bit. Sweat soaked her entire body, but she was completely unaware. Jueyue Dingxiang stood aside, her heart in her throat. She was afraid Yun Xiaoyu wouldn't make it, afraid she would lose her soul. Xiaoyu, hang on. She prayed over and over in her heart. Time passed slowly. Yun Xiaoyu's face was pale, cold sweat pouring down. Xiaoyu, hold on. Jueyue Dingxiang was so anxious she was about to cry. She was already exhausted, her consciousness blurry, barely able to hear sounds. Suddenly, she tilted her head back and roared, her expression fierce, cold light surging wildly in her eyes. Smash it for me. Her dantian trembled violently. Her nearly shattered meridians instantly healed, her qi reassembled, and her drained body filled with power. She forcibly pulled herself back from the brink of death. Finally made it. Yun Xiaoyu stepped into the divine SSS level, her aura surging, even faintly touching an even higher threshold. How are you? Jueyue Dingxiang asked anxiously. I'm fine, just tired. She nodded, but still felt uneasy. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly grabbed her hand. Come with me for a walk around Jinghai High School. The two of them flew on their swords and soon landed on the campus. The campus was still lively during the holiday. Who is Yun Xiaoyu? A middle-aged man called out. It's me. Here is your admission letter. The red certificate was handed to her. Jinghai University of Supernatural Powers. The surrounding area instantly erupted. You really got accepted? That's amazing. But scornful laughter came from the crowd. You cheated to get in, and you still have the nerve to show off. Chen Ying was linking arms with Lin Xian, her face full of jealousy. Yun Xiaoyu responded coolly. If you're jealous, just say it. Chen Ying snatched the acceptance letter away. A piece of torn paper, what's the big deal? Lin Xian hurriedly tried to grab it, his face turning ugly. Chen Ying said coldly, don't think that just because you've gotten into Jinghai University, you can turn things around. That place is not for just anyone. You, a poor loser, what right do you have to get into a place like that? Chen Ying lifted her chin, looking smug. What, jealous? Yun Xiaoyu sneered at Lin Xian. Jealous? I'm not so desperate to be jealous of someone who got ahead by cheating. Lin Xian's tone was venomous, every word laced with barbs. Smack! Yun Xiaoyu raised her hand and slapped him. The force was shockingly strong. Lin Xian was hit so hard he coughed up blood and staggered backward. How dare you hit me? He covered his face, his eyes bloodshot. You started it. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze was icy, showing no sign of backing down. How dare you touch my boyfriend? Do you know who he is? The eldest young master of the Lin family. Offend the Lin family, and you're dead meat. Chen Ying threatened sharply. Get lost. Yun Xiaoyu hated this kind of person who bullied others by relying on their power the most. Lin Xian's face turned ashen. He had never been humiliated like this since childhood, let alone being publicly slapped in the face by someone he considered a waste. Looking for death? I'll grant you that. With a flash of cold light, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed straight ahead, the blade wrapped in black energy. Better admit defeat obediently, or you'll die a terrible death. Yun Xiaoyu sidestepped, her gaze chillingly terrifying. The dagger struck down again. Bang! Fist clashed with blade. The dagger was knocked away, and Lin Xian's tiger mouth split open, blood flowing profusely. His face was full of shock, completely unprepared for Yun Xiaoyu's terrifying power. Forgot the lesson from last time so quickly? Yun Xiaoyu advanced step by step. Just as Lin Xian was about to charge again, the dagger in his hand suddenly broke into two with a ding sound. He widened his eyes, almost speechless. Breaking a weapon with bare hands. Could he be the legendary SSS-level psychic? Impossible. He's so young. How could he reach that level? Is it true? Yun Xiaoyu was always a zero-ability loser before, right? As he turned things around so fast. The students were all talking excitedly. Yun Xiaoyu was too lazy to argue with Lin Xian and pulled Jueyue Dingxiang towards the back mountain. Yun Xiaoyu, stop. Did I let you go, young master? Lin Xian chased after them like a mad dog. Say one more word. And do you believe I'll beat you until you lose your teeth? Jueyue Dingxiang snapped. Her relationship with Yun Xiaoyu had long been more than just friends. Lin Xian humiliating him in public was simply asking for death. Haha, fine. Yun Xiaoyu, I want to see what abilities you have. In Jinghai City, who doesn't respect me, Lin Xian? And you dare to lay a hand on me? Lin Xian laughed wildly. Ignore him. Yun Xiaoyu continued walking forward. Lin Xian rushed up to block the way. What do you want? Jueyue Dingxiang said coldly. What do I want? To do justice on behalf of heaven, to teach you all a lesson. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you have a death wish? As he spoke, he reached out to grab Jueyue Dingxiang's face. Bang! Yun Xiaoyu kicked him in the abdomen. Lin Xian bent over, clutching his stomach, his face flushed bright red. You dare hit me? I'll kill you. He lunged forward again. Yun Xiaoyu didn't retreat but advanced, raising her leg to meet him once more. Bang! This kick was even fiercer, and Lin Xian was kicked flying, crashing into a tree and falling into the grass. Ah, it hurts so much. Stay away, and don't come any closer or don't blame me for being rude. Jiahua Dingxiang warned coldly. Lin Xian got up, his eyes filled with malice. You bitch, I'll definitely kill you today. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his figure flashing as he suddenly appeared beside Yun Xiaoyu, slapping out a palm strike. Yun Xiaoyu snorted coldly, leaning her body back and throwing both fists simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. 3 punches landed in succession, and Lin Xian was once again blasted away, heavily falling onto the lawn. If it weren't for the fact that you're a student of Jinghai High School, I would have beaten you into a pig's head long ago. If you don't leave now, I really won't show mercy, Jiahua Dingxiang shouted angrily. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Yin Xiaoyu, don't be so smug. I won't let you off. I've taken note of today's grudge. After saying that, he left in a sorry state. Yun Xiaoyu looked coldly at his back, her eyes turning cold. Sister Dingxiang, let's go. Don't bother with that mad dog. Let's head to the back mountain. Yun Xiaoyu grabbed Jiahua Dingxiang and ran. In the darkness, Lin Xian slowly appeared, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face grim and terrifying. Damn it, that girl was too fast. Just now he was nearly kicked in a vital spot. I won't let you go, I'll definitely kill you. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. Raised pampered since childhood, he had never endured such humiliation before. At Jinghai High School, no one dared to talk back to him. Not even the principal treated him anything but politely. But today, he was forced into this situation by a girl. He definitely has to get this debt back. Xiaoyu, let's go fishing in the lake behind the mountain. The fish there are especially fresh. Jiahua Dingxiang said excitedly. Good. The two walked side by side toward the lake. 10 minutes later, the lake appeared before their eyes. Clear to the bottom, the water surfaced gently rippling, surrounded by stone tables and benches. The two sat down. So cool, so comfortable. Jiahua Lilac looked completely enjoying. But Yun Xiaoyu frowned. That's not right. There was a strong supernatural fluctuation in the lake. It seemed like something was watching them from under the water. She sent out her spiritual sense to investigate, but the force instantly vanished. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? I'm fine, but something's off here. I feel like there's something watching us in the lake. Very strong. An exotic beast? No way. How could there be one in such a remote place? Jiahua Lilac was somewhat skeptical. My instincts won't fail me. Look at the moss on those stone tables. Jiahua Lilac lowered her head to look, and her expression changed instantly. The moss was gradually turning white. How can this be? We are clearly by the lake. It might be an illusion array. If we don't break it soon, we'll be in trouble. Good. Jiahua Lilac immediately activated her energy. Yun Xiaoyu also closed his eyes to regulate his breath and restore his strength. Suddenly, wait. Jiahua Lilac suddenly opened her eyes. The color of the lake water has lightened. No, this water is corroding. It's poisonous. What's going on? Yun Xiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes, her face pale. The lake water is receding, and the surrounding space is contracting. Damn, we're trapped. She grabbed Jiahua Lilac and charged forward. Don't move, Jiahua Lilac said in a deep voice. This lake region is sealed off, like a formation. Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank. And the level isn't low. How high is it? At least high enough to be set by an emperor-level powerhouse. Jiahua Lilac gasped. Emperor level is the peak of martial arts. People like that can destroy mountains and cities with a single gesture. Could there be a fairy-grade formation hidden here? Very likely. Yun Xiaoyu nodded. With our strength, we simply can't break through. The air grew increasingly oppressive. The lake water receded faster, the shrinking space making it hard for them to breathe. Damn it, are we going to die here? Jiahua Dingxiang gritted her teeth. Just then, Yun Xiaoyu's face suddenly changed. My spiritual awareness is weakening. She forced herself to sit cross-legged. As soon as her spiritual awareness activated, she felt her strength being drained. A decaying aura spread throughout her body. My soul is being pulled away. Jiahua Lilac grabbed her hand. Her expression panicked. Let go of me. Yun Xiaoyu whispered softly. She forced herself into meditation, but saw strange images appearing in her mind. It was as if something was staring at her in the darkness. On the battlefield, swords clashed and corpses lay everywhere. Amidst the smoke, scenes of cruelty flashed by. In the images, there were always 2 men, one tall and one short. The tall one was handsome and upright, exuding an imposing aura. The short one was plain-looking, even somewhat ugly, but his eyes were deep, making him hard to read. Yun Xiaoyu looked at the tall man, unexpectedly feeling a strange sense of admiration and affection in her heart. No, no. He shook his head desperately. Why do I feel so familiar with him? He had never experienced this feeling before. Strange, yet piercing. My heart hurts so much. In the dream, the sky was filled with blood-red color. He was trapped inside, struggling and screaming, but could never escape. The scene repeatedly tore apart and reassembled. Why is this happening? Who am I really? He shouted into the void. The next moment, everything suddenly collapsed. The soul returned to its place. Ah! Yun Xiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes, fell to the ground, cold sweat soaking her back. Jueyue Lilac hurried forward. Xiaoyu, you're awake? He looked up, fear still lingering in his eyes. Where is this? Why did I have that kind of dream? My heart hurts so much. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? That was a dream, right? He murmured quietly. But I dreamed of a sea of blood, trapped inside a huge cage. I struggled to escape, but I couldn't move. Later, it was all blood. Juyue Dingxiang was stunned. Dingxiang, sister, don't comfort me. I know that was an illusion. But the pain was real. He covered his chest. At that moment, an old voice sounded. Kid, your mind has already been confused by the illusion array. Yun Xiaoyu stiffened all over. Who? He looked at Juyue Dingxiang. She looked confused. Sister Dingxiang, did you summon them? She shook her head. Who is that? The voice echoed again. Who exactly are you? Juyue Dingxiang's expression turned cold. He might be the one who set up the formation. Let's break the formation together. Okay. But the aged voice suddenly sneered coldly. Since that's the case, let's get started. All right, let's go together. Juyue Dingxiang nodded. The two looked at each other, stepped forward simultaneously, their long swords flashing, the sword light intertwining into a dazzling streak, fiercely slashing into the void. With a rumble, the surface of the lake rippled. This is called cooperation? What a bunch of useless fools. The aged voice sounded again, full of mockery. Yun Xiaoyu's face turned pale. They were the strongest young fighters in the Tianwu continent, yet they were treated as a joke. Enough talk. Break the formation. Juyue Dingxiang shouted sharply. The two shouted angrily in unison, their powers merging once again. A beam of dazzling light shot straight into the sky, while another transformed into a giant dragon, roaring as it lunged at that voice. With a loud boom, the air exploded. The countershock surged back wildly. Both of them spat blood simultaneously, their faces pale. Yun Xiaoyu's chest was in agonizing pain, as if being torn apart alive. Dingxiang, how are you? He supported Juyue Dingxiang and quickly fed her a pill. Juyue Lilac paused to catch her breath, but her expression grew even uglier. My vitality can't move. Her cultivation was completely suppressed, leaving her with only the level of an A-rank ability user. Fear surged in her heart. Yun Xiaoyu said nothing, just staring fixedly ahead. Juyue Lilac followed his gaze. Instantly, her whole body chilled. That aged figure was already standing before them. It seems you all have yet to face reality. The voice was deep and cold. Who exactly are you? Yun Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. You are not worthy to know yet. The other party sneered coldly. Juyue Lilac suddenly remembered something, her voice trembling. This aura? Is it a subterranean demon beast? Not bad. That figure spoke slowly. You have offended my dignity and must pay the price. Go to hell to repent. Hell? Yun Xiaoyu laughed loudly. There is simply no hell in this world. Arrogance. The core demon beast roared angrily, its killing intent soaring. His clone instantly transformed into pitch black, a wave of black mist surging out. Xiaoyu, be careful. Jiyue Dingxiang shouted angrily, a fist wrapped in wild supernatural power crashing toward the black mist. The black mist stubbornly blocked the blow, and the next second it had already pressed up to her. She tried to dodge, but found her internal power drained, her whole body unable to move. At the critical moment, Xiaoyu rushed forward and held her protectively in his arms. A heavy black mist struck down, and Xiaoyu was blasted away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Xiaoyu. He spat out blood, his face pale. I'm fine. His mouth was easygoing, but the injuries were severe. Jiyue Dingxiang gritted her teeth and said, This must be the core Earth demon beast controlling everything. The opponent can suppress elements with a single thought, far stronger than the SSS level. We are completely suppressed. Xiaoyu, however, said softly, don't rush yet. He might not kill us immediately. You're too optimistic. He's at the Ultra SSS level peak. We don't stand a chance. A cold voice echoed all around. Come play in my underground demon palace. The tone was full of mockery. Xiaoyu replied coldly. If you have the ability, show yourself now. The Earth Core demon beast said grimly. Whether you live to leave, talk big after that. The air was thick with killing intent. They seemed to have already been sentenced to death. Prime Illusion Array, activate. The core beast roared angrily, and the formation beneath Yun Xiaoyu and Jiu Lilac instantly activated. Light patterns spun, transforming into a massive vortex, a raging force sweeping across the mountains as if it wanted to consume everything. The roar was deafening, and the two were firmly suppressed, unable to even stand steadily. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and unleashed his momentum, but it was like punching an iron wall, utterly ineffective. Little bug, this is my newly created illusion formation. You can't break it, the core beast sneered. The formation spun faster and faster, completely locking them down. Xiaoyu, we can't get out, Jiu Lilac said, her face pale. I'll protect you. How much strength do you have left? 50%, I can still hold on. Struggling is useless. As the words fell, the world flipped, and the two were drawn to the bottom of the lake. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. A strange laughter echoed underwater. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly looked up and found herself standing inside the palace of the Earth Core Demon Clan. Xiaoyu, you have finally arrived. A man in a black robe slowly stepped forward, his face handsome but veined with dark lines, his eyes blood red, his aura terrifying, far surpassing the divine SSS level. Who are you? Yun Xiaoyu's heart alarmed. The man sneered coldly. I am Yun Xiaoyu. Your previous life. Yun Xiaoyu felt as if struck by lightning. I am also the person you were looking for at the bottom of Daming Lake. These words instantly reminded him of the woman in white from the contract sword. She scolded him for being unfaithful and waiting too long. You are the one she is looking for. That's right. The man in the black robe took a step closer. Do you know why she came to me? His eyes were cold and fierce. Because you are a heartless man. Yun Xiaoyu shouted angrily. Since this guy has appeared in the mortal world, why doesn't he go find her himself, instead making him suffer? I am a heartless man. The Earth Core demon beast laughed loudly. Back then, I gave the contract sword to the Juyue family to protect her. For her, I could give up everything. Yun Xiaoyu was stunned. No wonder she chose him. So he truly had feelings. If that's the case, why don't you go see her? I died a long time ago. She also passed away long ago. The soul mark I left behind has long since dissipated. Is her death related to you? Yes. Most likely because of me. The Earth Core beast looked pained. But I do not regret it. I love her. I only want her to be happy. To love her but push her away. What does that even mean? Because I am only a lingering soul. If I were still alive, I would surely protect her completely. I do not allow anyone disloyal to ruin her future. Yun Xiaoyu frowned. If you love someone, you should stay by her side. Then do you love the girl by your side? Yun Xiaoyu was silent. He loves Juyu Dingxiang, yet dares not admit it. He's afraid she doesn't have him in her heart. You don't even dare to say love? What right do you have to blame me? The Earth Core demon beast sneered coldly. You're cowardly, selfish. Even if you like her, you only dare to hide. You're not worthy of her. Yun Xiaoyu was completely enraged. Jiu Lilac is my girlfriend. No one is allowed to hurt her. The Earth Core monster laughed loudly towards the sky. With your current strength, no one can protect her. Then let's try. Yun Xiaoyu shouted softly, her long sword stabbing straight at the Earth Core monster. Is that all you've got? The Earth Core monster sneered, suddenly opening its mouth. A blue-purple cold light shot out, instantly forming an ice pillar that trapped Yun Xiaoyu inside and slammed her hard into the ground. A loud crash echoed as dust flew everywhere. Yun Xiaoyu landed heavily and didn't get up for a long time. The Earth Core monster curled the corner of its mouth and turned to leave. Xiaoyu. Jiu Dingxiang rushed over and helped him up. Not dead, just lightly injured. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and stood firm. That strike was heavy, but it wouldn't take his life yet. Don't push yourself. He's too strong. Juyue Dingxiang lowered her voice. At least God level, you can't possibly beat him now. You think I can't do it? Yun Xiaoyu stared at her. She nodded. This is not the time to act tough. Yun Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, but his eyes grew colder. I won't back down. One day, I'll chase him until he has nowhere left to run. You're truly insane. Juyue Dingxiang stomped angrily. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly looked up and shouted, Core beast, come out. Fight me again. Don't act impulsively. We still don't know his intention. Juyue Dingxiang tried to stop him, but was a step too late. Yun Xiaoyu had already rushed out. The Earth Core beast turned around, fury surging, looking for death. With a palm strike, the ground shattered. The lake water surged into giant waves, and dust rose to the sky. The shock wave swept across, sending Yun Xiaoyu flying hundreds of meters. Juyue Dingxiang desperately caught up and held him. Xiaoyu, I can still fight. Yun Xiaoyu gasped for breath, his chest in severe pain. He knew clearly that a head-on fight was hopeless. Juyue Dingxiang looked at him, eyes full of worry. Don't move, I'll go draw him away. No need. Yun Xiaoyu shook his head. Xiaoyu, this is too dangerous, don't be impulsive. Juyue Dingxiang urged him anxiously. I'm very clear-headed. His gaze was resolute. You little brat, if you have the ability, defeat me. The Earth Core demon beast roared angrily. You are no match for me. Obediently accept your death. Yun Xiaoyu responded coldly. Before the words had fallen, the Earth Core demon beast suddenly charged. The two engaged in combat instantly. The opponent's strength surged violently, each strike ruthless. Yun Xiaoyu was suppressed. A punch came crashing down. He took several steps back, blood visible at the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and stood firm, refusing to admit defeat. Today he must make it pay the price. Are you angry? The Earth Core beast laughed maniacally. I wish I could tear you apart. Yun Xiaoyu roared angrily and lunged again. Don't struggle anymore. You'll only hurt yourself more. The Earth Core beast sneered and laughed contemptuously. You are too arrogant. Yun Xiaoyu retorted coldly. In the next moment, the Earth Core beast unleashed a forbidden technique. Black mist surged, the aura skyrocketed. Xiaoyu, fall back quickly. Juyue Dingxiang shouted in alarm. I want to kill him with my own hands. Yun Xiaoyu swung his sword to strike. Useless, he is a forbidden technique body. Normal attacks can't kill him. Juyue Dingxiang urgently warned. The forbidden technique body is extremely terrifying. Even a little contact could be fatal. What should we do then? Yun Xiaoyu was anxious and worried. We can only use forbidden techniques to counter forbidden techniques. Juyue Dingxiang said in a deep voice. What exactly is the power of forbidden techniques? Yun Xiaoyu asked. Only those in the sacred realm can use forbidden techniques. You are not a match for him at all right now. Juyue Dingxiang warned in a deep voice. I know, but I have to try. Yun Xiaoyu spoke firmly. Are you crazy? Once the forbidden technique backfires, you won't even be able to keep your life. Juyue Dingxiang trembled anxiously. If I don't kill him today, I'm the one who'll die. Yun Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. The Earth Core demon beast was terrifyingly powerful and mastered forbidden techniques, pressing him down until he could barely breathe. You brat, taste the power of the forbidden technique. The Earth Core beast sneered coldly. He spat out a crimson pill, suspended in the air, its blazing light overwhelming. Is that the forbidden technique? Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank. This technique is called Earth Fire, condensing the Earth Core demonic flames. Even a god lord would be incinerated upon contact. The Earth Core beast laughed wildly. He formed hand seals and swallowed the pill. Veins bulged, muscles swelled, and his aura surged instantly. In the next moment, a wave of heat exploded. A red light shot up to the sky, transforming into a 100-foot fire dragon, directly attacking Yun Xiaoyu. His face turned pale. He tried to turn and retreat, but was a step too slow. No, the fire dragon pierced through his shoulder, blood spraying everywhere. He staggered backward, almost falling to the ground. Haha, so this is your fate too. The Earth Core demon beast laughed wildly. Fully experienced the pain of the forbidden technique. The scorching power pressed down once again. Yun Xiaoyu felt as if his internal organs were burning and his bones were about to crack. The sound of impact exploded continuously. He was covered in blood, but held on firmly. Supreme Celestial Seal. He roared, summoning his last bit of strength. A golden giant palm descended from the sky, heavily striking the heart of the demonic beast. Boom! The Earth Core beast let out a miserable scream. The Earth Core beast screamed pitifully, was shaken and flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, his eyes bulging. His heart had already been shattered. Yun Xiaoyu used the Supreme Celestial Seal to directly blow up his heart meridian. No! The beast howled fiercely. A golden light suddenly descended, locking it tightly in place. It's over. Yun Xiaoyu threw another punch. A destructive force exploded with a roar, a dazzling light striking directly at its head. No! Boom! With a loud bang, the core beast in the ground fell straight down, its body twisted and deformed, a large hole pierced through its chest. Completely lifeless. Dead. Yun Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped forward, took the beast's storage ring, and was about to heal her wounds. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept by. She instantly became alert. A figure in white robes slowly appeared. The face was indistinguishable, only an icy chill radiated. Yun Xiaoyu's heart tightened. I am the earthly form of the core demon beast. You have won this battle. The primordial illusion array belongs to you. A faint light flew over and fell into her hand. It was a jade pendant. The patterns were strange, resembling a sword, a mountain, and also a palace, with intertwined lines and hidden murderous intent. Go back, you still have a promise to keep. The white robe waved. The two disappeared instantly. After 1 hour, Yun Xiaoyu opened her eyes, and the world had changed. In just 1 hour, both her body and soul had been intensely tempered. Where is Sister Dingxiang? Jueyue Dingxiang was still unconscious. After checking, Yun Xiaoyu relaxed. It was just that her powers were exhausted, and she was temporarily asleep. Xiaoyu, are we back? Jueyue Dingxiang opened her eyes, her face pale. In the recent battle, even with her SS-level strength, it was truly too much of a stretch. I'm back. Yun Xiaoyu nodded and instinctively squeezed her hand. The two exchanged a smile. Their relationship grew a step closer. Stop being clingy, pay the lakeside fee first. Yun Xiaoyu turned around, immediately knowing who it was. Here to cause trouble again. This is a school, not your home. Get lost. Jinghai High School is an investment by my dad. Everyone who comes to the lakeside has to pay. Everyone in this area has paid. Why should you be an exception? I'm the mayor's son. I don't collect money. Who fuels my family's Rolls Royce? Who pays when I go out to have fun? Cut the crap. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for getting physical. Yun Xiaoyu warned coldly. Who do you think you are? Believe it or not, I can kill you in a minute. I'll just stand here. Try touching me if you dare. Ouyang Tian was stunned, his gaze falling on Jueyue Dingxiang. Dingxiang, your boyfriend doesn't know how to appreciate you. You know my strength, right? You don't need me to tell you how to choose. Ouyang Tian, I advise you not to mess with him. Yun Xiaoyu is not someone you can afford to provoke. I insist on trying. Ouyang Tian's face turned pale. After all these years walking arrogantly in Jinghai, even the Yi family gave him some respect. This was the first time someone dared to disrespect him. Guards, teach him a lesson. 5 burly men in black immediately surrounded him. Yun Xiaoyu. Be careful, they are people from Guimin Gate. They are ruthless. Pay 50,000 supernatural coins now, and it's still timely. If we take action, the price will double. Young master, this guy needs to be dealt with. In Jinghai, who dares to offend the Ouyang family? This kid has no background and still dares to fight head-on. It's simply courting death. Beat him down, then stay out of my way when you see me. Yes. The 5 of them lined up, closing in on Yun Xiaoyu. Ouyang Tian, I have a bad temper. Yun Xiaoyu glanced at them. Mere SSS level, he really didn't take them seriously. Whatever fish you are, attack. The 5 immediately surrounded him. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flickered, weaving like a shadow among them. His steps were light and his strikes sharp, fingertips tapping on their chests. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds rang out one after another. Yun Xiaoyu paused, pressed close to a burly man, placed one hand on his chest, and with a push, the man was sent flying several meters away. He turned sideways and kicked, knocking another person to the ground. who clutched his stomach and screamed in pain. Bang! Bang! The sounds kept coming. The 5 strong men in front of him were like paper, unable to stop him at all. Yun Xiaoyu moved as fast as a leopard, weaving through the crowd, his fists and feet landing with every strike hitting flesh. Damn, is this even human? How did he train such footwork? A few people dodged while cursing, their faces pale. No, you can't win, yet still won't kneel? Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Bow your head, and I'll spare you. In your dreams. The 5 were completely enraged, their eyes bloodshot as they lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, one was kicked flying, crashing to the ground with a miserable scream. The remaining 4 went even crazier. All at once, beat him to death. A strong man in black charged ahead at the front. Even if you are SSS rank, I'll still knock you down. Yun Xiaoyu advanced instead of retreating, delivering a kick straight to his chest. With a bang, the person was kicked 10 meters away, blood spurting out on the spot. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes turned cold as he darted between several people and suddenly reached out to grab. Crack! An arm was tightly held by him. Several people froze instantly. How dare you touch my people? Ouyang Tian's face darkened. What is it that I dare not do? Do you know who my dad is? I don't care who your dad is. If you mess with me, you'll pay the price. Ouyang Tian angrily shouted. A bunch of losers. Loser is you. Yun Xiaoyu slapped him on the shoulder. Ouyang Tian was pressed flat to the ground. As if crushed by iron, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't get up. Last time I ask, pay up or keep getting beaten? Ouyang Tian gritted his teeth and looked up. He knew he couldn't win, but he wasn't short of money. His father was the mayor of Jinghai City. Even if he lost today, he didn't believe Yun Xiaoyu would dare to do anything to him. Young Master Ouyang, don't be angry. Sit down and calm yourself first. Just as others helped Ouyang Tian to a chair, he pushed them away. Get lost. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Yun Xiaoyu spoke calmly. Ouyang Tian, be sensible and leave on your own. Otherwise, tonight, I'll send you off too. He disliked most those spoiled brats who bullied others by relying on their family background. You dare threaten me? You're looking for death. Ouyang Tian roared, raising his hand to form a ball of blue light, radiating chilling cold that instantly made the air freeze. I seal 1,000 miles, freeze for me. The blue light exploded, and the ice ball shot straight toward Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Trying to freeze me? Dream on. He slapped out his palm. A fierce wind surged like waves, and a dragon's shadow took shape in the air, roaring as it charged at the ice ball. With a loud bang, the ice ball shattered on the spot, the cold dissipating, and the plaza's temperature dropped sharply. Ouyang Tian's face turned pale, his voice trembling. How is this possible? He stared at Yun Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with fear. Who exactly are you? What are you standing there for? Attack together, take him down. Only then did the 5 big men charge out. Yun Xiaoyu's footsteps were light and elusive, his figure ghost-like, as if each step created lotus blossoms beneath his feet. 9th grade Tai Su step. The crowd was stunned. With every exchange, the big men were sent flying, powerless to fight back. They were originally the elite of the Ouyang family, but now they were beaten back repeatedly, as if made of paper. Their arrogance was gone, replaced only by panic. Ouyang Tian's face was pale. The expert he brought was no match for Yun Xiaoyu. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Be sensible. My dad is the mayor of Jinghai City. If you dare lay a hand on me, he'll make your life a living hell. Ouyang Tian spoke defiantly, but his voice was trembling. Yun Xiaoyu curled the corner of his mouth into a cold sneer and said, Son of the mayor? Then you should be even more worried about yourself. You won't even have time to cry later. He didn't take the Ouyang family seriously at all. In his eyes, enemies only came in 2 forms. One was useless people who bullied others relying on their fathers. The other was spoiled rich heirs who oppressed others with their power. He dealt with every one of them he met. Ouyang Tian's face turned pale, and his heart raced with panic. He finally realized he had messed with the wrong person. If you dare hurt me, my dad won't let you off. He retreated while trying to escape, planning to go back and call for help. You won't get to see him. Yun Xiaoyu's voice was icy cold. What do you mean? Because I'm going to ruin you. As soon as the words fell, Yun Xiaoyu stomped down, pinning Ouyang Tian firmly to the ground. The scream exploded instantly. He kicked Ouyang Tian's chest again, the bones cracking with a muffled sound, blood spraying out. Ouyang Tian curled up like a shrimp, then was kicked tens of meters away. Yun Xiaoyu walked over, grabbed his collar, and looked at him coldly. I said I'd ruin you, and I will. Ouyang Tian had difficulty breathing, his face turning pale. Only then did he realize he was not facing an ordinary person. I was wrong. I won't dare again. He completely broke down, trembling on the ground. Do you believe me now? Yun Xiaoyu squatted down, his gaze sharp like a knife. He never killed recklessly, but he was merciless to scum who bullied others by relying on their power. Yun Xiaoyu, I regret provoking you. Ouyang Tian's eyes were full of resentment, but he was powerless. Too late. A slap landed hard. Smack! Ouyang Tian's face instantly swelled up, blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. You lunatic, if you have the guts, kill me. Ouyang Tian screamed hysterically. With a crisp slap, he was knocked to the ground. A useless piece of trash like you is too dirty to die by my hand. Drag him off to feed the pigs. Yun Xiaoyu looked at him coldly, with no warmth in her eyes. I was wrong. I'll give you half of the family fortune. Just please spare me. Ouyang Tian clutched his chest, his face pale, his voice trembling. He didn't want to die. He was willing to kneel. I'm not short of money. Yun Xiaoyu spoke calmly. Ouyang Tian's face stiffened. Then kill me. Killing you would be too easy for you. I want to play with you slowly. Yun Xiaoyu smiled coldly. Ouyang Tian felt a chill in his heart. This person was a madman. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you know to beg. Yun Xiaoyu stared at him. I was really wrong. I beg you to let me go. Ouyang Tian lowered his voice and humbled himself, knowing he had no choice but to admit defeat. Let you go? Fine. Yun Xiaoyu curled the corners of his mouth. Kneel down and kowtow 9,999 times. Ouyang Tian shook his head sharply. He was the eldest young master of the Ouyang family. How could he kneel? If you don't want to die, then kneel. Yun Xiaoyu's voice suddenly turned cold. Ouyang Tian trembled all over, truly afraid for the first time. I was wrong. Wrong about what? I shouldn't have provoked you. Is that all? Yun Xiaoyu squinted. However, I never intended to let you go anyway. You're useless if you don't listen. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life for now. Ouyang Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was about to die. What do you want to do? Go back and tell that mayor father of yours. If you dare come again, I'll charge interest next time. Yun Xiaoyu's tone was cold. Ouyang Tian's heart trembled, nodding repeatedly as he scrambled away. Yun Xiaoyu sneered at his retreating figure. What is the Ouyang family worth? You've gotten involved with a major power in Jinghai again. Zhuiyue Dingxiang's voice rang in his ears. They're nothing. Whoever dares step on me, I'll step back harder. Ouyang Tian returned home in a sorry state. Ouyang Jinyu frowned when he saw his son's condition. He knew this proud son of his too well. Now look at him like this. It must mean this kid got into trouble again. Speak, what happened? Ouyang Jinyu's tone was very cold. Dad, I was bullied. All the bodyguards were knocked down. I almost died in Jinghai. Ouyang Tian knelt on the ground, crying and pleading. Ouyang Jinyu's face darkened. Daring to mess with someone from the Ouyang family. They have some nerve. Who is it? Ouyang Tian gritted his teeth and recounted the whole incident. Not even an SSS level could stop him. He couldn't be stopped. He knocked down bodyguards one by one with a single punch. We didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Ouyang Jinyu's expression grew serious. Anyone who can crush an SSS-level person is definitely not an ordinary expert. What's his name? Yun Xiaoyu. Someone from the Zhuiyue family is also with him. Yun Xiaoyu. Ouyang Jinyu's pupils contracted. He seemed to have heard the name before, but couldn't recall where. Dad, you must get revenge for me. Ouyang Jinyu remained silent. A powerhouse of this level shouldn't have been provoked in the first place. But now that they're enemies, the other side clearly won't let it go easily. We can only ask that person to come out of retirement. Ouyang Tian's eyes lit up. That big shot from 10 years ago once fought alone against 400 SSS experts and still came out unscathed. If he takes action, Yun Xiaoyu will surely die. Thinking of this, Ouyang Jinyu's gaze turned icy cold. Send my order. The gate of hell must fully pursue and kill Yun Xiaoyu. I will personally ask that powerful figure to come out of retirement. As you command. Ouyang Tian had long disliked Yin Xiaoyu. That brat flaunted his strength arrogantly, showing off in the Ouyang family. This time, it was the perfect opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife. Yin Xiaoyu, just wait. I will definitely tear you to pieces. You can't hide forever. Sooner or later, you will have to show yourself. Ouyang Jinyu spoke coldly, and then turned to leave. Yin Xiaoyu was unaware that the killing intent had already arrived. He had been training at the Juyue family estate for the past 2 days. In a short time, he had made some progress in the primordial illusion formation. Its offensive and defensive power surged dramatically. Although it was still grade A, it far surpassed others of the same rank. He was practicing inside the room when suddenly a powerful aura approached. Yin Xiaoyu immediately stopped and became alert. Outside the door stood a man dressed in black, his face concealed, only his cold eyes visible. The death servant of Ghost Gate, ordered to take your life. Ghost Gate exclusively serves noble families, and its members are all SSS-level experts. Yin Xiaoyu instantly understood that it was the Ouyang family who had made the move. Just a mere SSS, and you dare come to kill me? The man in black spoke coldly. Kneel down now, and you might suffer less. Yin Xiaoyu sneered. If you want to kill me, with just you, better go back, wash up, and sleep. Don't come here to die. Impertinent. The man in black shouted angrily. By order of Lord Yin Wang, your life will be taken tonight, and you won't escape even if you grow wings. The king of Hell's palace? What does that have to do with me? Yin Xiaoyu's eyes were cold and fierce. If you want to kill me, first ask my sword. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel and kowtow, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise you die. The man in black was completely enraged. Seeking death, he sprang up violently, throwing a punch, the force like a wave, directly striking at Yin Xiaoyu. Yin Xiaoyu sneered coldly. A mere SSS rank dares to fight me? Seeking death. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped the ground. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, a deep pit collapsed, and dust soared into the sky. Yin Xiaoyu stood at the edge of the pit, expression cold. The man in the black robe's face changed drastically. How did the ground collapse? He felt tense in his heart, a never-before-felt sense of crisis rising. My sword, you're not worthy to see it yet. With that, Yin Xiaoyu transformed into afterimages, closing in the blink of an eye. The green blade was drawn, sword light flashing like lightning, stabbing straight forward. The green blade tore through the air. Ding! The tip of the sword fiercely collided with the chest of the man in the black robe, blood splattering. Ah! The man in the black robe screamed in pain. Yin Xiaoyu flicked her wrist and withdrew the sword. Puff! The man in the black robe was knocked back, crashing heavily against the wall, blood gushing out wildly. He clutched his chest, eyes filled with shock. Only 2 days, and Yin Xiaoyu had become this powerful. He couldn't suppress her with a single move. Instead, he was overwhelmed and left gasping for breath. The man in the black robe gritted his teeth, restoring his true form, and threatened coldly. Yin Xiaoyu, be smart and surrender obediently. Are you worthy? Yin Xiaoyu snorted coldly and leapt into the deep pit. In an instant, he burrowed into the soil layer, with no trace of his presence. Bang! Bang! The man in the black robe slammed his fists on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His face darkened. He couldn't sense the other at all. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, he charged into the deep pit. Underground, Yin Xiaoyu's figure flickered, blue light gathering in his palm. Boom! Another sword slash was dispatched. The man in the black robe raised his fist to block with strength. Bang! As the sword light descended, one of his arms was severed on the spot. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream tore through the air. Fresh blood gushed out. Still dare to be arrogant? Yin Xiaoyu coldly pointed again. Swish! The blue glow flashed once more. Uft! The other arm was also sliced off. Ah! The man in the black robe screamed miserably, blood flowing all over the ground. Plop! He knelt down heavily. The man in the black robe fell by the edge of the deep pit, his arms severed, blood spilling everywhere. Ah! I will kill you! He roared, his eyes bloodshot, like a beast driven mad. But the rage lasted only a moment. With both arms severed, he couldn't even stand, only lying on the ground, staring fixedly at Yin Xiaoyu. Yin Xiaoyu did not hesitate. raised her sword, and thrust it forward. Phut! Blood splattered. The man in the black robe completely lost his will to resist, only waiting for death. The sword light rose again. A cold gleam swept across the neck. Uft! Before the head fell, the throat was already severed. The man in the black robe fell backward, eyes wide open, life extinguished, blood spreading beneath him. Yun Xiaoyu approached, looked down at the corpse, and sneered coldly. To dare kill me with this little skill? Truly reckless. Whoever dares to touch me must pay with their life. He turned around to leave. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. The bedroom door was kicked open. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Juyue Dingxiang burst in with her guards. Useless piece of trash, not worth mentioning. Yun Xiaoyu said calmly. Throw the corpse at the Ouyang family's doorstep. Let them remember for a long time. The Ouyang family. That's right. There was a commotion in the manor just now. When I arrived, the guards were gone, most likely bribed and fled by them. Yun Xiaoyu took out a golden token with the character Cloud from his oe and threw it onto the body. Do as told. After speaking, he strode away. There was a smile at the corner of his lips, but his eyes were as cold as a blade. Ouyang family, you better hope I don't come knocking in person. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born. Good thing you're all right. Juyue Dingxiang's expression was grave. The Ouyang family won't give up, and neither will the Yi family. If the two families join forces, you'll be in great danger. There was once a divine SSS-level powerhouse in Jinghai City, who suddenly disappeared after encountering the Ouyang family. I'm afraid they have people backing them. Sister Dingxiang, I know what I'm doing. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze was firm. Juyue Dingxiang opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. There's nothing to be afraid of. The next day, in front of the Ouyang mansion, there was an already rotting corpse dressed in black. A corpse was thrown at the Ouyang family's doorstep, the ground soaked with blood, making one feel uneasy just looking at it. The gatekeeper recognized the face, and his expression changed drastically, retreating repeatedly. What happened? Butler Ouyang hurried forward and gasped sharply upon seeing the corpse. A person from the gates of hell. Next to the corpse lay a golden token inscribed with the character Yun. The Yun token means it's the Yun family's doing. Leaving the body here is an open slap in the face to the Ouyang family. But when did the Yun family even show up in Jinghai? If someone dares to provoke the Ouyang family like this, it means big changes are coming. If the Ouyang family falls, who will take over? No question, the Yi family. As soon as the news spread, the entrance was surrounded by people watching the commotion. How dare you? Who gave you the nerve to talk about the Ouyang family? Ouyang stormed into the crowd, shouting angrily. He was just the steward, but not just anyone could trample on the Ouyang family. Disperse, disperse, don't cause trouble. Everyone said this, but their footsteps did not slow down. Always so arrogant. Now they're being trampled on. They've completely lost face now. The Ouyang family is probably doomed. The murmurs gradually faded away. Ouyang's face was ashen. The Yun family dared to throw the corpse at the doorstep. This was an open declaration of war. He stared at the corpse whose eyes refused to close, gritting his teeth and growling. Yun family, the Ouyang family will never tolerate this. The servants bowed their heads one by one, not daring to utter a sound. Once this matter spread, the prestige of the Ouyang family was trampled into the dirt. SSS-level daily random supernatural ability has awakened. Congratulations to host Yun Xiaoyu for obtaining the divine level chaos and spirit dual attributes. Effective time, until today's dusk. Yun Xiaoyu was sleeping soundly when suddenly a prompt sounded in his mind. Chaos? Spirit. He suddenly sat up. These two attributes are the absolute top of the top. He didn't expect the system to have such a trump card hidden. He rolled out of bed. System, be clearer. What exactly is chaos as an ability? System, big boss? Hello. He called out several times, but his mind remained completely silent. The system was as if dead, without the slightest response. Damn it. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth in frustration, not even knowing what the system was all about. Forget it. If you won't say, then I won't ask. I'll try this chaos myself. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend the so-called chaos. What exactly is chaos? He thought for a long time, but was still completely confused. But just as he calmed down, an invisible force suddenly surged into his mind, like a black hole, trying to drag his consciousness in. Yin Xiaoyu's face changed drastically, and he immediately activated his powers to resist. But the suction was too strong. He gave it his all, yet still couldn't hold back. His consciousness was gradually pulled into the vortex, sinking deeper and deeper. The next moment, a tremendous force suddenly counterattacked. He was violently thrown through the air and slammed heavily onto the ground. Ah! The intense pain instantly woke him up. What's going on? Why does the chaos want to swallow me? I don't want to go in. System, help me. He shouted desperately, but his consciousness was still tightly locked within that chaos, unable to break free at all. Just then, a familiar yet cold voice sounded. Host, your will is very strong. Very good. The current state is just right for merging with chaos. Yin Xiaoyu barely managed to calm down. Does that mean I won't die? No. Merging with it will cause your mental power to surge, and your control will also improve. Merge. He hesitated. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rest assured, chaos only brings you benefits. It can strengthen your mental power and even turn your thoughts into attacks. This is an opportunity. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. All right, I'll try. Begin. He bit his index finger, letting blood drip into the void of chaos. In an instant, a red light exploded, engulfing him entirely. Consciousness was drawn in again. This time, he did not resist. Darkness covered everything. Beneath his feet was an endless desert. He floated in midair, standing alone in the chaos. He could clearly feel the astonishing power contained within the sea of sand beneath him. It was as if, with just a lift of his hand, he could crush the entire desert. Yin Xiaoyu looked down, her heart tightening. Where's this place? Why is the aura so ancient? Could it be an unknown world? Suddenly, a figure crossed into his sight. A robed woman stood with her back to him, her figure tall and slender, her demeanor cool and aloof. Her features were delicate, yet carried an unapproachable distance. He clearly did not know her. Yet, he oddly felt familiar with her, as if seen a long time ago. The woman's figure gradually became blurry. She seemed to transform into a crystal ball, slowly spinning in midair, wildly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The place where she stood, the heaven and earth were changing. Yun Xiaoyu wanted to chase after her, but couldn't take a single step. At that moment, a smile appeared at the corner of the woman's mouth. The smile was genuine, very satisfied, as if she had obtained everything she wanted. He couldn't understand, but he couldn't stop feeling envious. In the next moment, an invisible force pinned him down tightly. He could only watch as she walked away into the distance. At the end of that path stood an ancient castle. In front of the city gate stood a huge stone stele, and the city walls were covered with mysterious patterns. He couldn't understand, yet he was deeply drawn in. He shouted desperately. The sound was blocked back by an invisible barrier. Finally, the woman stopped walking, slowly turned her head. That face made his heart stop. How could it be her? Yin Xiaoyu, what are you doing? A cold voice sounded. Jua Lilac stood in front of the city gate, her gaze distant. We meet again. He was stunned. Xiaoyu, this is not a place for you to come. She finished speaking and turned around, heading towards the city gate. Yin Xiaoyu hurriedly chased after her. But just as he took a step forward, that invisible wall pressed down again, firmly blocking him. Sister Dingxiang, wait for me. Don't go. He struggled desperately. The body was squeezed, bones cracking. But all strength was completely sealed off. Consciousness sank little by little, falling into darkness. He couldn't move, not even his mind obeyed him, leaving him frozen in place. Suddenly, countless images flooded before his eyes. It was a black and white world, cold as death. A girl in a white dress danced with a sword within it, her figure light, her gaze gentle, yet carrying a suffocating oppression. She is Juyua Lilac. But this time, an old woman stood beside her. The old woman raised her sword and thrust it straight at Yin Xiaoyu. He suddenly woke up with a start, drenched in cold sweat and his clothes soaked. That dream was too brutal. Corpses everywhere, blood flowing wildly, the smell of death almost clinging to his face. A sentence exploded in his mind. One more step forward, and you will be forever separated from your loved one. The voice sounded like it was spoken by Juyue Dingxiang herself. Yun Xiaoyu's heart trembled. A double dream. He saw her back, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. Brother Xiaoyu, I don't like you anymore. Please don't come again. The childish voice pierced his ears. Her figure vanished instantly. Sister Dingxiang, don't leave me behind. He roared, but couldn't take a single step forward. Tears splashed into the snow, but the snow was a glaring blood red. Her feet were covered in blood. He desperately tried to rush over, but was blocked by an invisible door. The more he struggled, the more his head hurt, as if it was about to split open. Fresh blood seeped from the corners of his eyes. He held his head and screamed, but couldn't escape this nightmare. Consciousness gradually went blank. He was left with only one thought. Don't let her die in front of him again. As long as she lives, it doesn't matter if he disappears. Even if he has to die, he accepts it. Bang! With a dull thud, Yin Xiaoyu suddenly hit a hard object and his vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on the ground. Juyua Lilac stood in front of him, looking at him coldly. His heart panicked, and he crawled over using both hands and feet, hugging her leg. Sister Dingxiang, don't leave me. His voice trembled. What are you crazy about? She frowned. His throat felt dry, and his whole body felt like it was weighed down by a stone, making it hard to move. Sister Dingxiang. He held on tighter, his eyes full of pleading. Let go, she shouted angrily. I won't. He gritted his teeth. Her face darkened. She suddenly jumped up, delivering a whip-like kick toward his head. Ah! He let out a muffled groan and had to let go. Men and women are different, don't you know? She glared at him angrily. He forced a smile to mask his embarrassment. That dream just now was too vivid, causing him to lose his composure. Still smiling, like a fool, she snorted coldly. The Ouyang family has already begun a full-scale crackdown on the Juyue family. What do you plan to do? Another night raid? He pondered for a moment. The Grim Reaper's death squad was left at the Ouyang family's doorstep, causing quite a stir. We'll keep spreading rumors and creating scandals. Or directly take out the Grim Reaper's main base to force the Ouyang family to be distracted. Are you crazy? She was shocked. The Ouyang family has the mayor backing them. Attacking the Grim Reaper's base means going against the mayor. Have you thought this through? I have. His gaze was cold and hard. If I can't take down the Grim Reaper, what kind of man am I? Don't be stubborn. She frowned. The Grim Reaper's base is hidden very deeply. Without special means, it's impossible to find. He smiled faintly, full of confidence. I have a way. What idea? Divination positioning. Knowing is easy, but doing is hard. The right path is straightforward, innate and acquired. Each has its own meaning. Yun Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, whispering incantations, quickly sinking into her own spiritual world. Jiyue Dingxiang crossed her arms and looked at him coldly, not understanding what trick he was playing again. As soon as his consciousness sank, strands of golden threads spread out from the depths of the spiritual world. At that moment, he seemed to touch some kind of power, but could never grasp it. The spiritual space began to expand, and it grew faster and faster. Suddenly, he noticed large patches of black mist rolling overhead. The black mist slowly rotated, gradually condensing into a massive figure. It was a 2-meter-tall monster, resembling a human but covered in scales and possessing 3 claws. Its eyes were dark red, its mouth like a snake's, with sharp teeth protruding outward. Yun Xiaoyu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could it be that this monster had invaded his spiritual world? The next moment, thunder exploded beside his ear. The entire spiritual space shook violently, as if it were about to be torn apart. Yun Xiaoyu stared fixedly at the monster. The other party's gaze was fierce, as if treating him as a mortal enemy. Behind it stood a group of demonized beasts. They were surrounded by purple aura, clearly of extraordinary bloodline. Even more bizarre, above each demonized beast's head hovered a blue light point, flickering like a star. All the demonized beasts roared angrily in midair. The entire mental world churned with murderous intent. The demonized beasts howled in the air, their voices filled with anger and fear, as if mourning death. Could it be that they know they are about to die? Yun Xiaoyu stared at them, his heart sinking. No, this must end immediately. These monsters were summoned by him, but he had no control over them at all. Allowing them to rampage recklessly in the spiritual world, his world would inevitably be torn apart. Once the spirit collapses, he would be unable to survive. Just as he was about to act, an unexpected change occurred. Golden threads appeared out of nowhere, instantly weaving into rings that tightly trapped the demon beasts. Roar! The demon beast struck the rings wildly, then sprayed out a cloud of black mist, charging straight at the golden rings. Boom! The golden rings trembled violently, causing the entire spiritual world to shake accordingly. Another explosion sounded. His mental world was shattered, collapsing on the spot. At the moment of collapse, the space reorganized. The demonic beast disappeared, replaced by a dazzling six-pointed star high in the sky. The six-pointed star illuminated heaven and earth, and the Taipin Tianxianju within him ran wildly, as if being guided by something. Taipin Tianxianju page 5, six-pointed star ascension technique. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Ascension technique? Is the cultivation method saving me? He stared at the six-pointed star and could even understand the operation trajectory within it. It felt like comprehending a vast and profound path, mysterious and awe-inspiring. As he kept observing, his spiritual power rapidly expanded, and a mighty force surged through the world. Is this the essence of the Tongtian technique? 6 blue light spheres floated in midair, their faint light flowing. Countless air currents converged within the spheres, ultimately surging into his body. Yun Xiaoyu's heart tightened. Could it be that I was too weak, which nearly caused a backlash? For the first time, Yun Xiaoyu truly realized that he was too weak. He could see those powers, but he couldn't grasp them, let alone control them. His body was so weak it seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Clearly, just absorbing that power would help him recover, but he simply couldn't do it. 6 words echoed repeatedly in his mind. Absorb, absorb, absorb. The voice clung to him like a curse. He longed for power. He didn't want to be treated as a monster anymore. He wants to become stronger. He bit his tongue hard. Fresh blood dripped onto the 6 glowing orbs. The moment the blood fell, it was instantly devoured. White mist rose, quickly weaving into a massive net, enveloping the 6 beads. Power surged sharply into his body. His muscles and bones burned, blood boiling. He laughed. This strength was so intense, it almost intoxicated him. Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to reality. Yun Xiaoyu, you should wake up. It was Juyue Dingxiang. He suddenly opened his eyes. Juyue Dingxiang leaned close to him, her tone icy. Have you found the old nest of the ghost gate? Just a little bit more. Just a little short. Do you know how long you've delayed? She almost shouted. Not found yet. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Give me 1 minute. He immediately activated the 6-pointed star heaven-reaching technique, tracking along the remaining aura of that dead servant. The aura pointed toward the northwest mountain range. The lair was within that mountain range. He soared into the air, while simultaneously sending his soul deep into the mountains to search, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Quickly, the soul reached the mountaintop. An ancient palace stood quietly. That was the old lair of the Gate of Ghosts. Yun Xiaoyu felt a sudden surge of joy in his heart. Finally found it. As soon as the words fell, his consciousness instantly returned to his body. He opened his eyes sharply, unable to suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth. Great, finally found it. He turned his head to look at Juyue Dingxiang. Sister Dingxiang, I found the old lair of the ghost gate you mentioned. Really, I confirmed it with my own eyes. The sky was already dark. Yun Xiaoyu no longer hesitated and flipped out of bed. Leave right now. Juyue Dingxiang nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. The two quickly left the manor, heading straight for the northwest castle. The castle gate was tightly closed, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. The calmer it was, the more it indicated something was wrong. Yun Xiaoyu activated the 6-pointed star ascension technique, pressing his palm against the door. A sudden burst of golden light exploded. The heavy wooden door cracked open with a loud bang. The two of them stepped into the hall. In the spacious living room, 2 full rows of men in black sat cross-legged in the center, wearing masks, motionless. The air was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Yun Xiaoyu. Someone called him in a low voice. That voice was nothing unfamiliar to him. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly looked up. It's you. Standing ahead was none other than that Deadpool. Didn't expect this, did you? The other sneered. You used to chase me to take my life. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Today I'm coming to you willingly. Let's see if you have what it takes to take me. Stubborn. Deadpool waved his hand. Hundreds of black-clad men rose simultaneously, brandishing knives, guns, and clubs, instantly surrounding him. With their numbers and momentum, their presence was overwhelming. Yun Xiaoyu and Zhuiyue Dingxiang were completely surrounded. Deadpool stood in the back, smiling darkly. This time, you won't be able to escape. He shouted fiercely. All of you attack. Kill them. Yes. At his command, the men in black raised their knives and charged straight at Yun Xiaoyu and Zhuiyue Dingxiang. Yun Xiaoyu did not flinch, gripping the contract sword tightly as she charged forward and swung with one powerful strike. Go to hell. Yun Xiaoyu. A man in black sneered, pulling out a black bead and smashing it down fiercely. The bead churned with demonic energy, pressing down on the air, making it tremble. Yun Xiaoyu's heart tightened. He immediately activated the six-pointed star heavenly technique, setting up a barrier around him while swinging his sword to strike the black bead. A muffled roar erupted. The sword's edge struck the black bead, but he felt his strength being firmly dragged down, like sinking into a quagmire, unable to pull free. What is this thing? Demonic tribe's sacred artifact. You think you can stop it? The assassin sneered coldly. The black bead's dark light surged violently, beginning to corrode the contract sword. The blade quickly darkened, sizzling with sound. Yun Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and he forcibly pulled back. He Zhu, however, followed like a shadow and struck down again. He once again activated his secret technique to resist forcefully. Another loud crash rang out. This time, fine cracks appeared on the blade. Yun Xiaoyu dared not continue the fight head-on and quickly sheathed his sword. He Zhu hovered in midair, demonic energy surging. At that moment, the black-clad men took the opportunity to surround and attack, blades flashing and sword shadows pressing down. A trifling skill. Yun Xiaoyu snorted coldly, and the momentum within his body suddenly exploded. He swept his sword horizontally, sword wind surging out like a tidal wave. In the next instant, the black-clad men didn't even have time to scream before being torn to pieces by the sword energy. Amidst the roaring sound, the ground was in utter chaos. They were all dead. Yun Xiaoyu stood still, staring at the black bead. As he reached out to grab it, the bead suddenly trembled. A violent force surged into his body in an instant. His spiritual power spiraled out of control. He couldn't suppress it at all. The bead seemed alive. The more he resisted, the harsher the backlash. I can't delay any longer. He gritted his teeth, activating his power, suppressing it with all his might. Two forces collided frantically inside his body, almost tearing him apart. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in his mind. Don't waste your efforts. You cannot control the evil spirit pearl. Yun Xiaoyu looked up and saw a man in a black robe standing not far away, his aura sinister. The man claimed to be the sect master of Ghost Gate Pass, speaking with contempt. With your abilities, you dare to challenge Ghost Gate Pass? Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Because I have the strength. The man's gaze darkened, a murderous intent surfacing. Arrogant. Before the words fell, a cold, gleaming long sword appeared in his hand. The sword's edge sliced through the air, exuding a menacing, killing aura. Just as Zhuiyue Dingxiang began to warn, Yun Xiaoyu had already raised his sword to meet the attack. The clash of the two swords rang loudly, deafening. Yun Xiaoyu was shaken back several steps, his vital energy surging wildly. The man in the black robe, however, remained completely unmoved. Yun Xiaoyu's expression grew serious. The opponent was stronger than he had imagined. Chaos power. The man gave a low shout, and the spiritual power within him exploded instantly, sending a wave of energy sweeping in all directions. Yun Xiaoyu's face darkened, and he instinctively stepped back. In the next moment, the airflow condensed into a giant python, opening its blood-red jaws and lunging forward. He gritted his teeth and raised the contract sword to confront it. Boom! The sword collided head-on with the giant python, unleashing a blast of fierce wind. Yun Xiaoyu was blasted away, crashing heavily against a tree trunk, which snapped instantly. Phut! Blood sprayed out, his internal organs churned, and his supernatural abilities went haywire. He stared fixedly at the man opposite, his eyes full of fear. The sect leader of Ghost Gate is indeed terrifying. Is that all you've got? The man sneered coldly. I haven't even used half of my strength. Yun Xiaoyu roared. Don't be too arrogant. But the other burst into loud laughter, his gaze vicious. Today, you will surely die. As the words fell, a long sword stabbed straight at him. Yun Xiaoyu swung his sword to block it hard. Bang! He was pushed back several steps again, his tiger mouth numb, unable to find any chance to counterattack. The man pressed forward step by step, sword light like waves, one after another. Prepare to die. The sword glint rose again. Yun Xiaoyu was too slow to dodge. Bang! His chest was hit, and he grunted softly, blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth. This strength completely overwhelms. The man refuses to stop. His sword moves like a dragon, each strike suffocating. Yun Xiaoyu only feels as if a huge stone is crushing his chest, making it hard to breathe. Phut! A flash of cold light. The sword blade cuts through his body, blood splattering. Blood flows down from Yun Xiaoyu's shoulder. Very good. A trace of excitement flashes in his eyes as he shouts. Taipin Celestial Seal. No sooner had he spoken than a mark appeared on his forehead, and his hands quickly formed seals. The mark instantly surged, turning into a huge stone tablet, which descended and slammed toward the man opposite with force. Bang! The stone tablet hit the ground, directly blasting the man away, who fell heavily and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Humph! The man snorted coldly, forcing himself to stand up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The sect leader of Guimen Pass is nothing special. Your skills are not worth watching. Yun Xiaoyu sneered. Chaotic power. The sect leader of Guimen Pass flashed, sword light striking like lightning, piercing straight ahead. Yun Xiaoyu's expression turned serious. This was the first time he had faced such a strong opponent. He quickly formed hand seals, and golden light enveloped his entire body. Boom! An explosion rang out in midair as two forces collided head-on, gusts of energy rolling, dust rising high. Yun Xiaoyu was blasted backward over 10 meters, and the opponent staggered back, face pale. Is that all you've got? The sect leader of Guimen Pass sneered, the black mist around him thickening. I still have my means. Yun Xiaoyu's momentum surged, several times stronger than before. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat me. The sect leader of Guimen Pass roared fiercely and leapt into the air. Yun Xiaoyu did not retreat, directly unleashing the primordial illusion formation, merging the illusion into his sea of consciousness, his hands moving rapidly. Amid the humming sound, darkness engulfed the surroundings. A golden orb appeared in the void, inside which a golden dragon churned and roared. Roar! The golden light oscillated, and the aura of destruction spread wildly. Boom! A fiery red meteor shot out from the golden orb, carrying overwhelming power, and slammed fiercely into the sect leader of Guimen Pass. Bang! With a mighty force, he was thrown to the ground. Phut! The sect leader of Guimen Pass spat out another mouthful of blood, his expression changing drastically. Damn it! The sect leader of Guimen Pass struggled to rise despite his injuries, staring coldly at Yun Xiaoyu. You do have some skill. His voice was low. Yun Xiaoyu's expression was indifferent. Killing you will naturally dissolve Guimen Pass. Then the Ouyang family will be nothing more than a dish on the table. His tone was calm, but full of contempt. In his eyes, he already controlled everything. Anyone who dared to defy him had no way out but death. Arrogant. The sect master shouted angrily, lunging with his long sword, the sword chi surging like a tide driving straight forward. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flickered continuously. A black halo descended from the sky, blocking in front of him. He snorted coldly, forcing his way through. The sword chi kept striking down repeatedly. Bang! Palm wind collided with the sword chi, the immense force shaking him back several steps, blood spilling at the corner of his mouth. The disciples of Guimen Pass, seeing this, instantly rejoiced wildly. Sect Master is mighty. Master will surely win. The shout echoed through the sky. A look of pride appeared on the master's face. Yun Xiaoyu wiped away the bloodstain. You want to kill me? You're not qualified yet. After speaking, he quickly formed a seal. A golden light suddenly shone from his forehead, and his spiritual power surged wildly. Black vines burst out from his body, sweeping all around like a storm. Several disciples were instantly torn into a mist of blood. The vines did not stop and rushed straight toward the sect leader. White vapor surged outside the sect leader's body, condensing into talismans to block the attack. Boom! Two forces suddenly exploded apart. The sect leader was blasted backward, heavily crashing to the ground. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flashed, closing in, and threw a punch. The sect leader forced himself to stand, slashing horizontally with his long sword. The sword aura and the punch force collided head-on. Boom! Waves of air surging, heaven and earth shaking. Meanwhile, inside the Ouyang family council hall, family head Yun Xiaoyu has already broken into Guimin Pass and is fighting desperately with the sect leader. Should we intervene? Butler Ouyang De reported quietly in front of the elders. Ouyang Jinyu sneered. He's bold, trying to eliminate Guimin Pass first to hold me back. But the reason why the Ouyang family has held firm in Jinghai for so many years is not just because of this one card. What's the arrangement for Guimin Pass? Let him fight. Guimin Pass has lived too comfortably these past years, daring to challenge me. Let Yun Xiaoyu teach them a lesson for me. His tone was calm, but tinged with coldness. As for whether they can survive, it depends on their fate. Ghost spirits are only divine-level ability users and cannot hold off Yun Xiaoyu for long. Yun Xiaoyu is the enemy, yet became a knife in the hands of the Ouyang family. When the knife gets dull, it will naturally be discarded. Yes, the family head is wise. Ouyang Tian gritted his teeth and stood up. Father, Yun Xiaoyu hit me. If we catch him, we must not go easy. Tian, revenge can wait. For the sake of the family, bear with it for now. At this moment, Ouyang De spoke again. Family head, there is news about that ability user. He is willing to step forward to suppress Yun Xiaoyu, but with conditions. Ouyang Jinyu narrowed his eyes. I can agree to the conditions. However, the antidote to the heavenly poison in his body has been cut off. He sneered coldly. Trying to break free from me? You'll only be locked tighter. Killing intent surged through the valley. Yun Xiaoyu gasped for breath, nearly exhausted, yet still unable to take down the ghostly figure. On the other side, Jiyue Dingxiang was also steadily retreating, the situation becoming increasingly dire. Yun Xiaoyu, your time to die has come. The ghostly voice suddenly exploded in his mind. A chilling aura instantly enveloped his entire body, pressing down so heavily he could barely breathe. Impossible. Yun Xiaoyu snapped his eyes shut, his hands rapidly forming seals as the power within him wildly converged. Boom, boom. Two loud explosions shook the valley, shockwaves sweeping all around. Trees were shattered instantly, the mountainside cracked open, and rocks tumbled down. Yun Xiaoyu was blasted dozens of meters away, landing heavily. He opened his eyes and looked at the unscathed, ghost-like figure, his face pale. How could you possibly be this strong? The ghost-like figure slowly approached, a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too weak. You have no idea what a true strong person is. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant. You absolutely don't deserve to lay a hand on me. The sect master of the Ghost Gate took a step forward, instantly closing in before Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu quickly retreated, his hands rapidly forming seals. Boom! His mental power suddenly exploded. Break for me. He swung his sword in anger, but was shattered on the spot by the opponent's force. A loud crash erupted, and Yun Xiaoyu was thrown flying. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his face pale, and his body trembling. Yun Xiaoyu, are you okay? Jiyue Dingxiang rushed over to support him. I can hold on. As soon as the words fell, the sect leader raised his knife and struck again. Where the blade passed, a storm whipped up, rushing straight forward. Move quickly, Jiyue Dingxiang screamed. But Yun Xiaoyu stared fixedly at the opponent. The residual energy waves kept pressing in, and he vomited blood repeatedly. Jiyue Dingxiang clenched her fists, wishing she could fight with all her might. Yun Xiaoyu, however, took step after step forward. Even if it meant death, he would not retreat. Stop pretending to be strong. Let's go. Jiyue Dingxiang stood in front of him, her expression anxious. I won't leave you behind. His eyes reddened. Don't be foolish. I won't be a burden to you. Her voice grew cold, her gaze resolute. She was determined to risk her life to give him a way out. Yun Xiaoyu looked at her, unwilling to let go. If you stay any longer, you'll only be courting death. She gritted her teeth and shouted through the pain. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze was resolute. We promised to live and die together. I won't leave you behind. Jueyue Dingxiang's expression trembled. Even if I die, you won't leave? I won't let you go to your death alone. Yun Xiaoyu stared at Jueyue Dingxiang, her tone firm. Yun Xiaoyu, what madness are you talking about? I'm your sister. You don't need to protect me. Jueyue Dingxiang's voice was cold and sharp. I don't care about status. I just know I can't leave you behind. If it weren't for you back then, I would have died at the hands of the evil cultivators long ago. The ghostly figure sneered coldly. How touching. Then I'll grant your wish. We'll go to hell together. The murderous intent in his eyes burst forth completely. Go quickly. Don't force me to lose focus. Jueyue Lingxiang urged softly. If you're leaving, leave together. Yun Xiaoyu did not retreat an inch. The ghost sneered coldly. Today, I'll show you my skills. A huge black blade slashed down, the sound of the blade fierce. Yun Xiaoyu dodged to the side. Still want to run? The ghostly figure flickered and approached again. The blade's cold gleam was like a ghostly shadow, pressing step by step. Yun Xiaoyu retreated several steps in succession. The ground suddenly cracked open. The fissure shot straight toward his ankle. A sharp pain struck, and he nearly fell to his knees. Formation. His expression darkened. The phantom laughed loudly. Crushing the formation's core, you're already trapped like turtles in a jar. The black blade swept across, aiming straight for the throat. Yun Xiaoyu struggled to dodge, her figure weaving through the blade's light. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. The phantom's eyes flashed with madness. This time, you won't have a chance to turn the tables. Just with this huge blade, I can split you in half. The specter sneered coldly, staring at Yun Xiaoyu. You're strong, but can you block this sword strike of mine? Yes. Yun Xiaoyu had already made up his mind. He would fight to win no matter what. Take my life in exchange for the final strike. He spoke calmly and resolutely. The specter was stunned for a moment. Are you crazy? You're asking for death. He roared. I will protect Sister Lilac's life, even if I lose everything. Yun Xiaoyu smiled at the corner of his mouth, yet was utterly resolute. He would never let Jueyue Lilac face all this alone. Even if it cost his life, he would protect her to live on. Jueyue Lilac's eyes reddened. You're really foolish. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have come this far. Her heart ached and warmed at the same time. No, I won't let you die. Yun Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. He must protect her. The ghostly figure sneered coldly. Think you can beat me like this? Dream on. Before the words fell, the giant blade was already pressed against Yun Xiaoyu's throat. He was about to cut off his head with one stroke. At that very moment, Yun Xiaoyu suddenly lifted her foot and fiercely kicked the blade. Bang! Her leg collided hard with the giant blade. He was shaken back 3 steps before he could steady himself. The ghostly figure's expression suddenly changed. Impossible. Even God-level experts dared not block this knife head-on. But he actually blocked it. Yun Xiaoyu's blood surged throughout his body. Universal hexagram. A white light burst from within him, engulfing his entire body. The aura was strange and violent. Veins bulged on his forehead, golden light soaring into the sky. He thrust both palms forward forcefully. The 6-pointed star formation suddenly expanded. The scream exploded instantly. The man in the black robe was engulfed by the light, black smoke emanating from his body, twisting and struggling as if set on fire. Help! What the hell is this thing? The ghostly face turned pale. That force was closing in on him. Fear crept into his heart for the first time. Hexagram, annihilate. Yun Xiaoyu growled low. A purple pattern appeared on his left arm, slowly spreading to his shoulder, the lines echoing each other, tightening the air around. This is impossible. The ghostly figure screamed in terror, eyes filled with horror. Believe it or not, it's all real. Yun Xiaoyu smiled faintly. The purple patterns grew brighter, his bones emitted a cold glow, and the same pattern appeared on his right arm. A violent aura burst from within him, and a fierce wind swept around. He clapped his hands together forcefully. With a loud bang, the black mist array shattered on the spot. Ghost! Yun Xiaoyu dashed out like an afterimage, with only one thought: kill. Two fists collided hard in midair, energy swirling, the stone wall cracking, dust filling the sky. The ghost spat blood and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His chest caved in, the wound gruesome to the bone. Yun Xiaoyu stared at him, a cold smile on his lips. Kill me, and you think you can stop the Ouyang family? The ghost trembled all over. You can't run away. Yun Xiaoyu raised her hand. Golden runes lit up, and a golden net instantly spread out. The ghost tried to escape, but couldn't outrun the net, and was trapped in the blink of an eye. Screams tore through the space. In the next moment, the corpse was completely swallowed by the golden net. Yun Xiaoyu fell to the ground from the air. System notification: the spirit of the void has been integrated. The golden energy merged into the body. He was gasping violently, his face pale. The six-pointed star of Wanxiang had drained his vitality, and his lifespan was nearly depleted. Xiaoyu, your hair has turned white. Juyua Lilac stared at Yun Xiaoyu's whitening hair, her heart tightening. I'm fine. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze was determined, yet he clearly felt his life slipping away bit by bit. He forced himself to keep moving forward. Wait, I'll go with you. Juyua Lilac caught up, her voice trembling. His breath was weak, and his face already showed signs of aging. She watched with a heavy heart, her eyes reddening. Okay. The two continued forward. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the mountain rocks. They quickly slipped into a spacious stone chamber. Sit down, I'll go find some healing pills. I'm not tired. Don't move around, I'll be back soon. Yun Xiaoyu pushed open a stone door. The stone chamber was spacious, with luminous pearls embedded in the walls, casting a soft light. He noticed, however, that he was not weakening further. Instead, he faintly felt his strength returning. Could it be that the soul of the great void is repairing me? He suppressed his surprise, sat cross-legged, and hurriedly regulated his breath. If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't even have the strength to escape. Spiritual energy surged in from all directions, flowing into his body. He gritted his teeth and endured, feeling his blood and qi gradually warm up. As the sky darkened, he finally opened his eyes. It really works. Jia Dingxiang stood by his side the whole time. Seeing the color return to his face, her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. Xiaoyu, are you feeling better? I've regained some strength. He stood up, forcing a smile. Juyua Lingxiang's eyes welled with tears. I'm fine, don't cry. She wiped away her tears and forced a smile. It's nothing, I'm just happy. Yun Xiaoyu's expression, however, grew serious again. This place is too dangerous. We must leave immediately. Yun Xiaoyu whispered. He could feel the air growing heavier, making it hard to breathe. Let's go. Juyua Dingxiang also sensed something was wrong, nodded, and followed. The two left the stone chamber. Outside the chamber, a gust of wind stirred up dust, revealing the path ahead. It was a winding and deep corridor. There are restrictions here. I can't fly with my sword. Juyua Dingxiang frowned. The entire path is sealed by a formation. We can only go forward, Yin Xiaoyu said in a low voice. The two walked forward. At the end of the passage, a mass of black mist churned, cold and bone-chilling. Let's take a detour. This thing is too sinister, Juyua Dingxiang said with a pale face. No, Yin Xiaoyu refused. Are you sure it's a formation? Sure, and it's stronger than any we've encountered before. Is someone controlling it? Most likely. As soon as the words fell, a man in a black robe walked out from the black mist, his bamboo hat pulled down low, obscuring his face. Yin Xiaoyu, for you to make it here alive, you've got quite the luck. The man's voice was hoarse. Who are you? Why have you been following me all this way? Yin Xiaoyu's heart tightened. A member of the Ouyang family. Someone you can afford to provoke? That useless ghost phantom died at your hands, so I have to come collect the debt myself. Another dog of the Ouyang family. Yin Xiaoyu sneered coldly. If you want to kill me, then come. Arrogant. The man shouted angrily, raising his hand and waving it. The air suddenly thickened, pressing down so hard it was impossible to move. In the next moment, a golden lightning bolt struck down. The man in the black robe swung his arm, and the lightning transformed into countless electric blades, rushing straight toward Yin Xiaoyu. Bang! Yun Xiaoyu grunted softly, being forced back several steps. blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. Xiaoyu. Jiuyue Dingxiang shouted urgently. I won't die. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and stood firm. It's just a minor internal injury. Before the words had even fallen, deep within the passage, thunder rumbled continuously, and the killing intent rose again. The thunder crashed down with terrifying power. Yun Xiaoyu was shaken and retreated repeatedly. The entire passage was split open by 100-meter deep trench, and the stone steps beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, a 3-foot-long wound tearing open on his chest, blood flowing non-stop, his face as pale as paper. Your strength still can't stop me, the cloaked man said coldly. Come with me, and I'll make it quick for you. The murderous aura was suffocating. Yun Xiaoyu stared at him, her voice icy. Who are you? I've never seen you before. He couldn't see through the other, but he could sense a pressure far beyond the divine level. You don't have the right to know. Before the words finished, the man snapped his fingers, and a streak of black light tore through the air. Yun Xiaoyu's pupils contracted sharply, and she hurriedly retreated, but she was still half a beat too slow. The black light brushed past her, and the stone wall behind her exploded violently, debris flying everywhere, and she was blasted backward. In the next moment, thunder struck, turning the spot where she had just stood into a deep pit. He fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood again. The man in the black robe laughed uncontrollably. Stop struggling. Once your spiritual energy is depleted, you'll die even more miserably. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Who exactly are you? An ant, unworthy of asking. Rage ignited in Yun Xiaoyu's eyes. Then I'll make you speak. The cloaked man's expression turned cold. Looking for death. A black sphere flew out from his sleeve and exploded in midair. The heavens and earth trembled as countless black rays poured down, engulfing Yun Xiaoyu like a torrential rain. Yun Xiaoyu desperately circulated his true qi, struggling to hold on. The black rays fiercely collided with his protective true qi. A crisp snap was heard. Yun Xiaoyu was thrown back over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his internal organs aching as if they were being torn apart. The cloaked man sneered coldly. You are no match for me. Stop struggling. Don't even think about it. Yun Xiaoyu wiped away the bloodstain and forced himself to stand. The cloaked man raised his hand. A black disc appeared floating above his head, radiating an oppressive aura. He stomped fiercely on the ground. The soil cracked open. A black hole opened, swallowing him whole. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of power erupted. Yun Xiaoyu was thrown back again, his supernatural energy almost completely drained, his entire body feeling as if it was burning. He gritted his teeth and got up. I won't let you succeed. The cloaked man appeared, his gaze filled with disdain. Come back to the Ouyang family with me, or die, he said as he tossed out a black sphere. The sphere spun in the air, a black vortex unfolding, thunder and lightning surging. This is your end. The black sphere shot straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Thunder and lightning crashed down, tightly enveloping him. He was blasted backwards repeatedly, his injuries worsening. The cloaked man laughed wildly. Now you can't even escape. Dream on. Yun Xiaoyu growled lowly. Black energy frantically surged into his body, rushing straight to his dantian. The dantian trembled violently, as if it was about to burst. He kept coughing up blood, his consciousness beginning to blur, but he still held on stubbornly, refusing to bow his head. The cloaked man squinted his eyes and sneered coldly. Since you're seeking death, I'll send you on your way. He swung his arms fiercely, black mist rolling like huge waves crashing toward Yun Xiaoyu. A thunderclap roared. Dark clouds burst open, and a purple-golden lightning bolt descended from the sky, instantly shattering the black mist and transforming into a pillar of light that shot straight at the cloaked man. The cloaked man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he retreated in panic. The lightning pillar brushed past him, smashing heavily into the ground, carving a 100-zhang deep trench, dust billowing into the sky. Yun Xiaoyu's face was pale, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her whole body trembling, yet she stood firm. Impossible. The cloaked man's voice trembled. That was the purple extreme heavenly thunder, the legendary thunder of heavenly punishment, extremely violent. The lightning flashed uncontrollably again, striking down bolt after bolt. The explosion was deafening, the ground torn apart, forcing the cloaked man to retreat repeatedly. Yun Xiaoyu was already covered in wounds, her clothes tattered, flesh mangled, yet she still held her head high. Crack! He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Chaotic dimensional rift. A black beam of light burst out from within him, engulfing the cloaked man. Space twisted, clothes turned to ash, revealing rock-like skin. A beast's roar shook the forest. The black light dissipated, the cloaked man reappeared, battered and ragged, his eyes fierce and beastly. He roared and raised his hand, flames surging. Die! A giant palm wrapped in holy fire pressed down. But Yin Xiaoyu just smiled. A golden dragon pattern appeared on his right arm, and his aura suddenly surged violently. God-level ability user? He said coldly. Then let me show you what true power is. The man with the bamboo hat sneered, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. A ball of golden flames erupted from his palms, rushing straight at Yin Xiaoyu. Holy fire? Saint-level ability user. Jiuyue Dingxiang's expression changed drastically. Feng Shun, a nightmare in Jinghai 10 years ago, a name in the Tiandao Criminal Investigation Bureau's top-secret files. Back then, he almost toppled the entire city, and it was only when ancestor Ouyang intervened and planted a poisonous goo parasite inside him that the catastrophe was quelled. Unexpectedly, he has come back again. Yin Xiaoyu, watch out. That is holy fire. Even a touch will reduce you to ashes. Holy level? Just right for a test. Yun Xiaoyu did not retreat but advanced, charging straight into the fireball. The dragon seal on his right arm suddenly lit up, golden light soaring to the sky. A golden dragon phantom roared out, pinning down the flames tightly. Feng Shun's expression changed, his chest shook violently, and he was pushed back several steps. Tai Pin Heavenly Immortal Seal? This kind of power could actually forcibly suppress his sacred fire. Yun Xiaoyu took advantage of the moment to close in, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. Feng Shun hastily drew his sword, crossing his golden sacred sword to block. Bang! A huge explosion rang out, and both retreated simultaneously. Feng Shun steadied his stance, feeling a chill in his heart. He almost didn't react in time to that strike just now. How exactly did Yun Xiaoyu manage this? Is that all you've got? Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Even the Tai Pin Heavenly Immortal Seal can't stop it. Feng Shun's face darkened. If it weren't for your mastery of this seal technique, you would have long been burned to ashes by my holy fire. You are a divine-level superpower, but it's still not enough to suppress me. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul force within him erupted wildly, pressing toward Yun Xiaoyu like a fierce storm. Soul ability. Yun Xiaoyu's pupils contracted. That force surged directly into his divine consciousness, causing the blood in his body to boil. Feng Shun's soul power was stronger and purer than his. Die! Feng Shun roared angrily, the holy fire in his palm gathering again before fiercely crashing down on Yun Xiaoyu's head. Yun Xiaoyu's expression was grave. This strike was far stronger than the previous one. Taking it head-on, he would surely die. He had no choice but to take the blow directly. Yun Xiaoyu flickered his form to evade the violent soul assault, then turned and charged straight at Feng Shun. Damn you! Feng Shun roared, wildly swinging the golden holy sword, its brilliance sweeping down like a storm. But Yun Xiaoyu moved like a breeze, weaving effortlessly through the sword shadows. Feng Shun's face twisted with rage. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. Even daring to face a saint-level powerhouse, this kid sent a chill down his spine. The next moment, the two collided head-on midair. Fist met sword with a thunderous explosion. Feng Shun was knocked back several steps, and Yun Xiaoyu also retreated a few meters, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But his body trembled, golden dragon might bursting forth, dragon patterns emerging, his momentum surging wildly. Feng Shun's pupils suddenly contracted. It was the first time he had seen someone form a dragon pattern. No matter how strong, you'll die, he shouted angrily, raising his hand to form a huge golden fireball, the blazing flames sweeping down. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly, throwing a punch, the golden light flashing explosively. The fireball exploded midair, fire waves rolling. Yun Xiaoyu was unharmed, his figure disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already close to Feng Shan, a punch striking the other's chest. After a muffled sound, Feng Shan was blasted underground. A moment later, he crawled out in a wretched state, his eyes blood red. "You forced me." Black flames surged out from his palm, cold and eerie, directly attacking Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu dodged again, staring at him coldly. "Is this all you can do? I'm so disappointed." Yun Xiaoyu's face was full of mockery. Feng Shan's veins bulged, his murderous intent boiling over. "Die!" The long sword vibrated with a roar, a black light shooting straight out. Yun Xiaoyu snorted coldly. Golden light condensed on his fist, and he punched out. Gold and black collided. A deafening crash echoed through the sky, shockwaves rolling. Feng Shan was blasted backward, falling to the ground, blood spurting wildly, his face filled with shock. His strongest sword was actually shattered by a single punch. "How is this possible? I want your life." Feng Shan transformed into a streak of light and charged again. The two clashed head-on, the force of their energies exploding. Yun Xiaoyu was pushed back, her arm going numb. The opponent was indeed absurdly strong. "Give up, or don't blame me for going all out." Feng Shan gritted his teeth and said. Yun Xiaoyu's expression was cold. "You are still not qualified." Feng Shan was almost furious. He was once a legend in Jinghai, but now he was treated like a joke. "Then let's give it a try." His energy surged wildly, and his offense became even fiercer. Fists intertwined, the sound of explosions continuous. Feng Shan was sent flying backward again, spitting black blood. The venom of the goo toxin flared up, and his breath began to falter. "You forced me." He threw out a talisman. Lightning exploded, striking straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu shattered the huge stone with a kick, his expression darkening. Thunder Emperor Seal. Thunder gathered into a ball, crashing down with a roar. This was a secret technique of the Thunder Clan, tremendously powerful. As the thunderlight fell, the colors of heaven and earth faded. Puff! The goo poison inside Feng Shan grew heavier and heavier, his internal organs feeling like they were being gnawed by insects. He knew clearly that if this dragged on any longer, death was inevitable. To survive, he had to deal with Yun Xiaoyu first. Thunder Emperor Seal. The thunderlight struck down. Yun Xiaoyu let out a low shout, golden lightning radiating from his whole body, thunder intense surging. Boom! Two thunderbolts collided head-on. Feng Shan felt a violent force backfire, his arm aching intensely, and his entire body was blasted away, spewing a mouthful of black blood. He gritted his teeth and stared ahead, clinging to a final thread of hope. Could the Thunder Emperor Seal suppress him? In the next moment, Yun Xiaoyu's fists surged with golden light, speed skyrocketing, and fiercely smashed toward the Thunder Emperor Seal. Crack! A sharp, harsh crack rang out. The Thunder Emperor Seal shattered on the spot. Feng Shan's fingers were shattered by the impact, excruciating pain shooting straight to his mind. How is this possible? His face turned pale, eyes filled with disbelief. Yun Xiaoyu stood in the wind, his robes fluttering, expression cold and arrogant. "I told you, you're not worthy to be my opponent. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and I might spare your life." Feng Shan's legs went weak, and thinking of the force from just now, a chill ran through his heart. At that moment, the goo insect inside him stirred violently, and his strength rapidly drained. His face twisted in unwillingness, nearly tearing his sanity apart. Lose to a kid? Never. He lunged fiercely at Yun Xiaoyu, but stumbled to the ground after just 2 steps. "Stop struggling," Yun Xiaoyu sneered. "You can't win at all." Feng Shan lay on the ground, his fists clenched tightly. Yun Xiaoyu looked at him with contempt. "With this level of strength, I don't even have any real interest." Feng Shan trembled with anger, but didn't even have the strength to stand up. After a long while, he whispered, "I lost. Kill me, and the Ouyang family won't bother you anymore." Yun Xiaoyu looked at him calmly. "You should take care of yourself first. If the goo poison flares up again, you won't survive tonight." Having said that, he turned and left. Feng Shan is a formidable enemy. If he weren't constrained by the Ouyang family, he might not have ended up like this. "You won't kill me now. The Ouyang family won't let you off," Feng Shun tried to get up, but the goo poison tortured him unbearably. I won't take advantage of someone in distress. Yun Xiaoyu walked over to Juyue Lilac's side. The barrier had dissipated, the outcome decided. He no longer stayed. Feng Shun, is it really you? Juyue Lilac stared at him, her voice tight. 10 years ago, you were poisoned by the Ouyang ancestors' goo. Why has there been no news of you all these years? Feng Shun's expression was calm. I was taken by them and used as a test subject. All the supernatural abilities of their descendants were extracted from me. Later, they even forced me to eliminate their opponents and take the blame for them. He looked at Juyue Dingxiang and gave a bitter smile. You're from the Juyue family, right? A small, unnoticed family back then can now stand on its own. Leave quickly. The Ouyang family people are already on their way. Take care. Juyue Dingxiang said no more and flew away on her sword. Yun Xiaoyu followed beside her, feeling a knot in his chest. Why do you keep staring at me? Juyue Dingxiang glanced sideways. Nothing. I just think you're getting more and more handsome. Yun Xiaoyu hid his emotions. Stop joking. You're worried about the Ouyang family. With your current strength, you can only protect yourself, not others. No matter how strong I get, I won't back down. If you want to get stronger, I'll take you to a place. Really? Yun Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Follow me. The two hurried all the way to Qianshui City. At the city gate stood numerous supernaturals, all armed, their gazes fierce. The air was thick with hostility. Are you sure this is the place? Yun Xiaoyu frowned. Of course. It's so remote here, and the supernatural energy isn't strong. Precisely because it's dangerous, it's suitable for you. No one controls this place. Surviving is an achievement. Yun Xiaoyu was speechless for a moment. Trust me. Juyue Lilac smiled meaningfully. Let's get started. Juyue Lilac reminded in a low voice. The guard at the door strode over menacingly. There are only two ways to enter the city here. Pay up or fight your way through. What are you sneaking around for? We want to enter the city. Entry fee, 2 million aberrant energy crystals for 2 people, card or cash. 2 million? Why don't you just rob us then? Rules. Pay up or get lost. The guard sneered, his gaze landing on Juyue Dingxiang. How about playing with us? Then we'll let you in. A few dirty hands suddenly reached out. Yun Xiaoyu's face darkened, and she struck out with a palm. The sound of bones cracking was heard, and several guards screamed in pain and retreated. How dare you lay a hand? Arrest them. Yun Xiaoyu drew the contract sword, deadly intent erupting. With a flash of the sword light, the guard at the front collapsed on the spot. The others roared in anger and launched a fierce attack. Yun Xiaoyu did not retreat, but advanced instead, one sword strike after another. Fresh blood splattered on the bluestone road. You're asking for death. Someone lunged forward. The 7-star sword swept out, splitting that person in two on the spot. The remaining guards paled, wanting to run but unable to move their legs. Yun Xiaoyu raised the sword and closed in. The silver sword light cut through the air. After a few muffled sounds, a head fell to the ground. The street corner was left with nothing but corpses and a pungent smell of blood. Yun Xiaoyu glanced at the bodies on the ground, her face full of disgust. Being a guard with no skill, just looking for death. After dealing with the guards, the two entered Qianshui City. Both sides of the street were lined with stalls, filled to the brim with weapons, herbs, secret manuals, and talismans. Blades and spears glistened coldly. The fragrance of pills filled the air, dazzling anyone who looked. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. This was the life ordinary people yearned for. No daily battles, no life or death struggles. Stable, simple, yet solid. Xiaoyu, let's find a place to stay first. Fine. The two entered the inn but argued over the room. One room. I don't feel at ease with you alone. Men and women should be separate. I refuse. Juyue Dingxiang lifted her chin. It's too dangerous for you to stay alone. I promise I won't peek or do anything inappropriate. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I'm changing clothes, no peeking. She shut Yin Xiaoyu outside the door, puffing her cheeks as a warning. Don't worry. Though she said that, he looked in through the window screen. Behind the screen, her figure was slender, with clear curves. The light blue long dress fell close to her body, making her skin look snow white. All right, let's go. Yin Xiaoyu quickly withdrew his gaze, pretending nothing had happened. Just as the two were about to go downstairs, several burly men came toward them. The person in charge wore a black trench coat and sunglasses, exuding an arrogant aura. "Hey girl, how much for a night? Come and keep me company." Jiuyue Dingxiang's face turned cold. "Get lost. You're quite bold, huh? Believe it or not, I'll beat you." Smack! With a crisp sound, the entire inn instantly fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The one who took action wasn't a burly man, but Yin Xiaoyu. He showed no expression. "Say one more word, and I'll cut out your tongue." The burly man held his swollen face, his eyes filled with both anger and fear. "You dare touch me? Do you know who I have behind me?" His eyes burned with rage. "Aren't you going to leave?" Yun Xiaoyu let out another cold shout. The burly man's face stung painfully. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You're ruthless." After throwing out the fierce words, he and his men slunk away. "I'm going to buy some talismans." Yun Xiaoyu looked at Zhu Dingxiang. "Okay." The two walked into a shop on the corner. As soon as they entered, a chilling aura hit them. This place was full of dark magic. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Seeing his gloomy expression, Zhu Dingxiang asked softly. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit unsettled by my powers." He smiled casually. The two of them changed to another shop. The clerk greeted them with a beaming smile. "What would you two like to order?" "Bring out the most expensive talisman." Yin Xiaoyu spoke. "All right." As soon as the two sat down, Yin Xiaoyu stared at him and asked, "Are the talismans guaranteed authentic?" The clerk's smile didn't waver. To buy a talisman, it must have the association's official seal. "Only 2 talismans, and you still want an official seal?" Yun Xiaoyu frowned. "If you don't have it, then you can't buy." As soon as the words fell, several burly men came out from behind and surrounded them. Eyes greedy. Zhuyu Lilac's expression changed. This wasn't selling talismans, it was clearly a black market shop. Yin Xiaoyu, however, smiled. "Is that all you've got? Where are you from?" The burly man in charge asked coldly. "Who I am isn't important. What matters is that you've picked the wrong person to mess with." "Cut the crap." The burly man showed his fierce demeanor. "No money, then get lost, or don't blame me for taking action." This was their usual line of work. If they refused to pay, just rob them directly. Used to running rampant in town, never failed. "You guys are too arrogant." Zhuyu Dingxiang frowned. The burly man laughed. "Reasonable. Little girl, are you scared stiff? Here, fists are the rules. Smart money. Otherwise." The burly man at the front made a throat-slitting gesture to threaten her. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Stubborn, huh?" The burly man sneered and grabbed her neck. Zhuyu Dingxiang struck instantly, delivering a palm strike. After a muffled sound, the burly man was shaken back 2 steps, blood at the corner of his mouth. "Dare to mess with someone from the Ghost Fiend gang? You're asking for death," he said while wiping the blood, his face darkening. He was at the early soul refining stage, yet he was injured by just one move. "What kind of thing is the Ghost Fiend gang?" Zhuyu Dingxiang said coldly. The burly man's face stiffened, not expecting her to be so arrogant. "Bold, but only looking for death. Don't hassle the woman. If you have the guts, come at me." Yun Xiaoyu stepped forward. Several burly men sneered. They were used to running rampant in Qianshui City. "Then I'll grant your wish." The burly man charged forward, fists colliding. With a loud bang, he hit an iron wall and was knocked back a dozen steps. His face was full of shock, and his arms went numb. The others also changed their expressions. "If you can't win, then leave," Yun Xiaoyu said coldly. The burly man gritted his teeth, unwilling to fight anymore. "Withdraw." The Ghost Fiend gang members slunk away in disgrace. Yun Xiaoyu turned to ask the clerk, "Do I still need an official seal to buy talismans now?" The clerk looked embarrassed. "Feel free to choose, sir." The waiter dared not cause any more trouble and could only obediently open the green channel for Yun Xiaoyu. In Qianshui City, fists are the rules. Yun Xiaoyu glanced over the talismans on the counter. They were all Class A, with average power, clearly not enough. "Bring out the S-Class talismans." His tone was calm, but carried an irresistible pressure. The clerk's face tightened. "S-Class can only be sold with the store manager's approval." "I have money." Yun Xiaoyu gave a cold shout, her momentum overwhelming. The clerk dared not delay any longer and hurried to the back room, carrying out a stack of talismans. Yun Xiaoyu casually drew one. the talisman glowing and spiritual power surging. Mid-level S-rank attack talisman. His eyes lit up. With these items, he could turn the tables at a critical moment. How much? 50 pieces, 3 million supernatural points. Yun Xiaoyu twitched the corner of her mouth. Ridiculously expensive. I'll pay. Jiuyue Dingxiang threw out a black card decisively. The clerk's attitude instantly changed, smiling as they took the card. The transaction was completed quickly. Dingxiang, you're really something. Yun Xiaoyu was so moved that she hugged her immediately. Let go. Zhu Yu's lilac face flushed slightly, and she slapped him away. She complained verbally, but there was a smile in her eyes. Yun Xiaoyu returned the card, put away the talisman, and strode out of the shop. Just as he stepped outside, a group of burly men blocked his path. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. Kid, you want to leave after hitting my man? The leader of the burly men looked viciously at him. Your men? The leader of the Guisha gang is my brother. My name is Li Tian. Li Tian wore an arrogant expression. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. No wonder those people were so reckless just now. Today, don't expect to leave alive. Li Tian had already treated him as good as dead. Oh really? I'd like to see how capable you really are. As the words fell, the power inside Yun Xiaoyu erupted violently. A fierce aura swept the surroundings, making the air tremble. A destructive sense of oppression surged towards him. Li Tian's face changed abruptly. This kid, is he a monster? A chill ran through his heart. That aura instinctively filled him with fear. Kid, stop pretending. Surrender obediently, or you'll regret being alive. Li Tian's face was fierce. Are you really going to make a move? Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Nonsense. Li Tian flipped out a black sword. Its cold light menacing. Yun Xiaoyu also drew his contract sword, and a murderous aura exploded instantly. The two forces clashed, a strong wind sweeping across the entire street. The long swords struck each other, sparks flying everywhere. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground shook, and the air was torn apart. Li Tian was pushed back several steps, his face turning pale. The other party only made a casual strike, yet he couldn't block it. Impossible! He screamed in shock. Still not admitting defeat? Yun Xiaoyu's tone was cold. Before the words fell, Li Tian's chest jolted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Your swordsmanship is terrible. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes were contemptuous. The sword's shadow flickered, turning into dozens of residual lights rushing straight toward him. Li Tian simply couldn't dodge. Phut! The sword blade pierced through the chest, blood splattering. Li Tian looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, his face twisted in pain. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. Next time we meet, I'll make you wish you were dead. Get lost. Yun Xiaoyu didn't bother to look at him again. Li Tian gritted his teeth and got up, fleeing in a mess. Jiuyue Dingxiang covered her mouth and chuckled softly beside him. She liked Yun Xiaoyu's straightforwardness. Li Tian staggered to the street corner, clutching his wound, his eyes filled with malice. Wait for me. I will definitely settle the score with you. He threw out a harsh remark and slunk away. Yun Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This person was really like a dog's skin plaster, impossible to shake off. The two continued shopping. No one noticed that at the end of the street, in the shadows, two pairs of cold eyes were watching them. How dare he offend the young master? He's asking for trouble. One of them said softly. The other nodded, his gaze dark and gloomy. This kid is as good as dead. Keep an eye on them. Yes, young master. On the second floor of the tea house, 3 young men in green robes stood leaning against the window, sneering as they stared at Yun Xiaoyu and Jiuyue Dingxiang in the distance. Won't they notice if we follow them like this? What's there to be afraid of? They won't sense us. The group wore contemptuous expressions. Suddenly, a group of thugs darted out at the street corner, blocking the way. Jiuyue Dingxiang's expression darkened. Beauty, come play with me tonight. Behave yourself, or I'll make your life worse than death. Several people surrounded her, groping. Get lost, Jiuyue Dingxiang said coldly. A dirty hand reached toward her face. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly took action, her soft whips sweeping like a black snake. With a slap, the man's arm was broken on the spot, flesh and blood flying. Screams pierced the street. The thugs' faces turned pale. Run! Wanna leave? Yun Xiaoyu stepped forward in pursuit. Jiuyue Dingxiang had already appeared behind someone. throwing a punch that sent the person flying, coughing up blood. The soft whip wrapped around another person's neck again, suddenly pulled. With a crack, the head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. The last person was so terrified he lost control and desperately fled for his life. Yun Xiaoyu advanced like a ghost, entangling him with a single whip. Pulled hard. The head was torn apart violently, blood plasma spilled everywhere. The street instantly filled with the stench of blood. The remaining companions fled in terror, no longer daring to stay. Two thugs sprinted toward the exit of the commercial street. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flashed, closely pursuing without letting up. As soon as they rushed onto the main street, Yun Xiaoyu stomped one of them to the ground, standing in midair above him. "Spare us. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you're scared." Yun Xiaoyu said coldly. "Don't force me to take action. Are those people behind you also yours? To be honest, if you dare lie to me, you will face the consequences." "It was Li Tian who sent us," one of them said tremblingly. "What about those behind?" Yun Xiaoyu's gaze turned cold as he swept it toward the street entrance. "Brother Yun, long time no see." A man holding a feather fan walked over slowly with people following him. "Don't play dumb. Are you also from Li Tian's faction?" No, no. We have nothing to do with Li Tian." The man smiled gently. "Then why are you looking for me?" "I am Yang Xian. I want to ask you for a favor." "Speak." "You know about Tianqing Pavilion, right?" "Yes." "Tianqing Pavilion has an overwhelming influence in Jinghai. Even the royal family fears them. I want to ask you to help me join Tianqing Pavilion and from then on achieve great success." Yun Xiaoyu sneered. "Do you think I would lend a hand just for wealth and power?" Yang Xian was calm and unhurried. "Once you're inside, you'll know how important Tianqing Pavilion is." Yun Xiaoyu felt a sinking heart. "What exactly do you want me to do?" "There is a task that can only be done by you." "And if I refuse?" Yang Xian's smile gradually turned cold. "Then don't blame us for being rude. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop us." "You want to make a move?" Yun Xiaoyu frowned. "Xiaoyu, do you know what it takes to enter Tianqing Pavilion?" Zhuiyue Dingxiang asked. "I really don't know. It's simple, a challenge arena. Whoever lasts until the end earns the right to enter." Yang Xian shook his head. "We're doing this for your own good. With your talent, as long as you get into the Tianqing Pavilion, you'll definitely stand out. Whether you want to or not, you have to go. This matter is not up to you. We'll handle the trouble with the Li family for you. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Yun Xiaoyu's face darkened. He could tell the other party wasn't bluffing. Zhuiyue Dingxiang said softly, "With your strength, you're definitely guaranteed a top 3 spot. Once you enter Tianqing Pavilion, the Ouyang family won't dare to touch you lightly." Yun Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. "All right, I'll go. Lead the way." "Go." Yang Xian nodded and led the people away. Yun Xiaoyu followed behind. The 7 of them passed through the bustling market and arrived at a huge manor in the north of the city. The manor covered a vast area, surrounded by high walls covered with weapons, giving off an imposing aura. Inside the courtyard, people patrolled everywhere, all with Tianqing Pavilion embroidered on their clothes. They stopped in front of a residence. Yang Xian pushed open the door and entered. A few people were sitting inside. "Greetings, Pavilion Master and Deputy Pavilion Master." Yang Xian saluted. The man in the black robe glanced at Yun Xiaoyu. 7 this time?" "Yes." "Bring them all to see." "Yes." Someone added, "The other elders are in a meeting. They'll arrive soon." The man in black nodded. "Take them to the side hall first." Yang Xian agreed. The side hall was very large, filled with people, all of whom were supernaturals participating in the selection. Yang Xian settled them down and then left. Yun Xiaoyu sat among the crowd, expression calm, but her mind was calculating an escape route. Before long, a young man entered with several elders. "Greetings, Pavilion Master, Deputy Pavilion Master." The Pavilion Master spoke. "The rules remain unchanged. If you want to enter the Tianqing Pavilion, prove it with your strength." The rules were simple. Draw lots randomly for battles. Win to advance. As soon as the black-robed young man finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. This time, Tianqing Pavilion recruited over 100 psychics. The weakest were all at God level, and the strongest had already stepped into the Supreme. For Yun Xiaoyu, The pressure was considerable. No problem, then draw lots. One by one, everyone stepped forward. Yun Xiaoyu was lucky. She drew a saint-level psychic. Everyone ascended the arena. Yun Xiaoyu stared at her opponent, her gaze as cold as a blade, murderous intent instantly suppressing the air. Young one, admit defeat, don't suffer needlessly. The other frowned and advised. Cut the crap, get moving. Yun Xiaoyu's voice was icy cold. How arrogant. The young man in the black robe sneered, his figure flashing as he charged forward. The speed was very fast, but Yun Xiaoyu was even faster. The two threw punches almost simultaneously. With a muffled bang, a shockwave exploded outward. Yun Xiaoyu was pushed back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The young man in the black robe was stunned. This is impossible. You've already lost, get lost. Yun Xiaoyu wiped away the bloodstains, her tone even colder. I refuse to accept this. The young man in the black robe charged again, daring to court death. Yun Xiaoyu growled lowly, her fists surging with power. The second clash, an even louder crash. The young man in the black robe spat fresh blood, his whole body flying backward and crashing hard onto the ring platform. He can't get up anymore. Yun Xiaoyu glanced at him. Don't touch me next time. After speaking, he turned and left the stage. Whispers erupted from the audience below. That was ruthless. This is a true powerhouse. Unfathomable. Yun Xiaoyu returned to the side chamber, quietly waiting for the next round. Soon, it was his turn. This time, his opponent was a young man just over 20, dressed in purple and wielding a purple longsword. Name? Yun Xiaoyu spoke lightly. Lin Hao. The young man's expression was calm. All right, it's you. Yun Xiaoyu nodded. Don't be too arrogant. Lin Hao's tone was cold and firm. Then let strength speak. Yun Xiaoyu looked up. Start. Just as Lin Hao finished speaking, he rushed out like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for Yun Xiaoyu. The purple long sword pointed directly at the forehead, the killing intent undisguised. Yun Xiaoyu stood still, his expression calm, without a trace of panic. The sword light flashed explosively, the purple glow tearing through the air like a falling meteor. But just as the sword tip was about to touch the forehead, Yun Xiaoyu's figure flickered, his entire body turning into an afterimage. The next second, he was already behind Lin Hao, striking out with a palm. With a loud bang, the purple long sword broke on the spot, fragments scattering and falling. Lin Hao's face changed drastically. How did you dodge it? You're not worthy to know. Yun Xiaoyu spoke coldly. After speaking, his figure moved again, so fast that only an afterimage remained. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and swung his sword, releasing a purple sword aura. Trifling skills. Yun Xiaoyu met it with a palm strike. A loud explosion shattered the sword light. As the smoke cleared, Lin Hao staggered backward, his legs trembling, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I've said, you don't deserve to ask. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze was cold. Lin Hao's eyes were ferocious, but he didn't dare move again. If you lose, then get lost. Those words pressed down on him, turning his face pale. I admit defeat. Lin Hao lowered his head, afraid to risk his life. Yun Xiaoyu turned back to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. One day passed quickly. All 16 teams had confirmed their opponents. Next match, Yun Xiaoyu versus Chun Xuanyu. The referee's announcement ended. The two stepped onto the stage at the same time. Chun Xuanyu exuded a powerful aura, peak saint level, holding a purple SSS spear, radiating sharpness. Young Master Yun, I won't hold back. Come on. Before the words finished, the two had already charged at each other. Yun Xiaoyu formed hand seals with both hands, and a gust of palm wind rose suddenly. 9 golden giant dragons spiraled beside Yun Xiaoyu, exuding an imposing momentum. Dragon shadows tumbled, charging straight toward Chun Xuanyu. Chun Xuanyu's pupils suddenly contracted, his figure flickered, narrowly avoiding the attack. In the next moment, he counterattacked with a backhand strike, the spear's momentum fierce and sharp. Dragons roar in the 9 heavens. Yun Xiaoyu murmured softly. The golden dragons roared again, fiercely crashing into him. The roaring sound was continuous. The purple spear streaked with beams of light, clashing head-on with the golden dragon. The martial stage shook, shockwaves sweeping, tables and chairs shattered. You are strong, But if you want to beat me, it's too soon. Chen Xuanyu sneered coldly. You are not worthy, Yun Xiaoyu said icily. Chen Xuanyu shouted angrily, the spear's glow surging wildly, stabbing straight forward. Yun Xiaoyu neither retreated nor dodged, swinging a punch to meet it. Fist and spear collided, a loud explosion burst forth. A corner of the ring collapsed, dust flying into the sky. Yun Xiaoyu stood still. Chen Xuanyu took 3 steps back, his face pale. How is this possible? Yun Xiaoyu only sneered coldly. Chen Xuanyu was silent for a moment, gritting his teeth and lowering his head. I admit defeat. He turned and left the arena, looking displeased but saying nothing. Yun Xiaoyu won decisively. The referee announced the advancement. Yun Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement and stepped down from the arena. The promotion match continued. In this round, the opponent was the Liu family. The Liu family had a Supreme Realm Peak expert stationed, giving them full confidence. Yun Xiaoyu faced off against Liu Tianfeng. The opponent was mid-stage Supreme Realm, wielding a large purple-red axe. Forged from dark iron, runes flowed over it, emitting a fierce aura. This is a top-tier weapon of the Supreme Realm. Let's see how you block this, Liu Tianfeng sneered. Blocking one of your axe strikes can block 10 of your axe strikes. Yun Xiaoyu spoke calmly. Arrogant. I'll chop you today. Come on. Yun Xiaoyu nodded to accept the challenge. The next second, Liu Tianfeng charged wildly with a giant axe. The distance closed in an instant. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front. Die! The giant axe chopped down from above, tearing through the air with a roaring explosion. Yun Xiaoyu sneered and met it with a punch. Lightning cracked around his fist as it collided head-on with the axe blade. With a cracking sound, the giant axe broke on the spot. Shattered fragments scattered. Liu Tianfeng's hands trembled, his face pale. He never expected that the treasured weapon he took pride in would be destroyed with a single punch by his opponent. This youth was simply not someone he could provoke. A bit of strength, but still a long way to go. Before the words finished, Yun Xiaoyu delivered a kick. Bang! Liu Tianfeng's chest caved in with intense pain. His whole body flew backward, crashing heavily off the arena, blood spurting wildly. He struggled to get up, but couldn't even stand steadily, his eyes filled with unwillingness. I admit defeat. If he kept fighting, he would only lose his life. Yun Xiaoyu successfully advanced. The next opponent, Zhang Tianhao. Soon, the two stepped onto the stage simultaneously. Zhang Tianhao's face was dark, killing intent swirling in his eyes. The humiliation from last time was still vivid in his mind. Yun Xiaoyu also saw that deep hatred. Their eyes met, and the air suddenly turned cold. The two forces collided, and the arena was filled with tension. Yun Xiaoyu, please enlighten me, Zhang Tianhao said in a low voice. Come on. Yun Xiaoyu's expression was calm. Zhang Tianhao raised his purplish-red giant axe and roared. Heavenly Gang Slash. The giant axe came down with terrifying pressure, like a mountain crushing down, heading straight for Yun Xiaoyu. The air suddenly exploded. Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank. He raised his right hand, and a blue dragon shot out from his palm, its scales distinct and aura imposing. With a loud boom, Zhang Tianhao's giant axe was forcibly held back with one hand by him. The entire scene erupted in uproar. Cultivators with lower cultivation levels directly knelt to the ground. He actually blocked that axe blow with just his body. This was no longer strength, it was beyond belief. Zhang Tianhao's face went pale. His all-out strike was actually held back barehanded by a teenager. This person absolutely cannot be allowed to live. He gritted his teeth and raised the axe again. A purple light orb crashed down with a roar. Yun Xiaoyu met the punch head-on. Bang bang bang. The arena trembled violently as both retreated simultaneously. Blood spilled from the corner of Zhang Tianhao's mouth. Yun Xiaoyu's arm also split open with a bloody gash. No one gained the upper hand from this strike. You really think you can beat me? Zhang Tianhao sneered. The championship is mine. Yun Xiaoyu said nothing and closed in directly. Heavenly Demon Slash. The giant axe swung down, tearing through the air, as if 10,000 stones were falling simultaneously. Yun Xiaoyu pressed his palms together, and a purplish-red aura formed a 3-meter-long rainbow, meeting the blow head-on. A thunderous collision. The strength stalemated for a moment, But ultimately Zhang Tianhao was forced backward. Yun Xiaoyu was in peak condition, his momentum even stronger. So terrifying. What exactly is this person's background? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Zhang Tianhao's eyes darkened. He still has a trump card. Heaven Demon Slash, second form. As he spoke, a wild surge of power erupted within him, forming an even larger demonic axe, descending from the sky. The space itself was distorted under the pressure. This strike was even more fierce than the previous one. Everyone was staring at the arena, their hearts in their throats. This axe strike was terrifying. If it had been them, they would have been shattered to pieces by now. Yun Xiaoyu's expression darkened. He understood the weight of this move. This was an ancient secret technique that could instantly boost combat power by 50%. Zhang Tianhao's strike alone was enough to sweep the entire arena. He didn't dare to block it head-on. His supernatural power erupted suddenly. He pushed off the ground, launching himself skyward, narrowly avoiding the demon slash. The axe light fell, smashing into the arena's stone pillar, cracking the ground and shaking the surroundings. Everyone's faces went pale. Just as Yun Xiaoyu stabilized himself, he spun around and charged back. He was as fast as a lightning bolt, closing in on Zhang Tianhao in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch straight to his chest. It seemed ordinary, but it was fast, fierce, and precise. A muffled bang. Zhang Tianhao screamed miserably as he was blasted backward, breaking a wooden stake, crashing heavily to the ground, vomiting blood uncontrollably, his face full of shock. This young man is too strong. You lost. Yun Xiaoyu spoke calmly. Zhang Tianhao gritted his teeth and got up, his eyes full of hatred. Don't get cocky, my Zhang family will not let you off. Ready anytime. The referee announced Yun Xiaoyu's advancement. Zhang Tianhao left angrily. Yun Xiaoyu turned to look at the next person. Yun Xiaoyu, please enlighten me. The young man who was stared at by him felt a chill all over. My name is Lu Mingjie. Yun Xiaoyu sized him up. His strength was not considered strong, but his background was probably not simple, so he couldn't be careless. Sweat appeared on Lu Mingjie's forehead, and he felt uneasy under Yun Xiaoyu's gaze. The youth's eyes were sharp as knives, as if they could see through one's heart, making it hard to breathe. Please teach me. Lu Mingjie forced himself to stay calm and cupped his hands. The next second, the two exchanged punches. With a boom, Lu Mingjie was hit as if by a giant hammer, his whole body flying backward. He spat out blood, his face full of shock. He was a god-level psychic. How could he lose? Yun Xiaoyu spoke lightly. Pathetic. This sentence completely stung Lu Mingjie. He roared angrily, accusing his opponent of cheating. What greeted him was a loud slap. Lu Mingjie was hit so hard that he was dizzy. Before he could steady himself, he got another slap. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and for the first time, he felt fear. The proud eldest son of the Lu family was humiliated publicly. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, saying he dared to be arrogant with such little skill. Lu Mingjie got up, his eyes full of hatred, wishing he could tear him to pieces. He invoked the Lu family to threaten, saying, You can't kill me. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze was icy cold. Today, you must die. As the words fell, a terrifying pressure pinned Lu Mingjie down, unable to move. With a cracking sound, his neck was twisted and broken. The body fell heavily to the ground, and the entire scene fell silent. Someone sighed softly. The Lu family has lost another worthless member. Everyone turned pale, but no one dared to say another word. The eldest son of the Lu family possessed special abilities, far surpassing ordinary people, yet he was defeated by this young boy in a single move. Just how strong is this kid? Watch out. A shout of surprise came from the spectators' seats. The Lu family disciple who had been slapped away by Yun Xiaoyu suddenly lunged forward. Yun Xiaoyu looked up, the dagger flashing. Cold light swept by, and a head fell to the ground. Blood splattered, and the scene instantly fell silent. Lu family experts swarmed in. Seeing their disciple brutally killed, a group of old men flew into a rage on the spot. Yun Xiaoyu snorted coldly, his momentum suddenly exploding, forcing everyone to retreat several steps. The Lu family isn't arrogant enough? Today, I officially declare war on you. Audacity! The Lu family patriarch shouted angrily. Yun Xiaoyu laughed loudly, his voice filled with mockery and malice. Since you refuse to be reasonable, then I will destroy you. His gaze was icy cold, murderous intent surging. Several old monsters of the Lu family were all at the peak of the supreme realm, their aura astonishing. But he showed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit grew stronger. Just because you're a junior. The old man in the white robe stepped forward. He was Lu Mingjia's grandfather. He waved his sleeve, and a black shadow tore through the air. The black shadow spun like a ghost, instantly closing in on Yun Xiaoyu. Claws aimed straight for the chest. Yun Xiaoyu took several steps back, golden energy bursting forth with a roar. The two forces collided head-on, shockwaves sweeping across the entire area. Both retreated several meters. Old Master Lu's expression changed. This kid is indeed not easy to deal with. Yun Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Old Master Lu stared at him, his voice deep. But no matter how powerful you are, you have to die today. Is that so? Then let's see. As soon as the words fell, Yun Xiaoyu's figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of him. Just showmanship. Old Master Lu threw a punch, the wind from it roaring like thunder. The two punches collided, a huge sound exploding, and both retreated several meters. In the next second, Yun Xiaoyu's figure blurred again, ghost-like, circling behind him, and his hand blade slashed straight down. Is that all you can do? Old Master Lu sneered coldly and turned around to throw a punch. Palms and fists collided, producing a muffled, ear-shattering sound. Yun Xiaoyu remained unmoved, but Old Master Lu was shaken back, heavily thrown out, blood spurting. How is this possible? His face was full of shock. Both being supreme realm cultivators, he walked the path of ruthless killing, with cruel and unscrupulous methods. But Yun Xiaoyu's martial art was grand and domineering, smashing down on him so heavily as soon as they clashed that he could barely breathe. You lost. Yun Xiaoyu's expression was indifferent. Lu Mingjie is a disgrace to the Lu family. Do you even deserve the surname Lu? Arrogance. Lu Mingjie finally roared angrily. I'll show you what a real genius looks like. Come. Yun Xiaoyu smiled faintly, not taking him seriously at all. Old Master Lu shouted angrily, his body surging up as he unleashed both palms. Two black palm prints descended from the sky, wrapped in black mist, exuding a grim aura. The palm prints condensed mid-air into two black bats, flapping their wings and letting out sharp shrieks. Go! The bats opened their mouths, the black gas gathering into a sharp dagger, piercing through the air toward Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu did not retreat, but advanced instead, raising his hand and throwing a punch. Boom! The two attacks collided head-on, producing a deafening roar. Yun Xiaoyu stood his ground without taking a step back, but the dagger shattered instantly. Old Master Lu's face changed drastically, his eyes full of shock. Impossible! He shouted in anger, never expecting Yun Xiaoyu to be this strong. A majestic supreme-level ability user was actually suppressed by a single punch. The entire Lu family was stunned. Yun Xiaoyu said calmly, "You're no match. Leave now, while you still can. Otherwise you die." Old Master Lu sneered coldly. "Kid, don't get too arrogant." With that, he struck again, black energy swirling, devouring the surrounding air. A 3-meter-tall fist shadow condensed into shape, its pressure like a mountain, seemingly capable of destroying cities and leveling lands. The fist shadow roared forward, as fast as thunder. Purple light erupted from Yun Xiaoyu's body, robes billowing. Rune formation. Runes surged, and the formation pattern interwove, as a phantom Qilin roared angrily and burst out. The two forces collided fiercely. The earth cracked, and waves of air roared. Old Master Lu was knocked back several steps, his face turning pale. For the first time, he felt danger. "Who exactly are you?" "You have no right to ask," Yin Xiaoyu said coldly. "If you don't leave now, none of you will survive." Arrogant. Old Master Lu's aura surged violently, a sinister smile appearing. He snapped his fingers, black smoke rising and condensing into a black hole in the air. The black mist churned, cold and eerie. Yun Xiaoyu's pupils contracted. That force is even more sinister than the power of the soul. Black, killing qi. Juyue Lilac's voice was heavy. He actually mastered this kind of thing. Looks like Old Master Lu is really ruthless. Juyue Lilac spoke in a deep tone. This black killing chi is his own creation. Once unleashed, it can devour souls and suck blood, and it can also strengthen itself by using others' essence and blood. I have seen records of it in ancient books. No matter how powerful it is, I am not afraid. Yun Xiaoyu snorted coldly. He raised his hand. A swirl of cyan blue flames ignited at his fingertips, instantly transforming into a fire dragon several meters long. The fire dragon roared as it charged toward Old Master Lu. Looking for death, Old Master Lu made a hand seal, black mist surging and forming a shield to block the attack. A thunderous roar filled the sky, the entire building shaking. The two collided head-on, shockwaves rolling. Suddenly, the stone steps cracked. Seizing the moment, Old Master Lu surged forward, closing in the blink of an eye, slamming a palm wrapped in black mist straight down. Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank, a sword shadow cutting across the sky to block. The palm imprint fell, the sword shadow shattered instantly, and he was blasted away. Old Master Lu landed with a cold sneer. Boy from the Yun family, your talent is not bad, but you're still not qualified to fight me. Yun Xiaoyu's face darkened. You want to force me to destroy my cultivation? How could I bear to kill you? A genius like you is worth bringing back to the Lu family for training. Dream on. Today you must die. Then let's see who falls first. A cold gleam surged in Old Master Lu's eyes. He took a step forward, his figure turning into black mist as he charged at Yun Xiaoyu. Indeed, a top-tier powerhouse. Yun Xiaoyu dared not be careless. He unleashed his full aura, a white lotus blossoming before him, the fire qilin flapping its wings and growing fiercely, flames soaring into the sky. Thinking you can stop me with such little skill? Old Master Lu laughed heartily and slammed his palm down. A terrifying pressure thundered down. Yun Xiaoyu was blasted away, blood spurting out. Stop! Jueyue Dingxiang rushed out. Old Master Lu sneered. Not even Tianqing Pavilion can stop me. Who do you think you are? Sister Dingxiang, don't worry about me. No, this won't do. Old Master Lu's expression darkened, his palm force rising again as he struck at the two. Supreme Heavenly Immortal Palm. Golden light burst forth, a giant palm striking across the sky, forcing him back more than 10 meters. Yun Xiaoyu's face turned pale, his breath chaotic. Old Master Lu was shocked. You actually know this palm? Old man, there are still many things you can't imagine. He was full of apprehension but showed a greedy look. You're not leaving today. If you want to keep me, come and take my life. Yun Xiaoyu leapt off the ground, causing the earth to crack and vines to grow wildly. He charged forward with his sword, killing intent aimed straight at Old Master Lu. Old Master Lu's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. Though he was strong, he was not good at close combat. If he were entangled by the vines, death would be inevitable. Six-pointed star of myriad images. He shouted angrily as his spiritual energy surged. The ground suddenly lit up with countless hexagrams, each several meters wide, which quickly ascended and assembled into a massive formation diagram. Calm down. The arrayed diagram suddenly pressed down, dazzling light blinding the eyes, as if it was going to crush everything. Break! Old Master Lu shouted again. The hexagram exploded instantly. The arrayed diagram collapsed, turning into nothingness. But Yun Xiaoyu didn't stop at all. Kid, this little trick won't scare me. Old Master Lu snorted coldly and heavily stomped the ground. The earth trembled violently. Bang! Yun Xiaoyu was pushed back several steps by the aftershock, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. But her gaze grew even colder. Death! As she finished speaking, countless golden throwing knives appeared beside her, raining down on Old Master Lu. Trivial tricks. He waved his hand, raising a psychic shield. Clang, clang, clang. The throwing knives landed on the shield, leaving only shallow marks. Is that all you've got? He sneered, countless psychic blades forming in front of him. This time, you won't escape. Is that so? Yun Xiaoyu smiled lightly, her fingertips slicing through the air. Go. Her blade instantly split into hundreds of pieces, retaliating like a torrential rain. Old Master Lu's face darkened as he frantically activated his supernatural power to defend. But the blades were too dense. He simply couldn't dodge them all. PSH. A throwing knife pierced his shoulder, blood spraying out. Ah! The excruciating pain tore through his nerves. "Break it for me." He gritted his teeth and kicked fiercely. Crack! The throwing knife shattered. But in the next moment, his right arm was severed at the root, crashing heavily onto the ground. Yun Xiaoyu's expression was cold and indifferent. "This is just the beginning." Old Master Lu broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly taking out a pill and swallowing it. "Old bastard. Now you know I'm not someone to be trifled with, right?" Yun Xiaoyu looked at him with cold eyes, swinging his long sword continuously, the sword energy striking out like a torrential rain. Wherever the sword energy landed, the ground cracked inch by inch. Old Master Lu's face changed drastically, hastily activating a secret technique for protection, blocking and retreating at the same time. But the sword energy was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right before his eyes. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. If I don't finish you off today, my surname isn't Lu." He roared angrily, his figure flashing as he closed in. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly, launched another sword strike, aiming straight at his throat. Old Master Lu reached out to grab the sword, but the sword energy pierced directly through his palm, blood spurting instantly. He turned pale from the pain and retreated repeatedly. What kind of power is this? A power that wants your life. Yun Xiaoyu's murderous intent surged violently, and with one more sword strike, he aimed straight for the throat. Old Master Lu desperately threw a punch, but the sword light suddenly veered off and fiercely pierced his abdomen. Old Master Lu collapsed with a heavy thud. The Lu family is nothing more than this. The referee then announced that Yun Xiaoyu had won the Tianqing Pavilion spot. Jueyue Lilac looked at his body covered in wounds and couldn't smile. "You're too badly injured." "This little injury is nothing." He put on a brave front, but his arm was torn open, flesh nearly exposed down to the bone. "Don't push yourself. We must leave Qianshui City immediately." Yun Xiaoyu nodded. He had already reached his limit. Just as the two were about to leave, a group of men in black suddenly rushed out, surrounding them on all sides. "What do you mean? New members are not allowed to leave for the time being. What do you want to do? Take them away." The opponent waved his hand, and the others closed in. "What if we don't leave?" Jiyue Dingxiang drew her sword and stood in front. "Don't force us to make a move. I'm not useless yet. It's not your place to protect me." Yun Xiaoyu activated her powers, and her wounds quickly healed. Seeking death, the leader in black shouted angrily and stabbed with a sword. Yun Xiaoyu advanced instead of retreating, charging straight at the sword's blade. Jiyue Dingxiang saw Yun Xiaoyu strike, but was a step too slow to stop her. Yun Xiaoyu punched the sword of the man in black. The man in black was knocked back. "Be careful." Jueyue Lilac flicked out a silver needle. With a flash of silver light, the needle had already entered the body. The man in black trembled all over and collapsed to the ground. Jueyue Lilac rushed over. "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Yun Xiaoyu shook his head. "Hurry up." The two were about to leave. No one is allowed to leave. The white-haired deputy pavilion master stood in front of the door. His aura was intimidating. Jueyue Lilac frowned. "Deputy pavilion master, don't force us. Yun Xiaoyu belongs to Tianqing Pavilion. His departure is decided by me. I have my own freedom." Yun Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. "Once you enter the pavilion, you must obey orders. Cut the nonsense." Jiyue Dingxiang flew into a rage, drawing a dagger and stabbing straight ahead. The old man snorted coldly and struck out with a palm, pushing her back. Blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. "Jia, you go first, I'll hold him off." "I'm not leaving." "Listen, I say I won't leave." The old man sneered coldly. Deep feelings and strong intentions, but useless. With that, he struck a palm toward Yun Xiaoyu. He hurriedly retreated, but was still hit by the palm wind. His clothes tore apart, flesh on his chest ripped open. "Xiaoyu." Jiyue Lilac's face turned deathly pale. "I'm going to kill you." She charged again, but was fiercely knocked back. "Xiaoyu, hold on." Jiyue Lilac got up from the ground and urgently asked. Yun Xiaoyu shook his head to indicate he was fine, then turned to stare at the elder with icy eyes. "You old thief, prepare to die." As the words fell, a circular formation appeared in his palm. The elder sneered, waving his hand to break the formation, but suddenly froze. The blue light outside the formation vanished, replaced by a dazzling golden brilliance. revealing the deadly intent within the formation. How did you set up the formation? The old man's face turned pale. You don't deserve to know. The golden light within the formation condensed into a giant sword, thrusting straight at the old man. The old man hastily formed a spear to block it, but was pierced through by the sword. What the hell is this thing? Today you must die. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes turned blood red, the killing intent surging. The elder was pushed to the limit and unleashed his strongest power, sending Yun Xiaoyu flying. The oppressive force pressed down like a mountain, almost suffocating Yun Xiaoyu. He crashed heavily to the ground. Juyua Lilac hurriedly stepped forward in anxiety. I'm fine. You need to leave quickly. She refused. Don't distract me. Juyua Lilac gritted her teeth and retreated. Yun Xiaoyu sighed in relief. The old man sneered. A mere formation, and you think you can trap me? As he spoke, Yun Xiaoyu's figure suddenly expanded, golden light shooting into the sky. The old man swept his spear horizontally, killing intent overwhelming. With a thunderous boom, the two forces collided head-on. Yun Xiaoyu was blasted backward. The old man's spear snapped into two pieces on the spot. The old man widened his eyes, unable to believe it. He struck with all his strength, yet failed to injure the youth by even the slightest bit. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flickered, instantly closing in, and swung his sword downward. The old man hastily used both arms to block. A muffled sound rang out as the two clashed again. The old man staggered back several steps, his shoulder throbbing painfully, a chill running through his heart. He exerted all his strength, but still could not suppress his opponent. Old thief, prepare to die. Yun Xiaoyu roared fiercely and swung his sword again. The sword light fell, and the old man was shaken back again, his right shoulder almost crippled. After several exchanges, he finally realized that he was no match. He wanted to escape, but found his body frozen, unable to move. A mouthful of fresh blood spat out, and fear instantly surged in his heart. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly and slashed down with a sword. Amid the screams, the old man's head fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Yet Yun Xiaoyu showed no trace of joy. The battle had just begun. The man in the black robe suddenly appeared, blocking his path. You must be Yun Xiaoyu. You really have some skills. The voice was cold and bone-chilling. Yun Xiaoyu gripped his greatsword tightly and asked coldly in return. The man in the black robe stated bluntly that he had to die tonight. Yun Xiaoyu did not back down at all, his fighting spirit surging. The man in the black robe sneered, black mist rolling out from his body. In an instant, Yun Xiaoyu felt his whole body heavy, his arms as if locked in place. His eyes were full of shock. How could it come to this? Kid, this is soul-devouring poison. Once it enters your body, you'll never wake up again. The man in the black robe sneered coldly. Then bring it on, Yun Xiaoyu said resolutely, stepping forward toward him. Not bad. You can still endure it, the man in the black robe said. But before the words had even left his mouth, he struck Yun Xiaoyu's chest with a palm. Yun Xiaoyu did not dodge. He knew he couldn't block it at all. The other's strength was far beyond his, especially with his arm already injured. The force of the palm fell, and a wave of energy exploded outward. Yun Xiaoyu spat blood on the spot. His chest felt as if it was being gnawed by countless worms, making even breathing difficult. It will be over soon, the man in the black robe said in a sinister voice, grabbing him by the throat. The sound of bones breaking echoed. The excruciating pain almost made Yun Xiaoyu faint, and the man in the black robe stepped on his chest again. Surrender, or die. I will never submit. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and replied. Then let me show you true power. The man in the black robe slapped him on the back. Yun Xiaoyu spat blood again, was thrown backward, and crashed heavily onto the ground. A chill swept over him as he forced his eyes open. All around was pitch black, with only a faint light before him. Now you know what lies beyond the supreme realm. The man in the black robe stood at a distance, sneering coldly. Beyond the supreme? A chill spread through Yun Xiaoyu's heart, the first time he truly felt the gap. There is an abyss between you and me. Kneel and submit, and I will spare your body intact. The man in the black robe spoke indifferently. Yun Xiaoyu remained silent. He knew very well that he was no match. However, as long as you pledge allegiance to me, I can spare your life. Otherwise, The man in the black robe raised his hand and pointed. Boom. Flames erupted instantly on Yun Xiaoyu's body. Ah! Screams tore through the night sky. His legs were engulfed by the fierce fire, the flesh charred black. The man in the black robe laughed loudly, his gaze cruel. Yun Xiaoyu frantically mobilized his supernatural power to resist, but the flames grew stronger under pressure, as if they were specifically devouring his energy. Soon, his entire body was surrounded by a sea of fire, turning him into a fiery figure. Let it burn slowly. The man in the black robe turned and left. But the flames did not weaken in the slightest. Kid, are you still alive? The voice of the Supreme King echoed in his mind. After being burned like this, what do you think? Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. What exactly lies beyond the Supreme Realm? Above SSS are Divine SSS, Holy SSS, and Supreme SSS. Beyond that are X-level, Divine X-level, Holy X-level, and Supreme X-level. Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank. How do I break through this fire? I'm about to give out. Just as he finished speaking, the sea of fire surged again, nearly engulfing him. Uncle, save me. Don't you have the Taishu sword intent? Suppress it. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly realized. Boom. The Taishu sword intent burst forth, a fierce sword aura sweeping all around, forcibly suppressing the flames. The fire was finally brought under control. He slumped to the ground, gasping for air, then forced himself to activate his supernatural ability to heal. The power of an X-level elite was too terrifying. He had almost been turned to ashes on the spot. If it weren't for the Taishu sword intent, he would have been dead. Uncle, thank you. Cut it out. You've seen plenty of danger, but I didn't expect it to come to this. The Supreme King's tone was complicated. Yun Xiaoyu remained silent. He knew he had already been targeted by a true strong opponent. Yun Xiaoyu, hurry and leave. We can't stay here any longer. Juyua Lilac looked at his pale face, her expression anxious. The people here have already started to reject us. Staying any longer will only bring more trouble. Let's go back to Jinghai City. I'm tired. Yun Xiaoyu's tone was calm, but tinged with exhaustion. I want to go back to school. The battles of recent days had wearied him. He no longer wanted to fight desperately, only to be an ordinary student, have a romance, and live a relaxed life. Juyua Dingxiang looked at him without persuading any further. The intense battle had long since left him gasping for breath. It was time to leave. The two returned to Jinghai City that day. The news quickly reached the four great families and the Ouyang family. In the mayor's office, Ouyang Jinyu's face was dark, his fists clenched white. Yun Xiaoyu, you finally dare to come back. This debt must be settled clearly. Notify the Yi, Chun, and Lin families to go to the Juyua family to get the person. Alive or dead, we want to see the body. As the orders were given, he sneered endlessly. This time, let's see where you can run. Outside the Juyu family mansion, Ouyang Tian, Lin Xian, and Chuning, along with a large group of psychics, blocked the entrance, their presence menacing. Hand over Yun Xiaoyu, or we'll level the Juyu family. Juyu Dingxiang stepped out of the gate, her expression icy cold. This is the Juyu family, not a place for you to wreak havoc. Chuning sneered. Just got back and ran into this scene. Must be hard to swallow. Juyu Dingxiang remained expressionless. The person you're looking for is Yun Xiaoyu. Unrelated to the Juyu family, please leave. Ouyang Tian snorted coldly. Don't play innocent. Our Ouyang family will never let him go. Just wait to collect his body. Chuning waved her hand to give an order. Attack. More than 20 SSS-level psychics charged out instantly, their killing intent overwhelming. Juyu Dingxiang's expression changed. Don't. Before the words could finish, a terrifying attack came crashing head-on. Bang! A tremendous force smashed into her, and her whole body was thrown backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Severe pain swept through her entire body. She coughed with difficulty, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with nothing but fury and hatred. SSS-level daily random ability has been awakened. Congratulations to player Yun Xiaoyu for obtaining the Divine SSS dual attributes of time and space. Validity period, until dusk today. Mission issued. Repel the three major families. Reward is top-tier heavenly spiritual body. The system notification appeared, indicating that Yun Xiaoyu's power has fully awakened. Dingxiang, are you okay? He quickly stepped forward and helped Jueyue Dingxiang up. Sister Dingxiang, I'm sorry, I've put you in trouble. I'm fine. She shook her head, putting on a brave face, but her complexion was pale. The Jueyue family was originally not as strong as the Ouyang family. Not to mention that she now couldn't even defeat an SSS-level opponent. How could she possibly stand against the Ouyang family? Ouyang Tian, don't go too far. As the words fell, Jueyue Xiaotian stepped out. Uncle, leave this to me. Yun Xiaoyu stepped forward. Jueyue Xiaotian glanced at him, nodded, and stepped back, handing the situation over to him. The Ouyang family is really bold, daring to barge into my Jueyue family. Dingxiang is my only daughter. If anyone dares to lay a hand on her, my Jueyue family will fight you to the end. His voice was icy cold. Threatening me. Ouyang Tian sneered coldly. Is it impressive just because there are many of you? Brothers, go. Take them all down. Yes, young master. Dozens of SSS-level psychics charged out simultaneously, their momentum terrifying. Taishu's sword intent. Yin Xiaoyu's eyes turned cold. A huge sword aura condensed in midair, stretching several meters long, sword energy surging. A sword slash came down. Boom. The SSS-level powerhouse at the very front was split apart on the spot, blood mist exploding. One sword, instant kill. The others hadn't even reacted when the second sword had already fallen. Wherever the sword light passed, no one could block it. SSS-level opponents were as fragile as paper before him. In the blink of an eye, a pile of corpses lay on the ground. The entire venue fell into silence. The SSS-level powerhouse, who was like a god in their eyes, was casually slaughtered. Is this even human? Ouyang Tian's face went pale. Yun Xiaoyu, what level are you exactly now? It hadn't been long since they last met. So how had he become so strong? Yun Xiaoyu looked at him indifferently. What scared? Ouyang Tian gritted his teeth and sneered coldly. Afraid? I, Ouyang Tian, have never been afraid of anyone. I just want to know, what level of superpower user exactly are you? Ouyang Tian's face was shocked. SSS level is already top-tier power in Jiuzhou, and the Ouyang family can count only a few of them. But this kid in front of him defeated 2 SSS in one move. Guess. Yun Xiaoyu sneered. In his eyes, SSS was nothing special. I underestimated you before. Ouyang Tian's expression was grave. But now, I won't take you lightly anymore. Let's have a real showdown. Let me see what makes you so arrogant. He had already realized that letting Yun Xiaoyu grow unchecked would have unthinkable consequences. No need, and you're not qualified to know. Yun Xiaoyu said indifferently. Then you have to die today. As the words fell, 4 SSS beside Ouyang Tian struck simultaneously. The sword light cut through the air, moving fast enough to tear the atmosphere. 4 cold flashes directly charged at Yun Xiaoyu. Everyone thought he would definitely dodge. But he stood still, motionless, daring to court death. The sword lights fell together. Yet it was as if they struck air, not even nicking his clothes. The 4 were stunned. The next second, Yun Xiaoyu condensed a giant sword in his palm and slashed across the sky. A loud bang. The 4 were directly blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground, spewing blood wildly. Only then did the remaining 3 SSS react. This is impossible. Ouyang Tian's face turned ashen. He refused to believe he would lose, and was even less willing to lose to a boy. What exactly are you? You're the one who's the thing. Yun Xiaoyu retorted coldly, daring to court death. Ouyang Tian was utterly enraged and unleashed his most powerful killing move. A golden blade aura condensed out of thin air, its momentum overwhelming, cutting straight toward Yun Xiaoyu's brow. If this strike landed, death was certain. Yun Xiaoyu, watch out. Jueyue Dingxiang rushed forward. But Yun Xiaoyu gently shook her head. Don't come any closer. Sister Dingxiang, don't worry, I can handle this. As soon as the words fell, Yun Xiaoyu's figure flickered and vanished like a shadow. The next second, he was already standing beside the golden blade, raising his hand and waving it. Bang! The blade shattered on the spot. Ouyang Tian's face changed drastically, and he was completely stunned. He never dreamed that the other could catch the strike barehanded. This is impossible. I've said before, you don't deserve to know my true strength, Yin Xiaoyu said calmly. After speaking, he flashed again, rushing straight into the midst of the Ouyang family members. Those so-called SSS-level psychics were as fragile as paper before him, all taken down in a few moves. In the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of Ouyang Tian. Yun Xiaoyu, today the Ouyang family, and you will fight to the death. Is that so? He sneered. With a footstep, the ground instantly collapsed, and the violent force surged straight at Ouyang Tian. Ouyang Tian gritted his teeth and charged forward, a burst of golden light exploding as it fiercely collided with that force. The roar shook the sky, and shockwaves rolled. Immediately after, a clear sound of bones cracking was heard. Phut! Ouyang Tian spat blood and staggered backward, his eyes full of terror. He exerted all his strength, yet he couldn't even force out the opponent's true trump card. You can't possibly be A level. At most, you're SSS level. There must be something wrong. Is that so? Try again. Before he could finish speaking, Yun Xiaoyu kicked him in the abdomen. Ouyang Tian was thrown flying, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The entire venue fell into silence. That was an S-level peak warrior, yet he was crippled with one strike. Struggling to lift his head, Ouyang Tian's face was full of hatred. Yun Xiaoyu, I will not let you off. Smack! A sharp slap landed, the sound crisp. The crisp sound of the slap rang out. Ouyang Tian's face instantly swelled, and his teeth were knocked out. Ouyang family, none of you will survive, Yun Xiaoyu said coldly, never holding back. You will regret this. Ouyang Tian roared. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, slapped him again, knocking out his front teeth, and Ouyang Tian screamed repeatedly. Everyone was shocked, not expecting his strength to be so terrifying. Just wait. Ouyang Tian fled in disgrace, and the Ouyang family members retreated with him. Yun Xiaoyu stood still and said softly, the Ouyang family will be destroyed sooner or later. He turned to look at Yi Lingyun. Long time no see. Yi Lingyun nodded, but his eyes were cold. Since you have come, leave your life behind. Yun Xiaoyu said calmly, daring to court death. Black mist surged, forming a black sword that swung down. Yun Xiaoyu waved her hand, a sword light meeting it head-on. The two forces collided, a blast of air spreading, and the black sword shattered. Yi Lingyun spat blood, shocked. How did you become so strong? Before he finished speaking, the sword light came again. He was blasted away, crashing heavily into the wall. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly appeared behind him. May you meet a grim fate. Cursed mouth, that's you. The sword light descended, slashing straight at his chest. Yi Lingyun was once again sent flying. Poof! He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his face pale. Still want to curse? Yun Xiaoyu squinted, her eyes cold as knives. Plop! Yi Lingyun knelt down immediately. Yun Xiaoyu, I was wrong. Spare my life. I won't kill you. You're not even worthy of me taking action myself. What the Ouyang family did today must be paid for. As long as you don't kill me, I swear I'll never provoke you again. All the Yi family's assets will be yours. How about that? Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you really think the Yi family still has a way out? I swear, I would never lie to you. Fine. If you dare to lie, I will take up my sword and crush the Yi family. I promise. Get out. Don't let me see you again. The tip of the sword rose. Yi Lingyun scrambled to escape. Yun Xiaoyu, we will meet again. He even spat out harsh words before leaving. Ready any time. Yun Xiaoyu said coldly. Offend me, and you will regret it for life. Yi Lingyun felt a chill down his back, dared not look back, and fled desperately. Soon, a group of men in black quietly appeared. Everyone carried swords on their backs, exuding a killing aura. They were experts sent by the Yi family, having witnessed everything just now. The man in charge stared at Juyue Dingxiang. Are you Juyue Dingxiang? Yes. Come back with us to the Yi family. The head of the family has been waiting for you for a long time. Yun Xiaoyu stepped forward. Just because you say you're taking someone away, does that mean you can? The man in black sneered. Who do you think you are? I advise you to be sensible, or you'll regret it. Then I want to see how capable you really are. Yun Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the sword, her eyes cold. The man in black smiled grimly. Capable? More than enough. The man in black sneered coldly, then suddenly rushed out the next moment, moving several times faster than before. Seeking death. The crowd erupted in fury, unleashing their powers fully, swinging knives and swords to surround Yun Xiaoyu. Sword light fell like a torrential rain, with thunderous roars deafening the ears. Yun Xiaoyu gripped his sword to meet the attack, blocking every offensive move. With each strike of his sword, someone screamed miserably as they were sent flying, blood spilling on the spot. Surrounded by dozens, he remained calm and composed. In the blink of an eye, one person was cut in half at the waist. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flashed and vanished from the spot. Sounds of breaking the air rose everywhere, yet the men in black could not find his trace. How can he become invisible? No wonder he's so arrogant. Can't let him live, kill him. Before the words had fallen, the sword light flared up again. The entire Juyue family shook uncontrollably, dust flying everywhere. After a moment, all the men in black had fallen, none surviving. Yun Xiaoyu sheathed his sword and stood still. Juyue Xiaotian clapped his hands and laughed heartily. As expected of my future son-in-law, impressive. Juyue Dingxiang's face turned red. Dad, don't say things like that. We're not at that stage yet. How old are you already? If you delay any longer, your grandfather will get anxious. Dad, Juyue Xiaotian laughed even more joyfully. Why pretend it's a secret romance? I understand. Juyue Dingxiang stomped her foot in embarrassment. It's really not. All right, I'll vouch for you. The two glanced at each other, their faces turning red. I'm going to cook. Juyue Dingxiang turned and fled into the kitchen. Juyue Xiaotian laughed heartily, his face full of satisfaction. Juyue Dingxiang and Yun Xiaoyu being together made Juyue Xiaotian genuinely happy. That girl is getting more and more beautiful. He looked at his busy daughter in the kitchen, his face full of affection. Yun Xiaoyu stood aside, a smile on her lips. Dad, what are you laughing at? Juyue Dingxiang came out carrying a dish. I'm laughing at how well you two suit each other. If this drags on any longer, I won't be able to wait to hold my grandchild. As soon as the words came out, Juyue Dingxiang's face instantly turned bright red. Dad, we haven't even talked about marriage yet. You're both old enough, there's no need to be shy. She kept her head down, afraid to respond. Yun Xiaoyu saw her so embarrassed for the first time and couldn't help but want to laugh. Dating is fine, but don't waste other people's youth, Juyue Xiaotian said, his tone carrying a warning. Got it, she whispered in response. Stay tonight for a reunion dinner. Okay, Yun Xiaoyu nodded. Juyue Dingxiang went to call Grandpa. In the living room, Juyue Longshan put down his newspaper and immediately saw Yun Xiaoyu beside her. The young man was clean and handsome, with an outstanding temperament. The old man's eyes brightened. Dingxiang, this kid is pretty good, don't let him get away. Grandpa, both of them blushed at the same time. He cleared his throat and changed his tone. Which family's child are you? Yun Xiaoyu, an ordinary family background. Ordinary is fine, you're worthy of our Dingxiang. Thank you, Grandpa. From now on, live at our house. This isn't very good, is it? What's wrong with it? He will be the son-in-law of the Juyue family from now on. Living in our house is only right. Juyue Longshan waved his hand and asked how long they had known each other. More than a month. He nodded, spoke plainly, and urged them to develop their feelings more and settle things soon. Juyue Dingxiang's face turned bright red. But he laughed heartily, saying Yun Xiaoyu was handsome and capable. Marrying him would be a good decision, told her not to be shy, and to hurry up and change clothes for dinner. After the meal, Juyue Longshan solemnly instructed Yun Xiaoyu to protect Dingxiang from now on and never let her suffer any grievances. Yun Xiaoyu nodded seriously. The two then went out for a walk. At the street corner, a group of hooligans suddenly blocked their way, leering at Juyue Dingxiang. Come hang out with us. The man leading them wore a wicked grin. Juyue Dingxiang's anger flared up, and she kicked fiercely. The man screamed and fell to his knees. Yun Xiaoyu stood in front of her to protect her. The man grit his teeth and revealed his identity, saying he was the third leader of the Tianlang gang and threatened that if they didn't know their place, they wouldn't have an easy time. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. So it's just a dog, no wonder you're so arrogant. Trying to take me away? Think twice about yourself first. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, showing no respect when given face. Tonight, I'll make you know what it means to wish you were dead. Brothers, charge, catch him alive. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of thugs lunged forward. Several muffled thuds rang out, The sharp crack of bones breaking was piercing. Yun Xiaoyu grabbed the leader by the shoulder, locked his neck from behind, and with a little force, the man screamed miserably on the spot. Wails exploded onto the street. The others turned pale with fear, all kneeling down in unison, not daring to move. Let go, or I'll call for backup. The leader was shaking like a sieve. Yun Xiaoyu let go and stepped on his chest with one foot. Go ahead and call. I'd like to see what trouble you can stir up now. The man was being crushed, gasping for air and coughing desperately. The small-time thugs panicked. Brother, that's enough. Don't be impulsive. This is really getting out of hand and won't end well. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly and stepped aside. The lead man took several deep breaths, his face turning red, then suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get him!" Several men braved it and charged forward. But before they could even reach Yun Xiaoyu, they were knocked to the ground, rolling around in a heap. Screams rose one after another. Jue Dingxiang stood beside them, her gaze icy cold, without a hint of mercy. She looked at Yun Xiaoyu, her eyes shining brightly. Powerful, decisive, dazzling like light. Let's go. Yun Xiaoyu glanced at the person on the ground and took her hand, leaving. After walking a while, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? She asked softly. Don't speak. He made a shushing gesture. Someone is following us. She was taken aback. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure. His gaze darkened. What should we do then? Someone is following us, Yu Ju Lingxiang said quietly. Then lure him out. Yun Xiaoyu's mouth curled, and her eyes grew cold. He was not a soft target to be butchered at will. The two exchanged a glance and immediately headed toward the back alley. How long do we have to wait? Jue Dingxiang was a bit uneasy. Don't rush. Yun Xiaoyu raised her hand to signal. A stranger was standing ahead. Before Jue Dingxiang could react, Yun Xiaoyu had already charged forward and punched the man in the abdomen. The man collapsed on the spot. He turned around and charged at the others. With a few swift and clean moves, he knocked them all down. The alley was immediately filled only with screams. Who exactly are you, and why did you attack? Jue Dingxiang asked in shock. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, offering no explanation. Tell me, who sent you? The Ouyang family or the Yi family? The people on the ground gritted their teeth and denied it. Not admitting it, Yun Xiaoyu squatted down, grabbed one person's chin, and twisted hard. The other groaned muffled, gasping in pain. It's the Yi family. The man shook his head desperately. That's the Ouyang family. He still shook his head. Yun Xiaoyu stood up and stepped on his stomach. The man's face turned pale with pain. I ask you answer. Speak clearly, and I'll let you go. If you don't speak. His tone grew colder. I'll make sure you never stand up for the rest of your life. Don't hit me. The man completely broke down, his voice trembling. Seeing this scene, Jue Dingxiang covered her mouth in fear. I'll speak. The man cried out. It was the Ouyang family patriarch who sent us. We were only ordered to monitor and dared not disobey. Yun Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Really? The man nodded repeatedly, saying that if they didn't comply, they would be sold to a nightclub. He even gave money to force them to keep a close watch here. Yun Xiaoyu squinted. So you came to capture us? The man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then there's no need to leave survivors. As soon as the words fell, she waved her hand. A fierce wind exploded, and the man's head was blown off on the spot. Jue Dingxiang looked at the pool of blood on the ground, unable to help but gag. Let's go, Yun Xiaoyu said calmly. The two walked all the way to the end of the street. Shouts could be heard from inside the mall. Someone angrily yelled that all the goods bought tonight were returned, and all the money was wasted. The scene was in utter chaos. The two exchanged a glance and directly walked in. At this moment, a man in a black suit blocked them, leering as he invited them in to have some fun. Yun Xiaoyu coldly spat out one word. Get lost. The man's face changed abruptly, angrily claiming he was the most prominent figure in Jinghai. None of my business. Yun Xiaoyu said impatiently. The man completely turned hostile and threw a punch. Yun Xiaoyu stepped forward to meet him. After a few moves, she realized the other's supernatural power was not weak. Her figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The man was stunned, his face full of shock. Yun Xiaoyu spoke calmly. It's just an illusion. So it's an illusion. The man sneered coldly, his eyes vicious. Since you like to play tricks, then don't speak anymore. He raised his hand to draw a symbol in the air. The runes landed to form an array, instantly sealing off the surroundings, and the figure disappeared accordingly. Yun Xiaoyu's face changed. This was a formation. Xiaoyu, run quickly. Juyue Dingxiang pulled him to flee. Run for what? Yun Xiaoyu shook her off, his eyes cold. I want to see who dares to scheme against me. He is very dangerous. Don't worry, he can't touch me. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes turned red, and flames surged around him. He suddenly kicked the barrier with great force. With a muffled bang, the air surged, his chest shook, his face turned pale, and he was forced to retreat several steps. Xiaoyu, how are you? It's nothing. He steadied his breath, gathered strength again, and kicked down fiercely. The loud noise was deafening. The barrier shook violently, and ripples spread layer upon layer. Juyue Dingxiang was stunned. His strength was clearly stronger than before. At that moment, a scream tore through the air. Crack! The man's neck was suddenly twisted, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Shu. Yun Xiaoyu signaled her to stay silent and continued to bombard the barrier. Before long, the formation completely collapsed. Go! The two quickly left. Xiaoyu, how did you do that? Yun Xiaoyu just smiled and didn't answer. Where are you two going? A lazy voice suddenly came from behind. None of your business. Juyue Dingxiang coldly turned around. I'm not being nosy, just trying to help. If you keep fighting like this, you'll end up at a disadvantage sooner or later. The man shrugged. What can you help with? She sneered. Help you break the deadlock easily. The man looked confidently. You really have that ability? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try. Juyue Dingxiang was silent. She really couldn't understand where this man's confidence came from. Xiaoyu, let's go first. She glanced at the corpse on the ground, her voice heavy. The two quickly rushed into the night, soon swallowed by the darkness. The man stood in place, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yun Xiaoyu, I will make your life worse than death. The surroundings grew darker, as if the entire world was pressing down. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the darkness, and a man slowly emerged. Are you Yun Xiaoyu? Yun Xiaoyu's expression changed, immediately gathering his supernatural power. Who are you? The one who sends you all to the underworld. Before the words finished, he had already vanished. Yun Xiaoyu summoned the contract sword, its light cutting through the air in pursuit, but the opponent easily dodged it. Stop struggling, today you all will die. The man suddenly closed in aggressively. Contract sword break. The sword light transformed into a dragon, fiercely striking his chest. A loud explosion erupted, but he only staggered slightly, his cold laugh deepening. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. He formed a hand seal, spat out a mouthful of blood. Black energy surged in his palm, and his pressure suddenly intensified dramatically. Run! Yun Xiaoyu turned and ran wildly. But black energy was already sweeping in. With a loud boom, an explosion shot up into the sky. In the thick smoke, white bones flew about, and Yun Xiaoyu trembled all over. Yun Xiaoyu, come back here. A red figure fell from midair. Juyue, run. Before he finished speaking, the red shadow had already stood in front of him. Don't be foolish, let's go. Juyue Dingxiang's eyes were resolute. I won't abandon you. Juyue Dingxiang swung her long whip at the man. But before the whip could fall, a purple light suddenly blocked her way. Her expression changed. Not good. Run. The man laughed loudly. Yun Xiaoyu, Juyue Dingxiang, you are both my prey. I will slowly toy with you until you die. A fierce wind suddenly rose. Yun Xiaoyu's expression darkened, summoning the contract sword, and slashed with it. Silver light exploded, but the two were thrown back by the recoil. Yun Xiaoyu. Juyue Dingxiang's face changed drastically as she rushed over. The man acted first, grabbing her neck and lifting her entire body up. Now let go of me. She struggled desperately, but couldn't move. The man sneered coldly and slapped her. The supernatural power within her was instantly sealed off, making it hard even to breathe. Don't worry about me. Just run. Yun Xiaoyu shouted urgently. The man's expression darkened, and suddenly he pulled back his fingers, flinging Juyue Lilac to the ground. She fell heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If you dare touch her, I'll kill you. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes flushed red as he raised his sword and charged again. Looking for death. The man kicked the long sword flying away. Yun Xiaoyu staggered a few steps, but gritted his teeth and picked up the sword, lunging again. A sword slash comes down. The man sneered coldly, raised his hand to summon a fierce wind, lifting him into the air and smashing him harshly against a tree trunk. Yun Xiaoyu spat out another mouthful of blood. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. He formed a hand seal, and a golden character gathered in the palm of his hand. Supreme Celestial Seal. The golden character thunderously slammed down. The explosion was deafening. The man failed to dodge in time, was blasted away, and heavily fell into the forest in the distance. Yun Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, but his vision suddenly went dark. The next moment, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. When Yun Xiaoyu woke up, she found herself lying on the bed. Her clothes had been changed, most likely by Jue Dingxiang. Jue. She looked around the familiar room, feeling a tightness in her chest. Xiaoyu, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. The girl in the white robe hurried in carrying medicine. Yun Xiaoyu propped herself up and sat up. Does it still hurt? Drink the medicine quickly. Yun Xiaoyu stared at the bowl of medicine, frowning. Since when did you learn to refine pills? My father taught me. You drink it first, I'll come see you later. Before she finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Jue, don't go. But the other person seemed not to hear. Yun Xiaoyu suppressed her yod, drank the medicine in one gulp, and indeed felt somewhat better. The door was knocked again. Jue Dingxiang poked her head in, looking anxious. Have you finished drinking? I've been worried. It's fine now. That's good. This is a tonic soup from father for you. Yun Xiaoyu thanked her. What are you being so polite to me for? She smiled and walked away again. The room fell silent. Yun Xiaoyu opened the broth, sniffed it, and took a sip. The taste was normal. She drank the entire bowl. Just as she stood up, a sudden dizziness struck her. What's going on? Her vision went black, and she collapsed onto the bed. At the same time, a burst of laughter came from deep within the palace. After all that searching with no luck, it came without any effort at all. The old man asked in a sinister voice, Master, the plan has succeeded. Should we kill him now? The doomed master's gaze was icy cold. Kill, of course we must kill. But I have to confirm first whether he is that person. The tone was bitterly cold. The elder was momentarily stunned. I said before, he is very likely that person. As the words fell, the old man's pupils suddenly contracted. Yes, I understand. The old man responded in a low voice. Go, do not alert anyone. Yes. The old man hurriedly withdrew. Jueming slowly exhaled, his gaze cold and dark. Yun Xiaoyu, no matter who you are, since you have barged into my world, don't expect to walk away unscathed. If you dare to cross my bottom line, I will make you pay the price. I will never tolerate betrayal. After speaking, he closed his eyes and entered meditation again. The night was like water, the sky filled with stars. Miss, look, the stars are so beautiful tonight. It's been a long time since I've seen such a bright night sky. Jamun Lilac crouched by the bed, smiling as she said. Yun Xiaoyu looked up toward the window. The crescent moon hung high, the stars twinkling, soft light spilling into the room, calming the heart. So beautiful, he whispered. Jamun Lilac looked at him, her expression slightly worried. Xiaoyu, you haven't been yourself these past few days. Has something happened? Yun Xiaoyu shook her head. It's nothing, just a bit tired. If there's anything you can't solve, be sure to tell me. I'll help you. Yun Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then smiled. Thank you. I'll take good care of myself. Jue Dingxiang nodded and turned to leave. The room quieted down. Yun Xiaoyu jumped off the bed. The moment her feet touched the ground, a force suddenly struck her, flipping her over completely. Thud. He fell heavily back onto the bed, his vision going dark. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and got up, rubbing his aching lower back, and slowly walked toward the door. Xiaoyu, why did you get out of bed? It's windy outside. Be careful not to catch a cold. Jue Dingxiang hurried forward to support him. I'm fine. Yun Xiaoyu walked to the window, opened it, and took a deep breath of the night air. The chill hit his face, and his chaotic heart calmed down a bit. Just then, a familiar voice came through. Xiaoyu, are you there? Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around. Jue was standing at the door, holding a note in his hand, looking anxious. Yun Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. So it's you. What's wrong? Yue looked at him with a complex expression. Xiaoyu, have you been preoccupied these days? Is it because of me that you haven't said anything? No, it's just that there have been many things recently, and my mind is troubled. Yun Xiaoyu forced a smile. You hate being constrained, I understand. But the strong live to protect more people. Reality is harsh. You have to learn to accept it. Yue said in a serious tone. Yun Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then sighed. I understand the logic. The world is full of contradictions. But I just can't get used to it. What do you think I should do? If you can't avoid it, you have to face it. Yue Dingxiang gently advised him. Inside the Death Palace. I have locked onto Yun Xiaoyu's location. Bring him back, the palace lord ordered coldly. Great Fate Master acknowledged and withdrew. The palace lord stared at the secret letter on the table, a surge of coldness in his eyes, his fingers almost crushing the paper. Yun Xiaoyu, you can't escape. He sneered as he tore the letter apart. Night fell. Yun Xiaoyu stood in the courtyard when he suddenly heard footsteps. A shadow landed in front of him, clad in a black robe, face concealed by a mask. Yun Xiaoyu, I'm giving you one chance. The voice was cold and piercing. Chance. Yun Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Who do you think you are, daring to put on airs in front of me? The man in the black robe's killing intent surged violently. The master wants you to come back with me. Then let's see if you have the ability. Arrogant. The man in black shouted angrily, his figure suddenly closing in. He was as fast as a shadow, striking straight for a vital point. But Yun Xiaoyu stood still, expression calm, eyes showing no fear. Yun Xiaoyu clenched his fists, his supernatural power instantly flooding both arms, and he delivered a fierce punch. Bang! The forces collided, air waves surged, surrounding buildings were overturned, and dust soared into the sky. The man in the black robe's pupils contracted. He didn't expect that he could directly clash with him without falling behind. It seemed that not taking it seriously was no longer an option. Yun Xiaoyu, today you must pay the price. Before his words fell, he lunged forward again. Yun Xiaoyu did not retreat at all and swung a punch head-on. Bang! Another hard clash. The man in the black robe felt as if he was hitting steel. His fist went numb, his wrist ached severely, and he almost couldn't hold on to his boxing glove. This guy's strength is terrifying. If this drags on any longer, the one who dies will only be myself. Enough nonsense, you're not leaving today. Yun Xiaoyu's voice was icy cold. His strength was already a cut above. No matter how much the other struggled, it was all in vain. After speaking, he launched a series of heavy punches, each one lethal. The man in the black robe could only grit his teeth and endure. The roaring sound was continuous, the dust of the Death Palace rising everywhere. Even the starlight was blocked. Fists and shadows intertwined, deafening. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze was heavy, his momentum overwhelming. Suddenly, he delivered a whip-like kick to the opponent's abdomen. Bang! The man in the black robe was kicked flying, blood spraying from his mouth mid-air, crashing heavily to the ground. If Yun Xiaoyu hadn't held back, this kick would have been deadly. The man in the black robe propped himself up, face full of anger, yet could not hide his fear. He was simply no match. You can't kill me, Yun Xiaoyu said coldly. You might not be able to kill me either. The man in the black robe roared in anger, drawing his long sword and thrusting it straight at his heart. Yun Xiaoyu forcefully stomped the ground and leapt up using the momentum. The sword's edge grazed past him. He countered with a palm strike, heavily slapping the opponent's shoulder. The man in the black robe staggered back dozens of steps before barely regaining his stance. Yun Xiaoyu, I want to see just how capable you really are. No sooner had the man in the black robe spoken than his long sword sliced through the air in a deadly thrust, exuding murderous intent. Yun Xiaoyu turned sideways to dodge, then grabbed with his other hand, surprisingly catching the sword blade firmly. Bang! The man in the black robe was shocked and flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall, his expression changing abruptly. He ignored his injury and lunged again. Yun Xiaoyu's face turned pale, sweat seeping from his forehead. That last move had drained him greatly. His strength was quickly fading. The sword light rose again, with continuous killing moves. Yun Xiaoyu kept retreating, barely defending, but his heart grew increasingly heavy. This guy was too strong. Another fierce clash. The air trembled. Bang! Yun Xiaoyu was blasted dozens of meters away, falling to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs churned. He could hardly hold on. The man in the black robe laughed loudly. What? Did you think you'd never face a day like today? Yun Xiaoyu wiped away the bloodstains and said coldly, I didn't expect to be driven to this point by a useless person like you. He stared at the other party, his gaze icy cold. What grudge do we have exactly? Why are you so determined to hunt me down? The man in the black robe looked grim, his murderous intent intensifying. Deep hatred. The man in the black robe's eyes instantly grew cold. I hate you, not just because of you personally, but because you betrayed Zhu Mingdian. Betrayal? What are you talking about? Yun Xiaoyu frowned. Still pretending? The man in the black robe sneered coldly. Have you forgotten the original agreement? You said that as long as you entered the Desperation Hall, everything in the past could be forgiven. But you betrayed me and broke the agreement. Today you must die. Yun Xiaoyu looked bewildered. What agreement? I don't remember it at all. You really have turned your back on me. The man in the black robe's voice grew darker. Since you betrayed the Desperation Hall, I will cleanse the sect. I didn't do anything. Yun Xiaoyu felt heavy-hearted but couldn't think of the reason. Stop pretending. The man in the black robe's murderous intent surged. You have only one way to go, death. Before he finished speaking, he had already made his move. If it doesn't make sense, then fight. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flickered, transforming into blue smoke. Trying to escape? The man in the black robe slammed his palm down, and the ground exploded. Yun Xiaoyu was blasted out of the crack, falling heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He tried to get up, but had no strength at all. The man in the black robe looked down at him, his gaze icy cold. Yun Xiaoyu, you disappoint me greatly. The man in the black robe shook his head and sighed, saying that what the Death Palace hated most were traitors. Yun Xiaoyu looked up at him calmly and asked if he was going to kill him to silence him. The man in the black robe nodded coldly, without denying it. Yun Xiaoyu took a deep breath, activated his supernatural power, and charged forward, a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. The man in the black robe waved his hand, and a powerful force directly sent him flying to the ground. Yun Xiaoyu coughed up blood and collapsed, finally realizing the huge gap between the two. But he did not back down. Gritting his teeth, he charged again. The man in the black robe raised his palm to meet the attack, striking Yun Xiaoyu's chest with a palm strike. Yun Xiaoyu retreated several steps, coughing up blood uncontrollably. The man in the black robe warned him not to resist anymore, or else there would be only the road to death. Yun Xiaoyu sneered without a word, but in his heart, he knew that fighting head-on would only lead to a worse fate. The man in the black robe's face darkened as he decided to use the Deadly Palace's lethal move. The next moment, purple lightning exploded at Yun Xiaoyu's feet, encircling him completely. The man in the black robe shouted, "Heaven's punishment," and thunderbolts rained down all at once. The terrifying pressure made Yun Xiaoyu tremble all over. At the same time, a pitch-black orb of light gathered in the palm of the man in the black robe, radiating murderous intent. The black-robed man raised his hand and flicked it, sending the black orb flying fiercely toward Yun Xiaoyu. Oh no! Yun Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically. The orb's aura was ferocious. If struck, death was certain. His pupils contracted as the black light closed in before his eyes. Just then, a silver-white light exploded beside him, enveloping him entirely. The purple lightning was instantly swallowed up, dissolving into nothingness. The man in the black robe frowned and looked at the silver light. The white light was soft but concealed sharpness. This is the heaven's punishment of the Deadly Palace. Yun Xiaoyu stared fixedly at the other party. The silver light faded, revealing an ancient sword. The blade was thick and rustic. The crescent-shaped edge exuded a chilling aura, and a jade pendant hung from the hilt, calm yet extraordinary. You are strong, but still far from enough. The man in the black robe sneered. You'll know once you try. Yun Xiaoyu concentrated all her strength into her right hand, going all out. Die! The man in the black robe roared angrily, thrusting a palm forward as dark energy surged like clouds. In an instant, the black clouds transformed into a black dragon that roared as it lunged at Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu's gaze darkened. Break! The long sword slashed out, white light like a tide, meeting head-on. With a boom, the black dragon exploded in the sky, shattering into fragments. How is this possible? The man in the black robe looked pale. His killing move was shattered by a single sword strike, not even grazing the opponent's clothing. Nothing is impossible. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. You've used all your moves, now it's my turn. He raised his sword and struck down straight, the sword's momentum pressing down like a mountain, carrying the aura of destroying everything. No, the man in the black robe hastily dodged. Just as he dodged the first sword, the second, swifter sword gleamed and struck close to his body. PFT. The chest of the man in the black robe was pierced by a sword, blood gushing wildly, and the mountain behind him was split in two, revealing a bottomless chasm. He looked down at the wound, his face full of shock. How is this possible? Yun Xiaoyu forcefully changed his move, and this strike was still fierce. If the opponent hadn't dodged quickly, he would have long been dead. It's my turn. He sneered coldly and closed in, his sword strike even more ruthless. The man in the black robe gritted his teeth. He knew he had already fallen into a disadvantage. Yun Xiaoyu's strength far exceeded expectations. He had almost no chance of winning. But he was unwilling to give up. You are strong, but you still can't beat me. As he spoke, a black crystal appeared in the palm of his hand. The crystal emitted dark red light patterns, with black energy swirling around it, its aura eerie as if it could devour everything. This is my trump card. You will surely die. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crystal burst with golden light, and a terrifying suction force swept over. Yun Xiaoyu screamed in agony, feeling his inner power being wildly drained, completely unable to resist. That power was cold and tyrannical, making him feel a chill deep in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was as if he was nailed to the spot. To be able to force me to this point, you do have some skill. The man in the black robe sneered coldly, and the suction became even more violent. Yun Xiaoyu's strength rapidly drained away, his body almost hollowed out. If this continued, he would surely die. No, I can't just wait to die. He gritted his teeth and focused his mind. A ball of golden flame surged out from within, landing in the palm. Go! Yun Xiaoyu let out a low shout. The golden flame instantly transformed into a phoenix, directly attacking the black hole that was devouring spiritual power. With a loud boom, the golden phoenix collided head-on with the black force, violently tearing at it, sending shockwaves exploding outward. Ha! No wonder you're a genius, soul body. You really do have some skill. The man in the black robe laughed loudly, his momentum surging wildly, pressing the air into trembling. Yun Xiaoyu's breath caught, forced to retreat several steps. Your time of death has come. As soon as the words fell, the man in the black robe vanished on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared behind Yun Xiaoyu, his fists pounding down like heavy hammers, the fierce wind cutting off any escape. This punch was deadly enough. Break for me. Yun Xiaoyu roared, flames blazing in his palms, transforming into a giant scythe to meet the attack. With a crack, the fiery scythe was shattered by sheer force. The terrifying power pressed down from behind, almost crushing him. Despicable. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly turned around, burning with rage. The man in the black robe sneered coldly, sending you on your way. He struck again, a mighty blast of black force directly hitting Yun Xiaoyu's back. Yun Xiaoyu was thrown flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Pain swept through his entire body, but he did not fall. A faint shield appeared in front of him, stubbornly enduring the blow. He lifted his head, his gaze ferocious, pushing off with both feet to stand firm once more. The man in the black robe squinted. Your life is really tough, but this ends here. He slapped his hands hard. With a bang, a black giant python shot out from between his arms, opening its bloodied mouth, lunging straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Tai Su's sword intent. Yun Xiaoyu shouted fiercely. As the words fell, the space in front of him suddenly twisted. The space tore open, black cracks spreading like a spiderweb, with black whirlpools swirling inside the rift, chilling to the bone. The man in the black robe sneered coldly. You think a single sword intent can kill me? Before he finished speaking, countless sword energies broke the sound barrier, smashing everything in their path. The black giant snake was instantly cut to pieces, turning into black mist and dissipating. Yun Xiaoyu's expression remained calm. Taisu's sword intent is indeed strong, but it still can't kill you. The man in the black robe mocked. An ant dares to be arrogant. Today, let me show you the true heaven-tier sword art. He raised both hands. Black energy surged violently, his momentum skyrocketing, pressing down so hard the air trembled. Heavenly Step sword technique, black demon slash. 100 Zhonglong black dragon burst through the air, chains wrapped around its body, exuding an icy chill, lunging straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu's expression changed sharply. He shouted sharply, "Void sword intent." Blue-purple light shot up into the sky. A giant sword flew out from his body, hovering overhead, its low, piercing sword cry chilling the soul. He gripped the sword and slashed furiously, sword light stretching for 10,000 zhong, cutting straight at the black dragon. The black dragon flipped to dodge, then lunged again. Yun Xiaoyu swung his sword repeatedly, meeting the black dragon head-on, with continuous roaring clashes. After several clashes, his face turned pale, the skin between his thumb and index finger cracked, and blood overflowed. Although his sword intent was strong, his body could not withstand this power. The black dragon pressed down again. Yun Xiaoyu staggered, and a mouthful of blood spat out. The man in the black robe laughed out loud. The man in the black robe laughed wildly and struck again. A sword light pierced straight at Yun Xiaoyu's chest. Yun Xiaoyu hurriedly raised his sword to block, but was knocked back. A deep fist mark appeared on his chest, and his face instantly turned pale. The opponent was too strong. "Come with me obediently." The man in the black robe sneered contemptuously. "In your dreams." Yun Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and fought back. The two collided again. He retreated more than 10 steps, his Taishu primal energy erupting, with a blue-purple vortex swallowing the fist wind. The man in the black robe was slightly surprised, but quickly sneered, saying his talent was good, but his strength was insufficient. Before the words fell, the spear had already arrived. Yun Xiaoyu couldn't block it and was shaken, spitting blood as she flew backward. The man in the black robe pressed forward step by step, smashing a punch down and heavily striking her to the ground. "Stop struggling." He grabbed Yun Xiaoyu by the neck. Yun Xiaoyu spat out blood, staring at him fiercely. The man in the black robe snorted coldly and forcibly took him back to the death hall. All the way, Yun Xiaoyu struggled desperately, but was suppressed by the aura and couldn't move. In the end, he was slammed hard into the stone wall. On the throne, the death hall master looked down coldly. "We finally meet." He said that Yun Xiaoyu's talent reminded him of the traitor from 500 years ago and concluded that the man was him. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. "Catch me if you can, don't put words in my mouth. Kill me if you want, do as you please." The dire palace lord's face darkened, murderous intent glaring. He said coldly, "Have you forgotten what happened 50,000 years ago? Back then, you and Wan Shuawei were just like you and Zhuiyue Dingxiang now." Yun Xiaoyu replied coldly that he didn't know Wan Shuawei and had no interest in knowing her. The palace lord laughed, saying it didn't matter, he would make him remember. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly exploded. The surrounding scenery flipped, and Yun Xiaoyu was dragged to the shores of Daming Lake at Jinghai Supernatural Academy. The unfamiliar environment immediately put him on guard. A gentle female voice sounded in his ear, saying he had finally arrived. Yun Xiaoyu asked who she was. The woman said they had an appointment long ago, and he was supposed to come find her. He tentatively called out to that sister. The woman confirmed it and told him to meet her at the bottom of the lake. In the next moment, he was dragged beneath the lake by a powerful force. The sky and earth were vast and empty, and beneath his feet lay a vast blue ocean. In the distance, a woman in white stood silently, a faint smile on her face. She called herself Wan Shuawei and said that he had eventually come. That face made Yun Xiaoyu's heart tighten, but he couldn't remember the reason. His voice was hoarse, and his consciousness was dim. Wan Shuawei asked him with concern what was wrong. Yun Xiaoyu angrily asked her what she had done and why she had captured him. She softly denied it, saying it was only a problem with his cultivation and that she would not harm him. Yun Xiaoyu didn't believe it and pressed for what exactly had been done. Wan Shuowei still smiled and said she only fed him some medicine. She said it was just a common hallucinogen. Dizziness quickly set in, and the drug took strong effect. The next moment, a bursting intense pain suddenly swept through his body. His screams echoed through the empty sea area. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face turned pale. "What did you do to me?" A tearing pain surged through his limbs and bones. He could barely stand. "Relax a little," Wan Shuowei said softly with a smile. "What on earth are you?" Yin Xiaoyu was too pained to finish her sentence. "Heartless man." Her gaze turned icy cold. "In our past life, you promised to love me forever, but in this life, you're with another woman and have even betrayed the organization. Do you know how much I sacrificed waiting for you? To let you see me young again. I trapped myself at the bottom of this dark, sunless lake, just waiting for your return." She trembled all over, tears falling drop by drop. "Why?" she screamed. "I gave up everything for you, but you live a carefree, debauched life outside. What do you take me for?" The lake water churned as she grasped it. Yun Xiaoyu trembled in pain, sweat continuously dripping down. "I hate you," she shouted angrily. "Destroying the earth, destroying the universe. None of it is enough to soothe my grudge. Then kill me." Yun Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. "Kill me, and we're even." Wan Shuowei was stunned. "Do you really mean that?" "Why won't you forgive me?" he asked, gasping. She sneered coldly. "Because I hate you. My fate was changed because of you, and everything I did was for you. So, I want to kill you and get justice for myself." Her expression was fierce, hatred almost tangible. Yun Xiaoyu had a splitting headache. "You have gone mad," he said softly. "If you want, I can give you everything, even this life. But you insist on sentencing me to death with betrayal." He closed his eyes, feeling his soul fracturing. "Your soul was once as pure as sunlight, making me fall deeply. But now, it has been stained by filthy memories. Those memories make me sick, like a tumor embedded in my body, like a curse wrapped around my heart, driving me insane. So I want to kill you." Yin Xiaoyu's face turned pale, her voice hoarse. "What did I do wrong that you want me dead?" Wan Shuowei spoke coldly. "I've seen the you from your past life. He said he loved me and would give up everything for me. He didn't want anyone to ruin my future, so he protected me in his own way. He said, 'Your future is decided by me, and my future is decided by you.'" Tears slid down Yun Xiaoyu's cheeks. "I believed him because he really abandoned me. If he can sacrifice for you, then I can do anything for him. I'll kill you to bring him back to me. You destroyed my happiness, and I absolutely won't allow anyone to take what belongs to me." Her words were like knives. Yun Xiaoyu trembled as she said, "But the me now is no longer the Yun Xiaoyu from before. People change." Wan Shuowei grabbed his neck tightly. "I don't care if you've changed or not. I am Wan Shuowei, the only one worthy of standing by his side. He can only marry me, only love me, and everything about him belongs to me." Yun Xiaoyu's eyes were full of sorrow. "Then what do you want from me to let you go?" Wan Shuowei's hand loosened slightly, her expression complex. "If you no longer love Juyu Dingxiang, would you be willing to be with me?" Yin Xiaoyu shook his head painfully. "No, I am no longer who I used to be." Wan Shuowei stared at him. "Why not? If you agree, I can help you regain your memories and give you greater power. As long as you love me," Wan Shuowei said urgently. Regaining his memory was her only chance. She was unwilling to let go. Yun Xiaoyu's face was pale, his voice weak. "I don't need it." He was unwilling to mention the past again. The person who once gently protected her was long gone. Wan Shuowei's expression darkened. Her fingers clenched until they turned white. Yun Xiaoyu suppressed his anger. "I said I don't need it. Leave." Wan Shuowei sneered coldly. "You will regret it. I, Wan Shuowei, have never been someone to mess with. Don't think you'll see that woman again." Her eyes were fierce. "You think you can escape? My people are already on the move. Absolutely, you Dingxiang must die, and so must you." Yun Xiaoyu's heart sank. "What do you want to do?" "Kill you." As she spoke, black mist surged from her palm, her nails growing long and sharp. "Your life belongs to me. I will drain your life, shove my soul inside, and make you suffer forever." She struck suddenly. Yun Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and threw out 3 daggers, their cold glints aimed straight at her. Wan Shuowei merely waved her sleeve, black mist swirling, and the daggers were instantly blocked. With another wave of her hand, the daggers passed through her body as if stabbing into air. A chill ran through Yun Xiaoyu's heart. This was the first time she truly felt afraid. "This little skill, and you dare hurt me?" she said, eyes full of sarcasm. A palm wind swept over. Yun Xiaoyu was blasted away, crashing hard against the wall, blood surging in her throat. Wan Shuowei stepped forward slowly, bloodthirsty light gleaming in her eyes. She reached out to grab his neck, but suddenly stopped, her gaze falling on his chest. Yun Xiaoyu had 2 blood streaks on his chest, clearly left by Wan Shuowei. Wan Shuowei frowned, her fingertips lightly tracing over his wounds, a strange smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Yun Xiaoyu breathed rapidly, his eyes filled with fear. "Feels good, doesn't it? My blood can heal wounds, even the heart." Her tone was both excited and insane. Yun Xiaoyu tried to get up, but he had no strength at all and could only tremble. Wan Shuowei moved close to him and whispered, "You can only belong to me. Only I deserve to have you." Yun Xiaoyu felt a chill run through him, only wanting to escape from this mad woman. But he couldn't even take a step back. "Don't go, stay. I will make you happy." "No, I don't want you." He struggled desperately, but she held him down firmly. Wan Shuowei waved her hand, and black mist wrapped around his waist, binding him tightly. The more he struggled, the tighter the black mist squeezed, almost suffocating him. Wan Shuowei stepped on his arm, pressing him to the ground. "Don't waste your effort. This is prepared for you." Yun Xiaoyu stared at her angrily, wishing she could tear her apart. Wan Shuowei grabbed his chin and sneered, "This face is really beautiful." Yun Xiaoyu's pupils contracted. All that remained in his heart was despair and fear. Wan Shuowei looked at his panic-stricken expression and smiled. "I just like your scared expression. The more you struggle, the more excited I get." Her eyes were filled with obsession. Yun Xiaoyu desperately pushed her, but couldn't move her an inch. The strong smell of medicine on her made him nauseous. His stomach felt like it was being twisted by knives, about to explode. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face pale. "Let go of me." His voice trembled, and he was barely holding on. Wan Shuowei sneered coldly and suddenly let go. Yun Xiaoyu shot out of the lake's surface. Before he could catch his breath, she slapped the ground. The ground cracked. Countless vines burst from the soil, tightly entwining him. "Stop struggling. What I want can only be given by me. I will make you stronger, but I will also make you forever kneel at my feet." The vines twisted tighter and tighter. Yun Xiaoyu's limbs were locked, the intense pain drilling through his bones into his brain, like a heavy hammer smashing his soul. He rolled on the ground, but the more he struggled, the more suffocated he became. His vision gradually blurred. "No one can escape my palm." Wan Shuowei laughed insanely. The vines completely wrapped around him. "Ah!" He howled, trying to sever the bonds, but couldn't move even a finger. His eyes were tightly bound, consciousness sinking little by little. Was he really going to die? Wan Shuowei stood on the shore, watching Yun Xiaoyu struggle in pain, a smile on her lips. She grabbed his hair and said coldly, "Don't resist anymore. Obey quietly, or I will crush you inch by inch and make your death the most miserable." Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. He said, "Is this your love? You don't understand love at all. You only know how to hurt people with so-called feelings." Wan Shuowei's eyes were fierce, growling, "Only I deserve to have you." After speaking, she grabbed his neck. Yun Xiaoyu struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. The air was gradually squeezed out. His vision darkened, almost suffocating. Wan Shuowei squeezed tighter, her face grim, determined to crush him to death. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the system alert suddenly sounded. Divine Demon Body activated. Vital signs surged. Recovery accelerated. Divine Demon Transformation initiated. Strength surged back instantly. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly opened his eyes, pushed off with his feet, and shot forward like an arrow. With a loud crash, he slammed hard into Wan Shuowei. She was thrown flying. Yun Xiaoyu landed, bit back the intense pain to stand up, his gaze icy cold. He said, "Now it's my turn." He roared to the sky, spitting out blazing flames. Wan Shuowei widened her eyes and shouted the spell Shun Mo Bien in alarm. The flames thundered down, engulfing her. The screams tore through the night. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she closed in on Wan Shuawei step by step, grabbing her collar and pulling her close. Yun Xiaoyu, what do you want to do? Wan Shuawei's face went pale, her voice trembling. She never expected that he would use the divine demon body. It was a forbidden technique of the divine demon clan, only usable by those with divine demon bloodline. And the divine demon clan was always proud and fierce, not subject to any restriction. Yun Xiaoyu's body flowed with divine demon blood, and at this moment it fully awakened. Wan Shuawei was terrified by the murderous light in his eyes. Her legs weakened, lacking even the strength to flee, only able to cry out and beg for mercy. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly, her fingers suddenly pressing against her brow. Wait, I will make you die an even more miserable death. With a dull thud, she fell straight to the ground. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes were bloodshot. Golden patterns appeared on her skin. Scales covered her entire body. Sharp bone blades grew from her back. Her body surged in size, and her aura was wild and turbulent like the wind. He muttered softly to himself. The body of a divine demon was indeed overbearing, but the cost was equally heavy. He turned to leave but heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Wan Shuawei actually stood up again, her whole body pitch black, her face full of terror. How are you this strong? She asked in disbelief. You're not worthy of knowing, Yun Xiaoyu said coldly. Don't provoke me anymore. I don't have much patience. A chill ran through Wan Shuawei's heart, but she was still unwilling to give up. No matter what you want, I can trade for it. Yun Xiaoyu shook her head. No need. What I want, you can't give. Wan Shuawei's face turned pale. Just now he used the demon transformation, striking her away with one palm. She was sure he would be dead without a doubt. How are you still alive? How can you be so strong? Her voice trembled. Guess. Yun Xiaoyu said calmly. Wan Shuawei's eyes were full of disbelief. I want you dead. She lunged forward like a madwoman. Yun Xiaoyu's figure flashed, and she fell heavily to the ground. How dare you dodge? Her eyes darkened, killing intent surging. She formed a hand seal, and a stone steel appeared behind her, shining brilliantly. A terrifying aura pressed down, causing the air to tremble. I am a body of gods and demons. What do you have to fight me with? The stone steel crashed down with a roar, cracking the ground. Yun Xiaoyu was bent over under the pressure, blood energy surging violently. Wan Shuawei sneered coldly, firmly pinning him beneath the stone steel. Blood stained the grass red. He couldn't move, and his body was slowly dissolving. What the hell is this thing? He widened his eyes. Wan Shuawei stepped on him, her voice cold. Don't you love to devour? Today I'll devour you, so you'll never rise again. She laughed wildly, her face full of pride. Yun Xiaoyu's sweat slid down as he stared at her intently. Wan Shuawei, you can't do this. A weak voice squeezed out from Yun Xiaoyu's throat as his body melted piece by piece. Death approached, yet he was still holding on stubbornly. Wan Shuawei sneered coldly. What? Begging me to spare you? Her eyes were full of mockery. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth in silence. He was well aware that he wasn't going to survive. So today is your turn? Weren't you so arrogant before? Your power is all mine now. As soon as she finished speaking, she punched him in the chest. A violent force exploded inside his body. Yun Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood and could barely stand. But he couldn't fall. Wan Shuawei, I hope you die a terrible death. He wasn't afraid of dying, only of being tortured by her until his soul was shattered. Die? Not that easy. She raised her hand and waved it, the air freezing into countless sword blades, surrounding him in the middle. The sword chi fell, tearing his whole body with excruciating pain. Yun Xiaoyu screamed miserably but struggled to hold on. Wan Shuawei's face was twisted in rage. I want you to live a fate worse than death. Blood stained his body. You will regret this. He roared angrily, his body exploding with a thunderous sound. The force of destruction forced Wan Shuawei to retreat several steps. The smoke and dust settled. Wan Shuawei's face turned pale. Impossible. How are you still alive? Your physical body was clearly destroyed by me. She shook her head wildly. No, this must be a fake. She howled hoarsely. Wan Shuawei frantically assaulted Yun Xiaoyu's spirit, but could not move it even an inch. Wan Shuawei, I will kill you. Yun Xiaoyu appeared instantly, slapping out fiercely with extreme violent force. Wan Shuowei was blasted away, heavily crashing to the ground, spitting out blood. Yun Xiaoyu stared at her with a dark expression. How dare you sneak attack me? Wan Shuowei sneered. Do you really think you've won? Right now, you're worse than a dog. Don't go too far. I won't give up. Do you still have the right to talk about chances? Before she finished speaking, she lunged again. The two fought fiercely once more. Trash. I want you to live a life worse than death. Wan Shuowei laughed wildly. Yun Xiaoyu defended desperately. He knew his cultivation was inferior, but he would rather die than bow his head. Die! With a wave of her hand, black sword blades rained down all over. The sword light struck Yun Xiaoyu, knocking him flying. He coughed up blood and fell to the ground, bones nearly shattered, with no strength left in his body. His injuries were so severe that even his powers could not function. Wan Shuowei looked down and mocked. Just wait to die. I will make sure you can't live, nor can you die. Yun Xiaoyu roared to the sky, his eyes blood-red. I refuse to accept this. I will never lose to you. Wan Shuowei sneered. From today onwards, you will lose everything. Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed in front of Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes were full of desolation. He did not resist. His body was destroyed, his soul controlled. He had long been nothing more than a puppet. Wan Shuowei raised her hand, a black spear gathering in the palm, stabbing straight at his heart. You can't escape. Her eyes were full of triumph. I don't want to die. Let me go. Yun Xiaoyu growled, with the last trace of hope. In your dreams. Wan Shuowei said coldly. Just as the spear was about to descend, a purple light suddenly blasted toward her chest. She grunted and staggered back, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, her anger surging. So you were prepared all along. Her killing intent grew stronger. Yun Xiaoyu struggled to stay on his feet. Wan Shuowei lunged again, her strength ferocious. Loud bangs echoed continuously. Yun Xiaoyu was blasted hundreds of meters away, his body stained with blood. However, the aura within him surged violently, his pressure overwhelming. Wan Shuowei's expression changed abruptly. You've actually broken through to the saint level. She refused to believe it and struck out again. Yun Xiaoyu was still kicked away, crashing heavily to the ground. Trash, I want you to die without a burial place. She launched continuous attacks, fists and feet raining down. Yun Xiaoyu kept getting up again and again, only to be kicked down mercilessly. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and screams tore through the night sky. Yun Xiaoyu's foot was once again ruthlessly stepped on by Wan Shuowei, the pain nearly causing him to faint. Yun Xiaoyu, I want you to live a fate worse than death. Wan Shuowei's eyes were full of hatred, as if she had gone mad. She kicked him relentlessly, blow after blow, without any mercy. Bang, bang, bang. Every strike was aimed at his vital points, as if trying to shatter his internal organs. Yun Xiaoyu spat out mouthfuls of blood, his clothes torn, his whole body covered in wounds, unable to even stand. He gritted his teeth, unwilling, staring at her. Just as he thought he was going to be beaten to death, a familiar figure came running from the distance. Zhuoyue Dingxiang. His eyes instantly lit up. Wan Shuowei's face suddenly changed. You still have the nerve to come? Before she finished speaking, a cold, crisp voice came over. The one who should leave is you. At the sound of that voice, Wan Shuowei's chest suddenly quivered. She looked up at Zhuoyue Dingxiang, her pupils constricting, a chill running from her feet all the way to the top of her head. Though she was clearly a saint-level power user, she was so overwhelmed by this girl's aura that she dared not move. She felt fear for the first time. Zhuoyue Dingxiang hurried over to Yun Xiaoyu's side and helped him up. Can you still hold on? Yun Xiaoyu's face was pale, his breath weak, yet he still shook his head. It's nothing, thank you. Don't mention thanks. Her voice was cold and hard. We're comrades. I won't let anything happen to you. She lifted her eyes toward Wan Shuowei, her gaze like a knife. I hate people who bully the weak the most. Yun Xiaoyu felt warmth in his heart. With her here, he was no longer afraid. Wan Shuowei kept stepping back, her face turning pale. She realized that she might have provoked the wrong person. Zhuoyue Dingxiang stepped forward, her aura intimidating. Today, I will uphold justice on behalf of heaven. Yun Xiaoyu's heart tightened. He knew she wouldn't stop. At that moment, a sharp sword aura shot out from Zhu Dingxiang's palm, aimed straight at Wan Shuowei. The sword aura was as fast as lightning, instantly closing in before her eyes. Wan Shuowei's eyes were filled with terror, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. A cold gleam swept past, piercing her neck. Blood gushed out. She clutched her throat and fell to her knees. She couldn't believe that she would die at the hands of a little girl. Her face turned pale, her breath rapidly fading. She stared wide-eyed, blood continuously pouring from her mouth. Her trembling fingers reached toward the wound, then helplessly dropped. Unwillingness and regret gathered in her eyes as her soul quietly drifted away. Yun Xiaoyu lay on the ground, gasping heavily, his body covered in wounds, almost a bloody mess. Zhu Dingxiang walked up to him, crouched down, and gently touched his forehead. "It's good that you're okay." Her voice was gentle. Yun Xiaoyu, with red eyes, whispered an apology. "There's no need to say such things between us." She helped him up and carried him towards the forest edge. Leaning in her arms, Yun Xiaoyu's heart pounded like thunder. The tip of his nose was filled with her fragrance, and a sweetness he had never felt before surged in his heart. He secretly looked at her profile, full of infatuation. If he could marry her, he would have no regrets in this life. He silently vowed in his heart to be worthy of her. Zhu Dingxiang noticed his unusual behavior and softly asked, "Yun Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" He suddenly came back to his senses, his cheeks flushing. Yun Xiaoyu looked at Zhu Dingxiang's face, her cheeks slightly reddening. "I'm fine, I was just lost in thought." Zhu Dingxiang smiled faintly. "I see." Yun Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "What move was that sword technique just now? I've never seen it before." Zhu Dingxiang looked at him, her expression calm. "That is the Juechen Jiuxiao passed down from my father. This particular technique is called Juechen, and its power is extremely strong." Yun Xiaoyu nodded but was secretly shocked. Her talent was astonishing, and her cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast, able to reach SSS level within a year. Such potential was immensely pressuring. "Eat more later," Zhu Dingxiang reminded. Yun Xiaoyu was taken aback. "You are very weak right now. I need a large amount of supernatural power to support you." Yun Xiaoyu's heart stirred, feeling both relieved and helpless. With the turmoil temporarily subdued, he decided to leave behind the days of sword fights and battles and return to university. After so much fighting, he wanted to experience real campus life. At the entrance of Jinghai's Supernatural Academy, holding the admission letter, he stood before the tall school gates, a long-lost anticipation welling up in his heart. The campus was filled with the breath of youth. A female teacher in a white shirt approached. "Student, may I ask?" Yun Xiaoyu handed over the admission letter. The female teacher flipped through it and nodded. "New student registration, follow me." He was taken to a spacious classroom. "This is your class." After thanking Yun Xiaoyu, he walked inside. The classroom was clean and tidy, with desks and chairs arranged neatly. He thought to himself, maybe there is no bloodshed here, but the competition must be even fiercer. The excited freshmen around were talking. "The Academy of Special Abilities is truly different. I'm going to get stronger here from now on." Yun Xiaoyu looked excited, talking to herself. The freshmen in the classroom were all attracted, turning to look at her with curious eyes. A girl with a ponytail, wearing a black shirt, walked over and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "Yun Xiaoyu, and you?" "Yang Xiaoqian." The two exchanged simple pleasantries. Yang Xiaoqian said she was from the Northern District and had just finished the college entrance exam this year. Yun Xiaoyu nodded and then asked her why she chose Jinghai University. "This is a noble institution with intimidatingly high tuition fees, but top students can have their tuition waived and receive subsidies." The two tidied up their things and sat down. Yang Xiaoqian glanced at the time. At 4 p.m., there will be a national superpower competition, and it officially starts at 7. "I'll show you around." Yun Xiaoyu agreed, and the two went to the playground together. The playground was already filled with superpowered individuals in military uniforms, the atmosphere tense yet lively. Yun Xiaoyu whispered in admiration, "There are really quite a few strong ones here." Yang Xiaoqian couldn't help but ask, "What kind of supernatural ability do you have?" "Spatial system. Myth level?" "That's amazing." Just as the words fell, a boy walked over. He wore a blue t-shirt, his eyes sharp, and his tone cold. "Are you freshman?" Yun Xiaoyu nodded. The boy spoke directly. Freshmen who want to watch the competition have to pay. How much? 30 million US dollars. Yang Xiaoqian screamed on the spot. Yun Xiaoyu was also stunned, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. This price is more expensive than a rocket. If you think it's expensive, then don't look. The boy sneered. Get lost. Yun Xiaoyu glared at him. The boy's face turned red. This is the company's lowest price. If you're not satisfied, go talk to the company. You are being discriminatory. Say whatever you want. If you don't want to watch, just leave. You're not welcome here. There's no mention of a fee here either. The rule is there is a fee. No matter how much you make a fuss, it won't change. Yun Xiaoyu trembled with anger. You looking for trouble? Try me. The boy stood his ground. Yun Xiaoyu threw a punch. The boy dodged and said angrily, Are you crazy? How dare you hit a psychic? So what if I hit you? I am from the student council. None of my damn business. Another punch landed, and the boy was knocked flying, breaking a pillar and falling into the rubble. Yun Xiaoyu clapped his hands. Don't use your status to intimidate me. The boy rushed out of the rubble. You're dead for sure. Bring it on. Yun Xiaoyu closed and instantly his attack fierce. A mere SSS rank was nothing in front of him. The boy kept retreating, unable to hold his ground at all. Yun Xiaoyu grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Can only dodge? The boy, embarrassed and angry, kicked him in the chest. Yun Xiaoyu snorted coldly, grabbed his ankle with his other hand, and twisted hard. Crack! The boy screamed miserably as his ankle dislocated on the spot. The boy screamed once more and collapsed to the ground. The other two boys hurried over. Boss, are you okay? The two helped him up. He held his dislocated ankle, his face pale. Seeing Yun Xiaoyu looking so smug, he trembled with anger. Boss, don't worry, we'll get revenge for you. With just you guys. Yun Xiaoyu sneered. You guys aren't even worthy to fight me. The two boys turned green in the face. They were SS-level superpowers, ruling the school, yet they were called small players. No one could swallow this insult. Just wait, tonight you'll be punished. Cut the crap, just the right chance to practice on you. Yun Xiaoyu beckoned them with her fingers. The two were burning with rage, closing in from left and right. Come on. They threw punches at the same time. Yun Xiaoyu advanced instead of retreating. With a few muffled sounds, the two were knocked to the ground. They lay on the ground, faces full of shock. A freshman is actually this strong. Do you surrender now? Yun Xiaoyu looked down on them. I don't surrender. I'm SSS level. How could I lose to you? So what if you're a high level, you're still getting beaten? The two roared angrily as they got up and joined forces again. Yun Xiaoyu smiled, even colder. Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed to the front. She grabbed one person's arm and directly threw him into the air. With a loud bang, he slammed heavily onto the ground. The two faces turned pale. A dignified SSS rank was actually crushed by a freshman. If this got out, it would be a complete disgrace. What are you standing there for? Get him for me. Yun Xiaoyu wore a mocking expression. The two boys' faces darkened as they charged forward together. If you want to die, I'll make it happen for you. As soon as the words fell, Yun Xiaoyu had already rushed in front of them, knocking them out with a palm each. Next, she looked at the last boy. The boy gritted his teeth and sneered coldly. Do you really think I'm inferior to you? Then let's give it a try. He suddenly lunged forward, his punches fierce and sharp. Yun Xiaoyu stepped back to dodge, flipping to avoid the heavy punches. The opponent threw 3 consecutive punches, his momentum fierce. Is that all you've got? She dodged while laughing. The boy's face turned ashen. He was an SS-level ability user, a top contender among his peers. Yet she treated him like a worthless waste. Rage exploded instantly. His speed surged, every strike vicious. Yun Xiaoyu also stopped smiling. This guy was indeed not ordinary. Winning isn't that easy. Take this. She swept out with a sideways kick. The opponent dodged sideways and grabbed her arm with the back of his hand. The two grappled closely, fists and feet flying, neither giving an inch. Just then, the boy who had just recovered launched a sneak attack. Yun Xiaoyu flashed her figure and grabbed his neck with a reverse hand. The opponent instantly stiffened. He is an SSS-level Esper, yet he was suppressed by a freshman. A chill ran through him. Too weak. Yun Xiaoyu looked at him coldly. At this level, you still want to compete with me. This round ends here. After hearing Yun Xiaoyu's words, The boy instantly exploded. His eyes turned red, his expression ferocious. "You stinky freshman, say that again?" I said, "KOing you is enough." Seeking death, the boy charged forward fiercely and threw a punch straight at him. Yun Xiaoyu curled the corner of his mouth and lifted his leg to deliver a kick, hitting the boy right in the abdomen. The boy grunted lowly, kicked back several steps, almost falling. "Is that all you've got? Go home and farm," Yin Xiaoyu said with an easy smile. The boy's face darkened. He knew very well that if he kept fighting, it would only get worse. It wasn't that he didn't want to win, but he simply couldn't. If you can't win, then get lost. Don't make a fool of yourself. Yin Xiaoyu's tone grew colder. The boy felt extremely frustrated inside. He was an SS-level ability user, yet could only exert half of his power. Even so, it was enough to overpower most S-levels. But now, he was being trampled underfoot by a newcomer. He was unwilling, but powerless to strike back. Yun Xiaoyu saw his hesitation and launched another attack directly. The boy hurriedly dodged, but was a step too slow. Bang! With a dull thud, he was knocked to the ground again. "Don't think I didn't go all out. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yun Xiaoyu warned from a position of superiority. The boy gritted his teeth, got up, glared at him fiercely, and left in defeat. Yun Xiaoyu chuckled softly. "Let's go watch the match," he said to Yang Xiaoqian. Yang Xiaoqian nodded, and the two walked towards the arena. At that moment, on the other side of the competition stage, the boy suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly, "Stinky freshman! This is a duel between SSS-level power users. What are you supposed to be? Get off. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat us." Yun Xiaoyu frowned, turned his head, and said coldly, "I was just passing by and didn't want to get involved. But your friend has a loose tongue. Since you don't learn your lesson, then think about how you're going to end this." "Cut the nonsense." The boy snorted coldly. "Watch the sword." After speaking, he charged again. This time, his momentum was even more ferocious than before. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly and stood still. His strength was not weak, but far from the level he arrogantly believed himself to be. Even without using his abilities, Yun Xiaoyu could easily overpower him. But Yun Xiaoyu didn't rush to attack. He just stared at him, wanting to see what other skills he had. The boy charged again, this time fiercer and more brutal. Yun Xiaoyu's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the opponent to have some foundation, but he sneered, meeting the attack head-on. "Watch the sword." The boy roared, smashing a fist into his chest. Yang Xiaoqian had just shouted, "Watch out." Before he finished, Yun Xiaoyu delivered a whip-like kick to his waist. The boy was directly kicked away, crashing into the wall and falling to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He held his body, face full of shock. "How is this possible?" Yun Xiaoyu smiled as she closed in. The boy retreated repeatedly, his voice trembling. "Don't come any closer. I don't want to die." Yun Xiaoyu spoke calmly. "I don't like wasting time either." As soon as the words fell, the boy's feet sank. Vines sprouted from the ground, entangling his feet, tightening more and more. He struggled desperately but couldn't move an inch. Losing his balance, he fell heavily. "Help!" The only response was the dull sound of him hitting the ground. Yun Xiaoyu clapped her hands and turned to walk towards the competition stage. The host's mouth twitched stiffly. One encounter, and an SS-level Esper was knocked down. He hurriedly checked the data. The screen lights up. Yun Xiaoyu, 18 years old, Space Department, rated SSS. The whole audience was in an uproar. So young, and already SSS rank. The girls in the audience had bright eyes. "Yun Xiaoyu, are you really SSS? Tell us quickly. So cool, I want to be his fan." Yun Xiaoyu snorted coldly. "He is a psychic. There's no way he would lie. This matter must not be spread, or else there will be endless trouble." He simply admitted, "It's true." Everyone gasped. Reaching SSS level at such a young age is simply outrageous. This evaluation is destined to cause an uproar. Yun Xiaoyu glanced at everyone. Psychics also have varying strengths. Their background determines their ceiling. But he is different. He will stand at the pinnacle. Thinking of this, he felt great. Congratulations erupted. Admiration, screams, confessions, all directed at him. Yun Xiaoyu smiled slightly. He had vampire abilities and strength, so naturally, people admired him. But he knew exactly how long this kind of vanity would last. Just as he was thinking this, a familiar figure approached. The gray trench coat belonged to Yi Lingyue. At first, in Jinghai High School, she was defeated by him. Yi Lingyue sneered coldly. I didn't expect you to really dare to come to Jinghai Supernatural Academy. The people around her were full of disdain. Yun Xiaoyu straightened up and glared back. Don't get too proud. Yi Lingyue sneered. We'll see. As they passed each other, she whispered, Don't forget, I am your enemy. After the words fell, she had already gone far, leaving only a chill behind. As soon as Yi Lingyue left, a burst of discussion erupted behind her. Look, it's that freshman. I heard he beat up the student council members. That's it. He's crossed the student council. No more good days ahead. Yun Xiaoyu was stunned and turned to look. A man and a woman walked side by side. The man wore a white robe like snow, exuding an imposing aura. The woman's blue dress fluttered gracefully, her beauty radiant. That's the freshman representative, Yang Xiaoqian whispered. Yun Xiaoyu felt a tremor in her heart. So young and already a representative, she must have a significant background. The two walked past her, but the surrounding girls took out their anger on her. How do you walk? Where are your eyes looking? Yun Xiaoyu was too lazy to argue and turned to leave. Yang Xiaoqian grabbed her, quietly reminding her that the two were not simple and to be careful. Yun Xiaoyu nodded, saying she knew what she was doing. She squeezed into the crowd, trying to find a quiet place to check the ID badge. Just as she took a step, a fierce force suddenly hit her from behind. She turned around and saw a ferocious face. Dare to ruin my plans, you're asking for death. Black energy churned in the girl's hand, slashing straight at her. Stop! Yun Xiaoyu dodged swiftly. The other party, furious and ashamed, pounced again to attack. Yun Xiaoyu did not retreat and faced forward. Fists collided with a muffled bang. The girl was shaken back several steps. She roared angrily and charged again, only to be blasted away once more. Let's see how long you can hold on. She got up from the ground, her eyes full of deadly intent. Black mist surged from her body and quickly condensed into a giant black eagle. The giant eagle howled and swooped straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes darkened, and she raised her hand, unleashing a ball of flame. The flame rolled in the palm, forming a scarlet phoenix that lunged straight at the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk was struck, emitting a piercing shriek. Yun Xiaoyu took the opportunity to retreat. In the next moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and dozens of sharp tentacles burst from the earth, stabbing directly at his legs. The tentacles, as if with eyes, coiled around him. Upon contact, they rapidly tightened, turning into black ropes that bound his hands and feet tightly. Petty tricks. Yun Xiaoyu growled lowly, elemental power raging wildly inside him. Golden light exploded. With a boom, all the tentacles were shattered. He broke free and retreated swiftly. Trying to run? Too late. The girl laughed loudly. A black bead flew out from her sleeve, turning into a dark light that shot straight at Yun Xiaoyu. A sense of oppression descended instantly, as if a demon god loomed overhead. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes sharpened. Heaven-breaking thunder. Purple lightning tore through the air, colliding fiercely with the black orb. They stalemated in midair for a moment. With a sharp crack, the black orb shattered, instantly turning to powder. How is this possible? The girl's face paled. I'll tear you apart. Try me. Yun Xiaoyu's tone was icy cold. Before the words finished, he had already disappeared. The girl's pupils suddenly contracted as she hurriedly dodged to the side. Still one step too late. Yun Xiaoyu slapped the back of her head with one palm. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. Before he could relax, the surrounding trees suddenly shook wildly. Countless vines sprang out from the branches, covering the sky as they coiled towards him. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. His figure turned into a purple afterimage, weaving through the vines. Humph, you think you can hurt me with such weak tricks? Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly, pinched with her fingertips, and a purple lightning strike blasted out, shattering all the vines. A thunderous sound echoed in midair, and the broken branches turned to ashes and drifted down. The girl's face turned pale. It was the first time she had seen someone whose physical body and strength overshadowed hers completely. Damn it, I want your life. She stood up with red eyes, the long sword slicing through the air, exuding a chilling aura, frost instantly forming on the grass and trees. Looking for death. Yun Xiaoyu raised her hand, golden flames shooting out like a meteor crashing straight into the long sword. With a loud bang, the sword shattered, and the flames engulfed her. Ah, a heart-wrenching scream. I'm giving you a lesson. If you provoke me again, there will be no mercy. Yun Xiaoyu withdrew the flames. The girl crawled out of the fire, her skin charred black, her bones white as bone. She looked at him with a face full of fear, as if staring at a monster. No, I want revenge. She screamed, but was powerless to fight back. Xiaoyu, you hit the freshman representative, you'll get a major demerit. Yang Xiaoqian was extremely anxious. If she doesn't provoke me, I won't make a move either. Yun Xiaoyu shrugged. This is school, the teachers won't let you off. I'm not afraid of them. He smiled easily. Yang Xiaoqian sighed, but still reminded him to be careful. She knew that once he dared to do it, he wouldn't back down. It's just that being too powerful also made him more likely to attract trouble. I'm heading back to the dorm first. She waved and left. Yin Xiaoyu, long time no see. The voice of the desperate palace lord suddenly echoed in Yun Xiaoyu's mind. Long time no see. Are you here to settle accounts now? Yun Xiaoyu said coldly. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings suddenly changed, and a long table appeared in front of him. A young man in red sat beside the table, wearing a mask, his aura cold and oppressive. That was the rumored Ju Ming Hallmaster. His appearance was enchanting, with peach blossom eyes smiling, yet exuding arrogance and danger. Have some tea. He pushed the tea towards Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu took it, but inwardly knew this person never regarded others. We are fated, the Ju Ming Hallmaster said lightly. Get to the point. Yun Xiaoyu was impatient. I heard you killed quite a few monsters during the trial, and even took their course. Yes. Join the Desperate Fate Hall and become my disciple. No interest. Yun Xiaoyu refused outright. He had no good feelings toward this person at all. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. Don't waste words. Yun Xiaoyu flipped the stone table with one palm, splashing tea everywhere. Refusing a toast means you'll have to drink the punishment wine. The Desperate Fate Hall Master's expression suddenly turned cold. I refuse to eat. Yun Xiaoyu stood up and sneered coldly. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure slammed down. A strange rune appeared on the Death Palace Lord's brow, and his momentum surged wildly. Yun Xiaoyu turned to dodge, but was firmly locked down by the pressure. He grunted, blood spraying out, and fell heavily to the ground. Don't think you can compete with me just because you have some strength, the Death Palace Lord laughed wildly. In front of me, you have no choice but to bow your head. He had long seen through Yun Xiaoyu's background and originally intended to hold back. I didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. To be reckless in front of the desperate lord is simply courting death. Behind him stood more than 300 supernaturals. In everyone's eyes, Yun Xiaoyu had no chance of winning. Heh. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Don't be ungrateful. I advise you not to resist, the desperate lord said with a dark face. Just because of you. Courting death. The desperate lord's pupils contracted, and his fury surged. This kid really had no sense of danger. You Death Hall, is this all you've got? Humph. The Death Hall Master struck out with a palm, the fierce wind like a blade. Yun Xiaoyu flipped in midair, narrowly dodging. But the shadow of the palm kept pursuing relentlessly, forcing him to keep evading. The palm winds fell continuously, carrying sharp soul power. Yun Xiaoyu was struck on the shoulder, then kicked in the calf, his whole body blasted away. The Death Hall Master frowned. Is this kid really about to break, or just pretending to be weak? The flesh body is indeed tough. Taishu's sword intent. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly stopped midair, sword intent soaring into the sky. The momentum instantly surged. You actually know Taishu's sword intent. The Death Hall Master's face changed drastically. This sword intent was extremely sharp, stronger than any sword technique he had ever seen. No wonder it could block his palm strike. But he soon sneered coldly. What of it? Then try my great wilderness sword intent. As the words fell, the heavens and earth shook. A giant golden sword rose behind him, its blade pointing skyward. A sword shadow also appeared above his head, echoing it. The great wilderness sword manifested. Yun Xiaoyu's expression darkened. That sword was surprisingly very similar to his Taishu sword. Old dog, you think you deserve to compare this broken sword to my Taishu sword? You really think I'm afraid of you? His eyes were icy cold, battle intent surging wildly. The Death Palace Lord's gaze was grim, killing intent radiating from him, pressing down on Yun Xiaoyu's heart like thunder. Your Taishu sword is not bad, but my Dahuang sword was personally forged by the true martial Saint Emperor. What do you have to compare with that? He sneered. Yun Xiaoyu's anger surged, swinging his sword in a direct stab. The two swords collided with a deafening crash, sparks flying. The Taishu sword felt like it was stabbing into 10,000-year-old cold iron, not moving an inch. You can't even touch the edge. Admit defeat. The Death Palace Lord sneered. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth in defiance, unwilling to believe that this broken sword could overpower the Taishu sword. Since you're looking for death, then I'll grant your wish. Great Wilderness Sword Art. The golden giant sword's radiance surged violently, and a massive sword shadow cleaved through the sky. Yun Xiaoyu hastily retreated. When the sword shadow struck the ground, it cut a deep trench into the earth, sending dust swirling. The death sentence hall master's gaze was icy cold. He was already at the peak of the saint level, while Yun Xiaoyu was only mid-level. The gap was obvious. I'll give you two choices. Kneel and beg for mercy, and maybe I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. He raised the great wilderness sword again, pointing directly at Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu was filled with unwillingness. You want me to bow down? Dream on. Aren't you convinced you're invincible? Then go ahead. The desperate palace lord sneered. Stop struggling. No matter how strong the Taishu sword is, it can't compare to the great wilderness sword. Today, you will be defeated. I am the desperate palace lord, and your Taishu sword dares to challenge my great wilderness sword? The palace lord was full of arrogance. Yun Xiaoyu sneered coldly. This old fool truly didn't know his place. He raised his hand, and the black sword appeared from the ring. It was the divine demon sword. Unsheathed, the power of the sword's soul surged wildly, the god demon sword humming and trembling, its blade emitting a dazzling light as if about to tear the sky apart. The great wilderness sword thundered as it struck again. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes turned cold, raising his hand for a sword strike. Void sword technique. Sword light shot across the sky, fiercely colliding with the giant sword. With a loud crash, the power of the great wilderness sword was shattered on the spot, golden sword energy scattering and dissipating. Yun Xiaoyu's figure wavered slightly, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his fighting spirit grew even stronger. Impossible. The life or death palace master's face turned pale. His great wilderness sword was actually shattered head-on. He was a peak saint-level sword cultivator. How could he lose to someone who was once a useless waste? Yun Xiaoyu wiped away the bloodstains, his gaze sharp as a blade. I haven't unleashed my full strength yet. Take my self-created sword technique. Arrogance. The palace master flew into a rage, swinging his sword again. Golden light surged to the sky, transforming into a massive sword shadow slashing down. Yun Xiaoyu did not retreat but advanced instead, his momentum surging wildly. His palms like axes met the sword shadow head-on. A thunderous explosion echoed, shaking heaven and earth. Two terrifying forces suddenly collided, sending shockwaves scattering, rocks shattering, and vegetation destroyed. Yun Xiaoyu's face turned pale, and his chest felt tight. Although the absolute Dune Palace Master had not yet reached the true saint level, he was already at the peak realm. Yun Xiaoyu was injured after a few hard clashes. The absolute Dune Palace Master sneered at him, eyes full of contempt. You are too weak. Yun Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and remained silent, a black dragon pattern appearing on his right fist. The dragon pattern seemed alive, surging with murderous intent. He suddenly threw a punch straight at the absolute Doom Palace Master's chest. The absolute Doom Palace Master's eyes darkened. He didn't expect this useless person to dare fight back. Anger instantly flared up, daring to court death. Black energy rolled from his sleeves, countless black claws extending out. His entire arm transformed into a pitch-black scaly paw, radiating fierce, killing intent. Dark demonic claws. The claws tore through the air, reaching straight for Yun Xiaoyu. Yun Xiaoyu's heart tightened. The opponent's aura had nearly reached half-step supreme. He was no match. Divine Demon Sword intent. He forcibly broke free from the suppression, his internal power surging wildly. Two black, giant swords condensed in his hands, their cold light piercing to the bone. The sword's shadows broke through the air, slashing fiercely toward the doomed Hall Master. The doomed Hall Master laughed loudly, allowing the sword shadows to fall. The sword chi only left shallow marks on his body, incapable of harming him. Yin Xiaoyu's heart sank to the bottom. The opponent's defense far exceeded his expectations. "It's over," the Death Palace Master said coldly. The black claw shadow pressed down again, full of murderous intent. Yin Xiaoyu knew he couldn't stop it, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Sword of gods and demons. He roared angrily, his true energy burning to the extreme. Two sword shadows instantly merged, transforming into a black giant sword hundreds of meters long, suspended in midair. The sword's edge was icy cold, its killing intent soaring as if it could cleave through everything. The Death Palace Master's expression finally changed. This useless guy actually had a trump card hidden? Dark storm. Fierce black energy surged. The sky and earth changed color as the storm collided head-on with the giant sword. A violent wind suddenly rose, forming a black storm out of thin air, tightly engulfing the desperate palace lord. The terrifying suction force wildly tore, attempting to drag him into the center of the storm. The desperate palace lord's face changed drastically. He did not expect Yin Xiaoyu to be so powerful. He had only made a casual strike, but the opponent used the force to counterattack, pushing him into a dangerous situation. The storm spun like a blade, tearing his robes to shreds, his flesh aching as if his bones were about to be ripped apart. The desperate palace lord was both shocked and furious. "What kind of cultivation method have you practiced?" Yin Xiaoyu sneered coldly. "Palace lord, are you also afraid?" This sentence completely ignited his anger. A dignified supreme being, mocked by a junior, was simply a disgrace. Looking for death. The black protective shield instantly dissipated. The next moment, a black giant sword broke through the air and directly pierced his shoulder. Blood splattered. The doomed palace lord screamed and was thrown flying backward, heavily crashing against the wall. He covered his wound, his face pale, his anger about to explode. "I was actually hurt by this useless person. Damn it." He stomped the ground, turning into a blur as he charged straight at Yin Xiaoyu. Yin Xiaoyu's heart sank. That sword just now still hadn't truly broken through the defense. "Today, I'll show you what despair really means." He once again unleashed the great sword, black light flashing like lightning, stabbing forward. The Death Palace Lord's eyes were blood red. "Die!" He slammed his palm out, striking hard against the sword blade. A terrifying backlash exploded. Yin Xiaoyu was thrown to the ground, racked with pain, his bones seeming to shatter. He gritted his teeth and got up, his eyes still full of defiance. The desperate palace lord stared coldly at Yin Xiaoyu, his murderous intent unabated. "Want to kill me? It's not that simple," Yin Xiaoyu retorted through gritted teeth. The palace lord sneered. "Then let me show you what despair means." He raised his hand to grasp, black thunder erupting in his palm, striking down in an instant. The thunder roared like the sky was breaking, shaking the entire hall. Yin Xiaoyu's heart sank, and he stomped fiercely, retreating backwards. Where he had originally stood, the ground directly collapsed under the thunder. The hall master chased closely, throwing a punch. The fist wind tore through the air. This punch hit Yin Xiaoyu's chest solidly. The sound of bones breaking was sharp and piercing, blood spurted out. He was blasted away, dragging a trail of blood on the ground. A bloody hole opened on his chest, his breath immediately disrupted. But his eyes became even more fierce, like a beast driven to the brink of desperation. "Go to hell." The temple lord lunged again. At that moment, Yin Xiaoyu suddenly unleashed a golden scroll. Golden light exploded, countless runes intertwined in the air, quickly forming a formation chart. A gigantic character, Zhu, formed from beams of golden light tens of thousands of feet long. The temple lord's expression changed slightly. "Zhuxian formation? Longting Academy is really willing to invest." He immediately snorted coldly. "Unfortunately, this formation can't trap me." Before he finished speaking, he already charged at the formation again, filled with overwhelming murderous intent. Boom! The Death Hall Master slammed down a punch, and Yun Xiaoyu's protective energy shield shattered on the spot. He spat blood and was blasted backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A chill rose in Yun Xiaoyu's heart. He knew clearly that he had no chance of winning. His opponent was absurdly powerful. Ha ha ha! The Death Hall Master sneered as he approached. Little lackey, kneel and submit, and I might spare your life. Never. Gritting his teeth, Yun Xiaoyu glared angrily. Even if it meant death, he would never bow his head. The Death Hall Master's smile turned cold in an instant, and his murderous intent surged. Then die. With a punch, Yun Xiaoyu was slammed into the wall, blood spraying wildly. The Death Hall Master appeared in an instant, looking down from above at him. Now, do you still dare resist? If I want to kill you, it's just a flick. Yun Xiaoyu laughed wildly toward the sky, his eyes mad. In this lifetime, I will never submit to anyone. Seeking death, the desperate palace master struck again, his attacks like a tide. Yun Xiaoyu dragged his bloody body to his feet, covered in blood, but his gaze was determined. Even in defeat, he would stand and face it. Even in death, he would die decisively. Bang! He was blasted away once more, his organs shattered, blood staining the ground. Yun Xiaoyu bit the tip of his tongue, dripping his essence blood onto the sword hilt. Whoosh! The ancient sword burst forth violently. The Death Hall Master punched the sword blade, but it didn't move an inch. What the hell is this thing? The Death Hall Master frowned and stared at Yun Xiaoyu, coldly asking what this thing was. Yun Xiaoyu sneered, daring him to make a move. The Hall Master's gaze turned icy cold, offering a final chance. Submit and spare your life, or be torn to pieces. Yun Xiaoyu showed no fear, instead smiling even more coldly. Everyone was stunned. This youth was so reckless it seemed he didn't fear death. The Hall Master, furious, made a move, his figure approaching like a ghost. Palm after palm fell. Yun Xiaoyu was beaten and flew back repeatedly, his flesh torn open, yet he clenched his teeth and did not make a sound. He knew he wouldn't survive today, but he would rather die than bow his head. The Lord of the Hall kicked him in the chest, breaking several ancient trees as he was slammed heavily to the ground. The Lord of the Hall looked down at him and asked once again if he would submit. Yun Xiaoyu spat out blood and cursed him as despicable and shameless, a monster wearing human skin. The Lord of the Hall's face darkened, stepping on his head to force him to bow. Yun Xiaoyu still spat on him, refusing to yield even in death. The Lord of the Hall was completely enraged, kicking him away again, then stepping on his head with one foot and pressing down on his shoulder with the other, looking down from above at this boy who resisted to the very end. I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel and submit, or go die. Your choice. If you dare not appreciate this favor, then go report to King Yama. The deadly Hall Master snorted coldly and turned to leave. In the next second, Yun Xiaoyu suddenly sprang up from the ground, grabbed his neck, and roared angrily. I'm going all out against you. He forcibly dragged the man back in front of him. Ah! The deadly Hall Master screamed in pain, feeling a violent force surge through his limbs and body, instantly losing control and struggling to breathe. His face turned purplish red, hands gripping his throat tightly, almost suffocating. Black light exploded from within him, attempting to shock Yun Xiaoyu away, but was firmly suppressed and crushed layer by the other's strength. The Death Palace Master's face turned extremely ugly. He never expected that this kid actually hid such a sinister power within him, one that even he dared not confront head-on. Yun Xiaoyu's eyes were bloodshot, full of madness and murderous intent, staring fixedly at him. Black mist constantly surged out from his body, enveloping him completely, and his skin quickly turned as black as ink. Roar! He howled toward the sky, slammed his legs against the ground, and shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was already close, swinging his right arm and striking down forcefully. Bang! The Death Palace Master was caught off guard, blasted flying by the punch, tumbling dozens of meters on the ground. Boom! His body crashed deep into the earth. The next moment, he shot out from underground, scrambled to his feet, licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared coldly at Yun Xiaoyu. Not bad. I underestimated you. I thought you were already drained and exhausted, but I didn't expect you had a hidden trick, making me suffer a surprise loss. His eyes darkened. Unfortunately, you still have to die today. As his words fell, his expression suddenly turned fierce. A black pattern appeared on his wrist, and his energy surged. Death blade slash. With a swing of the sword, black veins exploded with dazzling black light, slashing straight at Yun Xiaoyu. Where the sword energy passed, the air was torn apart, roaring loudly. Yun Xiaoyu did not retreat but advanced, meeting the strike with both fists. Bang! Humph! The black light struck down, and Yun Xiaoyu's body exploded on the spot, shattering into a sky full of blood mist. Fun! But he was not dead. His soul escaped from his body, transforming into a streak of light rushing straight at the Death Hall Master. Trying to run? The Death Hall Master sneered and grabbed it with one hand. With a swoosh, the soul was firmly clutched in his palm. Do you really think you can fight me? His 5 fingers tightened, ruthless beyond measure. The primordial spirit was instantly crushed. At that moment, a talisman paper fell from the sky and stuck to Yun Xiaoyu's forehead. With a buzzing sound, his consciousness jolted sharply. What is this thing? Just as he tried to probe with his divine sense, intense pain swept through his whole body, like lightning striking his soul. The talisman paper trembled violently, and a terrifying force rampaged inside him, far stronger than any power he had ever encountered. His primordial spirit was forcibly torn apart, as if about to be crushed and remolded. The primordial spirit is the lifeline of a cultivator. Once destroyed, it means complete death. Agonizing pain tore through his soul, and he was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the Death Palace Master appeared, striking down with a palm. Bang! Yun Xiaoyu's head exploded on the spot, blood raining down, the ground stained crimson. I want you to die clean and pure. The Death Palace Master's eyes were cold as he closed in once again. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a pitch-black dagger, shrouded in deathly aura. 话音落下，他翻手取出一柄漆黑匕首，死气缭绕。The blade aimed at the corpse, stabbing in without hesitation. The Death Palace Lord sneered, saying Yun Xiaoyu's primordial spirit had already fallen into his hands, only waiting to be refined. Just as he was feeling proud, Yun Xiaoyu's primordial spirit suddenly raised a hand and grabbed the black dagger. The Death Palace Lord was stunned. This was a divine weapon he had painstakingly forged with all his effort. Yun Xiaoyu activated the heavenly immortal technique and suddenly snapped the dagger in two on the spot. The Death Palace Lord screamed in agony, his right arm in intense pain, unable to believe his weapon had been destroyed. He roared madly, saying Yun Xiaoyu's physical body was destroyed and his soul was devoured. There was no way he could come back to life. Yun Xiaoyu responded coldly. Nothing in this world is impossible. 2 phantom figures appeared behind him, one tall like a golden-bodied war god, the other short, but with a cold, sinister aura. The Deathless Sect Master's face changed abruptly, questioning the identity of the visitor. The short man sneered, saying that he had killed his brother, and today he must pay with his life. No sooner had the words fallen than he blasted the Deathless Sect Master flying with a palm strike, shattering the mountain peak. The Deathless Sect Master spat blood and cursed in fury, vowing to exact revenge once he escaped. The short man mocked him, saying he no longer had a chance. Either surrender his primordial spirit power or be completely devoured. The Deathless Sect Master struggled to rise, but was already shrouded by the shadow of death. The short man stared at him as if looking at prey bound for slaughter. The short man sneered, raising his hand to tap the forehead of the absolute Death Hall Master. Consider yourself lucky. Your body is useful to me, so I can spare your life. But your soul, I want to take revenge on behalf of my friend. So you must die. As soon as the words fell, the absolute Death Hall Master felt a pain in his chest, as if stabbed by a knife. The next moment, his soul was forcibly pulled out from his body. His face turned pale, eyes filled with terror. Why was this happening? He clearly hadn't touched Yun Xiaoyu's soul, so how was he being countered? Could it be that she had been deceiving him all along? But he saw with his own eyes her primordial spirit being crushed. How could this be fake? Before he could figure it out, his body began to disintegrate. Countless tiny points of light flowed out from his limbs and bones, merging into his sea of consciousness. Fun. His mind felt torn open as memories were forcibly pieced together. After a moment, everything fell back into place. He suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The memories have returned. The next instant, his expression turned sharply cold. So that's how it is. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It's all that azure flood dragon's doing. Thinking of this, he was about to grind his teeth to pieces. Qingjiao was too strong. He was simply no match. On the surface, he still wore clean robes and carried himself gracefully. But those eyes had long turned bloodshot. He thought of the brothers swallowed by Qingjiao, and also of that girl. That girl. I must find her. And that dwarf, he's definitely still nearby. He released his divine sense, scanning the heavens and earth, but found nothing. At that moment, a cold voice sounded right next to his ear. Desperate palace lord, when did you become my prey? Still want to run? The man in the black robe slowly appeared, standing in front of him. The man in the black robe stepped out slowly. It was the short man from before. Who are you? You. The desperate palace lord's heart sank, for he realized the other was of celestial cultivation. My name is Blood Demon. You can call me Lord Blood Demon. My strength is not inferior to yours. Blood Demon grinned, revealing sharp, white fangs. We have worked together for many years. I have been looking for you all along. The deadly Home Master said coldly. Even so, can you kill me? I have already restored to my peak. Is that so? The Blood Demon raised his hand and struck with a palm. The void was torn open, and terrifying power descended instantly. With a loud bang, the deadly Home Master's body was smashed on the spot, turning to dust. The Blood Demon landed on the ground and took his storage ring. The ring was filled with immortal stones, immortal weapons, and pills, clearly prepared for a life exchange. Unfortunately, you no longer have the chance. Before the words had fallen, the remaining blood energy suddenly exploded. The Blood Demon's face changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated several steps. 9-star soul trapping formation. He gritted his teeth and shouted under his breath. This is a top-tier killing formation in the immortal realm, capable of seriously injuring even an immortal emperor. The cost of setting it up is immense, and once triggered, both sides could suffer backlash. The doomed palace lord had already laid this trap. Even in death, he intended to take him down with him. Looking for death, the Blood Demon's fury surged, but he quickly calmed down. A bead lay on the ground. He picked it up to examine it. The bead was unremarkable, but emitted a strange aura. The formation hasn't fully activated. Could it be related to this? The Blood Demon's eyes darkened coldly. Clever, that deadly palace master, still scheming against me on his deathbed. He put the bead away, turned, and left, his murderous intent still lingering. It must be said, the deadly palace master was deeply cunning, using the 9-star soul-trapping formation to trap the Blood Demon while making his own escape. Deadly palace master, you won't get away. The Blood Demon roared angrily, but could only watch him leave helplessly. This time you're lucky. Next time I'll definitely kill you. The Blood Demon transformed into a shadow and departed. He had just left when an old man came out of the hall, looking into the distance with a serious expression. The 9-star soul trap formation has been broken? That old bastard Zhu Ming is actually this powerful. The scene suddenly shattered. Hey, wake up, Yin Xiaoyu. In a dimly lit room, Yin Xiaoyu was tied to a chair, hands and feet bound. A uniformed man stared coldly at him. This is the Jinghai City Criminal Investigation Bureau. Stop pretending. Your evidence of crime has already been replicated by the Grand Memory Restoration Technique. Yun Xiaoyu opened his eyes, his face full of confusion. Am I not in the Jojo Kingdom? On what grounds are you arresting me? He forcibly pushed his willpower forward. Void soared intent. The tables and chairs only trembled slightly twice. His heart sank. The supernatural ability was gone. The two uniformed men burst out laughing. Still dreaming? Addicted to crossing overacting. Yin Xiaoyu's heart raced. Could it be that everything before was a lie? You killed someone and still deny it. You can only use some tricks. Sharp pain struck, memories flooded back like a torrent. He saw himself holding a knife, forcing Juyue Lilac to be with him. After being rejected, he threatened her parents and eventually killed them with his own hands. Yun Xiaoyu's face turned pale. Am I a condemned criminal? Remember now? You know well what you've done. He muttered to himself. Isn't Juyue Dingxiang my fiancée? Why would I kill her parents? The man in uniform spoke coldly. Your real-life girlfriend is Chening. Stop fantasizing. Whether you accept it or not, Chening has never wronged you. But you two have already broken up. She can only be considered an ex now. What? My girlfriend is Chening. Yun Xiaoyu collapsed on the spot. Impossible. How could she be my girlfriend? This is all fake. He covered his head, trembling, refusing to accept reality. Stop getting lost in games. Chening is your ex. She's not married yet. She'll come to see you later. I won't see her. Yun Xiaoyu screamed, her eyes hollow. Supreme King, save me. I don't want to die. Don't go crazy. Today is your death day. You'll regret it if you don't see her. She still loves you. I don't believe it. I only want the absolute moon lilac. Yun Xiaoyu frantically pounded the table, completely lost in the virtual world. The Supreme King won't come to save you. A perfectly good psychic, played into madness by you all. Why not play along with him for a bit? Get lost. I'm not going to be an NPC. Yun Xiaoyu stared fixedly at the jailer, clenching his fists tightly. It must be you who tampered with it. That's why my powers are failing. The prison guard sneered and left. Talk when you're clear-headed. The room fell into deadly silence, with only the sound of breathing remaining. Another illusion? Do you never stop? Chief of the Death Hall. Yun Xiaoyu, this is your original world. The voice echoed through the detention center. It's really you, let me out. Yun Xiaoyu struggled wildly in the chair. Yun Xiaoyu, stop overthinking. This is a detention center. There is no such thing as a desperate palace lord. Yun Xiaoyu struggled and fell to the ground, gasping sharply in pain. It hurt so much. The piercing pain snapped him back to reality. This is not a dream. Xiaoyu, what are you daydreaming about? Jue Dingxiang suddenly stood in front of him, still as beautiful and gentle as if she weren't real. Dingxiang. He was stunned. The shackles on his hands suddenly disappeared. He hugged her tightly, the familiar fragrance filling his nose. Don't leave me, okay? Fool. I'm your fiancé. How could I leave? I dreamed that you didn't want me anymore. She wiped his tears and whispered, having an episode again? Don't be afraid. She took out a golden spinning top. Spin it. If it stops, it's real. If it doesn't, it's a dream. Good. He held her hand and gave it a strong flick. The top spun a few times and stopped. It's not a dream. It's real. Before he finished speaking, the person in his arms suddenly disappeared. His chest felt hollowed out. So it was fake after all. The surroundings returned to the cold detention center. But the golden top was indeed on the table. This is real, right? If you can't tell reality apart, use this. The jailer said coldly at the door. I'll leave it here for you. Yun Xiaoyu was stunned. Getting into trouble for a woman was worth it. Chening will come to see you shortly. Say your goodbyes properly. The door closed again. Dingxiang, can we make it to the end? The spinning top was turning on the table. Of course we can. We've both met each other's parents. Juyue Dingxiang appeared again, took his hand, and smiled gently. Yun Xiaoyu stared at her, then suddenly stepped back. No, this can't be real. What did you say? This is an illusion, right? It's not an illusion, Xiaoyu. This is the Juyue family in Jinghai, the place where you and I will live from now on. Juyue Dingxiang leaned against him, her voice gentle. Let's not be apart anymore, okay? Yun Xiaoyu looked at her, the spinning top at his feet continuously twirling. Knowing it was a dream, he still couldn't bear to wake up. Let's go for a walk at Jinghai High School. I'll wait for you there. As soon as the words fell, she disappeared instantly. The top stopped spinning. Happiness shattered as well. Yun Xiaoyu suddenly reached out, but couldn't grasp anything. He returned to the cold reality. Yun Xiaoyu, your ex Chuning is here to see you. The iron gate opened. Chuning walked in, her makeup exquisite, her expression detached. Long time no see. You look more beautiful. He forced a smile. You were unconscious ever since you were locked up, saying nothing. Now that you're awake, you want to completely leave my world. Her tone was flat, as if talking about someone else. I made a mistake. I deserve to be punished. He recalled the day they first met. The first time they ate at Hai Di Lao together. She asked him if he would remember. He held her hand and said he would remember it for a lifetime. The memories are still warm, but the person has grown cold. What are you thinking about, young Master Yin? She sat down to touch up her makeup. Just feeling upset. You didn't feel upset when you took advantage of me. You didn't hesitate when you wielded the knife to kill. Every word pierced the heart. You only learned to cherish after losing. He said softly, "Stop pretending to be sentimental. It's really disgusting." She looked at him without a trace of pity. "Good thing I didn't marry you, or I'd really be the one suffering. Yes, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't see the future, can't get out of this predicament. Tell me, what do I have to marry you with?" Yin Xiaoyu's heart churned. "Why do you hate me so much? Was I not good enough to you? You say we're breaking up and just walk away like nothing happened. But I feel like half of me has been hollowed out. Was my love for you still not enough? Didn't you see the texts I sent you last time we broke up? Why didn't you reply to a single one? Is there really no logic at all in love?" He looked at Chen Ying's cold and annoyed face, his heart breaking little by little. "I didn't see it. I deleted it as spam. I'm so busy every day, I don't have time to look at these." "You didn't see it? I'll read it to you. Are you crazy? I don't want to hear your sentimental nonsense. I've always been crazy. The disease is called liking you. Stop it. Don't use feelings to blackmail me." Chen Ying covered her ears, but he still read it aloud. "Ing, seeing these words is like seeing your face. Many words are stuck in my heart, but I still want to tell you. Every late night, I think of you. Your smile is like a gust of wind in the cold winter, reviving my withered heart. Maybe I was too selfish. Maybe I didn't take good care of your feelings, which led to where we are today. By the time I understood, it was already too late. But my feelings for you will not fade with time. I will wait for you. I hope to see your smile again next year. Wish you all the best. December 1st, 2023. Chen Ying sneered coldly. "Where did you copy this from? You even got the name wrong. Are you acting?" Yin Xiaoyu stared at her. "The name is wrong because I fell in love with the wrong person at the right time." His tone was chillingly deep, and Chen Ying was momentarily stunned. "All right, it's come to this. Don't keep entangling. Let's part on good terms. I've told the prison guard that you can go out for some fresh air today. Come on, I want to take you to Nanyu Cultural Street again to eat at Haidaleo. This time it's on me, as a farewell." She took out the key and unlocked his handcuffs. "Let's go." Seeing that he didn't move, she urged again. "Let's go." Yun Xiaoyu looked up at her, her eyes vacant. In a daze, her face overlapped with someone else's. "Dingxiang? Why are you here?" "What Dingxiang? I'm Chening. Are you seeing things? Where are we?" His gaze was hollow, as if he had mistaken someone. "Didn't we agree? We're here to have fun at Jinghai High School, right?" Yun Xiaoyu still retained a trace of clarity in his mind. "You're not Jueyue Dingxiang, you're Chening." "That's not right either, you're Dingxiang." "No, you're Chening." Two figures overlapped back and forth before his eyes, like a broken picture. "Yin Xiaoyu, what are you crazy about? I am Chening." These words were like a bucket of cold water, suddenly waking him up. The spinning top in his hand dropped to the ground. "Let's go eat. After eating, we'll part ways." Chening pulled him to walk outside. "I don't want to part. I don't want to lose you. You are a death row inmate. What is there to be reluctant about? Look at you now. Do you look like a man?" She pointed at his nose and scolded him. "I'm reluctant to leave you." He repeated softly. "I've long been fooling myself into liking you, but you're really not my type. Don't flatter yourself. Stop arguing. You can write poems, right? Write me one, as a farewell." Her tone was cold, without any warmth. "I don't want to write poems. I want you to say good morning and good night to me every day. I want you to respond to me, not brush me off like this." He was almost losing control. All he got in return was her disdainful look. "I don't like you. I can't do it. Go find someone who likes you." This sentence pierced his heart like an ice needle, and he completely broke down. "It's all fake. You are fake, and this world is fake. Chuning could never dislike me. Let me return to reality. I don't want to stay here. I want to go home." He roared. But Chuning was terrifyingly calm. "Xiaoyu, your illness is getting worse. We need to carry out the execution soon." She had long been used to his maddened state. The top keeps spinning, that's the dream. When it stops, that's reality. He was exhausted, kneeling on the ground. "Chening, why are you here? Where is Juyu Lilac? Why is it you?" "What lilac? I've been the one with you all this time. Missing your first love so much you're hallucinating." She handed him a golden spinning top. Try again. Is this real or fake? He gave it a gentle flick. The top spun several times before quickly stopping. Stopped. Is this reality? He looked up at her, but was stunned again. Ding Xiang. I already said, this is reality, we won't be apart. To reassure you, let's get married. Okay. Don't be crazy. Are you coming to eat or not? Chening couldn't bear it any longer. Okay. Let's go. The usual place, Leo, I'll take you. Before leaving, Yun Xiaoyu suddenly said she wanted to drink milk tea. 2 cups of Yangji Ganlu. Chening sighed and placed the order. The prison guard urged them at the door, so they had to leave quickly. Sitting across from Leo, Chening enthusiastically ordered dishes. Yun Xiaoyu, however, was lost in thought. He recalled the poem he had once written for Juyu Dingxiang, like a prophecy, saying he would eventually deviate from the path and drift far away. Now Chun Ying's shadow overlapped with Juyu Dingxiang's, and he couldn't tell who was who. Suddenly, he understood that he had long ceased to be the protagonist. What are you looking at me for? Order the food. Chun Ying interrupted him. He casually picked a few, feeling empty inside. Is this real or fake? Who should I love? Or should I love no one at all? He began to feel confused, 2 figures alternating before his eyes. Stop torturing me. Can I just die? He was on the verge of breaking down. Even if you can't tell, you have to eat. This is the last meal, Chening said coldly. He looked at her, but missed the past even more. The girl with a ponytail, running toward him in her school uniform, smiling pure and warm in the morning light. Perhaps what Yin Xiaoyu likes has never been Chun Ying as a person, but the youthful glow she carries, like her own self back then. If there were only the 2 of them left in the world, even without love, they would force themselves to keep going. What are you looking at? Why did you sit across from me? Juyu Dingxiang asked. I'm not eating anymore. You just need to keep one person to stay with me, okay? Yun Xiaoyu's voice broke down, drawing the attention of the staff. Sir, please calm down. The staff lowered their voice, then said to Chening, his emotions are unstable and might affect other customers. Chening didn't want to keep arguing, so she pulled him away. The wind on the street was very light. Do you still remember the first time we met? We walked all night on Wenhua Street. She held the Yangji Ganlu, her tone calm. Yun Xiaoyu kept his head down, saying nothing. He was cherishing these final moments. Listening to the clock going backwards 1,000 times. Can you really go back to the past? Rather than believing that, it's better to wait 12,960,000,000 years for the world to restart and for us to meet again. Then how many times has this been? She didn't answer, only glanced at the time. It's time to go back. She skillfully rode her bike, taking him to the entrance of the detention center, the journey smooth as if fate had arranged it all along. Arrive, get off the car. He stood still. Are you going to leave? Don't worry about me. I wonder what you want me to do. What should I do if I can't bear to part with you? Can you please not leave? I want to say good morning and good night to you every day. I can't trust letting you go to someone else. She was silent for a moment. The love of this life. I will return to you in the next. Goodbye, Da. Good night. The iron door closed. The jailer dragged him in, sneering. You broke up but still went looking for her. If we hadn't pulled you back, you'd still be crying there. What do you mean? Yin Xiaoyu suddenly looked up. She never even saw you. You were just talking to yourself. Truly devoted, only knowing to cherish after losing. The words were like knives. Could it be that the hug, conversation, and farewell just now were all illusions? Impossible. She can't not come to see me. You're lying to me. I don't believe you. No matter how much you shout, she won't come. The execution is at 3 in the afternoon. It's now 2:30. You only have half an hour left. The prison guard looked coldly at Yin Xiaoyu. Any other wishes? Speak up, besides seeing her. Give me a cigarette. What brand? Double Happiness, Good Days, mint-flavored slim cigarette. The firelight brightens in the dimness, smoke rising slowly. The end of a cigarette is ash, the end of love is pain. Yin Xiaoyu stared at the spark between her fingers, as if looking at her last bit of obsession. Unwilling. The jailer sneered. Many people can't let go, but others have long let go of you. Yin Xiaoyu fell silent. You should return to Jiuzhou Kingdom, be your doomed hall master, and wield your Tai Su sword intent and Tai Pin celestial technique. If she were here, I'd rather be trapped in the dream forever, never waking. The jailer waved his hand. Stop dreaming, move on. The iron door opened, and he was escorted to the execution chamber. If there's a next life, may we meet sooner. Don't forget me so quickly. Good night, Ing. The sound of gunfire exploded. Stop arguing. In such a melancholy atmosphere. Aren't you good at writing poetry? Write another one for me. He whispered. Years of longing. No one to pity. Willows shed their fluff. Tears hard to dry. Old words on red paper remain. The mist and rain clear, but the grudge is not yet over. The end.